My grandfather, Hu Guohua, hailed from a lineage renowned as formidable landlords in the surrounding villages. At the zenith of their fortune, they acquired over 40 residences across 3 interconnected alleys in the city. Among their ranks emerged several officials and prosperous merchants, who made significant donations to the grain depot and served as overseers of transportation during the Qing dynasty. A popular saying goes, "Wealth does not last beyond 3 generations," a sentiment that bears profound truth. Despite the abundance of riches, the recklessness of prodigal descendants can swiftly lead to ruin. By the time of the Republic of China, my grandfather's generation witnessed the family's decline. Initially, they experienced a division of assets, and Hu Guohua inherited a substantial fortune, sufficient to secure a life free from want. Yet, he stubbornly refused to conduct himself properly, a choice undoubtedly influenced by the societal milieu of the time. He first succumbed to the allure of gambling and subsequently fell into the clutches of opium addiction, squandering the family's vast wealth. In his youth, Hu Guohua indulged in a debauched lifestyle, engaging in drinking, gambling, and the vices of opium. Ultimately, he found himself destitute, without even a single coin to his name. The grip of addiction is unbearable, yet, when one is devoid of funds, the desire for indulgence remains unquenched. In his prosperous days, the proprietors and staff of the opium dens would greet him with deference, but once he fell into poverty, they treated him like a beggar, dismissing him with contempt. Desperation can erode one's sense of honor and morality. In a moment of cunning, Hu Guohua devised a scheme to deceive his uncle for money. His uncle, well aware of Hu Guohua's reputation as a wastrel and opium addict, had always refused to lend him a single penny. However, this time, Hu Guohua concocted a tale about needing funds to marry a bride, persuading his uncle to provide him with some money. Moved by this unexpected revelation, his uncle was brought to tears, believing that his wayward nephew was finally embarking on a virtuous path. He handed over 20 silver dollars, urging Hu Guohua to marry a good woman who could help him mend his ways and imploring him to steer clear of opium. He even promised to visit Hu Guohua's home soon to meet his new bride. Cunning as ever, Hu Guohua devised a plan. Upon returning home, he sought out a craftsman skilled in creating paper effigies, traditionally burned for the deceased. This artisan, a master of his craft, could replicate anything one could envision with remarkable accuracy. Hu Guohua instructed the craftsman to create a lifelike paper woman, adorned with painted features and clothing. From a distance, the effigy appeared almost lifelike. He brought the paper figure home, placing on the heated bed in the inner room, covering it with a quilt. In his mind, he envisioned the perfect ruse. When his uncle visited, he would feign that his bride was ill and unable to receive guests, allowing his uncle only a distant glance. Overjoyed with his cleverness, he could not resist humming a tune as he slipped away to indulge in opium once more. A few days later, his uncle arrived, bearing gifts of fabric and sweets to see his new niece-in-law. Hu Guohua, adhering to his premeditated excuse, attempted to evade the encounter, claiming that his bride was unwell and could not be seen, merely allowing his uncle to peek through the door curtain. His uncle, however, was not easily dissuaded. "Is this how you treat your own uncle?" he retorted. "No, today I must meet your new wife. If she is ill, I shall pay for a doctor to attend to her." Hu Guohua was resolutely blocking the meeting, and the more he obstructed, the more suspicious his uncle became, leading to a heated argument between them. At that moment, the curtain of the inner room was drawn aside, revealing a woman who appeared fair and delicate, with a round face and ample hips, yet petite feet. Hu Guohua's heart sank. Could this be the paper effigy he had commissioned? How could it come to life? The woman greeted his uncle with a bow, explaining that she had been unwell and thus had not come out to welcome him, for which she sought forgiveness. Suddenly feeling much better, she invited her uncle to stay for a meal, then turned and went back to prepare the food. Seeing this, Hu Guohua's uncle was overjoyed. His nephew's wife seemed so virtuous and possessed an auspicious appearance. Surely, his deceased sister in the afterlife would be pleased to see her son married to such a wonderful partner. In his delight, his uncle gave Hu Guohua an additional 10 silver dollars. Hu Guohua stood there, feeling flustered. He did not know whether to feel grateful or fearful. Time flew by, and before long, evening had arrived. The paper effigy had prepared a feast, leaving his uncle in high spirits. Yet Hu Guohua found no joy in eating. As he sat across from the woman, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly, repulsed by her pale complexion, devoid of any natural color, her rosy cheeks merely a result of makeup. His uncle, with failing eyesight, noticed nothing amiss, and after several cups of liquor, became thoroughly intoxicated. Hu Guohua borrowed a donkey cart to escort him home. As he made his way back, his fears grew, leading him to abandon his home for a night in the city's red light district, where he squandered the 10 silver dollars his uncle had just given him on vices. Ultimately, he was ejected for lack of funds, and, with nowhere else to turn, he reluctantly returned home. Upon entering, he found the house shrouded in darkness, the paper effigy lying motionless on his bed, covered by a blanket, as if nothing had ever transpired. In a moment of panic, Hu Guohua contemplated the possibility of her transforming back into a living being at night. He decided it would be best to incinerate her entirely. Carrying the paper effigy to the courtyard, he retrieved a match and prepared to set her ablaze. Suddenly, the effigy spoke, "You ungrateful wretch. I have helped you out of kindness, and you wish to burn me." Startled, Hu Guohua listened as the paper woman continued in the dead of night. "I took pity on you despite your vices. Your heart is not entirely wicked. I wish to marry you. Will you accept?" Hu Guohua shook his head vigorously, asking the effigy, "Are you a spirit or a ghost?" The paper woman replied, "I am indeed a ghost, temporarily inhabiting this paper form. However, do not disdain me for my current state. I was once quite wealthy, and the gold and silver buried with me could sustain you for 10 lifetimes of indulgence. Have you not heard that a wealthy ghost is 100 times better than a poor mortal?" Upon the mere mention of wealth, Hu Guohua felt a stirring within him, for he had recently fallen into dire financial straits, to the extent that even his garments had been stripped bare. Yet, he had no desire to possess riches at the cost of his very life. He had heard tales from the elders about female spirits who ensnared men, gradually draining them of their vital essence until they were left as mere desiccated skeletons, their vitality consumed. Thus, he addressed the paper figure, stating, "Even if your intentions are pure, I cannot wed you, for we are of different realms, separated by the boundaries of life and death. Such an act would contravene the natural order." The white paper figure replied, "If you are so resolute in your heart of stone, I shall not impose upon you. However, one day, you shall surely come to regret this decision. Bear in mind, when your existence reaches the point of unbearable destitution, seek me at the desolate graveyard of Shisanli. In the very center of that necropolis lies a solitary grave devoid of a headstone. Within it rests the coffin that contains my remains, filled abundantly with gold, silver, and jewels. Should you dare to approach, feel free to take whatever wealth you desire." Having uttered these words, the white paper figure became utterly still. Summoning his courage, Hu Guohua ignited a flame, reducing the figure to ashes. In the ensuing days, faced with acute poverty and desperation, he contemplated digging up graves at Shisanli, yet ultimately refrained, managing to scrape by through various means. 2 years later, when he found himself utterly bereft and cornered, he finally ventured to that graveyard. However, that is a tale for another time, which we shall set aside for now. During that year's spring festival, numerous events transpired. The deceitful scheme devised by Hu Guohua to swindle money from his uncle was finally exposed. Enraged, his uncle fell gravely ill and, within 3 days, succumbed to his fate. The relatives and friends of the Hu family regarded him with suspicion, treating him like a thief. They refused to lend him money and would not even allow him to share in their leftover food. In desperation, Hu Guohua sold the last pair of sandalwood boxes that belonged to his mother's dowry for 2 silver coins. He had always wanted to keep them as a memento, but could no longer resist the urge brought on by his addiction. With the 2 coins, he purchased a small block of opium and hurried home, eagerly lighting it and collapsing onto his bed. As he inhaled deeply, his body felt weightless, as if floating on clouds. In that moment, he felt blissful, as if he were a celestial being. The humiliations and mistreatments he had endured at the hands of others faded into insignificance. After taking another couple of puffs, he suddenly noticed a dark creature lurking on his tattered bed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a large rat, no doubt aged. With white whiskers and a body nearly the size of a cat, it was inhaling the smoke wafting from Hu Guohua's pipe, seemingly aware of the opium's allure. greedily savoring the aroma. Amused, Hu Guohua addressed the rat, saying, "You two have a penchant for smoke? It seems we are kindred spirits." After taking a drag for himself, he blew the smoke towards the rat, which appeared to sense no malice and accepted the offering with an uplifted head. After a while, seeming to have satisfied its craving, the rat slowly scurried away. Days passed, and the rat returned daily to share in Hu Guohua's smoking ritual. In a world where he was scorned and had no friends, he found a peculiar companionship with this rat. Sometimes, when the rat arrived later than usual, Hu Guohua would suppress his cravings, waiting for its return. However, the good times were fleeting. Soon, Hu Guohua's abode consisted of nothing but a bed and four walls, with no remaining funds to procure more opium. Despondent, he lamented to the rat, "Oh, rat, today I find myself destitute, unable to purchase any more opium. It seems our indulgence must come to an end." With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply. The rat, having listened intently, sparkled its eyes as if contemplating a solution, and then scurried away. As night fell, the rat returned, clutching a silver coin in its mouth, which it placed beside Hu Guohua's pillow. Overwhelmed with joy, Hu Guohua ventured into the city that very night to buy another block of opium. Upon returning, he lit it under the lamp and indulged heartily, sharing the experience with the rat. The following day, the rat brought 3 more silver coins, leaving Hu Guohua in a state of blissful astonishment. Reminiscing about a tale he had learned in his youth, he exclaimed to the rat, "Those who recognize Guanzhong are akin to Bao Shuya. You, knowing my poverty, generously bestow upon me, truly my confidant. If you do not mind, let us forge a bond of brotherhood." From that moment on, he referred to the rat as his brother, sharing meals and smoking opium together. He even fashioned a cozy nest for the rat from cotton on his bed, allowing it to share his resting place. Their coexistence was akin to an unbreakable friendship. The rat would venture out daily, returning with silver coins, ranging from 1 or 2 to 3 or 5. Consequently, Hu Guohua lived without worry. Many years later, my grandfather would reminisce about this period, often declaring it the happiest time of his life. More than half a year passed, and Hu Guohua gradually became prosperous. However, there is a saying, fortune favors friends, while misfortune attracts foes. It seemed that Hu Guohua was destined to encounter a scoundrel. In the village, there was a good-for-nothing named Wang Ergang, who was vastly different from Hu Guohua. At least Hu Guohua had once enjoyed wealth, having lived as the young master of the Hu family for over 20 years. Wang Ergang, on the other hand, had never known such fortune. His family had remained impoverished for generations, never possessing a decent pair of trousers. When he saw Hu Guohua's decline, he reveled in it, taking every opportunity to belittle and insult him, relishing the chance to bully the once prominent young master for his own sense of superiority. Recently, Wang Ergang found it curious that Hu Guohua, despite not engaging in any business and having pawned nearly everything of value, seemed to be living well enough, spending his days smoking opium. Where did he procure the money for his indulgences? Perhaps he had turned to thievery. Wang Ergang resolved to keep an eye on him, waiting for the moment to catch him in the act and report him to the authorities for a reward. However, after observing Hu Guohua for some time, Wang Ergang noted that apart from occasional trips to the city for food and opium, Hu Guohua rarely left his home and had no social interactions. The more Wang Ergang pondered the source of Hu Guohua's funds, the more his curiosity grew. One day, when Hu Guohua went out to buy food, Wang Ergang seized the opportunity to sneak into his house, rummaging through his belongings in search of secrets. Suddenly, he spotted a large rat sleeping on the bed. Without hesitation, he grabbed the rat and tossed it into a pot of boiling water, covering it with a lid, thinking to himself that he would enjoy a good laugh when Hu Guohua returned to drink. Before Wang Ergang could leave, Hu Guohua arrived home, catching him in the act. Upon seeing the dead rat in the pot, scalded to death, Hu Guohua's eyes filled with rage, and he seized a kitchen knife, attacking Wang Ergang with a flurry of blows. Although Wang Ergang sustained numerous wounds, Hu Guohua, being an opium addict, lacked the strength to deliver a fatal strike. Wang Ergang, bloodied and desperate, managed to escape to the security team for help. The captain of the security team, a relative of a local warlord who was currently drinking with him, was appalled at the brazen act of violence. He ordered his men to capture Hu Guohua and bring him before him. When Hu Guohua was brought to the captain, he was sternly questioned about his motives for attacking Wang Ergang. Tears streaming down his face, Hu Guohua recounted the events, lamenting, "In my time of dire straits, it was this rat that kept me alive. Alas, in a moment of carelessness, I caused the death of my companion, though I did not kill it. It perished because of me. How can I bear the weight of this guilt?" I take full responsibility for my actions. If punishment is to be meted out, I shall accept it. I only ask for permission to return home to bury my dear rat, so that it may rest in peace." Before the captain could respond, the warlord, moved by Hu Guohua's words, remarked, "To forget kindness is to lack humanity, and to betray trust is to lack righteousness. If you show such compassion towards a rat, how much more should you extend that to a fellow human? I see your nobility and recognize your plight. Henceforth, join me in my military endeavors as my aide." The barrel of a gun signifies power. In tumultuous times, the words of those who command troops become the law. The warlord instructed his subordinates to lash Wang Ergang with a whip to vent his anger towards Hu Guohua, and afterward, Hu Guohua was released to bury a mouse. He placed the creature's remains in a wooden box, dug a grave, and wept for half a day before seeking refuge with the warlord. As the adage goes, when one is starving, even chaff tastes sweet. When one is full, even honey lacks sweetness. In times of dire poverty, a mere bowl of porridge or a piece of bread evokes immense gratitude. How much more so for the wealth the mouse bestowed upon Hu Guohua? Albeit that wealth was ill-gotten. The sage remarked that one should not drink from the well of thieves, yet such virtues are the hallmarks of the most enlightened individuals. And even the ancients struggled to uphold them. How much less could an ordinary man like Hu Guohua aspire to such ideals? It was once said that smoking indoors for prolonged periods could cause flies and mice to become addicted. This was no mere fantasy. Consequently, Hu Guohua enlisted as a soldier and quickly gained prominence. Yet, in that chaotic era, the land was rife with disorder as warlords battled for supremacy. With a mere band of 100 men, one could carve out a territory. Today, you might vanquish me, but tomorrow I could retaliate. Few factions managed to endure for long. The warlord Hu Guohua followed was rather insignificant, and, within a year, was decimated in a territorial conflict with another warlord. His troops were either killed or fled, and the leader who had promoted Hu Guohua met his demise in the crossfire. After the defeat, Hu Guohua returned to his hometown, only to find that his dilapidated house had collapsed. In his hasty escape, he had not brought any money and had gone 2 days without food. His craving for tobacco resurfaced, leaving him desperate. He had no choice but to sell his pistol to bandits in exchange for some tobacco and provisions to address his immediate needs. As he pondered his predicament, he realized that such meager supplies would last only 3 to 5 days. Once consumed, what then? At that moment, he recalled the words of the spirit attached to the white paper woman, who had mentioned that when one reaches utter destitution, one should seek an unmarked grave in the desolate cemetery of Shisanlapu, where she claimed her burial treasures lay. Having served in the military and gained courage, Hu Guohua was emboldened. He had often heard seasoned soldiers speak of tomb raiding, a practice known colloquially as turning the earth, which could yield great fortune. However, capture would lead to dire consequences, so he dared not act in daylight. With resolve, on a night illuminated by a faint crescent moon, he lit a wind lamp, took up a shovel, and made his way to the cemetery of Shisanlapu. A curious reader might wonder, what is a faint crescent moon? It refers to a night devoid of clouds, yet the moonlight remains dim and hazy. Modern individuals understand this as a meteorological phenomenon known as a lunar halo, indicative of impending storms. Yet in that era, rural folk lacked such scientific explanations. Some referred to this dim moon as the long-haired moon, and it was said that on such dusky nights, wayward spirits favored roaming. Upon arrival, he took a swig of the half a gin of liquor he had brought to bolster his courage. That night, the moon was cold and the stars dim. With a chilling wind howling, flickering phosphorescent lights danced over the graves, and occasionally, eerie bird calls echoed in the night. The flame of his wind lamp flickered uncertainly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. At this moment, despite having just consumed alcohol, Hu Guohua was overwhelmed with cold sweat, terrified by the eerie surroundings. The half-pound of potent liquor he had imbibed felt futile, as it all seemed to seep away through his perspiration. Fortunately, he found himself in a desolate graveyard. Devoid of any signs of civilization, he could shout without fear of being overheard. To bolster his courage, Hu Guohua attempted to sing a few folk songs. But his repertoire was limited, and he soon found himself out of lyrics. He then resorted to singing the familiar tunes of 5 Mornings of Longing and 18 Touches. Steeling himself, he cautiously made his way to the heart of the graveyard, where indeed there lay a solitary grave, peculiar in its absence of a tombstone. Amongst the wild graves, this one stood out remarkably. Strangely, the coffin was not buried beneath a mound of earth but stood upright atop the grave, partially exposed. The coffin appeared brand new, polished to a brilliant sheen with layers of vermilion lacquer, casting an eerie glow under the waning moonlight. Hu Guohua pondered the odd placement of the coffin, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Yet, having ventured this far, he reasoned that it would be a wasted effort not to investigate further. Starvation from lack of funds or succumbing to his opium cravings both promised inevitable demise. He might as well allow a ghost to end his life swiftly. Resolving to take the plunge, he brandished a shovel to unearth the soil encasing the lower half of the coffin. As the coffin came into view, Hu Guohua, a habitual opium smoker, found himself exhausted after only a brief effort. Without haste, he sat down, withdrew some opium paste from his pocket, and inhaled a bit. The drug invigorated his mind and nerves, and with renewed determination, he stood up and pried open the coffin lid. Inside lay a stunning female corpse, her features remarkably lifelike. Though heavily coated in makeup, her cheeks were adorned with vibrant rouge, contrasting starkly against her powdered complexion, resembling patches of red adhesive. Dressed in a magnificent bridal ensemble, complete with a phoenix crown and flowing silk, she appeared as a newlywed. This corpse was unmistakably not the large-faced woman he had encountered 2 years prior, the very one who had prompted him to excavate the grave. By now, even if that woman had been recently interred, she would have surely decayed over these 2 years. Could it be that she had transformed into a zombie? However, Hu Guohua was beyond such thoughts. His gaze was fixated on the jewels adorning the corpse. The gold and silver gems sparkled enticingly under the lantern's glow, accompanied by rolls of silver coins wrapped in red paper, along with numerous gold bars, an unimaginable fortune. Eagerly, Hu Guohua reached for an emerald ring on the corpse's finger, but as soon as his hand approached, the corpse's arm suddenly moved, grasping his wrist with an extraordinary force. Her long, claw-like nails sank deep into his flesh, rendering him unable to escape. Pain coursed through Hu Guohua, a mix of agony and terror flooding his senses, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. The female corpse opened her eyes, and from those 2 orbs emanated a chilling, sinister light. Hu Guohua, ensnared by her gaze, felt an icy dread seize his entire being, as if he had plunged into a freezing abyss, his breath escaping in white puffs. The corpse let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Indeed, you are a miser consumed by greed. For a wretch such as yourself, is there anything you wouldn't do for wealth? I see your heart is of no use. Allow me to take it for you." Upon hearing her intent to claim his heart, Hu Guohua protested hastily, "No, no." But the corpse would not allow him further words. She tore at his clothing and, with her elongated nails, made a swift incision across his chest. A vibrant human heart leapt from Hu Guohua's ribcage, which the corpse seized and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed whole, as if it were mere morsel. Stunned, Hu Guohua looked down to find a scar upon his chest. He felt no pain, only an encroaching fog over his consciousness and an emptiness within, unable to recollect the events that had just transpired. He fell to the ground, bowing repeatedly before the corpse. Seated atop the upright coffin, the corpse coldly addressed Hu Guohua, "You are now my puppet. I shall not treat you poorly. I will grant you wealth and honor. Your task is to bring me 86 women to this graveyard, so that I may feast upon their hearts. Should you fail in any regard, your life shall be forfeit." At that moment, Hu Guohua dared not defy her command. It was revealed that the corpse was a century-old revenant, who, in her bid to evade calamity, had become bound to this graveyard. She had cunningly deceived Hu Guohua, a man blind to anything but riches, into digging graves, then coercing him with threats and temptations to capture innocent women for her to consume. Once she had devoured 64 hearts, even celestial beings would be powerless against her. Fleeing from the graveyard of Shisanlipu, Hu Guohua, still trembling from fear, returned home, having soiled himself in fright. He first pilfered a pair of pants hung out to dry by a neighbor to change into. "This is quite troublesome," he mused. "I don't even have a wife to offer this monster. Where will I find women?" He recalled that something significant had been taken from him by that creature, though he could not discern what it was, only that it felt exceedingly vital. If he could not procure women for her, his life would surely be forfeit. What to do? Lost in a whirl of thoughts, he suddenly felt in the pocket of the foul pants he had just changed out of 2 hefty gold bars, the very bounty bestowed upon him by the corpse. Hu Guohua frowned, an ill-conceived idea forming in his mind. Alas, to preserve his life, he would have to betray his conscience. The thought of conscience felt odd, but there was no time for such reflections. Survival took precedence, and if it meant acting unscrupulously, so be it. The following morning, he ventured to the county town, exchanging the gold bars for silver dollars, indulging himself in a smokehouse for a satisfying respite. With 10 silver dollars, he then purchased a young maiden, around 17 or 18 years of age, from a destitute village nestled in a mountain gorge. Though the early Republic of China had expressly prohibited the trafficking of human beings, the poverty of the populace rendered such laws ineffective, resulting in frequent sales of sons and daughters, a reality the government could not suppress. Thus, the law was rendered virtually meaningless. Having purchased the young woman, Hu Guohua informed her during their journey that he intended to take her home as his bride, assuring her not to worry, for they would live a good life together. He promised her a future filled with delicacies and luxuries. The young woman, named Xiaozie, was a shy country girl, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dared not look up at him, silently allowing him to lead her away. Hu Guohua took charge of a little donkey that carried Xiaozie, and under the cover of the dark night, they headed straight for the desolate grave at Shisanlipu. The mountain path was treacherous, and fearing he might miss his timing, Hu Guohua hastened his pace. Along the way, he encountered a feng shui master named Sun, renowned throughout the province, gifted with an innate ability to perceive the yin and yang. He not only read fortunes but also possessed the remarkable skill of the 5 elements and the art of evasion. Upon seeing Hu Guohua, Master Sun noticed a faint layer of dark energy surrounding him. After calculating with his fingers, he was taken aback and promptly halted Hu Guohua, inquiring with urgency about his haste. Hu Guohua, irritated, replied dismissively that he had pressing matters to attend to. Master Sun then raised his voice, demanding to know, "I ask you, this walking corpse, where's your heart?" This statement struck Hu Guohua like a thunderbolt, and he quickly knelt down, pleading for Master Sun to save him. The master assisted him to his feet, saying, "Though your moral character is tarnished, it is not irredeemable. You must understand that turning back is the path to salvation. It is not difficult for me to rescue you, but you must first take me as your teacher and rid yourself of your opium addiction." Upon hearing the requirement to abandon opium, Hu Guohua felt it was akin to forfeiting his life. Yet, after careful consideration, he concluded that life was indeed more precious than the drug. With the belief that as long as he had life, he could find sustenance, he resolved to seek Master Sun's help to free himself from the haunting of the female corpse. He thought he could later indulge in his opium in secret without fear of discovery. With his mind made up, he bowed to Master Sun 8 times, performing the ritual of apprenticeship. Once arrangements were made, Master Sun instructed Hu Guohua to follow his guidance while he kept a watchful distance for protection. When the moon reached its zenith, Hu Guohua, accompanied by Xiaozie, arrived at the abandoned grave at Shisanlipu, where the female corpse had long been waiting. She scolded Hu Guohua before eagerly seizing Xiaozie, clawing out her heart and consuming it. Suddenly, the female corpse let out a ghastly scream, tearing Xiaozie's body into pieces. At that moment, Xiaozie revealed her true form. It turned out that Master Sun had repaid her with her own method, for this false Xiaozie was merely a paper effigy, while the real Xiaozie had been safely placed elsewhere by Master Sun. The heart devoured by the female corpse was a black donkey's hoof concealed within the paper figure, a potent talisman against malevolent entities, particularly those that had undergone a corpse transformation. In the realm of grave robbers, particularly in Jiangnan, it was customary to carry 2 black donkeys' hooves while working, a practice derived from the esoteric techniques of Maoshan. The details of this will be elaborated upon later. Upon consuming the black hoof, the malevolent being realized she had fallen into a trap and, in a fit of rage, attempted to rend Hu Guohua apart. However, he had already distanced himself. The female corpse howled at the heavens, her garments turning to ash, and her body transforming into a pool of blood until, in no time, only a stark white skeleton remained upon the ground. Mr. Sun observed from a distance, hurriedly making his way over. He retrieved a crimson elixir, roughly the size of a chicken egg, from the skeletal remains and commanded Hu Guohua to consume it. At last, Hu Guohua's essence returned to its rightful place. Together, they began to place the bones on the ground into a grand, vermilion coffin. Just as they were about to close the coffin, unexpectedly, the skull leapt up, opening its mouth to expel a cloud of black mist towards Mr. Sunday. Caught off guard, he was enveloped by the chilling aura of the corpse, which surged within him, causing tumult in his chest. However, seasoned by perilous encounters, he remained unperturbed, forcefully closing the coffin lid and securing it with long nails. He then used a chalk line to inscribe intricate patterns upon the coffin, creating a web of black lines akin to a go board, sealing it tightly. Having been struck by the zombie's malevolent energy and feeling significantly weakened, Mr. Sun sat on the ground, unable to move. He instructed Hu Guohua to gather some dry twigs to incinerate the lacquered coffin. Obediently, Hu Guohua ignited the pile, and flames surged, releasing clouds of foul black smoke until it was reduced to ashes. It was only then that Hu Guohua recalled the treasures of gold and silver within the coffin. Stomping his foot in regret for his late realization, he supported his master, Mr. Sun, and together with Xiao Cui, they returned to Mr. Sun's home. In the following days, Mr. Sun employed his secret methods to cure Hu Guohua of his smoking addiction, imparting skills in geomancy and divination. Hu Guohua established a modest stall in the county, offering services in fortune-telling and earning a modest income. He married Xiao Cui, grateful for his master's life-saving grace, and began to live a life of stability, gradually improving his circumstances. However, since that fateful encounter with the corpse's energy, Mr. Sun remained afflicted by the chilling poison and, after several years, passed away. Before his demise, Mr. Sun summoned Hu Guohua to his side and remarked, "Our bond as master and disciple is profound. Yet I have not had the chance to impart to you my true skills. Here lies an ancient text, the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret, though it is but a fragment, containing merely half a scroll of minor arts for geomancy and tomb-seeking. Keep it as a memento." With those words, he took his last breath, departing from this world. Hu Guohua laid his master to rest, and in his spare time, he diligently studied the fragment Mr. Sun had left him. Day by day, he gleaned some insights and began to select auspicious burial sites for the wealthy in the county, gradually gaining a measure of renown and accumulating wealth. Xiao Cui bore him a son, whom they named Hu Yunxian. At 17, Hu Yunxian attended an English missionary school in the provincial capital. His spirited nature and exposure to revolutionary ideals ignited a fervor within him, leading him to dream nightly of participating in revolutionary upheaval. Consequently, he left home to join the revolutionary sanctum of Yan'an. Subsequently, Hu Yunxian enlisted in the army and rose to the rank of a regiment commander in the 6th column of the 3rd Field Army by the time of the founding of the nation. During the Huai River Campaign, he led his troops southward following the crossing of the Yangtze River, establishing his home in the southern regions. Later, I came into existence. Born at a fortuitous moment coinciding with the Army Day celebration on August 1st, my father named me Hu Jianjun, yet upon attending kindergarten, I discovered that there were 7 or 8 others in my class bearing the same name. The prevalence of this appellation was overwhelming. Consequently, I was rechristened as Hu Bai. My grandfather, Hu Guohua, remarked that the name change was fortuitous, as it resonated with the phrase, "Who ate 10,001 tube." When I reached the age of 18, my family faced a severe upheaval. My grandfather, who had spent his life practicing feng shui and selecting burial sites for others, met his own end with a modest cremation, a testament to the capricious nature of life. During his lifetime, he had an affinity for collecting antiques, yet none of those precious artifacts survived. Ultimately, the sole remnant of his legacy was a tattered book he had left behind, which he instructed me to wrap in oilcloth and conceal atop a public restroom's roof to safeguard it. At that time, young people had 3 paths to choose from after graduation. One could enlist in the military, which was regarded as the most honorable option. One could seek personal growth, or one could anticipate future job placements upon demobilization. Alternatively, remaining in the city as a worker was also commendable, offering the chance to earn a salary. The most unfortunate were those lacking connections or facing familial crises, relegated to the arduous task of going to the countryside to participate in labor teams. If one were to suggest a 4th option, staying home, such a notion was out of the question. During that era, idleness was not an option. Everyone was deemed a vital cog in the socialist machine, each possessing their own utility. Those who lingered at home were incessantly courted by community committees, schools, and youth offices, each attempting to mobilize them. However, some resolutely resisted and ultimately remained in the cities, where they were eventually assigned jobs. Such was the complexity of life in China, an enigma that left one increasingly bewildered, perpetually unaware of the underlying rules, and the unspoken regulations often eluded understanding. At that youthful juncture, I was oblivious to the intricacies of the rural labor movement. Given my background, the military was a distant hope, and there was little oversight for job placements in the city. Thus, with no other recourse, I resolved to join the labor teams, regarding it as an opportunity to broaden my horizons and cultivate my spirit, relishing the prospect of departing home, ideally to venture as far as possible. Most individuals from my locality chose to go to Yunnan or Xinjiang, yet I opted for Inner Mongolia, accompanied by my friend Wang Kaixin, who was somewhat plumper and fairer than the average person, earning him the nickname Fatty. Our destination was a remote place called Ganganjiangzi, a name I had never encountered before. It was only upon being informed of our journey to this locale that I realized such a place existed in the world. As I boarded the train, departing from home, there were no farewells for us, in stark contrast to the enthusiastic send-offs for those enlisting in the military. Our departure as educated youth was marked by a poignant sense of tragedy. I carried with me the sole remnant of my grandfather's legacy. The book titled The 16-Character Inyang Feng Shui Secret Technique, of which I had no understanding, yet it was the only item preserved from my family. And I wished to keep it close, to glance upon it when the pangs of homesickness struck. Though Inner Mongolia was the destination, it was not far from Heilongjiang. Nearing the borders of Outer Mongolia, the predominant residents were Han Chinese, with only a smattering of Manchu and Mongolian ethnicities. If one has never ventured to Gangan-Jiangxi, it is nearly impossible to fathom the hardships of that place. Our group of educated youth comprised 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women. Upon arrival, we were utterly astounded, for we found ourselves surrounded by undulating mountains and an endless expanse of pristine forest. A journey of over 100 miles from the settlement yielded no sight of a single soul. The region was devoid of roads, let alone electricity. Lighting an oil lamp was a privilege reserved for officials, and brandishing a flashlight was akin to residing in a presidential suite by contemporary standards. In the city, such conditions were unimaginable. We had naively assumed that our homeland was filled with towering buildings, electric lights, and telephones. However, there was a certain freshness to our experience. I had never encountered mountains of such grandeur, and many of the mountain products were a novel delight. The nearby mountains were bountiful, offering an abundance of wild produce and fish from the rivers, so we did not fear for our sustenance. Upon returning to the city, I heard tales from others who had gone to Shaanxi to serve and who spoke of true hardship, having not seen a decent grain of food in years. The labor of the educated youth was not particularly arduous, as the locals relied on the mountains for sustenance and cultivated few crops. During summer nights, we took turns watching over the fields, fearing wildlife might ravage the crops. Thus, it was necessary for 1 or 2 of us to stay overnight in the fields. The crops in the mountains were not like the vast green expanses of the North China Plain. Rather, they were scattered patches, cultivated wherever the land was level. One night, while I was on watch with my companion, the corpulent fellow, he slept in the grass shed while I took a stroll. Seeing nothing amiss, I decided to return to rest. Approaching the shed, I noticed a large, round, white shape not far from it. Rubbing my eyes and scrutinizing the figure, I confirmed that I was not hallucinating, yet the darkness rendered it impossible to discern what it was. At that moment, I did not believe in ghosts, assuming it to be some animal, so I picked up a wooden stick, intending to scare it away. In the pitch-black night, this white object swayed slightly, raising questions about its nature. It did not resemble an animal, yet if it were not one, why did it move? The darkness was oppressive, and without a kerosene lamp, I could not ascertain its identity. Though I harbored no fear of spirits, the unknown instilled a certain apprehension within me, preventing me from boldly striking out with the stick, which was merely a thick branch I had found on the ground. Tentatively, I poked the soft, white mass, only to hear my companion exclaim from the darkness, "What are you doing? Hubai? Why are you poking my backside with a stick?" It was merely a false alarm. The corpulent fellow had consumed something unwholesome during the day, leading to his discomfort at night, and his prominent white dairy was the only thing visible in the dark. The following morning, he insisted on compensation, claiming that I had caused the demise of over 100,000 brain cells. I retorted, "With a brain like yours, could you possibly have that many cells?" I explained that we were both impoverished, having accepted the highest directive to endure the necessary re-education among the peasantry. "What do you expect me to offer as compensation? As your close revolutionary comrade, I must inform you that my entire possessions consist solely of the trousers I am currently wearing. Surely, you do not expect me to offer you these?" The rotund fellow grinned mischievously and said, "No need for that. Just yesterday, I stumbled upon an enormous beehive in the old woods by Tuan Mountain. Come with me to poke it. We can gather some honey to mix with water for a drink, and perhaps trade honey with Yin Zi's father for some rabbit meat. Yin Zi is a young lady, and her father is a renowned old hunter in the village. Both the rotund fellow and I reside at the youth station in her home. The father and daughter often venture into the mountains to hunt and occasionally treat us to wild game. We felt somewhat guilty for constantly indulging in their generous offerings. Yet our impoverished state left us with little to reciprocate with. Upon discovering the large beehive, we resolved to collect some honey to present to Yin Zi. Eager and impulsive, we decided to act immediately. In our previous lives in the city, we were notorious for our mischievous antics, and poking a beehive seemed trivial compared to the far more audacious exploits we had engaged in. fearing I might lose my way. I borrowed Yinzi's hunting dog, a medium-sized pup she had raised herself, named Chestnut Yellow. She had yet to take it hunting, and upon learning of our plans to visit Tuan Mountain, she willingly lent us the dog. The distance from our village to Tuan Mountain was not particularly far in a straight line, but due to the absence of paths, we traversed mountains and ridges for half a day before finally arriving. The forest was vast, and the villagers had warned us against entering, claiming that bears roamed within. We had heard of a man in the village who bore the scars of a bear attack during his childhood in these very woods. Fortunately, Yinzi's father had arrived just in time to scare the bear away with a gunshot, rescuing him. Nevertheless, the boy's face bore the mark of the encounter. The bear's tongue had left a gaping wound, resulting in the loss of half his face. Now in his 40s, he remained unmarried, prompting the village elders to shed tears at his tale. Though we were bold, we dared not recklessly enter the primordial forest. The beehive the rotund fellow referred to was one he had discovered at the forest edge while gathering pine seed oil with some villagers, perched upon a large tree near a small stream. To our astonishment, the beehive was colossal, far larger than any we had encountered before. From a distance, it resembled a small calf without limbs hanging from the tree, with a swarm of enormous wasps buzzing around, their drone deafening. I exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? This isn't just a beehive. It's a veritable wasp atomic bomb. If we poke this, what will happen?" The rotund fellow replied, "Exactly. If it were an ordinary hive, would I need you at all? I could handle it myself. So, are you still up for it?" I retorted, "What is this? Our team is invincible. We fear not even the imperialist planes and tanks of America. How could we be afraid of a few little bees? They are but paper tigers." With bravado, I declared, "Today we shall feast on honey." Nevertheless, I knew we could not act recklessly. One misstep could lead to a painful sting from the wasps. Given their size, they were likely venomous, and just a couple of stings could be fatal. Fortunately, a small river flowed nearby, an advantage indeed. I took out a piece of bread, broke off 2 chunks, and fed them to Chestnut Yellow, sending the dog far away to ensure its safety. Then we donned the military overcoats we had brought, adorned ourselves with fur hats, wrapped our necks with scarves, and put on gloves. A transparent scarf borrowed from a female youth volunteer shielded the front of our hats. After ensuring that not a single inch of skin was exposed, we had Fatty fetch 2 hollow reeds, one for each of us, to use for breathing should we need to leap into the river to evade the swarm of bees. Once prepared, we waddled to the tree like 2 cumbersome bears, my hands clutching a bundle of winter grass seeds and a box of matches, while Fatty counted 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, he thrust the long pole forcefully into the connection between the beehive and the tree trunk. With just a few strikes, the enormous hive plummeted to the ground, and countless hornets erupted from within, forming a dark cloud in the sky that buzzed ominously above our heads. Having adequately prepared, I disregarded the hornet assault, igniting the wintergrass seeds and placing them at the downwind side of the hive. The hornets emerging from within were disoriented by the smoke, flitting about chaotically. Fatty and I constructed a makeshift firewall of earth around the burning grass to prevent a raging inferno. At this point, the hornets that had not been affected by the smoke had identified their target and began to swarm towards us. I felt a cacophony above my head, akin to the sound of hail striking down. Not daring to linger, Fatty and I dashed towards a nearby brook, its waters shallow, less than a meter deep. We plunged beneath the surface, the rushing water sweeping the hornets away. I pressed my fur hat against my head to prevent it from being washed away while holding the reed to breathe. After a considerable time, I emerged, discovering that the hornets had either drowned or succumbed to the smoke and posed no further threat. Though it was midsummer, the mountain stream was frigid, and I trembled from the cold as I finally crawled ashore, lying on a stone and gasping for breath. The sunlight warmed my body, bringing an indescribable comfort. Before long, Fatty, unable to endure any longer, unsteadily climbed onto the bank. Halfway up, he suddenly exclaimed, lifting his arm with a start, revealing a deep gash from an unknown object, blood streaming forth. I hurried back into the stream to assist him, and as he clutched his wound tightly, he warned, "Be careful. It seems there's a broken bowl in this river." Damn, it nearly killed me. There was no one living nearby, so how could there be a broken bowl? My curiosity piqued. I stripped down and, bare-chested, ventured into the stream to investigate. At the spot where Fatty had been injured, I discovered half of a broken porcelain bowl. Its design and blue patterns bore a resemblance to the Northern Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain once cherished by my grandfather. I was surprised to find remnants of such antiquities in these deep mountains, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Yet, This fragment held no value for me, and with a flick of my wrist, I tossed the half-bowl far into the woods. Fatty, having stripped off his soaked clothing, hastily bandaged his wound, then jumped back into the stream. We both enjoyed a refreshing wash and hung our clothes and shoes on the smooth pebbles by the brook. I whistled to summon Chestnut back to us. Suddenly, from afar, I spotted the hunting dog, Chestnut Huang, returning with a plump, gray wild rabbit clutched in its mouth. One could only wonder how this unfortunate creature had stumbled into the jaws of a novice hound still in training. Overjoyed at the sight of the rabbit, I rolled around on the ground with Chestnut Huang, exclaiming what a splendid dog it was. As a reward, I broke off a generous piece of honeycomb, dripping with golden honey from the beehive. The hefty fellow suggested, "Let us find someone to give us a few puppies to raise. Then we can feast on rabbit meat every day." I retorted, "You dream too grandly. No matter how many rabbits roam the mountains, they cannot withstand your voracious appetite." Dismissing further idle chatter, I admitted my own hunger and urged him to prepare the rabbit while I gathered firewood. By the stream, the portly man meticulously cleaned and skinned the rabbit, while I collected a bundle of dry pine branches and ignited a crackling fire. I generously coated the skinned rabbit with a thick layer of honey and placed it over the flames to roast. Before long, the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of honey-glazed rabbit. I severed the rabbit's head to feed to the dog, and we gleefully divided the remaining meat. Savoring every bite, I had never tasted anything so delectable in my life, nearly swallowing my own fingers in the process, though devoid of oil or salt. The flavor of the wild rabbit, roasted with wild honey and pine branches, was unlike anything one could ever imagine in the city. Life as an educated youth was indeed a blend of hardships and joys. Exiled to the remote mountains by society, we lost certain comforts but also gained experiences unattainable in urban life. It seemed that some aspects of life could not be measured by mere gains and losses. After satisfying our hunger and noting that the day was drawing to a close, I fashioned a crude stick to pierce through the massive honeycomb, and together we hoisted it. Singing revolutionary songs on our way back to the village, the heavens and the earth are vast, yet our determination is greater. The love of our fathers and mothers pales in comparison to the kindness of the Communist Party. The jubilant chorus resonated, though somewhat discordantly mingled with the excited barks of Chestnut Huang, evoking an atmosphere reminiscent of a film where enemies invade a village. Upon returning to the settlement, I noticed a significant absence of people and inquired of Swallow, "Where have your father and the others gone?" She replied, while assisting us with the honeycomb, "The Chagan River has flooded, and many from the village have gone to help move timber. The secretary asked me to tell you to watch over the crops and avoid causing trouble. They want tea returned for 7 or 8 days." I detested being warned against causing trouble, as if I were inherently a mischief maker. Hence, I retorted to Swallow, "The secretary must have been tipsy. What kind of trouble can we cause? We are all good children of Chairman Mao." Swallow chuckled, "You think you want tea cause any trouble? Ever since you city folks arrived, the hens in the village have stopped laying eggs because of all your commotion." Among our group, 2 other male educated youths had gone to the timber yard, leaving just me, the hefty fellow, and 2 other female youths. Feeling fortunate for having avoided work, we poured the honey into jars, filling more than 10 substantial clay pots. Swallow mentioned that the remaining honeycomb could be used for cooking, promising to prepare roe deer meat stir-fried with honeycomb for dinner. Upon the mention of our corpulent companion, laughter ensued, as we remarked that our modest lives today resembled a festive celebration. This afternoon, we indulged in roasted rabbit, and in the evening, we savored stir-fried roe deer meat with honeycomb, causing my mouth to water. Yinzi inquired about the location of our rabbit roasting, and I recounted the details. She cautioned, "Oh, you mustn't be reckless. Roasting wild rabbits near the old forest could attract a bear." Her words struck us with the realization of the potential danger. Fortunately, it seemed the bear was likely sleeping today and did not catch the enticing aroma of our meal. As I assisted Yinzi in kindling the fire, I recounted an incident where our hefty friend had injured his hand on a broken bowl in the creek. In such a remote wilderness, where could one possibly find a Song Dynasty porcelain bowl? I mused. Yinzi responded nonchalantly, "That is hardly novel. Every bride from our village has several jars and vases as dowries, all retrieved from the river." My intrigue deepened. Can one truly fish for antiques in the river? Yinzi then unearthed 2 porcelain vases from beneath her bed for me to inspect. They didn't originate from the river but were swept downstream from the upper reaches. The sources of these rivers near our village lie in the Neo-Xian mountain of Lama Valley. According to the elders, that mountain conceals the grave of a certain empress from the Liao or Jin dynasty, filled with treasures long lost. Many have sought that tomb, yet few have succeeded. Either they have not found it or have entered Lama Valley and never returned. The forest there is densely overgrown. My father once claimed to have seen wild men lurking in that ravine, and some say Nyo Exine Mountain is haunted. In any case, no one has dared to venture there in recent years. As twilight descended, Yinzi completed the meal. Our hefty friend went to summon the other two female-educated youth for dinner, only to return breathlessly with one named Wang Wan. I hurriedly inquired about the commotion. After much panting, Wang Wan revealed that she had received a letter indicating that her companion, Tian Xiaoming's mother, had been hospitalized due to a severe asthma attack. Hearing that the Buddha fruit, which supposedly flourished in Lama Valley, could alleviate asthma, Tian Xiaoming had ventured alone to gather it. Leaving early in the morning and failing to return even as darkness fell, my forehead throbbed with anxiety. How could Tian Xiaoming be so reckless? That area was a primeval forest, and even experienced hunters from the village dared not venture there without caution. Wang Wan wept. I couldn't stop her. We must hurry and find her. What if something terrible happens? However, the village's labor force had all departed for the forest farm, leaving only the elderly and the very young. Thus, it fell upon me and our corpulent friend to search. Yinzi insisted on bringing Lizzie Huang and her hunting rifle along, leaving Wang Wan behind to tend to the crops. With a dog in the mountains, one need not fear losing their way. Time was of the essence, and we lit torches while leading Lizzie Huang into the woods throughout the night. The depths of the forest presented no discernible path, and I found myself perplexed by Tian Xiaoming's audacity to venture alone into the heart of the mountains. Our hefty companion speculated that she must have acted out of desperation. After all, who would remain calm with their mother ailing? As darkness enveloped us, we relied on the dog to track scents. But Lizzie Wang had not undergone professional tracking training and often lost the trail, necessitating retracing our steps to search anew. Thus, we proceeded at a languid pace. What once took 4 or 5 hours turned into an entire night's journey. As dawn broke in the east, the morning breeze in the great forest sent shivers down our spines, and the invigorating air revived our spirits. The swallow pointed westward, saying, "Look, that great mountain is Nyo Exine Shan." My companion and I gazed towards the west, where a peculiar and colossal peak loomed amidst the vast sea of trees. The mountain bore a striking resemblance to the shape of an ox's heart, with 9 cascading waterfalls tumbling down like white silk dragons. The porcelain artifacts collected by the villagers had been washed down from these very waterfalls. It seemed that the legendary tomb of the Liao dynasty's empress might lie within the mountain, though no one had ever located its entrance over the years. Upon witnessing this magnificent peak, an inexplicable familiarity washed over me, as if I had encountered such a mountain before. A fleeting thought struck me, and I finally recalled a passage from the tattered book left by my grandfather that I often perused during idle moments. The topography of this mountain was indicative of an exceptional feng shui site, with its frontward view and supportive back. The 9 waterfalls resembled 9 dragons drawing water, dividing the hill into a form akin to a blossoming lotus. Yes, it seemed to be referred to as Jiulong Zhao Yulian. If the mountain had one waterfall too many or one too few, or lacked a significant flow, it would not embody the pattern of Jiulong Zhao Yulian. The number 9, being the largest single digit, carries connotations of supremacy and eternity, often regarded as the most auspicious number. Furthermore, if the waterfalls exhibited diminished flow, they would not be dragons, but rather mere snakes. This feng shui treasure site also has an alternate name, Luo Shenyan, which, according to the book, is most suitable for the burial of women. Interring a man there could spell calamity for his family. At this moment, an inkling arose within me that my grandfather's 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret was not mere superstition, but contained substantive insights worthy of further study upon my return. Nevertheless, I did not perceive any practical value in such feng shui practices. Throughout Chinese history, numerous emperors and ministers have been buried with great care. None were interred haphazardly. The tides of history, with their rise and fall, cannot be swayed by the quality of one's ancestral tomb. The swallow gestured towards the valley in front of Nyo Exine Shan, declaring, "This is the infamous Lama Valley, rumored to be home to wild men and haunted at night." My companion surveyed the valley, shrouded in dense primordial forest, and frowned, saying, "If Tian Xiaoming enters Lama Valley, she will surely get lost. With only the 3 of us and 1 dog, finding her will be quite challenging." Noticing their despondency, I encouraged them, asserting, "Communist materialists ought not to believe in the existence of ghosts in this world. Be it specters or wild men, should I encounter them, it would be their misfortune. I would capture a few alive. My companion, sharing a military background like mine, possessed an innate fearlessness, and upon hearing my words, he became invigorated, eager to venture into the valley. Only the swallow appeared apprehensive. Being a local, she had heard countless terrifying tales about Llama Valley since childhood, naturally instilling a sense of dread. However, the urgency of rescuing our friend took precedence, and thus, she cast aside her fears. The three of us sat down briefly to consume some provisions and organize our equipment. We possessed 2 hunting rifles, previously utilized by Yinzi and her father during their hunting excursions. One was a 3-barreled shotgun, while the other was a traditional rifle commonly employed by the Orican people. Both firearms were antiquated, featuring front-loading mechanisms, which, while devastating at close range, lacked the power and precision necessary for targets beyond 35 meters. They were suitable only for hunting small game like hares or roe deer. Since the age of 6, I had accompanied my father to the shooting range, becoming well acquainted with the standard-issue firearms of the People's Liberation Army. However, I felt no confidence in my ability to control these front-loading flintlock rifles. The experience of Fatty was comparable to mine, so we decided that Yinzi and I would each take one of the rifles while Fatty armed himself with a chopping knife. Once we were adequately prepared, we plunged into the dense forest of Llama Valley. Within the depths of Llama Valley, the most immediate and tangible threat, surpassing the mythical wild men and mountain spirits, came from the human bear. Despite being a bear, the human bear was named for its tendency to walk upright. It was a colossal creature, with tough skin and thick flesh, and hunters dared only to confront it in groups, accompanied by a pack of hunting dogs. An encounter with a human bear while armed solely with a flimsy rifle in the primordial forest was tantamount to a death sentence. After traversing the forest for most of the day, the thunderous roar of the 9 waterfalls on Nyo Xian Mountain grew increasingly pronounced. It was evident that we were nearing the end of Llama Valley, close to the foot of Nyo Xian Mountain. We had yet to encounter the human bear or the wild men, nor had we seen any trace of Tian Staoming. Fatty, utterly exhausted, plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "I can't go on any longer." Yinzi suggested, "Then let us take a break. It seems Li Zihuang can no longer catch the scent of Tian Staoming. What are we to do? If we don't find her, the village chief and my father will surely scold me." I, too, was fatigued and took a few swigs from my water flask. I remarked to them, "Perhaps Tian Xiaoming has been devoured by the human bear? Alternatively, she might have been captured by the wild men to become their captive bride." As we rested and engaged in idle chatter, we suddenly heard Li Zihuang barking frantically towards the depths of the forest. The hunting dogs, being of noble lineage, would not bark in such a manner unless faced with extreme danger. I inquired of Yinzi, "What is wrong with the dogs? Have they spotted some beast?" Yinzi's face turned pale, and she urged, "Quick, climb the tree. It's the human bear." Upon hearing this, I swiftly scrambled up a large tree. Looking down, I saw Yinzi struggling to support Fatty, who was incapable of climbing and was laboriously inching his way up the trunk. I hastily descended to assist her in hoisting Fatty's rear. After much effort, Fatty finally managed to reach the lowest branch, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "This tree is just too damn high." Li Zihuang's barks grew increasingly frantic. Before Yinzi and I could fully ascend the tree, a hulking, black-furred human bear emerged from the thicket. Upon spotting us, it became agitated, rising on its hind legs and roaring thunderously. Yinzi, seasoned from years of hunting with her father, acted swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hunting rifle and fired at the human bear. A flash of fire erupting as the bullet struck its abdomen. Due to the proximity and the extreme softness of the bear's abdomen, the shot created a gaping wound, causing blood and entrails to spill forth. Infuriated by its injury, the bear hastily shoved its intestines back inside, then lunged violently at Yinzi. Yinzi's shotgun could not fire rapidly, and with trees and thorns behind her, escape was impossible. She could only close her eyes and await her fate. The urgency of saving her compelled me to act without hesitation. I raised my gun, aiming for the bear's head. If I missed, Yinzi would surely perish. My hands trembled slightly as I gritted my teeth and pulled the trigger. The deafening blast of the shotgun's recoil nearly toppled me, and I fell onto the ground. Whether it was the gun's insufficient lethality or my aim being askew, although I struck the bear's head, I only managed to blind one of its eyes. This shot, though not fatal, saved Yinzi. The bear, now with one eye blinded and blood streaming down its face, its eye socket dangling with a portion of its eyeball, became even more frenzied, abandoning Yinzi to charge directly at me. At that moment, Li Zihuang bit ferociously at the bear's hind leg. The bear turned to grasp at Li Huang, who cleverly darted away, taunting the bear with bared teeth. This brief respite allowed both Yinzi and me to climb up the large tree. The bear, severely wounded with its entrails exposed and one eye missing, was a fearsome creature in the mountains, even feared by tigers. It had never suffered such a significant loss, and while it sought to catch Li Huang, it could not match the speed of a hunting dog. It turned its attention to us, but we had both ascended the tree. Circling beneath, filled with rage yet unsure of how to proceed, it erupted in a thunderous roar that echoed through the valley. I lay on the tree, amused as I watched the bear frantically pacing below, oblivious to its predicament. I called out to the plump man on another tree. Xiao Pang, why hasn't he, your second uncle, left yet? What is he doing down there, wandering aimlessly? You should tell him not to be so despondent. Xiao Pang was not afraid of the bear but rather of heights. In modern terms, he might have been described as having a slight fear of heights. Trembling on the tree branch, he was frightened, yet unwilling to appear weak. He retorted, "Who by? You must be lacking in decency. That creature down there is certainly not my second uncle. Look closely, is that not your wife?" I burst into laughter, pointing at the bear below as I replied, "Oh, I see now, my mistake. This is your old aunt. I certainly won't be your uncle." Infuriated, Xiao Pang attempted to throw pine cones at me from the tree, but with both hands tightly gripping the branch, fearful that a moment's release would send him plummeting, he could only glare at me. My amusement quickly faded when I noticed the bear recklessly climbing the very tree I occupied. Though heavy, its strength was immense, and the pain from its injuries had rendered it completely irrational. In its eyes, there were only 3 humans and 1 dog, fixated with a blood-red gaze. The claws of its massive paw gripped the trunk firmly, and with each leap, it ascended over a meter in height. I silently cursed. Who on earth told me that a bear cannot climb trees? Was this not a trap set for me? In the mountains, there is an old saying from seasoned hunters to the young: better to face a fierce tiger than a maddened bear. A bear driven completely mad by injury possesses an astonishing capacity for destruction and ferocity. My heart raced, and I found no humor left to share with my companions. My mind raced with plans to extricate myself from this perilous situation. At that moment, Swallow reminded me, quickly load the iron sand and aim for its other eye. It was then that I recalled the hunting rifle strapped to my back, cursing myself for its uselessness. I climbed higher into the tree, unfastening the belt used for my trousers, securing it to a sturdy branch capable of bearing my weight. With one hand grasping the rifle to maintain balance, I freed the other to load the gun. I filled the barrel with most of the remaining powder from my horn. The bear ascended rapidly, drawing closer, while Swallow and the fatty anxiously sweated for me. I focused intently on the task of loading the rifle, deliberately avoiding thoughts of the bear climbing up to me. Once the powder was loaded, I pressed the iron sand down firmly with a ramrod, sweat streaming down my brow. This rifle was truly a hassle. A malfunctioning gun could cost a life. In the vast northern forests, how many hunters have lost their precious lives due to the absence of a reliable firearm? At that moment, I longed for a semi-automatic rifle. Even facing 2 or 3 bears would pose no challenge. Under these dire circumstances, even a pistol would have sufficed. Just as I finished loading the iron sand and replaced the flint, the bear's claws grazed my feet. I quickly withdrew my foot and, seizing the opportunity, aimed the rifle downwards at the bear's head and fired. However, I had loaded too much powder, causing a cloud of smoke that enveloped my face in a dark haze. The rifle relied on the explosive force of the powder to ignite the iron sand, but the low angle caused the sand to shift within the barrel, preventing it from achieving its full power. Additionally, due to the one-handed aim, without a stable point of support, I missed the bear's head and struck its shoulder instead, leaving it bloodied and mangled. The bear tumbled from the height of the tree, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a carpet of dried branches and leaves. Given its thick hide, the fall inflicted little damage. The bear quickly regained its footing, this time choosing not to climb. Like a heavy tank, it charged at the tree, bellowing and crashing against it with its massive frame, shaking loose the pine needles and cones that rained down like droplets. Fortunately, the belt secured my arm, preventing me from being dislodged. I grew concerned that this tree might not withstand the bear's assault and could snap at its base. I never imagined I would meet my end in this remote forest. Facing imminent death, I resolved not to lose face. Mustering a semblance of revolutionary fervor to demonstrate to Fatty and Swallow that I, Old Who, was no coward. Thus, I shouted with all my might, "It seems I am destined to meet Marx. I apologize, comrades, for I must take my leave first. If you have any messages for our revolutionary mentor, I shall be sure to convey them. A hefty figure called out to me from a large tree several meters away. Comrade Lao Hu, fret not, for the revolutionary cause does not hinge upon your presence. It thrives regardless. Once you reach Old Ma, immerse yourself in revolutionary theory. I hear they frequently dine on potato stew with beef. Are you accustomed to such fare? I replied, when have we, revolutionaries, ever been particular about our meals? Comrade Little Fatty, as long as the revolutionary cart remains upright, push it forward without hesitation. The red flag shall flutter high above the serf spears, and the black hand of tyranny shall be vanquished. The remaining 2/3 of the suffering masses rely on your liberation. While I shall indulge in my daily potato stew. Swallow, distressed, burst into tears. What time is it? And you two are still idly chatting. Come up with a plan. Swiftly, just as we found ourselves at a loss, the bear man ceased his relentless assault on the tree, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. It appeared he had lost considerable blood and, despite his formidable strength, had exhausted himself. Now, in a rare moment of calm, he chose to conserve his energy, sitting beneath the tree and waiting us out. Chestnut Huang, having witnessed the bear man's might, dared not approach him any longer, opting to crouch at a distance. Though he too felt hunger pangs, his loyalty to his master prevented him from seeking food independently. With a whistle, Swallow urged Chestnut Huang to forage for sustenance, prompting him to venture away. The three of us huddled atop the tree, deliberating strategies, yet after thorough contemplation, we found ourselves devoid of feasible options. To descend and confront the bear man armed merely with an antiquated rifle would undeniably spell doom. Most villagers were absent, leaving no hope for assistance. To avoid falling, we secured ourselves to the tree trunk with our belts, determining to outlast one another in this stalemate. This predicament was particularly disadvantageous for us three, as the recent harrowing encounter with the bear man had drained our energy. With night approaching, we had endured 2 days and nights without sleep, subsisting solely on a few cornmeal pancakes. We were both famished and exhausted, and it seemed unlikely we would last until dawn without succumbing to hunger and plummeting from the tree. In this dire situation, a line from the chairman's poetry came to mind. Though surrounded by countless enemies, I remained steadfast. However, there were no banners in sight, only the bear man lying in wait. Lost in my thoughts, I unwittingly dozed off against the tree trunk, only to awaken later, tormented by hunger pains. As I opened my eyes, I beheld a star-studded sky, with a waning crescent moon illuminating the deep night. The forest lay in eerie silence, and upon peering down, I noticed the bear man had vanished, leaving me unaware of when he had departed. The dense branches obscured my view of Swallow and Little Fatty, prompting me to call out with all my might, "Swallow, Little Fatty, are you still up there?" I repeated the query several times, my voice echoing through the midnight valley, yet received no response. Though I prided myself on my courage, the thought of being utterly alone in this primal forest sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't help but think how inconsiderate they were to abandon me without a word as they departed. I called out twice from the tree, yet there was no response. Growing increasingly anxious, I scanned my surroundings and spotted a flickering light not far ahead. To my astonishment, I realized that there were indeed inhabitants in such a desolate place. Had the two of them also noticed the glow and ventured forth to seek company? In the enveloping darkness, the cardinal directions eluded me, and all I could hear was the roaring of the rushing water. I tilted my head to locate the North Star, deducing that the source of the light must originate from the direction of Myoxian Mountain. I descended from the tree, treading gingerly toward the beckoning illumination. As I walked, I began to fantasize about the owner of that light, envisioning an elderly hunter residing in the mountains, his beard white and demeanor warm and welcoming. Surely, upon seeing a lost youth like myself in the forest, he would receive me with open arms, first offering a steaming cup of tea, then roasting a leg of deer for my sustenance. The more I imagined, the hungrier I became, wiping the drool that trickled from the corner of my mouth with my sleeve. Lost in thoughts of feasting, I soon arrived at the entrance of a vast cave. Within, a brilliant light shone deep inside. Oddly, despite having just seen the lights nearby, they now appeared to emanate from the depths of the cavern. Perhaps my hunger was playing tricks on my eyes. Compelled by the tantalizing allure of roasted venison, I ventured into the cave, hastening my steps to traverse the long, dark passage. Upon reaching the cavern's heart, I was struck by the expansive space that opened before me. Suddenly, I noticed a group of 5 or 6 young girls walking side by side, engaged in lively conversation. Though it was clearly summer, They wore opulent fur garments of classical design, seemingly not of contemporary fashion. Only one among them was dressed in a seasonal blue cotton outfit, her hair styled into two braided pigtails. She carried a military green canvas bag emblazoned with the words "Serve the People." Could it be? Yes, it was indeed Tian Xiaoming. Without a doubt, she was the young woman from Suzhou. Though my friend Fatty and I hailed from Fujian, and we were all Southerners, our acquaintance was rather superficial. This was mainly due to our mischievous natures, which often deterred the more demure and gentle girls from approaching us. Nevertheless, encountering a familiar face in this peculiar cave provided me with a sense of reassurance. I hastened my steps and called out to Tian Xiaoming, "Xiao Tian, what brings you here? Do you have any food?" Upon turning to see me, Tian Xiaoming waved her hand, beckoning me to come closer. As I approached, I exclaimed, "You seem to be having quite the adventure. We nearly became bear fodder in our search for you. What is this place? Do you have anything to eat?" "I'm famished," Tian Xiaoming replied. "I'm terribly sorry. It's all my fault. I got lost while foraging for herbs in Lama Valley. But these kind sisters rescued me. They are about to perform a shadow play, and you've arrived just in time for us to watch it together." She then introduced me to the young women beside her, who spoke with a local accent and exhibited remarkable politeness. They offered me some deer jerky and invited me to join them in watching the performance. I followed them deeper into the cave, where I beheld a magnificent structure at its center, resplendent with brilliant lights and surrounded by a mountain of various antiques and jade artifacts. Before the city gate, a paper lantern adorned with white cloth was erected, behind which sat a dozen musicians skilled in playing gongs and drums. In front, an elegantly antiquated long table was set, adorned with exquisite tea wares and teacups, alongside a large red agate tray overflowing with fruits and pastries. 3 chairs were placed before the table. The previously mentioned women clad in mink fur invited both myself and Tian Xiaoming to take our seats on either side, leaving the central chair seemingly vacant, as if an important guest were yet to arrive. Noticing the limited seating, Tian Xiaoming felt somewhat uneasy and considered declining. However, I was both weary and famished, and I paid no heed to formalities. After all, the people's realm is for the people. Since there was a seat available, it mattered not who occupied it. Thus, I boldly sat down and began to indulge in the delicacies before me. Perhaps driven by my ravenous hunger, the food, though exquisite in appearance, lacked any flavor, resembling nothing more than wax in my mouth. After a few bites, a growing sense of oddity enveloped me. At that moment, 2 young maidens assisted an elegantly dressed, silver-haired matron to exit through the grand entrance and take the central position. Both Tian Xiaoming and I stood to greet our host, and upon observing the matroness visage, I felt an even deeper sense of peculiarity. What era are we in that such a landlady still exists? The matron nodded at us and settled into her seat, remaining silent as she awaited the performance. A young attendant standing behind her clapped her hands, signaling the musicians and puppeteers to commence their vigorous performance. Shadow puppetry, originating during the Han and Tang dynasties and also known as lantern shadow play, is a cherished folk art that depicts characters and animals carved from donkey skin, manipulated by artists behind a white screen with the accompaniment of gongs and musical instruments. This art form has evolved over centuries, boasting an extensive repertoire of performances. However, in the current climate, such artistry had been severely compromised, leaving few daring enough to revive it. I never anticipated witnessing such a performance today. In an era marked by a dearth of cultural life, it was utterly captivating. I became so engrossed in the show that I entirely forgot about everything else. The shadow play presented a series of remarkable dramas, beginning with the Emperor Taizong's dream in the Moon Palace, followed by Di Qing's night raid on Kunlun Pass. The stage was alive with flashes of swords and the clash of weapons, the excitement palpable, and the accompanying drums and music compelled the audience to cheer in delight. Enthralled, my heart raced, and my throat parched. I reached for the teacup on the table to quench my thirst. By chance, I glanced at the elderly matron beside me, only to find her equally absorbed, her face alight with joy as she munched on fruits and pastries from the table, her chewing mannerisms oddly reminiscent of an old baboon, her cheeks puffing out as she savored each bite. My grandmother, in her later years without teeth, certainly did not eat in such a manner. Was this matron human or some creature of the wild? In my bewilderment, the teacup slipped from my grasp and shattered upon the floor. The shattering of the teacup was inconsequential. However, the matron's head subsequently toppled from her body, yet her gaze remained fixed on the shadow play, her mouth continuing to chew with fervor. The maidens attending her rushed forward to respectfully retrieve her head, placing it back upon her body. In my heart, I knew that I had encountered a ghost. I hastily pulled Tian Xiaoming and fled towards the cave's entrance. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, we stumbled out of the cave, the thunderous roars echoing in my ears, while the earth trembled incessantly. Behind us, the cave sealed itself into a massive stone wall. Had we delayed for even half a minute longer, we would have been crushed within its confines. Outside, daylight had already broken. I dragged Tian Xiaoming down to the stream at the foot of the mountain, but suddenly, an excruciating pain gripped my abdomen, causing beads of cold sweat to form on my forehead. I could not help but crouch down. It seemed that the food they had offered me was tainted. I recalled my grandfather's tales of ghosts enticing people with food, using stones, frogs, and maggots disguised as delicacies to deceive. I shuddered at the thought of what I had just consumed, feeling increasingly nauseated, and I could no longer suppress my urge to vomit. In my agony, I faintly perceived two figures approaching. The girl in front appeared somewhat familiar. It was Yanzi. Upon seeing her, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But then the world faded to black as I lost consciousness. When I awoke, 3 days had passed. That day, Yanzi and the plump fellow had remained in the tree until dawn, while the bear beneath had succumbed to blood loss. Yet, my whereabouts were nowhere to be found until they discovered me and Tian Xiaoming, both unconscious by the riverbank. I had been in a state of coma for 3 days, suffering from a high fever of over 40 degrees. The plump fellow had traversed over 100 miles through the mountains to summon a doctor from the county to treat my condition. Fortunately, I was robust enough to regain consciousness, but Tian Xiaoming remained unresponsive, and I had no choice but to notify her family to take her home for treatment. As for her fate thereafter, we were left in the dark. I recounted my ordeal to Yanzi's father, who informed me that I had likely encountered a ghost market, also known as a ghost play. There was a legend in the mountains that when a certain empress passed away, many folk performers were buried alive as accompanying sacrifices. In the past, some had witnessed events similar to mine at Nyoshin Mountain. However, these memories were hazy, and at times, I was unsure whether they had truly occurred. My time as an educated youth lasted just over half a year, a brief span yet one that left indelible memories. During the spring festival of 1969, it was my turn to return home for a family visit, leading to a significant turning point in my fate. I wished to bid farewell to Gangan Jiangzi and my good friends, including the stout Yanzi, but time did not permit. I penned them a letter, feeling a pang of guilt for having joined the military while leaving my dear friends behind in the mountains. It felt somewhat disloyal to abandon them in their struggles. However, this sentiment faded within 3 months when I began to realize the comforts of life in the mountains. I was assigned by the conscription office to a unit that was preparing to transition into an armored division. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, after enduring 3 grueling months in basic training, a directive from the Central Military Commission ordered this unit to be relocated to the Kunlun Mountain Pass at the 62nd Class Barracks on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, transforming the entire division into an engineering battalion. Indeed, this matter is not surprising. At that time, the entire nation's military was engaged in excavation for civil defense construction, digging various types of tunnels, air defense, ammunition storage, strategic concealment, and so forth. Almost every unit was involved in this endeavor. However, the unit to which I belonged transitioned from amateur excavation to professional tunneling. Our mission was classified as top secret. We were tasked with constructing a vast underground military facility deep within the Kunlun Mountains, although the specific purpose of this facility was not explicitly disclosed to the soldiers. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence could surmise its significance. The military maintained strict confidentiality regarding this project, leading to a tacit agreement among the troops to refrain from discussing it. Rumors circulated that upon the completion of this engineering task, we would be reassigned back to the ranks of the field army. The Kunlun Pass, also known as the Kunlun Yao Pass, stands at an elevation of 767 meters. From a geological perspective, it belongs to a permafrost desert landscape composed of ancient, intensely eroded metamorphic rocks. Our division, from top to bottom, possessed little knowledge beyond trench digging concerning civil engineering and construction. Consequently, numerous engineers and technicians were dispatched to provide guidance, offering 5 months of intensive training for the commanding officers and soldiers. My squad was designated as a forward detachment, pioneering southward through the unfrozen spring into the depths of the vast Kunlun Mountains, tasked with locating suitable concealed construction sites. The unfrozen spring, situated on the northern bank of the Kunlun River and also known as Kunlun Spring, is walled by granite slabs. Its crystal-clear waters flow incessantly, never freezing even in the harshest winters. No one knows the depths to which the spring's source extends. Higher authorities communicated strict discipline, commanding soldiers not to bathe here, as the local Tibetan inhabitants revere the unfrozen spring as a sacred source, frequently offering their worship. In the early days following the liberation of Tibet, when the liberation forces passed through this area, such regulations had not yet been instituted. Tragically, 3 soldiers drowned while bathing in the spring, purportedly due to its high concentration of nitrous sulfur. Their graves are located not far from the military station, which also served as the final supply point for our small detachment. Having finally entered the Kunlun Mountains, nearly everyone experienced severe altitude sickness. Faces turned a deep shade of purple, and visions blurred. Before our eyes, the majestic Kunlun mountain range appeared as undulating silver-gray dragons, advancing with relentless power. Our small squad, consisting of just over a dozen individuals, felt insignificantly small amidst this vast expanse. As we marched, I recalled a book passed down from my grandfather, which spoke of the Kunlun peaks as the ancestral dragon veins of the world. These mountains, steeped in ancient mystery, are said to conceal countless secrets. According to Tibetan mythology, the tomb of the legendary King Gezer and the gateway to the realm of demons are hidden within these undulating hills. In ancient Tibetan customs, a sky burial is not considered the highest honor. The highest form is a stupa burial. The mission of our advance team was to identify an appropriate construction site, accompanied by 2 engineers, a surveyor, and a geologist. After abandoning our vehicle, we trekked through the mountains for 2 full days. On the evening of the 2nd day, we set up our tents to rest as leaden clouds gathered overhead and delicate snowflakes began to fall, heralding the impending arrival of a heavy snowfall. The 4 engineering technicians were all bespectacled intellectuals, including 1 female among them. They had yet to acclimatize to the harsh conditions of the plateau, lying in their tent, gasping for breath, a sound that elicited concern for their frail bodies. The team leader, along with the instructor and the medic, busied themselves with providing them water and medication, urging them to consume some sustenance, for the less they ate, the more they would feel the effects of oxygen deprivation. The soldiers, robust in physique, had endured daily 5-kilometer armed cross-country drills during their training, exhibiting a strong capacity to adapt to their environment. By this point, they had somewhat adjusted to the oxygen-deficient atmosphere. They ignited a campfire with specially designed white coal fuel, gathering around it for warmth while consuming half-cooked noodles and compressed biscuits due to the high altitude preventing water from boiling. Among my comrades, there were a few familiar faces: a tall fellow from Heilongjiang in northeast China, a Tibetan soldier named Gawa from the Tibetan region, and a 16-year-old communications soldier named Xiao Lin from Jilan. After we had finished our noodles, gasping for breath, we rested, feeling that the effort expended in having a meal at high altitude far surpassed that of marching on the plains. After a brief respite, Xiao Lin turned to me and said, "Brother Hu, you enlisted from the city and know a lot. Why don't you share some stories with us?" The tall soldier chimed in, "Oh, I say, old Hu, it's a rare treat to hear you talk. It's incredibly engaging. Besides, we have to hold a class meeting later, so we can't rest just yet. Why not regale us with a tale?" Gawa, though not fluent in Mandarin, understood and seemed to want to contribute. After struggling for words, he simply gestured towards me, as if to say, "You speak, I'll listen." I replied, "With the air so thin, how can you still have such spirit?" "Well, since my comrades wish to hear, I shall share a tale. But when it comes time for the class meeting, you must assist me if the leader gives me a hard time." I said this because our squad leader took a disliking to me. Having enlisted from the countryside, he had toiled for 5 years, akin to a young bride, before becoming a mere squad leader. He particularly resented me, a privileged offspring of high-ranking officials. Whenever a meeting was called, he would put me on the spot, seizing any flaw in my speech to criticize me extensively, a routine that had become almost predictable, leaving me quite exasperated. But what should I narrate? I had read fewer than 10 books in total, including 4 by Mao, 1 collection of quotations, a dictionary, The Red Sun, and The Young Guard. However, I had exhausted these topics, and I doubted they would comprehend the contents of the secret art of feng shui. As I racked my brain, I finally recalled a book I had borrowed from Tian Xiaoming during the Up to the Mountains and Down to the Countryside movement. It was a popular hand-copied manuscript of folk legends at the time, predominantly recounting the deeds of the Plum Blossom Society, interspersed with various curiosities from society, including a particularly memorable tale about 100 beautiful women as skins. The tale commences aboard a train journeying from Beijing to Nanjing, where Zhao Pingping, a young university student, embarks on a visit to her family. Opposite her sits a dashing young officer from the People's Liberation Army, and the two engage in a conversation that is both deliberate and serendipitous. Zhao Pingping finds herself captivated by the officer's charm and eloquence, and as their dialogue unfolds, she learns of his privileged upbringing and extensive education, leading her to daydream about a future with him. Before they realize it, the train arrives at Nanjing Station. The officer invites Zhao Pingping to a nearby restaurant, where during their meal, he receives an urgent phone call. Upon his return, he presents her with a letter, entrusting her to deliver it to his home, as he must hasten back to his duties. Without hesitation, she agrees, and they part with a sense of reluctance. The following day, Zhao Pingping visits the officer's residence to deliver the letter, where she is greeted by an elderly woman. After reading the letter, the woman warmly invites Zhao Pingping inside, offering her a cup of tea. However, as she sips the tea and engages in light conversation, she suddenly feels dizzy and collapses. Awakening from her stupor, Zhao Pingping discovers herself bound and naked on a gruesome chair, with walls adorned with human skin. Surrounding her are several individuals, including the elderly woman and several burly men. The woman presents the letter before Zhao Pingping's eyes, revealing a chilling message: deliver the 100th piece of beautiful skin. Please acknowledge receipt. With a cold smirk, the woman declares that Zhao Pingping's demise is imminent, explaining that they are covert operatives who skin women to fill with drugs, and they have finally gathered enough skins for their nefarious purpose. As she hands a specialized knife to one of her accomplices, instructing him to begin the gruesome task, the man lifts the blade above Zhao Pingping's head. Just as her screams pierce the air, the scene is abruptly interrupted by the second squad leader, who admonishes, "Enough of this nonsense. Hubai, are you fabricating tales again? We are convening a class meeting, and since you enjoy talking so much, how about you take the floor first?" I rise and stand at attention, mimicking the squad leader's tone as I respond, "No, no, why must it always be me? It's someone else's turn to speak. Everyone should have an equal opportunity, as is the principle of socialism." The second squad leader retorts, "Comrade Hu, why do you always have to speak out of turn? I told you not to mimic my speech. I am the squad leader when I ask you to speak. You speak. Let us not discuss absolute equality, shall we?" Looking around at my comrades, who await my words with solemn expressions, I notice one comrade sticking out his tongue at me when the leader isn't watching, displaying a lack of loyalty. Realizing I must find a way to extricate myself from this predicament, I state, "Report to the squad leader. What are we discussing today? You haven't mentioned it." "How can we speak if you don't?" At this moment, the instructor approached. Li Jian, in his 30s, possessed a medium stature and an air of refinement. As a seasoned veteran with over a decade of experience, he treated the soldiers with kindness and exhibited no airs of superiority. He came forward and inquired, "Comrades, are you in a meeting? I would like to listen in." The second squad leader promptly saluted the instructor, who waved his hand and encouraged them to continue, insisting that his presence should not disrupt their discussion. The second squad leader, lacking confidence and feeling particularly tense in the instructor's presence, struggled to find his words. He perhaps thought that singing would be a simpler task, so he addressed the soldiers, "Comrades, let us sing a revolutionary song together to boost our spirits, shall we?" The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." The instructor, nearly amused by the exchange, quickly feigned a cough to mask his amusement. However, the second squad leader remained oblivious to the humor, his expression serious as he raised his hands, mimicking a conductor. "Comrades, I will start. 1, 2, let's sing. 1, 2. Let's sing." Even if you stand 1,000 feet tall, the iron-willed soldiers of the People's Liberation Army are determined to forge ahead. Unafraid of the winds that blow or the snow that falls, we shall pave the road to Tibet. The snowfall intensified, and the harmonious voices of the soldiers echoed through the swirling white of the Kunlun Mountains. It was uncertain whether the majestic mountains amplified the grandeur of the military song or if the soldiers' voices adorned the desolate beauty of Kunlun. In that moment, even a few engineers from a nearby tent were drawn in by the melody, momentarily forgetting their altitude sickness as they gazed at the endless peaks, their thoughts in flux. Eventually, the instructor addressed everyone, "Like you all, this is my first visit to the Kunlun Mountains. The conditions here are indeed extremely harsh, and we face the most severe of trials. However, my comrades, we are not an ordinary unit. We are the heroic Stabbing Brigade, a title earned through the sacrifices and blood of our predecessors in the 6th Company. We must not tarnish this banner. The Central Committee and Chairman Mao have entrusted us with this glorious mission, demonstrating immense trust in our 6th Company. We must embody the revolutionary spirit of fearlessness in hardship and death to successfully complete this task. Comrades, do we have the resolve? We all answered in unison, yes. The instructor nodded in satisfaction and continued, let us rest early today, for our small team will traverse the great glacier tomorrow. Everyone must prepare in advance. All right, dismissed. On the morning of the third day in the mountains, the small team arrived at the great glacier. It was said that nearby lay a low-lying basin, which was our destination. Due to the classified nature of the mission, we could not enlist a local guide. In truth, no one knew the way, and had to rely on a crudely crafted military map to navigate through the chaotic contours of the terrain in search of our goal. The Great Glacier is composed of 3 distinct sections, characterized by a remarkable elevation drop and steep gradients, with its highest point soaring above 6,000 meters. The eternal snow has remained unmelting for millennia, while the central segment, the longest, is entirely composed of a slick, mirror-like ice. The thickness of the ice reaches hundreds of meters, and the lowest part dips below the average altitude of the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, deeply embedded in the earth like a fissure. Here, the relatively warmer climate has given rise to a rare belt of green vegetation. At the lowest elevation, the effects of altitude sickness are alleviated. Yet to venture further into the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, one must traverse the valley beneath the glacier. Before our departure, the engineer had cautioned everyone that marching beneath the glacier necessitated utmost silence. Otherwise, the sound could trigger an avalanche from the summit, resulting in being buried alive below. The group dared not even exhale audibly, but an accident still occurred midway. During the descent from the glacier into the valley, an engineer from Beijing lost his footing and fell into the abyss of ice. We discovered his mangled body in the oasis beneath the glacier. Luoning, a female geologist and his colleague, was overwhelmed upon witnessing the horrific sight and felt an uncontrollable urge to weep aloud. A geologist named Wang hastily covered her mouth with his hand, whispering for her to refrain from crying out. Luoning buried her head deep into Wang's embrace. Sobbing in anguish, the instructor led the way in removing his hat, paying silent tribute to their fallen companion. Subsequently, Jie Hua and I gathered the remains, placing them in a bag for burial. This engineer had been with us for less than 3 days. I knew only that he hailed from Beijing, and I hadn't even learned his name before his silent departure. The tall man gently dug into the earth with a spade, and after only a few strokes, a large blue fireball, the size of a basketball, erupted from the pit he was excavating, swirling twice in midair before darting into the crowd. The members of our small team quickly scattered to avoid it. The fireball landed on the ground, and the blue flames gradually extinguished, revealing a peculiar little ladybug. Its body resembling red transparent crystal, with wings that were crystal clear, allowing a faint glimpse of its semi-transparent innards, where flickering flames appeared to flow, exuding an inexplicable aura of mystery. The group exchanged glances, all eager to inquire about the nature of this creature, yet none could provide an answer. It was likely an undiscovered species. Wang, curious, approached it, adjusting his deep prescription glasses perched on his nose. With excitement, he gently grasped the ladybug, which resembled red flames, with both hands for a closer examination. However, at that moment, where his fingers made contact with the creature, a surge of blue flames ignited, and in an instant, he was engulfed by roaring flames. His entire body was consumed by the blue fire. Blisters erupted instantly on his skin, and the glasses on his nose warped and fell to the ground. He collapsed in agony, writhing in torment. Our attempts to save him came too late. His screams of anguish echoed through the valley, sending chills down the spines of all who heard, and it was evident that his suffering would not cease any time soon. Someone attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing him with a shovel, yet the extent of his burns had reached a harrowing 100%, classified as deep tissue injuries. Even if the fire were temporarily quelled, in the desolate depths of Kunlun Mountain, devoid of medical aid, he would scarcely survive for an hour or two. Would that not be a tormenting existence? The scene of a living being consumed by fire was too cruel for Luoning to bear. She turned her head away, her expression frozen, covering her ears and gaping, uncertain whether she wished to weep or scream. The youngest among them, little Lin, was equally terrified, cowering behind a larger figure, trembling uncontrollably. The squad leader drew his pistol, intent on alleviating the suffering, unable to endure the sight of such agony, fearing that the continued cries would trigger an avalanche. The instructor restrained the squad leader's hand as he attempted to chamber a round, whispering, "Do not fire. Allow me to use the bayonet." Atop the mountain, tons of snow precariously hung over the glacier, even the slightest disturbance could yield catastrophic consequences. The only assistance we could offer to Engineer Wang was to swiftly deliver a bayonet to his heart, granting him a merciful death. Without a moment's delay, the instructor seized a semi-automatic rifle equipped with a bayonet from one of the soldiers, softly apologizing to his comrade, and with a closed eye, plunged the military knife into Wang's heart. At last, Wang's heart-wrenching wails ceased, his body collapsing to the ground, yet the fire continued to rage. Just as the instructor intended to withdraw the bayonet from Wang's heart, an eerie blue flame suddenly flared, traveling up the blade and along the rifle's body. The transmission of the flames was alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, the instructor was engulfed by the blue inferno. Like Wang, he writhed in agonizing screams. Those who knew the instructor well understood that he was a man of remarkable fortitude, though outwardly delicate. His resilience and determination met the standards of the finest soldiers. Yet, the torment inflicted by such strange flames was beyond imagination, compelling him to emit such mournful cries. The squad leader, tears in his eyes, raised his pistol, disregarding the potential for an avalanche, unable to bear witnessing the instructor's continued suffering. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the engulfed instructor suddenly spoke. "I command you, no one is to fire. Quickly, lead the comrades away from here." Despite the unbearable pain, the instructor remained lucid, realizing that his cries could incite an avalanche. To silence himself, he reversed the searing bayonet and drove it into his heart. After an interminable period, his body was reduced to a pile of fine ashes. The remaining members of the squad, in anguish, watched this tragic and heroic scene unfold. Each clenched their fists tightly, gritting their teeth to restrain the tears welling in their eyes, some even biting their lips until they bled. In the silent valley, not a whisper could be heard. The azure sky overhead mirrored upon the vast glacier's ice surface created an illusion of two identical heavens, blurring the distinction between above and below. The enchanting beauty of this ethereal realm, however, was overshadowed by an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. On the ground lay two piles of ashes, remnants of once vibrant lives, now reduced to mere heaps of gray, devoid of even the slightest bone fragments. Had there not been witnesses to these events, who could fathom that such horrors could transpire in this world? Suddenly, from the ashes left by the incinerated Wang Gong, a blue fireball emerged, hovering ominously in the air, seemingly selecting its next target. Its speed was astonishing, and anyone within its range had little hope of escape. A faint vibration resonated through the air, likely the sound produced by this peculiar beetle as it fluttered its wings. The small team had already lost 3 key members, the team leader, along with 2 engineers. The remaining engineers, Surveyor Luo Ning and Lu Gong from the Shanghai Geological Institute, realized that the mission was now doomed to failure. With the leader gone, the soldiers felt a profound loss of resolve, yet when confronted by the bizarre blue fireball, a shared thought emerged among them. They would rather be buried alive by an avalanche than succumb to this malevolent entity's flames. A few anxious soldiers had already raised their weapons, aiming at the beetle suspended in the air. Suddenly, the second squad leader stepped forward, declaring, "Comrades, our leader has sacrificed himself. I am now the captain, and I command you all to return alive, understand?" I grasped his arm, my voice trembling. "No, you're not a party member. Why should you go?" He shrugged off my hand. "You little rascal, you aren't even a member of the regiment. I told you not to imitate me, yet you refused to listen." Without another word, he charged toward the hovering fireball. Just as he took a couple of steps, an unbelievable scene unfolded before us. The fiery beetle, which had been a single entity, split into 3 identical forms, each matching the original in size. One of the blue fireballs lunged at the squad leader, while the other 2 darted into the crowd. Alongside the squad leader, Cook Lao Zhao and Communication Officer Xiao Lin were struck by the fireballs, their bodies igniting in flames as they emitted horrific cries, writhing on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the raging fire. In the midst of this horror, the soldiers, having been overwhelmed by the earlier confrontation with the fireball, had inadvertently disengaged the safety catches on their weapons, their chambers loaded to the brim. Communication Officer Xiao Lin, nearly 16 years of age, lacked the courage and mental fortitude that the leader and squad leader had displayed in the face of death. The demonic flames consumed his reason. Under the searing agony inflicted by the flames, his semi-automatic rifle discharged with a series of staccato reports, claiming the lives of 3 comrades who fell into a pool of blood. The situation deteriorated rapidly. The instructor preferred to take his own life rather than allow us to fire our weapons, yet ultimately, someone did pull the trigger. Despite the terror elicited by the strange fireflies, nothing could compare to the dread invoked by the gunfire, which heralded an imminent avalanche, an avalanche that would spell doom for our entire squad. In the valley beneath the Great Glacier, a cacophony of shouts might only trigger a 30% chance of an avalanche, but gunfire would guarantee a 100% catastrophic outcome. Witnessing the disoriented Shaolin accidentally discharge his rifle, I was horrified as stray bullets struck and fatally wounded 3 of our comrades. Without a moment to ponder, I gritted my teeth and raised my rifle, firing 3 precise shots that brought down Shaolin, the second squad leader, Old Zhao, who was writhing in agony amidst the flames. The sound of the bullets leaving the chamber reverberated through the narrow valley, amplified by the pristine ice walls of the glacier, transforming the landscape into a natural soundbox. The gunfire, cries, and sobs echoed endlessly within the valley. I had yet to recover from the anguish of having shot my own comrades, their faces and laughter haunting my mind, when suddenly I felt a chill on my forehead. Realizing it was a snowflake, I was struck by a sinking feeling. My first thought was that the avalanche had finally descended. At that moment, from the charred remains of our 3 fallen comrades, blue fireballs erupted. There was no longer any need to hesitate about firing. Gawa, the most accurate marksman in our squad, raised his rifle and, without aiming, fired 3 shots, each striking the center of the fireballs. The ladybugs inside were far smaller than the bullets, completely obliterated by the impact, extinguishing the flames in their wake. After this brief yet brutal confrontation of the 10 soldiers, 8 from our class, along with the second squad leader and the instructor, Gawa, the towering figure, and I, along with the intellectuals Lu Gong and Luo Ning, remained alive. The flurries of snow falling from above increased, accompanied by a resounding roar that shook the entire valley. I glanced upwards to see the snowpack swirling into a tempest, resembling a white tsunami, rolling towards us in the valley. The towering figure yanked at me, exclaiming, "Old who? For heaven's sake, what are you still staring at a time like this? We need to move." Our position in the middle of the valley meant that the avalanche would undoubtedly fill it completely, leaving us nowhere to escape. Yet, in the face of such mortal peril, humanity often resorts to instinctual, desperate last efforts. Luo Ning had already fainted from fear, and the towering figure hoisted her onto his shoulder. Together with Jiewa, we dragged Lu Gong, racing towards the opposite side of the Great Glacier, hoping to reach a slightly higher slope before the avalanche descended, thus securing a final glimmer of hope. In our moment of utmost despair, we clung to our firearms. They were part of a soldier's essence, and to discard them would signify relinquishing a soldier's honor. However, we neglected all else, abandoning our equipment without a second thought. In our frantic haste, we struggled to free ourselves from our backpacks, but time was not on our side. The 5 survivors pulled and pushed each other as we sprinted. The avalanche arrived with alarming rapidity, sweeping down upon us with a force akin to a tidal wave, shaking the valley as if the very earth were quaking. I had heard tales of avalanches before, yet I never envisioned such a formidable silver wave of power crashing upon the world. In that moment, despair gripped our hearts. Even if we had sprouted additional legs, escape seemed impossible. Yet, as fate would have it, the violent tremors triggered by the avalanche caused a steep fissure to split open before us. The snowstorm, swirling ominously above, left us no time to ponder our next move. We dashed into the crevice between the rocks, only to find the slope beneath us steep and treacherous. We plummeted down, tumbling several times until we landed at the bottom of a deep pit. Soon thereafter, a massive sheet of snow cascaded down behind us, sealing the crevice tightly and sending countless snowflakes into the air, which provoked a fit of harsh coughing from the 5 of us. The booming sounds above rumbled for an extended period before falling silent, leaving us to wonder how many tons of snow now lay atop us. In the darkness, we were unable to discern our surroundings. After what felt like an eternity of surviving the ordeal, someone finally spoke up, their northeastern accent unmistakable. It was the towering figure. He asked, "If you're still breathing, make a sound." "Lao Hu, Jiewa, Lu Gong, Luo Ning, are you all there?" My body felt as though it had been shattered, and the pain rendered me momentarily speechless. All I could manage was a couple of grunts to signal my survival. Jiewa responded, retrieving a flashlight to illuminate our surroundings. Luo Ning sat on the ground, her gaze vacant, seemingly uninjured, while Lu Gong lay beside her, unconscious with his eyes closed. His left leg bore a gruesome injury, a portion of the bone protruding starkly from the flesh. The crevice we had fallen into was both narrow and deep. Beyond the beam of the flashlight, darkness enveloped us, limiting our visibility and obscuring the terrain beyond. The towering figure checked for Lu Gong's pulse. After a moment, he dropped his hand in despair, declaring, "It's over, it's over. There's no breath left." I crawled over to feel for Lu Gong's carotid artery, confirming his lifelessness. His heartbeat had ceased. Sighing, I suggested to the towering figure, "We should bury Lu Gong." As I retrieved my entrenching tool to dig a grave, Jiewa stopped me, pointing to the ground and whispering, "Worms, fire." It was only upon Gawa's reminder that I recalled the harrowing incident in the valley, where we had intended to dig a grave for the engineer who had met his untimely demise. Instead, we unearthed a grotesque creature resembling a devilish beetle. Our small team, comprising 14 members, endured a heart-stopping few minutes during which 10 perished. It became evident that the soil here was not to be trifled with. Who knows what other sinister entities lurked beneath? I harbored a strange intuition that the bizarre insect was not merely a mysterious organism. After it incinerated 2 of our comrades, it multiplied from 1 into 3. Was that merely a coincidence? No matter how I pondered, clarity eluded me. However, we could not leave our fallen companions' bodies exposed. Thus, we resorted to a compromise. Illuminating the area with my flashlight, Gawa and the tall fellow gathered some rubble to cover Engineer Lu's remains, crafting a rudimentary stone grave. Throughout this somber process, Luaning remained seated, motionless, her gaze fixed upon Lu's stone tomb. Eventually, she could no longer contain her grief and burst into tears, the sorrow that had been pent up within her surging forth like a tidal wave. I wished to console her, yet words escaped me. Her cries struck a chord deep within me, my heart aching in sympathy. I recalled the previous night when our team had gathered around the campfire, singing military songs with fervor. The resonant melodies still echoed in my ears. Yet today, the majority of our comrades would forever slumber beneath the great glaciers of Kunlun Mountain. I helped Luaning to her feet, and together we honored Engineer Lu and our other fallen comrades with a moment of silence. In those moments, regardless of the occasion, it was customary to quote the works of Chairman Mao. I took the lead, reciting, "The sky is filled with white. The urgency of marching through the snow grows more pressing." The remaining 3 echoed in unison, over the mountains and through the valleys. The wind unfurls the red flag as we pass through the great barriers. Only through great sacrifice can one aspire to lofty ambitions. Who dares to call for a new dawn for the sun and moon? Subsequently, we raised our right fist in a solemn pledge. Long live our great leader, Chairman Mao. May he enjoy eternal longevity. Wishing good health to Chairman Mao's close comrade and fellow soldiers. May they remain forever strong. Comrades, rest assured. Some lives may weigh as light as a feather, while others bear the weight of mountains. To die for the people's interests is indeed as heavy as a mountain. You have sacrificed for the people's cause. We must inherit the revolutionary spirit of our martyrs, following in the blood-stained footsteps you left behind. To carry forth the proletarian struggle until the ultimate victory belongs to us, the workers, farmers, and soldiers. At that time, I was merely a rookie, inexperienced in attending memorials for comrades, uncertain of what to say. I only recalled how others spoke in such gatherings, and under these circumstances, propriety seemed irrelevant. After a lengthy silence, we gradually emerged from our anguish, tending to our minor wounds, fortunately not severe enough to hinder our mobility. We nibbled on some compressed biscuits and convened to deliberate our next course of action. Exiting the valley, now buried beneath a blanket of snow, was impossible. I surmised that an avalanche had likely filled it entirely, leaving us with no choice but to seek an alternate escape. Gawa patted his empty ammunition pouch, signaling that our supplies were dwindling, as we had been required to carry a multitude of equipment upon entering the mountains. Our ammunition was provisioned at a minimal level, each of us equipped with merely 3 rifle magazines. After all, this was not a combat mission, and there were no bandits in the vicinity, leading to a somewhat careless oversight in our preparations. During the avalanche, a portion of our ammunition was discarded, leaving each person with an average of approximately 20 bullets, and only 2 grenades remained. There seemed to be no wild beasts lurking underground. Excess bullets served little purpose, as a modest supply for self-defense sufficed. Our provisions were entirely depleted, having consumed all edible supplies moments ago. We must devise a means to locate an exit within 2 days. Otherwise, starvation would claim us in this subterranean abyss. Fortunately, a stroke of luck revealed that Luaning possessed a compass. The depth of the mountain crevice was astonishing. After traversing southward for a while, we reached a dead end, with the Earth's fissure twisting back northward, giving the eerie impression that we had arrived beneath a great glacier. We journeyed through the darkness for over 10 hours, descending to lower altitudes as the subterranean space expanded. Luoning measured the atmospheric pressure, converting the data to an altitude of merely over 400 meters, comparable to Sichuan, far below the average elevation of over 4,000 meters found on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Continuing along this path, we risked reaching the Earth's core. Eventually, the terrain began to level out, and we discerned the sound of rushing water, suggesting the proximity of an underground river. Noting the absence of further descents, I illuminated the surroundings with my flashlight, searching for an upward path. Suddenly, the beam revealed countless faint reflections on the rock walls, reminiscent of light bouncing off numerous shards of mirrors. Luoning gasped, "It's mica." The other three, unfamiliar with the term, misinterpreted her alarmed tone as a sign of impending danger, swiftly positioning Luoning behind them, hastily retrieving their semi-automatic rifles, and preparing for a potential threat. "What are you doing?" Luoning inquired, perplexed. While maintaining vigilance with my weapon, I asked her, "What kind of mica? Where is it?" She clarified, "Not animals. I mean the surroundings are filled with crystalline structures. Mica and quartz typically form in the same geological layer." "Ah, indeed, there is quartz as well." Although Luoning primarily focused on cartography, her frequent collaborations with geological exploration teams endowed her with substantial knowledge of mineralogy. The crystalline formations surrounding us, resembling thin glass sheets, belong to the monoclinic crystal system, appearing exclusively in Archean schist layers. Hebei possesses significant underground reserves, yet the mica here exhibited an exceptionally deep coloration, forming large hexagonal columns. The quality far surpassed that of mica sourced from Lingxiu County in inland Hebei. Judging by the depth of the mica's hue, our current location was unfathomably deep. Captivated by the rare mica surrounding her, Luoning examined one fragment after another. I casually picked up a small piece, unable to discern anything extraordinary about it. At that moment, I suddenly heard the tall man calling out to Gawa, "What are you doing, Lamuchuo? Hurry up." Shining my flashlight, I discovered Gawa on the ground, prostrating himself in the manner of Tibetan worshippers. What was he doing? Who was he paying homage to? I directed my light forward, and a gasp of cold air escaped my lips. Beneath the earth rises a pyramid-shaped wooden tower, constructed from thousands of colossal timber beams. The surface of the tower is adorned with countless flickering red lights, which, when observed closely, reveal that the base spans nearly 200 meters in width. Crafted from rammed earth and stone, the tower itself, composed of ancient cypress wood, is divided into 9 tiers, each filled with the desiccated remains of individuals clad in peculiar ancient garb, encompassing men, women, and children alike. Each timber is inscribed with Tibetan secret script. Is this a tomb? Such a grand scale prompts the question of who could have erected it underground. I pulled up the boy, who was fervently bowing on the ground. Although my party and army respect ethnic policies, as a Tibetan, he must understand that while wearing military uniform, he is part of the People's Liberation Army. As a communist, he should refrain from indulging in idealistic beliefs and rejecting superstitions. The tall man beside us chuckled, remarking, "Well done, Lao Hu. You've got a knack for this. Perhaps you should consider being an instructor." Luoning, who had been observing the mica, approached after hearing our quarrel, and I gestured to the tall man to remain silent. I continued to inquire of the boy, "What is this tower? Do you recognize the inscriptions?" The boy shook his head vigorously. I remarked, "What a fool. You don't recognize it, yet you bow? Are you so frightened by the sight of so many corpses?" The boy's face was a mask of panic as he stammered in broken Mandarin, "This bear cub, I'll let you say, but you come to pull. The 9-layered demon tower." Though I could not comprehend the first part of his sentence, the latter 4 words were clear. "What is this 9-layered demon tower? Is it not merely a place for the dead?" Before the boy could respond, Luoning stealthily returned from the tower's edge, signaling us to remain silent. She pointed to the tower behind us and whispered urgently, "Whatever you do, do not make a sound. We must not disturb them." Seeing her grave expression, I sensed trouble brewing, yet I was unaware of what she referred to. I lowered my voice and asked, "Disturb what? The dead within the tower?" Luoning, visibly tense, replied, "No, it's those fireflies. They are sleeping on the corpses, countless in number." Upon hearing her words, I finally discerned that the myriad of red glimmers on the wooden tower were indeed emanating from those translucent beetles. Although I possessed a certain revolutionary fearlessness, the thought of those bizarre beetles instilled a profound sense of dread within me. Such creatures, defying the bounds of reason, were exceedingly difficult to confront. And the harrowing scene in the valley left an indelible mark of fear upon me. I gestured for the 4 of us to retreat quietly. Yet, just a few steps into our retreat, the boy suddenly stumbled, falling into a concealed ditch that ran parallel to our path, which we had overlooked on our way in. Although the ditch was only about a meter deep, the boy let out a grunt of pain upon landing. I quickly jumped down to assist him, only to find him clutching his foot, his face contorted in agony. At that moment, Luo Ning and the tall man also descended into the ditch. As they shone their flashlights, we discovered that the boy's foot had been pierced by a sharp white bone, with the shoelaces and foot creating a transparent hole. Blood gushing forth. The ditch was strewn with a multitude of layered animal bones, their quantity so vast that it defied estimation. It appeared that this trench served as a burial pit for animals such as cattle, horses, sheep, and dogs, to avoid alarming the ladybug within the nearby wooden tower. The tall man covered the boy's mouth with his hand, stifling any sound. I swiftly extracted the white bone embedded in his foot, while Luoning sprinkled Yunnan Baiyao from his first aid kit onto the wound, then took out a white bandage to staunch the bleeding. My hands were smeared with the boy's blood, and I carelessly wiped them on my military uniform. Suddenly, a thought struck me. This burial pit for cattle and horses was oddly excavated, not in a square or circular shape, but as a long, narrow trench that extended directly to the wooden tower housing the corpses. This form bore a striking resemblance to a layout mentioned in Feng Shui secrets, known as Shi. If it were indeed identical, there should be another burial trench of similar scale along a parallel line. The two burial trenches would enclose the wooden tower structure, creating a formation reminiscent of two dragons drawing pearls. If my deductions were accurate, the adjacent trench likely contained artifacts used by the tomb's occupant during their lifetime. However, it remained unclear whether these burial trenches were man-made or naturally formed. The latter seemed more probable. The sound of flowing water nearby was quite loud. Judging by the roaring current, there was an underground river to the northwest, behind the 9-story demon tower, for dragons cannot be separated from water. If my conjecture held true, then the map of this underground world was already etched in my mind. I merely needed to locate another burial trench to confirm my hypotheses. The tall man nudged my shoulder. "Old Hu, what are you pondering?" I had been lost in thought, and his push brought me back to reality. I asked Luong, "Can you estimate our current location? Where do you think we are on the map?" Luoning consulted the compass against the map and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "We have been traversing North Underground for over 10 hours. Based on our speed, we should have already passed the glacial expanse above us and be nearing the Kunlun Mountains." I shared my earlier thoughts, noting that if we turned back, we would only return to the snow-covered mountain crevice. If my estimations were correct, following the underground river should lead us to an exit. However, this would entail the perilous act of passing beneath the 9-story demon tower, a desperate gambit. The four of us deliberated, acknowledging the inherent dangers, yet deemed it worth the risk. Nevertheless, I resolved to first locate another burial trench to validate my findings. Before we proceeded, I inquired of the boy, "What exactly is the 9-story demon tower?" The boy struggled to articulate in Mandarin, but after considerable effort, I gleaned part of the story. In his homeland of Shuewei, there existed a relic identical to this 9-story demon tower. It was said that the structure served as the sepulchre for the royal lineage of the ancient demon kingdom. When the kingdom fell, the tomb was destroyed by the heroic King Geyser, leaving only a pile of decayed wooden remains upon the Tibetan plateau, along with narrative ballads passed down through generations, extolling the unmatched martial exploits of King Geyser, who shone like the sun. As the Tibetan herdsmen passed by these ancient relics, they prostrate in reverence and chant epic tales. This act is not born from fear of the tomb of the king of the demon realm, but rather to express their veneration for King Geyser. Gawa also spoke of matters of faith, which I could not fully comprehend. Whether the ghostly, fire-like insects are the souls of the resting departed remains uncertain. I left Lanin and the other two behind and advanced alone. Just over 100 meters from the sacrificial pit for cattle and horses, I indeed discovered another sacrificial trench. Filled with ancient leather boots, archaic Tibetan wooden tablets, old Mongolian wooden slips, painted wooden pieces, gold ornaments, wooden dishes, wooden wings, wooden birds and beasts, bronze vessels, grains, and a plethora of silk and other burial items. It seems my deductions were not mistaken. The underground river behind the 9-story demon tower must be connected to the outside world. I stealthily returned to the sacrificial trench to signal the others to proceed. I took the lead, the tall man brandishing his firearm behind me, followed by Gawa, whose feet bore sharp thorns, while Lanin supported him from the rear. The scale of the 9-story demon tower was immense. The underground cavern was originally vast. Yet the tower and the extensive sheets of mica on either side nearly obstructed the path northward, leaving only narrow passages to navigate. We cautiously traversed beneath the wooden tower, glimpsing the ladybugs flickering with a fiery essence within, causing our hearts to race as if they might leap from our throats. The 200 meters beneath the tower felt interminably long with each step. After finally passing the 9-story demon tower and advancing less than 200 paces, my foot suddenly sank as if I had stepped upon some colossal creature. Shining my flashlight, I discovered a gigantic reptile I had never seen before. It flicked out a long tongue, its skin closely resembling the ground beneath it. It bore a resemblance to both a giant lizard and a crocodile, yet its skin was not as coarse, and its snout was rounded rather than sharply pointed. Its tongue, long and forked like a snake's, was vivid red, and its entire body was a deep black adorned with large white spots. Describing its appearance, one might liken it to an oversized frog with an elongated tail. In my life, I fear little, but this grotesque creature sent me retreating behind the tall man. He too spotted the unusual animal, sharing my shock. Perhaps the only companion a soldier can rely upon is his rifle. Instinctively, he raised it and fired a series of shots. The reptile writhed a few times before falling still. At that moment, Lonan, who had been trailing behind, approached, peering at the creature's lifeless form. Breathing a sigh of relief, he informed us, "This is a subterranean salamander, feeding on insects and mayflies. It poses no harm to humans." I felt no remorse for the fallen creature. My concern lay with the tall man's reckless gunfire potentially awakening the insects within the tower. Heaven help us, for if misfortune strikes, even a sip of cool water could prove troublesome. The ladybugs within the 9-story demon tower were evidently startled by the gunfire, igniting countless blue orbs of light like lanterns. The entire underground space was bathed in a bluish hue from the flames, and the wooden tower was engulfed in fire. The inferno intensified, with hundreds of fireballs hurtling towards us. Despite the magnitude of the blaze, we felt no warmth. Instead, an icy chill enveloped us, causing our teeth to chatter. The towering figure, sensing the imminent danger, drew 2 grenades from his belt, ready to hurl them at the approaching fireballs. I quickly grasped his hand, urging, "Use one, but save the other for us." I refused to be consumed by that hellish fire. Our wooden handles were standard infantry equipment, comprising 3 parts, the upper section wrapped in iron, forming a cylindrical shape, and the lower part fashioned from wood. Once triggered, the internal explosive would propel iron fragments to incapacitate the enemy, though its power was limited. The giant retained 1 grenade while I seized the other. Noticing that many fireballs were already charging towards us, I pulled the fuse and hurled the wooden handle, which emitted a cloud of white smoke. The explosion struck several of the blue fireballs soaring ahead, causing them to plummet to the ground, extinguished, yet more fireballs surged relentlessly from behind. Luo Ning led the way, with the remaining 3 of us providing cover while retreating, firing our pistols. Each of us had a mere 20 rounds, and within 2 minutes, our ammunition was depleted. To combat those bizarre blue fireballs, we could only rely on gunfire. Any contact with them would ignite our very beings. A pistol devoid of bullets was less effective than a mere fire stick. The giant discarded his firearm and produced the last grenade, calling out to me, "Lao Hu, it's time. Shall we?" With me and Luo Ning supporting the fragile Gawa, we formed a circle around the explosive held by the giant. I focused intently. Once he pulled the pin, in mere seconds, we would be obliterated. The moment had finally arrived. At such a juncture, I resolved not to dwell on other thoughts. The fireballs were closing in, leaving no time for contemplation. Moreover, I feared that brooding over life and death would render me weak. I had always aspired to be a heroic figure like Yang Jinsi, yet here I was, facing an unclear demise at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, which felt profoundly unjust. I steeled my resolve to let the giant detonate the grenade. Luo Ning, initially with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly recalled something and stood up, grasping us. "Do you hear that roaring water? We are close to the underground river. Let us leap into it." In the chaos of gunfire and the impending suicide, I had completely forgotten about the underground river, oblivious to the thundering sound of water. Luo Ning's words sparked hope. If we could leap into the river beforehand, those fearsome fireballs would pose no threat to us. No sooner said than done. The thousands of blue fireballs were nearly upon us. The 4 survivors, driven by the instinct to survive, sprinted towards the cacophony of rushing water. The sound was merely a few meters away, and we had scarcely taken a few steps when we rounded the corner at the end of the underground cavern, revealing a magnificent waterfall. Below it lay a sizable natural underground lake. I had not yet taken the time to examine the situation in detail. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped my heart as if a fireball had collided with my back. I feared that even a mere spark would ignite a conflagration, consuming me entirely. In this moment of life and death, there was no time for contemplation, and I leaped into the lake. Amidst the chaos, I noticed that the tall man and his two companions were also aflame, screaming as they plunged into the water one after another. I dove beneath the surface, the blue flames that cloaked me extinguished by the lake's cool embrace. The fire and water did not mingle. The remaining insects seemed to understand the lake's potency, hovering just a few meters above the surface, hesitant to dive down for an attack. As I surfaced to catch my breath, I spotted the tall man emerging from the depths, yet I could not see Luo Ning or Jie Hua. A wave of concern washed over me, fearing they might not be adept swimmers and could drown. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to plunge back into the depths in search of them. When I saw Luo Ning surfacing with Jie Hua in tow, it turned out that Jie Hua had never learned to swim and had been knocked unconscious by the water upon jumping in. Fortunately, Luo Ning had witnessed his plight and dove in to rescue him. Thankfully, the duration of his submersion was brief. Jie Hua coughed up some water and soon regained consciousness. According to Tibetan customs, swimming in the lake is forbidden, and Jie Hua muttered prayers, seeking forgiveness from the Buddha. The surface of the lake shimmered with the glow of countless fireballs, illuminating the area as bright as day. The four of us huddled together, although it was early spring. The water felt surprisingly warm against our skin, a result of the geothermal heat from beneath. The tall man cursed, lamenting the loss of his gun, which had sunk to the lake's bottom. I reminded him that we were out of ammunition, and even if we had a weapon, it would be of little use. We needed to devise a plan to find our way out. I advised him to keep his head low, wary of the insects that might dive down. The tall man scoffed at the thought of the fiery insects entering the water, grinning foolishly. But his smile soon faltered as thousands of blue-glowing fireballs began to coalesce into a colossal flame, hurtling down towards us. He quickly submerged again. As I inhaled deeply, preparing to dive down, I noticed Jie Hua's stunned expression. His innate fear of the lake water rendered him immobile. I had no choice but to force his head underwater, pulling him by the arms as I swam deeper. The fireball, now several meters in diameter, struck the water's surface, causing steam to billow upwards. Though the fireball was immense, the lake was vast, and the suicidal tactics of the beetles proved ineffective as they succumbed to the depths. The lake bottom, initially shrouded in darkness, was illuminated by the fire's glow, allowing me to discern the underwater environment at a depth of several meters. There, countless large fish swam languidly. Unlike any I had seen before, their elongated whiskers resembled those of a giant salmon, and due to their adaptation to the dark, their eyes had regressed to mere white dots. I was startled by the bizarre appearance of these fish and inadvertently swallowed some water. Glancing at Jie Hua, I noticed he was thrashing about, struggling to maintain his breath. Just as he attempted to swim up for air, the lake bottom suddenly darkened. I surmised that the insects had nearly perished, and I grasped Jie Hua, swimming towards the surface. A layer of dead ladybugs floated on the surface of the lake, and the absence of light rendered the surroundings in oppressive darkness. I called out to the giant, "Do you have a flashlight?" He replied, "I've lost them all. There's nothing left. We shall have to navigate in the dark." Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared as Luoning emerged from the lake, wiping the water from her face. In her other hand, she held a military-style flashlight. These are the last two I brought. Fortunately, they remained in my pocket and did not sink to the lake bed. We all struggled to climb ashore, feeling both exhausted and famished, drained of energy after not having eaten for over 10 hours. Even iron, if it were flesh and blood, would find it difficult to endure such deprivation. The giant dove back into the lake, returning with a fish caught by his knife. He hastily scraped off the scales and sliced it into several pieces. I took the first bite. The taste of the raw fish was surprisingly pleasant, not too fishy, albeit slightly bitter. With a few more chews, it became quite delectable. Only Gawa refused to eat, citing the military's ethnic discipline that forbade the consumption of fish in Tibet. However, I reasoned that since Kunlun Mountains straddles the borders of Qinghai and Tibet, we could technically claim to be in Qinghai, where there are more people than in Tibet, thus making the act of eating fish permissible. In truth, even if it were a violation of discipline, hunger had rendered such concerns trivial. Our eyes were already glazing over from starvation, and extraordinary circumstances warranted exceptional measures. The three of us devoured the large fish ravenously, yet we still craved more. The giant dove once again into the lake to catch more fish. While Luoning examined Gawa's injured foot, I wandered along the lake's edge, searching for an exit. The waterfall's torrent was immense, suggesting this lake must have a point of diversion. The waterfall cascaded down several dozen meters. According to Luoning's estimation, the water system before us was likely a subterranean tributary of the Yarlung Tsangpo River. And there might be volcanic activity beneath, which explained the warmth of the lake water. With Luoning's flashlight, I discovered an opening to an underground lake, where the water flowed out through the gap. This waterway led into a cavern approximately 7 or 8 meters high, completely submerged at the bottom, leaving no path forward unless we swam through the water. I returned to Luoning to share my findings. With her map and compass lost, she could only rely on intuition. Having spent years in surveying, her experience told her that we were not far from the unfrozen spring, which does not freeze even in the harshest winter, indicating the presence of molten lava beneath. The pressing question was how to return to the surface. Wandering underground indefinitely was not a viable option. Our only feasible plan was to follow the river, as a waterway would not lead us to a dead end. The giant returned, dejected, having failed to catch any fish. We were eager to move on, and the 3 adept swimmers lifted Gawa between us, swimming in the direction of the underground tunnel. Although the river's surface was narrow, the current below was strong. We floated and swam with relative ease, but the tunnel stretched on for quite a distance. The water temperature had risen considerably, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. Even submerged, I felt parched and dry. The tall man expressed his restlessness, complaining as he swam. Perhaps we have erred this time. How is it that we've been swimming for so long without reaching our destination? The current here is so fierce that there isn't even a spot to pause and catch our breath. We might as well turn back. I chastised him, saying, "What were you doing all this while? Now that we've ventured so far, you question how much longer we can endure? Do you harbor doubts about our revolution's ultimate triumph? Have you begun to waver after merely taking the first step of the long march? Steady yourself and persevere." The tall man retorted, "How can you say that? I merely wish to conserve our strength for the revolution. If we suffer losses due to your reckless actions, who will be held accountable?" Before we could finish our exchange, Luoning exclaimed, "Look behind. Is there some creature lurking? It resembles a water monster." I too heard unusual noises behind us in the water. Turning to shine my flashlight, I saw turbulent splashes, and a massive shadow swiftly approached from the depths. The beam of the flashlight proved insufficient to reveal its true form, but we sensed that whatever was coming was not benevolent. We unsheathed our bayonets, bracing ourselves for battle. The undercurrents and hidden torrents intensified, propelling us forward against our will, while the enormous creature shadowed us closely. Most of its body remained submerged, creating waves upon waves of splashes. The cavernous riverbed was engulfed in darkness. We could hear it, but not see it, judging by the sound. Its length must have been no less than 7 or 8 meters. As we traversed the final stretch of the dark river, the current grew even fiercer. Fearing separation, the 4 of us clung tightly together, spiraling down into a hole. Below lay an immense underground river, its waters scalding hot, with countless tributaries, akin to those we had previously navigated, gushing from the cliffs like giant faucets, merging into the main waterway below. Numerous protruding stone apertures released plumes of white, superheated gas, and some crevices emitted dark red flames, indicating that we had indeed entered the volcanic region Luoning had described. The water temperature was excessively high, and we struggled to climb onto a massive rock at the riverbank, only to find that even the stone was warm to the touch. With the glow from nearby molten lava providing illumination, I turned off my flashlight to conserve precious battery life. I inquired of my companions, "Did any of you catch a glimpse of what that was behind us?" It was enormous. The tall man and Luoning both shook their heads, unable to discern its form. The young boy, however, was in the direst predicament, having swallowed a bellyful of river water, his stomach swollen and round. As he attempted to speak, he retched several mouthfuls of water before exclaiming, "Oh, there's that big bear. It fell right into the center of the river after us." To be cautious, the tall man grasped his bayonet and rose to survey the river's surroundings, declaring, "What monster? There's nothing here." Just as he turned to return, a blood-red tongue, over 2 meters long, shot out from the water, coiling around his legs, toppling him to the ground and dragging him towards the river. Thanks to the swift and agile actions of Gawa, who plunged a bayonet fiercely into the monstrous tongue, the creature, in pain, released the giant and emerged from the river, glaring at us with its eerie, glowing red eyes. Its appearance was strikingly similar to that of the salamander previously shot dead by the giant, possessing a head reminiscent of a frog and a body akin to that of a skinned crocodile. However, this salamander was colossal, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its skin shimmering with a kaleidoscope of scales. With a violent flick of its massive tail, it menacingly regarded the onlookers. I hastily inquired of Luoning, "Are you certain it poses no threat? How could it be so enormous?" Luoning's face turned ashen, trembling as he replied, "I meant to say the previous one was a tyrant salamander, highly aggressive and thought to have been extinct since the Ice Age. I never imagined one still existed here. None of us anticipated that within this isolated environment, a prehistoric beast long believed to be extinct could still roam." Salamanders, being cold-blooded creatures, had become exceedingly ferocious due to the excessive geothermal heat, compounded by Gawa's attack on its tongue. The scent of blood ignited its aggressive instincts. Furthermore, we remained uncertain whether the salamander we had slain was a relative or descendant of this one. It was clear that a vendetta had begun, and both parties were now set for a fight to the death. I exchanged a glance with the giant, and Gawa understood. The three of us flanked the tyrant salamander, forming a pincer movement. The creature bellowed furiously, brandishing its claws at us. Before we could strike, it swept its enormous tail, sending Gawa crashing to the ground. Wrapping its tail around him, and opened its gaping maw to bite. Although a salamander's mouth typically lacks teeth, this tyrant salamander possessed 3 rows of sharp fangs on both the upper and lower jaws. A single bite from it could easily be fatal. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the giant and I lunged forward, combining our strength to pry open the creature's monstrous jaws, determined to prevent it from delivering a fatal bite to Gawa. Despite being ensnared by the tyrant salamander's tail below the waist, Gawa exhibited remarkable bravery, his hands tirelessly thrusting the bayonet into the creature's mouth. The tyrant salamander, wounded and enraged, summoned its immense strength, tossing all 3 of us to the ground. The creature's power was overwhelming. I was hurled against a rock, causing a surge of blood and dizziness, while the giant fell into the river but quickly crawled back onto the bank, steam rising from his body as he cried out from the scalding water. Attempting to combat this gigantic tyrant salamander armed only with 3 bayonets was akin to throwing eggs against a stone. With a collective shout, the 4 of us fled in disarray, pursued relentlessly by the creature. The ground was covered in volcanic rock and ash, treacherously soft and slippery, making our escape arduous. To evade the pursuing monster, we scrambled up the steep volcanic rocks along the river valley, using hands and feet to ascend higher. Just as I reached a midway point, I heard the giant's urgent calls, warning me to be cautious. I cast my gaze downward, and there it was, the formidable giant salamander gliding along the cliffside like an enormous lizard, closing in on me, now less than 3 meters away. Its long tongue was nearly grazing my backside. I contemplated leaping down to escape, but having climbed so high, I had no assurance of landing in the river. A misstep could result in a catastrophic fall onto the rocks below. Cursing under my breath, I freed one hand to draw my knife, preparing for a desperate struggle. If I were to perish, I would ensure this creature met its end alongside me. The other 3 individuals also recognized that the giant salamander was on the verge of overtaking me, yet the steepness of the cliff rendered it impossible for them to assist. They gritted their teeth and glared, filled with anxiety, yet utterly helpless. Suddenly, Luo Ning had a realization and shouted down to me from the cliff, "Comrade Xiao Hu, the glory grenade." In unison, the others recalled that we still had 1 grenade left, which had gone unused, nestled within the gear of the big man. The standard wooden-handled grenades manufactured in China are waterproof, and soldiers stationed at Qinghai Lake often use them to fish by detonating them in the water. Although we had all just plunged into the river, the grenade should be unaffected by moisture. Thanks to Luo Ning's reminder, the big man produced the grenade. Old Hu catch. He tossed it down to me from an angle above. I quickly clenched the knife between my teeth, reached out with my right hand, and caught the grenade. With my thumb, I removed the safety cap, discarded the knife, and bit down on the pull ring, igniting the fuse as white smoke billowed forth. I aimed for the giant salamander's gaping maw and hurled the grenade into its mouth, oblivious to the nature of the projectile. The creature instinctively snatched it up with its long tongue, adhering to its usual hunting behavior. A muffled explosion ensued. Despite the toughness of its exterior, the soft flesh within its mouth was no match for the blast, obliterating its head from the inside out. The massive body twisted a few times before succumbing, belly up, upon the rocks at the riverbank. I exhaled a sigh of relief, my body drenched in cold sweat. Though I hadn't felt fear in that moment, now I was trembling, and a glance downward made me dizzy. Suddenly, the cliff shook violently, the subterranean river surged, filling the air with the acrid scent of sulfur as waves of heat surged upward. The volcano beneath the riverbed began to stir, catching us off guard and nearly causing us to tumble down. We hastily scrambled up a gentler slope and sat to catch our breath, still shaken. Yet, the tremors intensified, and the volcanic rock formation seemed on the brink of collapse. Luo Ning remarked that a volcanic eruption was not necessarily imminent. It appeared to be merely a periodic activity of the volcano, with uncertain intervals, ranging from a few days to several centuries or millennia between occurrences. Volcanoes come in various forms. The common trumpet-shaped ones are formed after significant eruptions, while some, though not extinct, have remained dormant for millennia, buried deep underground, occasionally manifesting tremors. Regardless of the frequency of their activity, we had unfortunately found ourselves amidst this tumult, initially intending to follow the underground river in search of an exit. We were thwarted by the boiling waters below. Descending would render us akin to dumplings in a pot. It seemed that going down was no longer an option. Just as despair began to settle in, Gawa tugged at my clothing, gesturing upward for us to look. A slender beam of white light appeared several hundred meters above us, causing my vision to blur and my eyes to sting. What could that be? Could it be another long-extinct creature? Luo Ning, filled with a mix of surprise and joy, exclaimed, "It's the sky! It's the sky!" The tremors from the underground volcano had caused an earthquake, splitting the ground above us. Having not seen the outside sky in what felt like an eternity, I had nearly forgotten its appearance. Was it blue or white? I addressed the others, stating, "Comrades, there truly is no hopeless situation. Perseverance until the end is victory. For the new China, onward." The four of us, already exhausted, suddenly found hope for escape, drawing forth boundless strength as we propelled ourselves up the slope. The tremors below grew increasingly violent, the heat was oppressive, and the acrid scent of sulfur stung our senses. We feared that the fissure would close again with another tremor, and everyone was eager to escape as quickly as possible, exerting ourselves like sprinters on a steep 45-degree incline. The volcanic rock became more fragmented as we ascended, some resembling sand, making it difficult to find footing. We climbed 3 feet, only to slip back 2. Our hands were raw, but we pushed through the pain, gritting our teeth and using every ounce of strength. The ascent of 500 or 600 meters felt as arduous as a long march across snowy mountains. Ultimately, we emerged back onto the surface, greeted by the blue sky and white clouds, flanked by undulating mountains. We had climbed to a segment of the Kunlun River Valley, situated at the lowest elevation on the Tibetan Plateau, merely a few kilometers from the unfrozen spring station of the first line. Luo Ning was fatigued, and Gawa had an injured foot, causing them to lag behind at the critical moment. Without a moment's rest, I hurriedly joined forces with the tall man to connect the carrying straps of both individuals, lowering them so that Luo Ning could grasp hold. The earthquake intensified, and the fissure, over a meter wide, threatened to collapse at any moment. Luo Ning and Gawa could only cling tightly to the strap, as each step they took was met with a slip backward, unable to ascend even half an inch. The tall man and I exerted every ounce of strength to pull them up, but no matter how strong we were, we could not hoist them both simultaneously. At that moment, Gawa released her grip on the strap, supporting Luo Ning from below. With our combined efforts, we managed to pull her up from the chasm. Just as I intended to throw the strap down to rescue Gawa, a violent tremor shook the ground once more, causing it to close around her, trapping Gawa in the middle. In the frigid temperatures plummeting below 20 degrees, our coats and hats had long since vanished. The 3 of us, oblivious to the cold, donned only thin garments, crying as we futilely dug at the stony ground with our hands and bayonets. 3 days later, I found myself lying on a hospital bed within the military district, where the chief of staff warmly grasped my hand, expressing his condolences. "Comrade Xiaohu, your bravery during this mission was commendable. On behalf of the military commission, I extend my heartfelt wishes for your swift recovery, so that you may contribute further to our revolutionary cause. How do you feel now?" I responded, "Thank you for your concern, sir. I wish I could say I was well, but the thought of my comrades who have forever departed, Shaolin, Jiehua, the instructor, the second squad leader, renders that sentiment lodged in my throat, forever unspoken. As Churchill once noted, there are no eternal friends nor everlasting enemies, only enduring interests. In 1969, due to international circumstances, my unit was dispatched deep into the Kunlun Mountains for construction. The harsh environment impeded progress far beyond our expectations. Over 3 years, dozens of officers and soldiers perished on the site, yet we had only completed 2/3 of the military facility. Then the world order shifted once more. In 1972, Nixon visited China, thawing Sino-American relations. China's strategic deployments underwent substantial revisions, and the projects in the Kunlun Mountains were halted. We, the engineers who had taken up arms mid-course, were reassigned back into the combat ranks of the field army under the Landshau military district. Day after day, year after year, we engaged in training, drills, exercises, studies, and evaluations. Life in the barracks was not only monotonous but also grueling. One morning, upon returning from a meeting at the camp headquarters, the messenger, Xiao Lu, rushed over. Breathless. Report, company commander. Today, a platoon of new recruits has arrived, but the instructor is away for military district training. Please, could you address the newcomers about our revolution and traditions? Speaking of revolution and traditions essentially meant recounting the history of our company. I felt ill-equipped for such a task. Yet as the acting company commander and with the instructor absent, I had no choice but to rise to the occasion. I led the 30 or so new recruits into the company's honor display room, pointing to a banner embroidered with the words Heroic Company of Bayonets. This honor was earned by our predecessors in the Huaihai campaign, a title we have retained to this day. I recounted the harrowing battle with embellished fervor, detailing how our 6th Company fought valiantly, bayonets clashing, repelling a full regiment of the Kuomintang under dire conditions of ammunition and supplies. We gloriously fulfilled our assigned mission of holding the line. Then, gesturing towards a dark, battered iron pod encased in glass, I told the recruits, comrades, do not underestimate this humble pod. It was here, on the battlefield of the Huaihai campaign, that our revolutionary predecessors consumed the pork stew cooked in this very pot before bravely heading out to confront the enemy. Look closely at the cracks. It bears the scars from the artillery fire of the Kuomintang. To this day, it silently narrates the deeds of our heroes and the cruelty of the reactionaries. What I can convey is limited, for I am not a professional tasked with the responsibility of ideological work. Nonetheless, I believe I have delivered my thoughts quite adequately, sufficiently so for these recruits. I instructed the new soldiers to disperse to the mess hall for their meal, and alongside Xiao Lu, I trailed behind them. I inquired of Xiao Lu, how did our company commander fare in discussing revolution and tradition? Xiao Lu replied, oh, commander, he spoke remarkably well. I was practically drooling. When will our company study the revolutionary martyrs and improve our rations? I long for some pork with vermicelli. I swallowed hard and playfully flicked Xiao Lu on the forehead, saying, not a word about revolutionary traditions, just thoughts of pork with vermicelli. Hurry to the mess hall and fetch our meals. I believe they are serving buns today. If we delay, those recruits will snatch them all away. I command you to proceed at a run. Xiao Lu acknowledged and dashed towards the mess hall. Suddenly, I recalled an important instruction I had forgotten to impart, and I called after him, be sure to select some with ample filling. Reclining on my bed, I savored my buns while perusing a letter recently sent from home. All was well at home, with no mention of anything significant. After reading it twice, I set it aside and picked up our family's treasured ancient book. My experiences over the past few years have stirred a profound interest in the study of feng shui, prompting me to occasionally peruse its pages. The book features numerous terms associated with the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, such as Eastern Jia and Yi Wood, Southern Bing and Ding Fire, Central Wu and Ji Earth, Western Gung and Xian Metal, Northern Ren and Gui Water, alongside the trigrams Qian, Kan, Jian, Zhen, Kuan, Dui, Li, Wei, and others. There are many concepts I find perplexing. Over the years, I have sought out various related texts, and despite my limited education, I have managed to comprehend about 30 to 40% of the content. The 16-character secret of Yin-Yang Feng Shui refers to heaven, earth, humanity, ghosts, deities, Buddhas, demons, beasts, restraint, suppression, evasion, objects, transformation, yin, yang, and void. This tome's origins and era remain a mystery, yet its contents are profound. The 64 transformations of the Fuxi 8 trigrams should, in truth, comprise only 16 trigrams. During the Shang dynasty, half of these 16 trigrams were erased by the divine to conceal celestial secrets, leaving even the remaining 8 incomplete. However, for those who grasp even a fraction of these concepts, such an understanding is remarkable. Take Zhuge Liang, who, with a modicum of knowledge, could strategize for Liu Bei, securing dominion over the realm. Liu Bowen, with a mere third of comprehension, aided Zhu Yuanzhang in establishing the Ming dynasty, which flourished for 4 centuries. Yet, I remain skeptical of such extraordinary claims. The sole regret regarding this book is that I possess only the first half, which discusses the principles of feng shui and burial layout, while the latter half, concerning the yin-yang and 8 trigrams, has remained absent since it passed into my grandfather's possession. The fragments are somewhat disjointed and the text is obscure, rendering its deeper meanings elusive. I pondered how much clearer it might be if it were a complete volume. Suddenly, the sound of a three-long, three-short assembly call shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the barracks. My first thought was that something must have gone awry. A sudden assembly of the entire camp during daylight hours could not occur without cause. I hastily stuffed the remaining 2 buns into my mouth, leaped from my bed, and burst through the door. Rows of troops stood in perfect alignment, and I realized it was not merely our battalion that had assembled, but the entire regiment had congregated. As a junior officer, I lacked the authority to comprehend the nature of the operation. My role was solely to obey commands and follow orders. We received directives to remain on standby at the train station, preparing to depart alongside our brother units. The station was teeming with soldiers, numbering over 10,000. Resembling a vast sea of green from a distance, it appeared that the entire division was mobilized. Such a deployment was nothing short of monumental. Our main division, an extensive force comprising 3 infantry regiments, an artillery regiment, a tank regiment, and logistical support from the division headquarters, boasted nearly 20,000 personnel. The enormity of this operation was perplexing. What could be the purpose? Surely, it could not be for disaster relief, as there had been no reports of calamity in the vicinity. In a state of bewilderment, we were transported in armored vehicles all the way to the Yunnan border. At which point it dawned on us, we were to engage in combat. Many were overcome with emotion. On the early morning of February 17th, 220,000 soldiers from 17 divisions launched a full-scale offensive, advancing to Langsan, with China announcing troop withdrawal on March 4th. My company, the spearhead of the main division, bore the brunt of the assault, suffering over 50% casualties within the first 10 days of fighting. During a subsequent march, we were ambushed by Vietnamese operatives who cunningly utilized women holding children as cover, throwing explosives into our armored personnel carrier. 8 of my brave soldiers perished within the vehicle. In that moment, my vision clouded with rage. I killed 3 adversaries and captured 2 remaining Vietnamese militia members, an elderly man and a young woman, seemingly father and daughter. A subordinate informed me that the woman had disguised the explosive as an infant cradled in her arms, tossing it into our vehicle as we passed. I was certain of her culpability. The most harrowing experience for me was witnessing my comrades fall before my eyes. In a fit of fury, I completely disregarded the 3 major disciplines and the 8 points for attention, along with our military protocol regarding prisoners of war. I ordered that an explosive be affixed beneath the woman's seat, sending her to a grim fate. The elderly man was tightly bound and cast into a minefield from a cliff. This egregious breach of military discipline reverberated through the command, even reaching Major General Su. My military career was abruptly curtailed. I returned to my hometown clutching a discharge order. As the conflict neared its conclusion, sporadic gunfire persisted, and the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, with corpses strewn haphazardly in the trenches. Approximately 6 or 7 remnants of the Vietnamese forces remained in the tunnels, and I led my men to seal all exits. Standing at the entrance, I shouted, "Yabu Song Gonya, Song Quan Hong Du Bing Nei." The remaining soldiers echoed my command, "Yabu Song Gonya, Song Quan Hong Du Bing Nei." Translation: surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Treat the captives kindly. At that time, frontline combat units were issued a field manual containing common Vietnamese phrases annotated with phonetic Chinese characters, such as Gang Dai Nai Lai, meaning raise your hands, and Buku Dai Nai Lai, meaning hold your hands up and do not move. These items were utilized for capturing enemy combatants and persuading their surrender, while others served to propagate our military's policies to the Vietnamese populace. In fact, within northern Vietnam, there exists a rich tapestry of ethnicities, and the official language is less prevalent than Chinese, as the majority of Vietnamese soldiers are proficient in Mandarin. Enclosed by our forces, the Vietnamese responded from the depths of their tunnels with a barrage of gunfire. Frustrated, I hurled my helmet to the ground, cursing vehemently at the obstinacy of the enemy. I turned to the soldiers behind me and commanded, "Deploy the cluster grenades and flamethrowers. Let us unleash our fury upon them." The cluster grenades and flamethrowers are the most effective means of dealing with the adversary entrenched in the tunnels. First, we would suppress them with a deluge of grenades, followed by the purge with flamethrowers. Bundles of grenades were hurled into the tunnels, and after a series of violent explosions, our soldiers unleashed the flamethrowers at the entrance. The acrid smoke mingled with the stench of charred flesh made it difficult to see, yet I pressed forward with my submachine gun. eager to witness firsthand the fate of those frail Vietnamese youths. Inside the tunnel, the charred remains of over a dozen enemy soldiers lay scattered. It was impossible to discern whether they had perished by explosion or by flames. At the far end of the tunnel, I stumbled upon a large bundle of unexploded cluster grenades. Urgently, I signaled to my comrades to retreat, but it was too late. A muffled explosion ensued, and the shockwave knocked me to the ground, plunging my vision into darkness, as though a layer of mud had been smeared across my eyes. In a panic, I flailed my arms, consumed by an indescribable terror. At that moment, someone grasped my wrist and urged, "Comrade, wake up. Are you having a nightmare?" As I opened my eyes and surveyed my surroundings, I found 2 train attendants and a carriage full of passengers gazing at me with smiles. It dawned on me that I had merely been dreaming. I exhaled deeply, still shaken by the remnants of my nightmare. Who would have thought that I could dream while riding a train home? I felt utterly embarrassed. I managed a sheepish smile, possibly the most awkward smile of my life, relieved that there was no mirror to reflect my expression. Upon noticing I had regained consciousness, the attendant informed me that we were approaching the final destination and urged me to prepare to disembark. I nodded, gathered my belongings, and squeezed into the space between 2 carriages, sitting atop my luggage. Lighting a cigarette, I took a few deep drags, my thoughts lingering on my comrades still stationed at the front lines. Wearing a military uniform devoid of insignia felt particularly awkward, and I pondered how I would explain my situation to my father if he discovered that I had been sent back by the army. I could only imagine the wrath I would face. Minutes later, we arrived at the station. I circled around my home but hesitated to enter, wandering aimlessly on the street, concocting a plausible story to appease my father. As dusk descended and shadows lengthened, I stepped into a restaurant, hoping for a meal. Upon glancing at the menu, I was taken aback. Having not dined out in years, I was astonished by the exorbitant prices of the dishes. A plate of fish-flavored shredded pork costs a surprising 6 yuan. It appears that my reintegration fee of over 3,000 yuan barely suffices for 500 servings of this dish. I ordered 2 bowls of rice and a plate of kung pao chicken, along with a bottle of beer. A young waitress insisted on recommending some oil-braised prawns, which I adamantly refused. She muttered a few words under her breath, rolling her eyes in annoyance as she turned to serve my meal. I had no desire to stoop to her level. After all, I had served as a soldier for a full decade, enduring sweat and blood, facing life and death, all for the worth of merely 500 servings of fish-flavored pork. It struck me as somewhat absurd. Yet, upon reflection, compared to my comrades who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield and in the snowy mountains, what right did I have to feel discontent? At that moment, another customer entered, sporting a pair of faux American oversized sunglasses. I noticed his attire was quite fashionable for the time, prompting me to glance at him a little longer. He, too, noticed me, scrutinizing me for a while before approaching and sitting directly across from my table. I wondered what his intentions were, with so many empty tables. Why choose to squeeze in with me? Was he a rogue looking for trouble? Just as I was about to confront him, something about his appearance struck me as familiar, though his face was mostly obscured by the large sunglasses, making it difficult to recall who he was. He nudged his glasses up the bridge of his nose and spoke. "The heavenly king covers the earth, tiger." I thought to myself how familiar those words sounded, and instinctively replied, "The pagoda subdues the river demon." He then asked, "Why is your face so red?" I raised my thumb in approval and said, "Can't find a wife, and it's making me anxious." "And why has it turned white again?" He inquired. "Married a tigress, and now I'm terrified." We embraced each other, and I exclaimed, "Little Fatty, you never expected the Central Red Army to reunite, did you?" Fatty was nearly in tears with excitement. "Old who? Our various factions of the Red Army have finally reunited in Shaanxi. Although we had exchanged numerous letters over the years, the vast distance had kept us apart. I never imagined we would meet again in a restaurant upon my return to the city. It was indeed serendipitous. Fatty's father held a higher rank than mine, yet he succumbed to hardship and perished in a cowshed. A few years ago, after returning to the city, Fatty found a job, but after a year of clashes with his superiors, he became a middleman, trading popular music cassettes from our region to the north. After so many years apart, we drank until our faces were flushed, and in the haze of intoxication, I forgot about the fabricated tales. Upon returning home, emboldened by the drink, I recounted the events to my father, who surprisingly was not angry but rather pleased. I thought to myself, this old man seems to have lower expectations with age. He was happy that his son would no longer have to face the front lines. The reintegration office had arranged for me to work as the deputy head of security at a food factory, but but after spending so long in the military, I was reluctant to return to a regimented life of clocking in and out, so I declined the position. Instead, I partnered with Fatty to venture into business in the north. Time flies swiftly, and as we find ourselves in the 1980s, we, too, have reached our 30s. Yet, our business has dwindled to a dismal state. The prospect of saving for a bride feels like a distant dream, and even affording meals has become a pressing concern. Frequently, we must beseech our families for financial assistance to address our immediate needs. According to the third plenary session, the nation has essentially resolved the issue of basic sustenance. However, it feels as if we are still living in the pre-liberation era, exploited and oppressed, struggling to find enough to eat and wear. On this fine day, with skies clear and blue, we don sunglasses and bell-bottom trousers, maneuvering a tricycle down the streets of Beijing. The vehicle was adorned with a board laden with cassette tapes, while a battered cassette player blasted the popular Taiwanese songs of the time through its worn-out speakers. A bespectacled female student approached us, perusing our collection, and inquired if we had any tapes by Wang Jiesher or Cielizi. We had stocked those 2 days prior, but they had sold out. The rotund fellow, grinning broadly, replied, "Oh, dear sister, what era are we in? Why still listen to their songs? Have you heard of Teresa Tung, Qian Baiwei, or Zhang Aijia? Grab a few tapes to take home, and, I assure you, they are delightful." The student, sensing the rotund fellow's demeanor, turned away in dismay. He began to grumble in frustration. What a fool, acting all high and mighty, yet wanting to listen to the likes of Jin Su and Yin Su, when she looks like a mere spindle herself. I remarked on how his accent had morphed into a Beijing dialect. Isn't it sufficient to speak Mandarin? Why pretend to be a native of the capital? The business climate in Beijing had become exceedingly challenging. I suggested we head to Xi'an in a few days. The rotund fellow attempted to defend his lineage, claiming his ancestors hailed from Beijing, but before he could continue, he suddenly pointed down the street and exclaimed, "Damn it. The industry and commerce officials are here to crack down. We must flee." We hastily pushed our tricycle away, navigating through alleyways until we found ourselves unexpectedly at the Panjiuan Antiques Market. This street was bustling with vendors trading in various antiquities, including old Chairman Mao badges and the Little Red Book. From an array of bottles and jars to vintage clocks, pocket watches, old embroidered shoes worn by women with bound feet, piles of copper coins, snuff bottles, antique furniture, smoking pipes, calligraphy and paintings, intricately carved inkstones, yellowed paper, old smoking pipes, cricket jars, porcelain, lacquerware, and an assortment of jewelry made from gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, and jade. Anything old seemed to find a place here. The rotund fellow possessed a family heirloom, a jade pendant gifted to his father by a commander of the Northwest Field Army. This commander had led his troops into Xinjiang, where they vanquished a band of bandits at the Naya Oasis, and the pendant had once belonged to the bandit chief. The jade, while referred to as a pendant, bore an unusual and archaic design, etched with a chaotic array of patterns that resembled a map or script, the true purpose of which remains a mystery. The rotund fellow had shown me this jade numerous times. My family had once owned an array of antiques, and I had listened to my grandfather share much knowledge about gems and jade in my youth. However, I could not ascertain the value or age of this particular piece. He contemplated selling the jade to acquire some capital for our business, but I intervened, urging him to reconsider. "This is a legacy from your father. If you can avoid selling it, please do. We are not at our wits' end yet. If need be, I can ask my family for assistance. After all, my parents have recently received a substantial wage supplement." We came across an empty spot by the roadside and parked our tricycle there, subsequently purchasing 2 bowls of braised pork offal soup with crispy bread for lunch. This dish, a savory concoction of pig entrails simmered in broth, is accompanied by chopped pieces of crispy bread, costing just over a yuan per bowl, both economical and satisfying. I had added an excessive amount of chili to my bowl, causing tears and mucus to stream down my face, leaving me gasping for breath. My companion, after taking a couple of bites, remarked, "Old who? I had intended to help you prosper over the years, yet I never anticipated that the economy would flourish across the nation. The situation is not just mildly favorable. It is exceedingly promising. Unlike when I first started selling, back then, there were scarcely 3 vendors in all of Beijing selling popular music tapes. I feel as if I have inadvertently burdened you. Your father was already a commander before retirement, enjoying the privileges of a deputy municipal cadre. Perhaps you should return home and have your father pull some strings to secure you a position within the government, sparing you the trials of this endeavor with me." I patted his ample belly and replied, "Brother, let me speak candidly. If I truly wish to join the government, I could do so at any time. But I am afraid. Do you know why? I fear that if I remain stationary in one place, my mind would be consumed by memories of my fallen comrades, who appear before me incessantly. The moment I see them, it feels as though my insides are about to rupture with pain. As we bustle about, engaged in our small enterprises, it allows my thoughts to wander elsewhere. Otherwise, I would surely lose my sanity. After all those years in the military, I may not have acquired many skills, but I did learn how to uplift morale. I reassured my friend, we are not truly suffering. At least we have this braised pork to eat. Recollecting my time in the Kunlun Mountains, that was genuine hardship. One year during the spring festival, everyone yearned for home. Many new recruits secretly weeping. The commander, noticing this, quickly prepared a meal of dumplings to improve our rations. The dumplings were beyond belief in the Kunlun Mountains. There was no green vegetable to be found, and vegetables cost more than gold. Yet, there was an abundance of meat, albeit only meatball dumplings. At such high altitudes, the water wouldn't boil, resulting in half-cooked dumplings with red meat filling. Can you imagine the taste? I devoured 70 or 80 of them, nearly bursting, craving more, having not tasted anything cooked for years. The next day, I had to be sent to the hospital. My stomach felt as though it were made of steel, and I could not digest the food. Do you remember the words from Hanyan? The night before a revolution's victory is always the coldest. Our business cannot remain stagnant. As sales of tapes dwindle, we can venture into other products. Just as Chairman Mao said, if we cannot ascend Lushan, we shall climb Jinggangshan instead. If the People's Liberation Army will not accompany me, I shall seek out the Red Army. I turned on the tape recorder, and the two large speakers instantly blared forth music. However, due to the recorder's dilapidated state, the sound quality was atrocious. Even the most melodious songs emerged resembling the clanging of broken brass. However, neither the portly man nor I found the music displeasing. In fact, it was far superior to our own vocalizations. After my earnest yet accessible philosophical discourse, the portly fellow's spirits brightened. He began to sway his calves in rhythm with the music, bellowing, "Come one, come all." Original editions from Hong Kong and Taiwan. A grand sale of severed limbs and discounted treasures. Passers-by and nearby vendors cast curious glances our way. Next to us was a man peddling antiques. He approached us with a friendly greeting, revealing a dazzling gold tooth as he smiled. Producing a pack of cigarettes, he generously offered us each one. Upon inspecting the smoke, I noted its quality, Marlboro, an American brand. As he lit my cigarette, he remarked, "Gentlemen, selling pop music in the Panjiayuan antique market? I assure you, there is no one else in this vast city who could conceive such an idea. You truly stand alone." I inhaled deeply, exhaling 2 plumes of white smoke. This American cigarette was indeed potent. I looked up at the man with the gold tooth and replied, "Do not take offense. My companion and I are merely evading the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. We stumbled upon this place by chance and will be on our way shortly." As we exchanged pleasantries, it became evident we were not strangers. The man hailed from Hainan Island and had previously participated in the labor movement in Yunnan. His father was among the ranks of the People's Liberation Army during its southern campaign. His family's roots were entwined with the 3rd Field Army, and discussions of hometowns and military lineage revealed a shared heritage. However, his father was not an official. Rather, he was a craftsman engaged in treasure hunting. Later conscripted by the Nationalist Army. During the Huaihai campaign, his unit defected to the People's Liberation Army, and he served as a cook. He suffered frostbite on the Korean battlefield, resulting in lifelong paralysis. After the reforms, he relocated to Beijing from Hainan, engaging in the trade of antiques and curios. The adage "it is better to listen than to speak" rang true, although he spoke eloquently of his father's craftsmanship, which he described as that of a treasure seeker. I recognized it for what it truly was, an illicit grave robber. This was a subject my grandfather had often recounted to me during my upbringing. A true connoisseur can discern the essence with a mere gesture. Delving deeper, I inquired of the man, "Did your father ever unearth a significant treasure during his days as a tomb raider?" The term significant treasure is a euphemism among grave robbers, akin to how bandits in the mountains employ coded language to discuss their misdeeds. A big dumpling refers to a well-preserved corpse, while a dry dumpling indicates a decayed skeleton. And a meat dumpling signifies a corpse adorned with valuables. Upon hearing my question, the man with the gold tooth regarded me with newfound respect, insisting on treating my companion and me to mutton hot pot at Dongxi, where we could discuss further. Thus, The three of us gathered our belongings and made our way to Dongsi. The hot pot restaurant was bustling with patrons, the air thick with steam and the sounds of clinking glasses and boisterous laughter reverberating throughout. We settled at an empty table in a secluded corner, where the gold-toothed man poured me drink after drink. I thought to myself that he must be intent on getting me intoxicated to extract my secrets. Thus, I hastily intervened, saying, "Master Jean, this herb is too potent. I have a low tolerance, so perhaps a beer would suffice." As we dined and conversed, the topic shifted to grave digging. The gold-toothed man grinned widely, tapping his gold tooth with his fingertip, and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, behold this golden tooth, which I unearthed from a grave in Panjiayuan. A relic of the Ming dynasty, extracted from the mouth of a Zongzi. I couldn't bear to sell it, so I had my own tooth removed to replace it." What an odd fellow, discussing such matters over dinner. Does he not consider the appetite of his companions? If he is reluctant to part with his money, he could simply express it. The very thought of what he described grew increasingly repugnant, prompting me to steer the conversation elsewhere. We chatted casually about the intricacies of feng shui and tomb excavation, reminiscing about my days as a combat engineer in the Kunlun Mountains, which left the gold-toothed man in awe, thoroughly impressed by my tales. His father, before being conscripted by the nationalists, had apprenticed under a master from Hunan named Kai, who was well-versed in the art of grave digging. However, he never mastered the skill of locating graves, for his mentor, Mr. Kai, lacked knowledge in feng shui. It was not until the 12th year of the Republic that a farmer named Li Yazi from Luoyang invented the Luoyang shovel. Prior to this, the technique was not widely known. Practitioners relied on their keen sense of smell. To maintain their olfactory acuity, they avoided tobacco, alcohol, and spicy foods. By driving an iron rod into the ground, and then inhaling the various scents it brought up, they could discern whether the earth was hollow or contained wood, bricks, or stones, each sensation distinctly different. This process is akin to the principles of using a Luoyang shovel. One relies on the nose while the other utilizes the eyes. The soil retrieved by the Luoyang shovel allows for examination of its composition, the presence of porcelain shards, wood pieces, cloth, metals such as gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, mercury, lead, as well as compacted earth and bricks, all serve as evidence of a burial site, enabling estimations of the tomb's age and structure. Regrettably, the art of soil scenting has been lost on the gold-toothed man, as his father became disabled, and he himself suffered from congenital asthma, leading him to abandon the profession of a tomb raider. Most individuals in this trade have encountered numerous authentic artifacts, and with this discernment, he transitioned to dealing in antiques. I jestingly remarked that his ancestral skill had become somewhat outdated. My elders have shared tales of grave digging. True experts do not rely on iron rods or Luoyang shovels, as those are clumsy methods. A skilled practitioner can simply observe a location and ascertain whether an ancient tomb lies beneath, its position and structure readily apparent. Wherever there exists prime feng shui, a grand tomb is sure to follow, housing individuals of extraordinary stature in life, and such tombs are often filled with treasures. Authentic masters look down upon tools like the Luoyang shovel, as damp soil significantly diminishes effectiveness, particularly in the affluent regions of Jiangnan, where heavy rainfall has inundated many ancient tombs, rendering the earth's layers a chaotic mess. As I regaled the tale with such eloquence, De Jinya's admiration for me grew immensely. "Master Hu," he exclaimed, "I am thoroughly impressed. As the saying goes, to hear the way in the morning is worth dying for in the evening. After listening to your profound insights, I feel my years have not been in vain. A talent like yours, who possesses knowledge of geomancy, has served as a sapper, and understands civil engineering, is indeed a rare find. It would be a pity if you did not pursue the path of a tomb raider." I shook my head and replied, "Such unethical endeavors are not my intention. What I just shared are tales handed down from my grandfather, who himself was once a tomb raider. Unfortunately, he encountered dire circumstances and nearly lost his life." De Jinya acknowledged the inherent risks, suggesting that carrying a few black donkey hooves would mitigate the danger. He added, "Moreover, there is a code among thieves. The reputation of tomb raiding is tarnished, primarily due to unscrupulous rogues who are not true to the craft. They lack an understanding of the rules and wreak havoc, inviting disdain upon themselves. The history of tomb raiding can be traced back over 3 millennia. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao commanded a unit specifically tasked with excavating treasures from ancient tombs to fund the military, thus giving rise to the title of tomb raider. Before the liberation, this trade was divided into 4 factions: East, South, West, and North. By the 1980s, The number of skilled practitioners had dwindled to a mere handful, and those remaining had long since retired. The younger generation consists of idlers from the countryside, banding together in groups to dig graves without any understanding of the intricate traditions or the proper rituals associated with the craft. Alas, countless treasures have been destroyed by their hands. The genius sighed and continued, having spent years trading at Panjiayuan. Should either of you come across valuable items in the future, I can facilitate connections with buyers. You may handle the negotiations directly, and a modest commission would suffice. At that point, Fatty, who had been preoccupied with feasting, suddenly recalled something and produced a piece of jade from his possession, asking Degenia to appraise its worth. Degenia examined the jade, bringing it close to his nose for a closer inspection. Ah, Master Fatty, this is indeed a remarkable piece of jade. With a history spanning at least a millennium, perhaps even earlier, likely predating the Tang dynasty. The inscriptions on it are not in Han script, and while I cannot decipher them, it is certainly worth a considerable sum. However, until we ascertain its precise value, it would be prudent to retain possession of it, lest you incur a significant loss. May I inquire as to its origin? Fatty, now animated by the topic, began recounting his family's history. As for its provenance, it is quite the tale. This jade was gifted to my father by an old comrade during the Huangma uprising. His comrade was a commander who, upon entering Xinjiang, encountered a band of brigands. These outlaws were indeed ill-fated. The People's Liberation Army's Guard Regiment is not comprised of mere idlers. Within 5 or 6 minutes, they eradicated the entire group of bandits. During the aftermath, they discovered this piece of jade on the body of a bandit leader. The commander presented it to my father as a keepsake. As for its history prior to that, I am not privy to the details. We continued our revelry until past midnight, parting ways only then. At our farewell, the man with the golden teeth presented each of us with a peculiar, hooked object, measuring over an inch in length, dark and glossy, incredibly hard, inscribed with 2 seal characters that resembled the words for gold and touch. This artifact appeared ancient, as if it were a relic from a bygone era. One end had been punctured, threaded with a red silk cord, allowing it to be worn around the neck as a decorative talisman. The man with the golden teeth remarked, "My friends, we truly bond like old acquaintances. These are talismans crafted from the claws of a pangolin, a token for you both to remember me by. Do visit me at Panjiayuan whenever you can. The mountains remain green, and the waters flow eternally. Until we meet again." Upon returning to our modest flat near Chongwenmen, the copious amounts of alcohol had rendered us groggy, and we slept until noon the following day. Awakening and lying in bed, I stared at the low ceiling, contemplating much. The realm of tomb raiding was not unfamiliar to me. I was confident I could uncover significant mausoleums. Money was not my primary concern. In fact, I was indifferent to its presence. Yet, life is often riddled with contradictions, and at this juncture, I found myself in dire need of funds. My parents were supported by the state, leaving me without familial burdens. I could feed myself without concern for my family's hunger. However, what of my brothers who perished on the battlefield? Who would care for their parents? The medical expenses and school fees for their siblings could scarcely be covered by the meager pensions they received. On the battlefield, it seemed that everyone except me had an absolute reason to survive. I was the last one standing. My life was a debt owed to the sacrifices of many comrades, and I felt compelled to do something in their memory. At that moment, my companion stirred, rubbing his eyes. Noticing my trance-like state, he inquired, "Old who? What are you pondering? I know what's on your mind." The words of the man with the golden teeth stirred something within you, didn't they? I too feel an itch. What shall we do? I await your word. I produced the talisman gifted by the man with the golden teeth and said, "Fatty, don't regard that fellow as a benefactor. He is merely a businessman, rising early only for profit. This talisman, a claw from the Three Kingdoms era worn by Chow Chow's treasure-seeking officers, is far too valuable for him to gift us so casually. He sees potential in us and wishes to gain something in return." Fatty, agitated, exclaimed, "Damn it, I've suspected him all along. I'll march to Panjiayuan and toss that golden tooth into the latrine." Regardless of our frustrations, we contemplated that it would be wise to leverage this connection for our mutual benefit, at least for the time being, avoiding any rift with him. My impulsive nature often leads me to act without considering the consequences, yet I believe the path of tomb raiding was viable. As Chairman Mao said, every phenomenon possesses duality. Good can turn to bad, and vice versa. This is the essence of dialectics. The tombs of emperors and generals are laden with treasures. But can we assert that these riches rightfully belong to their owners? They were extracted from the common folk through plunder and exploitation. What is taken from the people should rightfully be returned to them. How can we allow these treasures to accompany the decayed bones eternally resting underground? If we are to engage in this endeavor, let us aim for greatness. The burial sites of commoners lack intrigue and wealth, and taking from the populace would only tarnish our moral standing. I once listened to my grandfather recount the rules of the tomb raiders, which starkly contrast with those of mere grave robbers. The latter indiscriminately excavate and seize treasures, acting without regard for loyalty or honor, be they officials or common folk, without a shred of decorum. Even if there were any rules, they would be mere notions concocted by the farmers themselves, utterly lacking in authenticity. The true tomb raiders, however, adhere to a meticulous code. Upon unearthing a grand tomb, they must light a candle in the southeast corner of the burial chamber. When they open the coffin to search for valuables, they must be aware that the deceased often bear their most precious possessions. Noble individuals may have pearls held in their mouths, golden and jeweled garments draped over them, protective jade adorning their chests, and even jade scepters clutched in their hands, with gemstones concealed within their very bodies. During this delicate operation, one must not disturb the remains. Rather, they should gently explore from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, ultimately leaving behind one or two treasures for the departed. If the candle in the southeast corner extinguishes during this process, all acquired valuables must be returned to their original state, followed by 3 respectful bows and a dignified retreat along the same path. It is said that some tombs are haunted, and the reasons these spirits do not enter the cycle of reincarnation remain a mystery. Perhaps they are unwilling to part with the opulence they enjoyed in life, eternally fixated on their treasures. Faced with such tenacious spirits, it is best not to forcibly seize their belongings. In the end, my companion and I resolved to embrace the life of tomb raiders, dismissing any pangs of conscience. Let's say we allowed our conscience to be devoured by dogs, or perhaps only partially consumed. Viewed from another perspective, we find ourselves in the 1980s, a time that advocates for sacrifice. It is now the turn of the affluent aristocrats who exploit the laboring populace to contribute. Alas, these restless spirits possess little awareness. Do not expect them to rise and offer their treasures willingly. This task shall fall to us, to reap the fruits of the feudal elite, gathering riches and redistributing land with fervor. While our strategic direction is set, the specific tactical objectives and methods require further deliberation. In the regions where grave robbing flourishes, Hunan, and Shaanxi, finding grand tombs has become increasingly challenging. Moreover, conducting operations in populous areas proves cumbersome. One must disguise their activities under the pretense of farming and construction. The ideal locations for our endeavors lie deep within the secluded mountains, far from the prying eyes of civilization. If I were to recount the most magnificent tomb I have encountered in such remote forests, it would undoubtedly be the one nestled in Neo-Exine Mountain. When I ventured there during my youth, I was naive and ignorant. Now, with the wisdom of experience, I can deduce that this tomb predates the Northern Song dynasty, likely dating back to the prosperous Tang era. It was common during this period to construct tombs within mountains, a practice that persisted into the early Song dynasty. However, following the decline of national strength in the Southern Song period, no royal tomb dared to undertake such grandiose projects again. My companion inquired if I had not mentioned that Neo-Exine Mountain was haunted. Could we not seek a location free from such disturbances? While we may handle bears and wild men with relative ease, confronting a ghost remains an enigma. I replied that, firstly, I do not believe in ghosts. My previous assertions may have been mere figments of my imagination. Secondly, as this is our inaugural venture, we need not resort to excavating mountains immediately. Do you recall that many families in Yanzi's village possess antiques? We could simply collect a few and sell them, sparing ourselves the strenuous efforts of excavation. On that day, we each set off to prepare separately. The stout fellow went to dispose of the remaining tapes, while I ventured to the flea market to procure some essential tools, a flashlight, gloves, a mask, candles, rope, and a water bottle. To my immense delight, I managed to acquire 2 German-made entrenching tools. Holding the entrenching tool in my hand felt reminiscent of reuniting with an old friend. These entrenching tools were originally equipped to mountain assault divisions during World War II and were subsequently captured by the Soviets, with a portion eventually making its way into China during the period of Sino-Soviet friendship. The German entrenching tool is notably lightweight and foldable, easily attachable to one's waist. Its steel blade is remarkably sharp. Not only can it dig through earth and rock, but in times of peril, it can also serve as a formidable weapon. capable of cleaving an enemy's skull with a single swing. The only disappointment was that I could not procure a gas mask during the nationwide civil defense initiatives. A considerable number of Model 60 gas masks were distributed to the public, occasionally available in the second-hand market, but today was not fortuitous. There were a few other items I needed, but those could be arranged upon our arrival at Ganganjiangzi. I spent over 1,500 in total, primarily due to the exorbitant price of the 2 shovels, each costing 600. Their price was non-negotiable. In the end, I was left with merely 6 yuan, which was quite troublesome as I had no money for a train ticket. Fortunately, the stout fellow had swiftly sold off the tapes and returned our rented accommodation, which nearly covered our round-trip fare. We purchased our train tickets that very night. When I had departed from there years ago, I was still under 18, and having not returned for over a decade, the prospect of reuniting with long-lost acquaintances filled both of us with excitement. The train was scheduled to depart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we were so exhilarated that we hardly slept a wink that night. I inquired how much money we had left, and the stout fellow counted, revealing we had 150. This amount was barely sufficient for our travel and meals. I pondered that it was inappropriate to return empty-handed after so many years away. I needed to devise a way to procure some gifts for the locals. The stout fellow suggested selling my piece of jade for 1,000 or 800 yuan. I advised him to keep it, cautioning him not to be overly fixated on the few belongings his father had left him, as once sold, they could never be reclaimed, leading to inevitable regret. Ultimately, I unearthed something of value, a mechanical watch from the Inga brand, a limited edition gift from my father upon my promotion to company commander, worth over 200 yuan in the market at that time. I sold the watch to Dejinya at Panjiayuan. He accepted anything, and upon learning of our plans to venture into Inner Mongolia, he generously sponsored us with 100 yuan, agreeing to facilitate any sales of items we might find. In the 1980s, 300 yuan was sufficient for an ordinary family to enjoy a few months of luxurious living, a considerable sum indeed. With the over 300 yuan, I purchased various treats, candied fruits, milk candies, canned goods, chocolate, and tea, items that were scarce in the mountains. The remaining money was exchanged on the black market for national food coupons. The 2-day, 2-night journey, imbued with anticipation, felt somewhat prolonged. Upon arrival at the station, we would need to endure an additional day on a tractor, followed by a full day and night traversing the mountainous paths. After we ventured into the mountains, we found ourselves unable to proceed further after scarcely a day of travel, burdened by the weight of our possessions, each of us carrying over 100 pounds. I gritted my teeth and managed to persevere, but the stout fellow could go no further, collapsing beneath a great tree, panting heavily, utterly incapable of uttering a word. Fortuitously, we encountered an accountant who had come from the village on an errand. He was but a young lad, trailing behind us like a shadow, addressing us as brother with every breath. Upon noticing our considerable load, the accountant hastily returned to the village to summon a few individuals, who arrived with a donkey to assist us. Among them were familiar faces of older villagers, alongside 2 girls aged around 12 or 13, who had been born after my departure. They referred to me as uncle, a term that struck me as rather awkward. Curious, I inquired of the accountant, "Where are the young men of the village?" He replied, "All the able-bodied men have gone to work with the archaeological team. Do you not recall the Tangshan earthquake of 76? Though it occurred far from here, we inhabit the same seismic belt. The quake fractured the entire Lama Go and Yoxian mountain, revealing a grand tomb akin to a palace. Many brave souls from our village ventured inside to salvage artifacts, and oh, the treasures they unearthed. However, their actions attracted the attention of the county government, and soon an archaeological team arrived, declaring it the tomb of the great Liao Empress Shao. They confiscated all the valuable items from the villagers, leaving nothing behind. Furthermore, the archaeological team has stated that there may still be many treasures hidden beneath Yoxian mountain, hiring our villagers to excavate, providing meals and a daily wage of 3 yuan. It has been several years now, and the work remains unfinished. Many are still toiling away. Upon hearing this, my stout companion and I nearly choked with disbelief. It seemed we had become victims of misfortune. Even the deities themselves would be astonished. Yet, there was little we could do. We could not contest territory with the archaeological team and the authorities. Since we had arrived, we resolved to enjoy our time here for a few days and subsequently seek other locations, for grand ancient tombs are not exclusive to Yoxian mountain. As we approached the village, the local residents, alerted to our arrival, gathered at the entrance, enveloping us with questions and greetings. Yinzi, accompanied by her daughter, What does she exclaimed? Oh, who in the stout one? We have missed you dearly. How could you vanish for so many years without a word? Her father embraced us tightly, saying, You two rascals have disappeared without a trace. This time, you must stay for 2 or 3 years. No one is allowed to leave. Both my stout friend and I were moved to tears. Though he had lived here for 6 or 7 years and I for just 1. The simple-hearted mountain folk treated us as family for having once called this place home. Everything remained unchanged, devoid of electricity and roads. Many here had never seen a light bulb in their lives. The thought of returning one day with the means to build a road for the villagers filled me with sorrow. Yet, I pondered, when would that day arrive? At that moment, the village's elderly party secretary approached, supported by others. Before reaching us, he called out, Are the chairman's children back again? How is the chairman? What has been happening? It seemed the old secretary had not heard my previous question, as he shouted, What? What is Comrade Shelming up to? Swallow, standing beside me, advised, Do not heed his words. He has been deaf since 73, unable to discern anything clearly, and often muddled. It was then I comprehended the situation. I leaned closer to the old party secretary and exclaimed, Secretary, I have brought you a plethora of delightful delicacies. I shall deliver them to you shortly for your leisurely enjoyment. As we conversed and proceeded into the village, the old secretary called out from behind, Children, upon your return, report to the elder that we steadfastly support whatever course of action must be taken. That evening, the table at Swallow's home was laden with stir-fried mountain chicken slices, smoked venison legs, and in the center, a large pot simmering with pickled vegetables and boiled pork. Swallow's husband, who was once well acquainted with us, was absent, having gone to work in Kunlun Mountain and not yet returned. Swallow's father joined us in drinking and conversing, and I brought up the ancient tomb in Kunlun Mountain, inquiring if there were any other noble tombs hidden within the vast mountains. Historically, the mountain folk have always regarded tomb raiding as a lucrative side venture, devoid of moral quandaries. In the north, it is thus. In the southern regions like Xiangxi, robbery and murder are seen as supplementary occupations. The mountain dwellers toil in agriculture by day and engage in banditry by night, lurking in the woods, preying upon passing merchants, leaving no survivors. This harsh reality has been shaped by centuries of survival, relying on the mountains for sustenance, and in impoverished terrains, they resort to ancient tombs and even the living. Whenever an ancient tomb is discovered nearby, it inevitably attracts those who seek to excavate. In these remote areas, where the mountains are lofty and imperial law is distant, such practices, though legally indefensible, are commonplace in the depths of the wilderness. Most ancient tombs in this vicinity have long been forgotten, their markers eroded by time. Otherwise, they would have been entirely unearthed by the mountain dwellers. Swallow's father recounted that long before liberation, this village had seen a few young amateur tomb raiders who, unaware of the tombs in Kunlun Mountain, ventured to a legendary site to unearth riches, only to vanish without a trace. Swallow's second uncle was among them. He knew the approximate location of that fabled site, but had never dared to venture there. As the conversation turned to reminiscence, the elder became lost in thought, lighting his old pipe and inhaling deeply several times before finally speaking. If you seek ancient tombs, there are none nearby save for Kunlun Mountain. According to local lore, if one travels north through Tuan Mountain for 5 days, they will reach Haifinku on the Sino-Mongolian border, where there lies a valley known as Wild Man's Gully, said to be filled with the tombs of noble golden kings. However, that place is scarcely trodden by humans and rumored to harbor wild men. Do you possess the courage to go? I had indeed heard of Wild Man's Gully, though I was unaware of any tombs there. What had befallen the previous group of tomb raiders remained a mystery, not only to me but to Swallow's father and the entire village. In the depths of the mountains, dangers abound. Ferocious wild beasts and unpredictable weather could claim lives. Should one encounter a thick fog, it could entrap them, rendering even the most divine beings helpless. Our resolve to embark on this journey was unwavering, and Swallow's father could not deter us. No one from the village had ever truly ventured to Haifinku Wild Man's Gully. They only knew its rough location. As the location nears the border and is devoid of human habitation, the villagers seldom venture far into the mountains for hunting or foraging. Furthermore, Yanzi's father, having aged and afflicted with rheumatism, is unable to trek into the mountains. At the time, Yanzi was expecting her second child and could not travel far. The able-bodied men of the village were occupied with labor in Lama Gully and would not return in the near future. Yanzi's father expressed his concern, stating that he could not feel at ease unless he personally accompanied us. The true peril of Wild Man Gully does not stem from wild men, but rather from the intricate terrain. During winter, the fierce white wind can easily disorient travelers. However, given that it is early autumn, this particular concern can be set aside. Should you choose to embark on this journey, ensure that you bring plenty of dogs and seek a reliable guide. Our village has bred several Tibetan Mastiffs over the years, which will accompany you this time. The term Mastiff does not solely refer to the Tibetan Mastiff. In the Northeast, any large and formidable dog is referred to as a Mastiff, distinct from the Tibetan breed. In the northern grasslands and forests, hunters and herders face threats from wolves and black bears, making ordinary hunting dogs insufficient. Thus, they adopted the practice of raising Mastiffs learned from Tibet. It is said that 9 dogs can yield 1 Mastiff, implying that among 9 puppies born to a single, well-bred female, only the one that survives the brutal competition will be the Mastiff. These creatures are exceptionally fierce. 3 Mastiffs can rend a robust human to shreds. Our village possesses 3 Mastiffs, along with 5 of the finest hunting dogs, all entrusted to us. Yanzi's father also recommended a guide named Yingzi. At just 19 years old, she is a rare member of the Orichan ethnic group and stands out among the young hunters in this village. Renowned as a sharpshooter, she has grown up hunting in the forest alongside her father, possessing an unparalleled understanding of the old woods. Of the 3 Mastiffs in the village, 2 were raised by her own hands. Before our departure, I asked Yanzi to assist in gathering some supplies: a birdcage, glutinous rice, black donkey hooves, a crowbar, a large barrel of vinegar, and some liquor. Once everything was prepared, Yanzi's father reiterated his warnings, advising us not to push ourselves if we encountered difficulties and to return swiftly. He escorted us to the foot of the hill before returning home. I felt a sense of confidence regarding our search for the ancient tomb. As long as we reached Wild Man Gully, I was certain we would either find the tomb or not. My knowledge of tomb raiding was partly gleaned from books and largely derived from tales told by my grandfather, Hu Guohua, who once served as an officer in the old warlord's army. Some of his soldiers had previously been subordinates of the notorious tomb raider Sun Dianying and had participated in several large-scale tomb excavations, thus possessing considerable experience. The lore that my grandfather shared was predominantly derived from their accounts. Historically, tomb raiding has been divided into 2 categories: civilian and official. Official raiders operated with overt force, specifically targeting imperial tombs. The famous warlord Xiang Yu from the end of the Qin dynasty could be considered the progenitor of official raiding. In contrast, the treasure hunters of the Three Kingdoms period, such as the Mogu and Jin officers, merely systematized the practice of official raiding, creating an assembly line of sorts. In the realm of antiquities, a distinction exists between amateurs and professionals. The former might excavate indiscriminately, while the latter focus on the tombs of nobility and royalty, often dismissing smaller sites as beneath their interest. The crux of tomb raiding lies in the ability to locate ancient graves, a pursuit steeped in profound knowledge. Over the millennia of dynastic changes in China, the construction and positioning of imperial mausoleums have varied significantly. During the Qin and Han dynasties, a predominant style emerged characterized by mound-shaped tombs, akin to an inverted measuring vessel, with sharply defined edges and a small square platform atop, reminiscent of the Egyptian pyramids. Yet with an additional side, strikingly similar to the pyramids of the lost Maya civilization in South America. This connection remained shrouded in mystery. The Tang dynasty heralded a grand era of mausoleum construction, marked by monumental engineering that reflected the might of the Tang Empire. The royal tombs of this period exuded an air of supremacy, embodying the grandeur of the world's preeminent empire. However, from the Southern Song to the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, a succession of wars and significant natural disasters weakened the nation, resulting in less opulent burial sites for the aristocracy compared to earlier times. As we progressed into the Qing dynasty, particularly during the Kangxi and Qianlong periods, the nation witnessed a remarkable revival in its economy and productivity, leading to a transformation in tomb architecture. Emphasis shifted towards surface constructions integrated with ancestral temples and gardens, incorporating theft prevention techniques from previous dynasties, rendering the underground chambers exceptionally secure and challenging to breach. Ultimately, regardless of the era, the diverse burial practices in China for thousands of years stem from the principles of feng shui, derived from the I Ching's 64 hexagrams. The essence remains unchanged, focusing on harmonizing with the world's natural forms, encapsulated in the pursuit of 2 key concepts: the unity of heaven and humanity within the cosmos. This burial culture embodies the quintessence of Chinese civilization, profoundly influencing various ethnic groups such as the Mongols, Huabe, Tubo, Jurchens, and others, who adopted the Central Plains burial styles. Albeit superficially, it can be asserted that with a keen understanding of the geographical contours of rivers and mountains, even the most hidden ancient tombs can be effortlessly discovered. Ahead lies the boundless expanse of primordial forest, where Ingzi leads the way with 8 large dogs, while Fatty guides a small horse laden with tents and supplies. And I follow behind with a hunting rifle as our party ventures into the rugged terrain of the China-Mongolia border. As we walk, Fatty inquires of Ingzi, "Sister, what exactly is the story behind the wild people of Wild Man Gorge? What are they, and have you ever seen one?" Ingzi turns back and replies, "I'm not quite sure what a wild person is. My father has mentioned that many have claimed to see them over the years. Yet no one has captured a live specimen, nor have any corpses been found, and those who have encountered them cannot clearly describe their appearance." I chuckle from the back, saying, "Fatty, your ignorance is quite amusing. As the name suggests, a wild person is simply a wild human. You ought to study harder. Do you know what a wild human is? It refers to someone born in the wilderness, possibly from a tree or growing from the earth, certainly not of human cultivation. The legend of the wild man is steeped in mystery, particularly that of the Shenangjia wild man, which has been recounted for ages. During my time in the military, I had heard tales of a soldier from the People's Liberation Army who allegedly shot and killed a wild man in Shenangjia, the creature's body plummeting down a sheer cliff, leaving the true nature of the wild man, be it human or merely a large, hairy ape, an enduring enigma. Nearly all witnesses who claim to have encountered the wild man assert, with unwavering certainty, that it stands tall and robust, its body covered in long, black hair. As Ingzi shared with us, the ravine known as the Wild Man Gorge was once referred to as the Dead Man's Gorge. In ancient times, it bore the name Moonholding Gorge, historically serving as a burial site for the nobility of the Jin dynasty. Following the Mongolian army's decisive victory over the Jin forces at Haifengqiu, the valley became a mass grave, filled to the brim with the deceased. Consequently, locals began to call it the Dead Man's Gorge. Later, when sightings of the wild man emerged in the vicinity, the name evolved to the Wild Man Gorge. The wild man is not particularly fearsome, after all. Can it truly rival the strength of a Tibetan mastiff? A fleeting thought crossed my mind. What might a wild man fetch in the market? However, I quickly dismissed the idea. Deeming it inhumane, I resolved to focus instead on unearthing ancient tombs. With horses in tow, we were unable to traverse steep slopes, necessitating detours around mountains, which slowed our journey considerably. Fortunately, the autumnal forest offered a breathtaking spectacle, with vibrant hues of red and yellow foliage painting the landscape, rendering it a feast for the eyes. Occasionally, we would spot a few pheasants, hares, roe deer, or squirrels darting from the depths of the woods, prompting Ingzi to send the dogs in pursuit. At night, we camped beneath the stars, foraging for wild herbs and mushrooms, igniting a campfire to grill our spoils. Both Fatty and I indulged in a sumptuous feast, having not tasted the same wild delicacies in days. While traversing the mountains, without the company of hunting dogs, one would have to sleep in trees. We were accompanied by 3 formidable mastiffs and 5 large hunting dogs, an impressive force within the forest, save for encounters with 3 or more bear men. Ingzi remarked that mastiffs are the bane of bear men. Upon hearing their barks, these creatures would hastily retreat. Thus, we felt secure enough to sleep in our tents, with our loyal hounds keeping watch around us, far more reliable than any human companion. Ingzi's temperament was far more fiery than when Yinzi was younger. She was unyielding and authoritative regarding our route and provisions, compelling us to heed her guidance. For she was our guide. The dogs, too, obeyed her commands. Despite my accustomed role as a company commander, I found myself humbled to the status of a mere soldier in her presence. Yet, Ingzi was undeniably skilled, whether in hunting, navigating, locating springs, identifying edible mushrooms, or foraging for wood ears, mushrooms, hazelnuts, and other treasures of the mountains. Her knowledge was boundless. There were creatures in the wilderness I could not name. Having never encountered them before, yet Ingzi would effortlessly identify them, detailing their habitats, diets, and the traps suitable for capturing them. Fatty and I could only exchange astonished glances, expressing our admiration with a mere 2 words, impressive. They are the Orokin people, born hunters by nature. The term Orokin is the official designation for this ethnic group. Though it is somewhat imprecise, they sometimes refer to themselves as Irchin or Elichin, which conveys the meaning of those who wander in the forested mountains in pursuit of deer. For years, they have roamed the vast woodlands of the Lesser Shingon Range, leading a nomadic life of fishing and hunting. At the time of China's liberation, the Orican population dwindled to fewer than 1,000. The government encouraged them to leave their harsh mountain habitats and adopt a settled lifestyle. Yet the tribe holds an almost reverential admiration and longing for the ancestral way of life centered around hunting and gathering. They practice shamanism and revere nature. Despite their settled existence, they frequently venture into the mountains to hunt. Silently traversing the terrain, we journeyed for 6 or 7 days through the primeval forest, until we finally reached Haifenghu on the border of Inner Mongolia. The density of the forest at Haifenghu is beyond description. Deep within, there is scarcely a place to stand. Surrounded by red pines, larches, birches, and poplars, hardy species that endure the cold, the ground is thickly carpeted with layers of decaying branches and leaves, each step sinking into the earth. While humans can navigate this terrain, the weight of the horses often leaves them immobilized in the mire, necessitating an exhausting effort to pull and coax them onward. It is unclear how many years have passed since the detritus and carcasses of wildlife became ensnared in this decay, emitting a noxious odor. This foul stench mingles with the fragrances of red pine and wildflowers, creating an oddly addictive scent that, though unpleasant at first, becomes strangely alluring with prolonged exposure. Upon reaching Haifenghu, the remaining tasks fell to me. We discovered a valley, which must be the fabled Wild Man's Gorge. Its appearance was unremarkable, lacking the ferocity of Lama Gorge. Yet this was a mere impression. Ingzi suggested that the valley surely concealed large sinkholes, urging caution before descending, for one could easily become trapped in such a pit. To safely navigate into the Wild Man's Gorge, each person was required to carry a sturdy wooden pole to probe the ground, as the leaf litter below was exceedingly deep, more treacherous than a swamp. Fortunately, it was not the rainy season. Otherwise, entry would have been impossible. The Wild Man's Gorge is part of the foothills of the Greater Shingon Range, with gentle slopes on either side. The valley stretches in a north-south orientation, flanked by hills to the east and west. The central area receives minimal sunlight year-round, casting an air of gloom over the gorge, which is filled with decaying leaves and wild grasses. Sparse, low shrubs are the only vegetation present. Beyond the gorge, trees become even scarcer, marking the end of the primeval forest. A mere 200 miles further lies the vast expanse of the outer Mongolian grasslands. As dusk approached, the blood-red sun hung low in the sky. We ascended a hillside, where upon gazing into the distance, we beheld the sun's descent, painting the horizon with sweeping strokes of crimson clouds. The entire sky appeared as if imbued with rich oils. The forest-cloaked mountains and the seemingly endless grasslands blurred in the distance, truly a scene of majestic mountains resembling an ocean, with the setting sun resembling spilled blood. The plump man, captivated by the beauty before him, exclaimed, "Lao Hu, this scenery is breathtaking. Our journey has not been in vain." What weighs most heavily on my mind is the ancient tomb nestled within the Wild Man's Gorge. Consulting the 16 characters of yin yang and feng shui secrets, I meticulously examined the topography of the valley, retrieving my compass to discern the directions of the Bagua. I mused inwardly, at long last, I have indeed found the right place. A noble's tomb must lie within this gorge. Originally named the Moon-Holding Gorge, this area boasts a majestic and imposing terrain, imbued with a sense of grandeur that seems to swallow the very atmosphere. One end opens into the vast grasslands, while the other connects with the Greater Shingon Range. The outer Mongolian steppes stretch out like an endless ocean, and the Moon-Holding Gorge resembles a mighty river flowing into that sea. Though the feng shui here may not suffice for the burial of an emperor, it is more than adequate for interring a prince or a high-ranking general. When the moon ascends to its zenith, its luminescence will guide us to the location of the ancient tomb. As dusk descends, the sun gradually sinks beneath the western horizon, and the great forest is soon to be enveloped in shadows. This gorge earned its name because, when the moon rises directly above the valley, lying back in its depths and gazing skyward creates an optical illusion. The highest hills on either side appear as colossal arms reaching toward the luminous moon. The deceased interred in this site harnessed the vital essence of the sun and moon. My ancestral feng shui tome contains a detailed explanation in the chapter titled Heaven. Although some of the literal content may be obscure, it is not difficult to deduce the meaning through practical observation. If the Wild Man's Gorge were not so densely carpeted with dead leaves and decaying grass, locating the precise center would be straightforward. However, we must await the moonrise to use its position as a reference point, descending into the deepest part of the valley to seek the ancient tomb. Ultimately, our human capacity is limited, and any miscalculation during our endeavors could result in monumental repercussions. With still some time before midnight, we pitched our tent beneath a great tree on the hillside, tethering the pony to it and feeding it hay. We lit a campfire to boil water for our meal. Tonight's feast is a small deer captured by the hunting dogs. This deer bears an unusual appearance, adorned with spots and possessing a rather disproportionate physique. Its hind legs are unusually thick, and its large ears lack antlers, indicating it is a female. Upon seeing the hunting dogs dragging this peculiar deer, Ingzi hurried forward to inspect the carcass, flipping it over to examine its abdomen, which bore traces of blood. She pried open the deer's mouth as if searching for something, but ultimately found nothing. Frustrated, she kicked the deer twice and scolded the dogs, saying, "You useless brutes, all you do is eat. You're of no use to me today. None of you are allowed to eat." The fatty, observing this with curiosity, inquired, "Sister, what are you looking for?" As she extracted a sharp knife to skin the deer, Ingzi replied, "Fat brother, have you never seen this kind of animal before? This is a musk deer. The female has musk in her navel, which is incredibly valuable. However, these creatures are cunning at the sight of a captor. They will gnaw off their own navels and chew them to bits. Curse it. If only these dogs had acted more quickly, they could have obtained a piece of musk." Upon hearing this, the fatty leaned against a tree, bowing his head and pressing down on his own belly. I playfully tapped his head and exclaimed, "What in the world are you thinking? Do you believe you are a deer, capable of reaching your own navel with your mouth? Furthermore, your navel is filled with mud, rendering it worthless." The hefty fellow, agitated, retorted, "Nonsense. My back is itching. I'll just rub it against the tree. You are the one itching to nibble on your own navel." After a brief exchange of banter, we set about our tasks. I went and gathered dry twigs while he assisted Ingzi in roasting meat. We managed to cook just one hind leg of the musk deer, which was ample for our needs. The deer's entrails were fed to the 5 large hunting dogs. Ingzi, with her sharp tongue yet tender heart, had earlier declared she wouldn't feed the dogs dinner, but now was concerned they might not be satiated. The 3 giant mastiffs sat proudly at a distance, utterly disinterested in the ordinary hunting dogs devouring the entrails. Ingzi allocated the 2 front legs of the deer to 2 of the mastiffs, while the largest one, named Tiger, received one of the hind legs. As the 3 of us gathered around the campfire to enjoy the roasted meat, Ingzi provided each of us with a small knife and a bowl made of salt rock. The deer leg was skewered over the flames, turning and sizzling. And as we sliced it into pieces with our knives, the meat acquired a savory flavor from the bowl. The meal was consumed swiftly, as my thoughts were preoccupied with the ancient tomb in the ravine, and I could hardly discern any difference between the musk deer meat and ordinary venison. By the time we finished, the moon had risen, casting its light upon the swiftly flowing clouds, signaling an impending strong wind. Realizing the time was ripe, we left the hunting dogs to guard the camp and descended into the wild man's ravine with our wooden sticks and hunting rifles. With each step forward, we plunged our sticks into the ground to check for large gas bubbles. The conditions below were much better than we had anticipated, although some areas were devoid of leaves. There were no large gas bubbles, the marsh formed by decayed leaves soaked in rainwater. It appeared that to excavate the ancient tomb, we first needed to clear away the leaves covering the burial site. I gazed up at the moon and consulted my compass, surveying both sides of the valley. Finally, I pinpointed our location. This valley likely harbored numerous ancient tombs, but the most significant and noble one lay directly beneath our feet. I marked the spot with a stick as a signpost, deciding to return for a good night's sleep, so I could gather strength for the excavation at dawn. In this deep mountain forest, with no one within hundreds of miles, there was no need for stealthy nighttime endeavors. As I walked back, I shared tales of tomb raiding with the hefty fellow. Since we had embarked on this venture, it was imperative to understand the intricacies of the trade, rather than relying solely on brute strength to dig blindly. From the moment we entered the mountains, I had been continuously imparting this knowledge to him. In China, the earliest recorded incidents of tomb raiding date back approximately 3,000 years to the Zhou dynasty, during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. This period is further divided into the Eastern and Western Zhou, the dynasty that saw figures such as Jiang Taigong assisting in its governance, boasting an impressive legacy of over 8 centuries. During this time, 2 significant tomb raiding events were documented. The grave of King Yu of Zhou was violated, and the tomb of King Tang of Shang was also disturbed. Within King Yu's tomb, 2 lifelike corpses of young men and women were discovered, startling the tomb robbers into fleeing. In King Tang's tomb, a large tortoise shell inscribed with oracle bone script was unearthed. The portly man remarked, "Old who? Spare me the unnecessary details. Just tell me, are there any spirits in the tomb? If so, how do we confront them? And what about that so-called ghost blowing out the lamp you mentioned last time? It sounds rather ominous to me." Ingzi interjected, "What ghost blowing out the lamp? Are you referring to the smoke bubble ghost we talk about in northeast China?" I clarified, "No, not that. It refers to a superstitious practice among the tomb raiders known as the Magan Shaowei. While it may seem trivial, it has its merits. The air quality within tombs can be perilous, and if candles fail to ignite, one could indeed succumb to poisoning. This can be elucidated scientifically. Furthermore, how could there possibly be spirits in an ancient tomb? Such notions are mere superstitions. Even if they existed, we need not fear, as I have prepared various protective items like black donkey hooves and glutinous rice to ward off evil. In short, when it comes to tomb raiding, one should not indulge in superstition. If one fears ghosts, they ought not to raid tombs." The portly man suddenly understood. "Oh, so you've had Yinzi prepare these items to fend off evil. I thought you were simply fearless. By the way, what's the purpose of that vinegar and birdcage?" Just as I was about to respond, we were startled by the cacophony of hunting dogs barking frantically from the hillside. A sense of foreboding washed over us, speculating that perhaps some wild creature was about to assault our camp. However, with 3 massive mastiffs guarding us, it seemed unlikely that any beast would dare provoke trouble. What could possibly incite such a ruckus among the hounds? We hurriedly ascended the slope. Upon returning to the tent's vicinity, a gruesome scene unfolded before us. The small horse tethered to a tree had been savagely attacked by an unknown beast, its belly torn open and entrails strewn about. Though still alive, the horse lay on the ground, convulsing, clearly on the brink of death. The hunting dogs circled around, barking furiously at the horse as if they had encountered a terrifying sight, their barks infused with an unsettling agitation. Logically, horses and dogs are known to be companions, and it was evident that the horse's injuries were not inflicted by the dogs. What sort of wild creature could have committed such an atrocity? With 3 massive mastiffs and 5 hunting dogs surrounding, how could none have apprehended the assailant? Surveying the area, there was no sign of any beast. The mountains were eerily silent, the night wind rustling the leaves in the trees. Our hands, clutching the hunting rifles, were slick with cold sweat. The horse, blood foaming at its mouth and steam rising from its nostrils, struggled to breathe despite its grievous wounds. Ingzi aimed and fired a shot at the horse's head, mercifully ending its suffering. Suddenly, I noticed the horse's intestines moving, not due to physiological convulsions, but as if something was pulling them downwards. Something was lurking beneath the horse's carcass, tugging at its innards. I swiftly pulled Ingzi back a step. She had witnessed the earlier scene along with the rotund individual. The 3 of us exchanged glances, each pondering, could this be the work of wild men? Situated in Wild Man's Gorge, our initial thought naturally gravitated towards the wild men. Yet could they possess the strength to tear open a horse's belly? Perhaps they had employed a weapon. But a creature capable of crafting tools would not be a wild man. It appeared that the notion of wild men being responsible could not hold water. Before we could fully comprehend the situation, the entrails on the ground had been dragged beneath the horse's corpse, obscured from our view by the animal's body. We needed to remove the horse's carcass first. I hefted my hunting rifle, a far more advanced firearm than the crude piece I had used over a decade ago in Lama Valley against the man-eating bear. However, this sporting rifle, with its small caliber, would struggle to deliver a fatal blow to a large beast. Nonetheless, in this scenario, having a firearm was certainly better than being unarmed, as it was preferable to wielding nothing more than a stick. With a rifle and dogs at our disposal, a semblance of confidence settled in our hearts. Thus, the 3 of us combined our strength to push aside the horse's body. In the undergrowth, we were met with the startling sight of an abyssal pit. The hole had a diameter the size of a small water bucket. It would be improbable for an adult to squeeze through. The innards of the short horse had evidently been dragged into this chasm. When we first arrived, the hole had been concealed by grass, unnoticed by anyone. And given the lush vegetation in the vicinity, we had tethered the horse there. While we were descending into the gorge to search for the ancient tomb, the creature within the pit had suddenly attacked, ripping open the horse's belly. The hunting dogs, fierce and formidable, were frantic yet powerless, their barks muffled by the obstruction of the horse's corpse. I shone my flashlight into the pit. It was dark and unfathomably deep. Examining the markings on the walls of the hole, my experience as a laborer over the past 3 years came into play. I could almost ascertain that this pit was not man-made but rather excavated by some creature-esque claws, sharp and adept at digging. Otherwise, how could it have so easily torn through the horse's abdomen? However, The identity of this creature eluded me. Even Ingzi, who was well-versed in the forest, shook her head in disbelief, having never encountered or heard of such a beast. I surmised that there might be other openings nearby. It seemed that Wild Man's Gorge, tranquil and picturesque at first glance, harbored hidden dangers. It was no wonder that the group of tomb raiders who had ventured here decades ago had vanished without a trace. I wondered if they too had encountered this subterranean monstrosity. This was no place to linger. We resolved to act without waiting for dawn. Dividing into two teams, I and the rotund man, accompanied by 5 hunting dogs, would proceed to excavate the tomb at the bottom of the gorge, while Ingzi, with her 3 giant mastiffs, would remain nearby to scout for the creature that had attacked us. No matter how formidable that being might be, it could not surpass the ferocity of 3 giant mastiffs. Rather than adopting a passive defense, we would take the initiative. Should anything arise, we would signal with gunfire for the other team to hasten to our aid. With the rotund man leading the 5 robust hunting dogs, I carried tools and equipment, and we moved in a coordinated manner down the previously scouted path to the valley floor. I retrieved 2 entrenching tools, keeping one for myself and tossing the other to the rotund man. Little fatty, work swiftly. This is no place for deep burial. The ancient tomb beneath the layer of fallen leaves should not be too deep. The sooner we unearth the antiques, the better. After which we shall promptly leave this cursed place and return home to use the proceeds to build a road for our fellow villagers. The stout fellow spat twice into his palm, proclaiming, "Behold my prowess." The German engineers shovel danced deftly, each thrust unearthing substantial clumps of sludge formed from decayed twigs and leaves. Although the valley of Wild Man's Gully lacked trees, the winds would sweep in leaves from the surrounding hills, layering them over the years to create a rich accumulation. We took turns digging, reaching a depth of 6 or 7 meters, and at last, we uncovered soil. It was fine, with distinct grains, devoid of clots. I tasted it with the tip of my tongue. It had a slight sweetness, unmistakably the burial mound, with the tomb chamber lying 4 to 5 meters beneath. As we approached the tomb chamber, caution became paramount, for some graves were equipped with theft prevention mechanisms. Unlike the ancient tombs from before the Tang dynasty, which employed simple traps like falling stones and concealed blades, the tombs from the Northern Song dynasty and the Liao and Jin periods featured more sophisticated anti-theft technologies. The grandiose projects akin to imperial tombs required significant manpower, yet the treasures within were certainly not trivial, befitting the auspiciousness of the location. The ancient tomb from the late Northern Song dynasty likely utilized the popular anti-theft technique known as the Heavenly Treasure Dragonfire glazed roof. This advanced structural craft involved a hollow chamber where a delicate layer of glazed tiles was laid first, followed by bags of exotic fire dragon oil from the western regions, topped with another layer of glazed tiles before the burial mound was constructed. Should any external force breach this barrier, the roof would shatter, igniting the fire dragon oil upon contact with air, incinerating both the remains and the burial goods, leaving thieves with nothing. This desperate measure was a means for the deceased to ensure that their remains would not be desecrated by grave robbers, a mechanism that was popular only during the late Northern Song period before more advanced traps emerged, rendering the Heavenly Treasure Dragonfire glazed roof obsolete. Such a modest contraption could not elude my scrutiny. Its greatest vulnerability lay in the ability to excavate from the side, thus preserving the integrity of the Dragonfire glazed tiles above. Consequently, upon reaching the burial mound, we shifted our efforts to dig laterally, working fervently without a hint of fatigue, creating a substantial pit that extended 6 or 7 meters deep. Unbeknownst to us, dawn had broken. Ingzi returned with news of finding nothing nearby. She decided to venture into the woods to hunt for our lunch, promising to send a dog to summon us once the meal was prepared. After her departure, we resumed our labor, ultimately encountering a layer of hard earth, as solid as rock. The engineer's shovel struck the surface, leaving only a pale mark. The stout fellow cursed, "What on earth is this cement?" Had I known, I would have brought some tools in advance. "How on earth shall we excavate this?" I replied, "Tools are for the unrefined. This is a tamped earth layer, protected by mechanisms above. The builders would not have neglected the periphery of the tomb. This soil is a concoction of the imperial court, blended with glutinous rice juice and other peculiar ingredients, more resilient than modern concrete. This secret recipe belonged to the Northern Song Emperor, which was later passed to the Jin nobility after the fall of the Northern Song. I transported that large barrel of vinegar over, instructing the stout fellow to drizzle it slowly, spoonful by spoonful, onto the rammed earth layer. By the time the entire barrel had been poured, the burial wall would be nearly eroded. Though the corrosive properties of vinegar may seem mild, it proves remarkably effective against this specially concocted rammed earth. This is what one might call the principle of one thing overcoming another. When we dig later, it will be akin to excavating tofu. As expected, just as the chamber was about to be unearthed, a gunshot echoed through the woods, startling the birds perched in the trees. The stout fellow exclaimed, "That was my sister's gun." I grabbed the entrenching tool and shotgun, urging, "Let us swiftly investigate." Ignoring our fatigue, we hastened through the carpet of fallen leaves. We rushed towards the sound emanating from the depths of the forest, closely followed by 5 large dogs. After a short sprint, we suddenly spotted Ingzi charging towards us with 3 massive mastiffs in tow. "Relieved to see her unharmed?" I inquired. "Sister, was that you who fired the shot? What did you discover?" Ingzi, her complexion pale and breathless, replied, "Oh, my goodness, I was terrified. I found several makeshift shelters in that thicket. Upon entering, I was utterly frightened. They were filled with corpses, blackened and decayed. At first, I couldn't discern clearly and thought they were wild men, so I fired a shot. In the end, I couldn't even tell whose bodies they were. It dawned on me that despite her fierce demeanor, Ingzi had her vulnerabilities. She harbored a deep fear of corpses, contrary to her fearless facade in the forest. However, encountering dead bodies and makeshift shelters in this remote mountainous region was astonishing enough. The presence of shelters indicated habitation. Who were these deceased individuals? Why did they dwell in such an isolated wilderness? We decided to investigate further, as I suspected a connection to the previous group of tomb raiders who had vanished in this vicinity, leading us to the shelters she had discovered. Ingzi pointed out their crude construction, made of a mixture of mud and straw, with minimal wooden materials. All nestled within the densest part of the forest and elevated among the trees, camouflaged in color, making them difficult to spot from afar. We climbed into one of the shelters and found numerous animal hides within. In the corner, there lay 3 corpses, grotesquely blackened from excessive decay. Their muscles had nearly disintegrated. Their skin shriveled, and maggots and ants could be seen crawling in and out of their eye sockets and nostrils. I pondered whether these were the so-called wild men of the infamous Wild Man Gorge. The stout fellow leaned in for a closer look and remarked, "Old who? No wonder we never encountered any wild men in Wild Man Gorge. They must have all perished." I nodded in agreement and noted, strangely, these wild men possess remarkably advanced tools. Look, they were even dressed. How could wild men wear clothes? Yet, something about these garments seems eerily familiar. The corpses were clad in woolen overcoats, worn and tattered, likely decades old, their state of disrepair rendering them unrecognizable, yet the style evoked a sense of déjà vu. I discovered that the collar of the corpse deep within bore what appeared to be a metallic object. I carefully removed it and wiped away the grime, revealing what resembled a military insignia. However, it was certainly not from the Chinese army. At that moment, my portly companion also unearthed something from the corner, a combat knife, which had not seen the light of day for many years. With considerable effort, he finally extracted the blade with a sharp sound. The steel was of remarkable quality, still gleaming after all this time, indicating that its owner must have cherished it greatly, likely polishing it regularly. Upon seeing the knife, it became clear to me that the legendary wild men were, in fact, these Japanese soldiers. Yet, my friend struggled to comprehend, after Japan's defeat and surrender, had they not all returned home? How, then, had these young devils remained? I remarked that such confusion was not surprising, as his limited knowledge of historical events betrayed his lack of scholarly pursuit. He urged me to cease my ramblings and elucidate the matter at hand. From my conjecture, I surmised that in the waning days before Japan's unconditional surrender, the Soviet mechanized forces advanced southward, assaulting the Guangdong army stationed in northeast China. This elite division of the Japanese military, numbering in the millions, was shattered to its core, with some soldiers scattered and retreating deep into the forests, too fearful to emerge. Cut off from communication, they remained oblivious to Japan's defeat and surrender, ultimately hiding away until death claimed them in this wilderness. Some individuals had encountered these paranoid, reclusive Japanese soldiers, their attire long since soiled, and having lived in the forest without grooming, they were mistaken for wild men. In truth, my deductions were speculative. The true circumstances would remain a mystery unless these soldiers returned to recount their own tale. Nevertheless, my narrative allowed my companions, the portly fellow and Ingzi, to grasp the situation. Ingzi remarked that the Japanese must have lost their way, despite being on the forest's edge. The expanse to the north was filled with vast grasslands and muddy swamps, making escape impossible. To the south lay the primeval forest, and without a guide. Even the most seasoned hunters would struggle to navigate it, truly a fitting fate for them. I rifled through the belongings of the deceased, hoping to uncover something of value. When a sudden thought struck me. Could it be that those grave robbers who ventured here in the late 1940s had crossed paths with these Japanese soldiers and met their end? It seemed a plausible scenario. They could hardly have anticipated encountering Japanese soldiers in such a desolate locale. As I was pondering, I suddenly discovered a notebook within a military field pack, inscribed entirely in Japanese. The pages had yellowed with age, yet the handwriting remained somewhat legible. However, none among the three of us understood the language. Fortunately, the notebook contained numerous Chinese characters, allowing us to read it phonetically. We could only decipher the meaning through the Chinese characters present in the Japanese text, but the interpretations often diverged significantly. In some instances, they were even contrary. For example, the term in Japanese, which literally translates to remaining, actually conveys the notion of going out. Despite these challenges, when we pieced together the words, we could grasp approximately half of the content, with a modicum of subjective conjecture. The gist of it seemed to indicate that the main force of the Guangdong Army in Dongning had been routed by the mechanized divisions of the Soviet Army. Major Mu Ku and the remnants of his small squad in the Guangdong Army's Type A Division. A squad typically comprises 120 to 200 soldiers, had fled to a clandestine underground fortress in Haifengkou, preparing to reunite with the remaining forces within the fortress for a final confrontation against the Soviets, hoping to honor the emperor through a noble demise. However, as they were nearing their destination, they inadvertently stepped upon a large bubble of smoke. The only soldier privy to the fortress's location, along with their guide, fell into it and drowned. The others could not locate the secret entrance, and, upon attempting to retrace their steps, became lost. Lacking communication equipment, they were compelled to take refuge in the deep mountains, residing there for over 30 years. One by one, they perished, leaving no one behind. It is likely that the writer of the notebook succumbed at this point. I cast the notebook aside, for I had no time to dwell on such debris. The tomb walls in the valley were nearly eroded to the point of collapse. We hastened back to gather our belongings and leave, resolved to disregard those Japanese remnants, as they were already on the brink of decay. The corpulent one remarked that the knife could be his, recalling that his family had owned several officers' blades, and expressing a desire to collect one. I advised him that it was a regulated weapon and unsuitable for train travel, suggesting we search the antique markets in Beijing for a replacement upon our return. The three of us hastened back to the ancient tomb in Yerangou, our labor nearing completion. With a few deft strokes of an engineer's shovel, we breached the tomb wall, creating a sizable opening. I shone my flashlight inside and noted that the space was quite ample, with the opening situated over a meter above the floor of the burial chamber. The corpulent one, overjoyed, rolled up his sleeves, eager to enter, but I seized him firmly. "Are you courting death?" I instructed him to catch a few sparrows first, to place in a birdcage, so we could assess the air quality within the tomb before proceeding. The sparrows in the woods were easily caught, unlike those in densely populated areas, which had grown wary. Using the simplest of traps, we scattered a few grains of millet and inverted our cooking pot atop them, concealing ourselves at a distance. Upon spotting a sparrow beneath the pod, I pulled the string, causing the wooden support to collapse, thus securing our catch. We managed to trap 3 in one attempt. I placed one into the birdcage, tethered a string to it, and lowered it into the depths of the burial chamber. After smoking 2 cigarettes, I estimated that enough time had passed and pulled the birdcage back up, only to find the little sparrow with its eyes rolled back, already lifeless. The tomb has been sealed underground for centuries, its air stagnant. Before decomposition occurs, corpses inevitably swell, filling the chamber with the miasma of death. Subsequently, the flesh and organs begin to rot from within. Although the burial chamber does not possess a true vacuum, the lack of ventilation allows the foul stench of decay to linger, remaining trapped for centuries. Even in the absence of cadaverous odors, the air, stagnant for ages, can produce harmful gases. Inhaling such toxic fumes may lead to dizziness or, in severe cases, poisoning and death. Without protective masks, one must exercise utmost caution in this regard. It seems the tomb requires more time for the mountain winds to cleanse the noxious air, so we returned to the hillside to consume some provisions. Having endured a sleepless night and engaged in considerable labor, fatigue weighed heavily upon us. Yet, the thought of treasures hidden within the tomb invigorated our spirits. This was our inaugural venture into the realm of tomb raiding, and we hoped to unearth something of value. My previous understanding of tomb looting had been purely theoretical. This practical experience proved far less daunting than anticipated, particularly given the nature of our target. The Jurchens of the Jin dynasty were, at that time, relatively uncivilized, and their burial practices closely mirrored those of the northern Song dynasty, resulting in a modestly sized tomb likely constructed by Song artisans captured during conflict. After all, the intricacies of the glazed tile roofing are complex, and without exceptional skill, it is challenging to achieve. A slight miscalculation could spell disaster for those undertaking the construction. Having finished our rations, we noted the encroaching twilight and surmised that the air within the tomb had likely improved. Anxious to avoid an encounter with any lurking creatures in the subterranean cavern, we were eager to retrieve our findings and depart. Thus, we gathered our tools and descended once more into the Valley of the Wild Men. This time, we first released a sparrow into the tomb. When we later retrieved it, it was still lively, indicating that the air was indeed safe. I shared a few sips of liquor with my companion, Fatty, to bolster our courage. We donned masks and gloves, hung talismans around our necks, tucked black donkey hooves and glutinous rice into our pockets, grabbed flashlights, and strapped on shovels, ready to enter the ancient tomb. Seeing our preparations, Ingzi urgently implored me, "Let me join you. I've never seen an ancient tomb before." I replied, "There's nothing of interest within a tomb but ancient corpses and burial artifacts. What is there to see? Truthfully, this is my first experience as well, and I've never ventured inside before. Besides, weren't you afraid of the dead? Why are you unafraid now?" Ingzi, possessing an insatiable curiosity, was intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding my interaction with Fatty. She insisted on accompanying us, her eagerness palpable, considering we were in a desolate wilderness. I thought it harmless to allow her entry. I provided her with a mask, cautioning her to keep it on once inside. The air quality was poor, and allowing a living breath within the tomb was deemed inauspicious. Moreover, exhaling towards the ancient remains could potentially provoke unforeseen troubles. Though rooted in superstition, these customs have persisted through millennia, embodying a kernel of wisdom. Thus, we adhered to tradition, believing that caution would keep us safe. Fatty, already growing impatient, exclaimed, "Hubai, when did you become so overly cautious? If you're afraid to descend, let me go alone. You can just wait to count your money." I retorted, "To hell with you. You would even find the coffin down there." With the sun setting, it was time to proceed with our work. The opening we had excavated in the tomb wall was just over a meter high, allowing us to descend without the need for ropes. As my feet touched the ground, a wave of anxiety washed over me. Finally, we had entered. The tomb chamber was modest, no more than 30 square meters, designed akin to a living space. Featuring a main room, a rear chamber, and 2 side chambers. We entered through a side chamber, with the coffin situated centrally in the main room. There was no burial bed. Instead, a shallow pit had been dug in the center, housing a dark, foreboding coffin, half exposed. This was a tomb within a tomb. In the corner of the main chamber lay several skeletons, their skulls cracked and dented, bearing marks of blunt force trauma, likely the remains of captives or servants sacrificed to accompany the deceased. We were not archaeologists, so we paid little heed to these remnants. Suddenly, Ingzi grasped my arm, exclaiming, "Hugo, look at the paintings on the wall." I directed my flashlight towards the tomb wall, revealing vibrant, intricately carved frescoes. The figures depicted were ancient yet remarkably lifelike, their colors still vivid despite the passage of time. However, with the influx of air into the chamber, these murals would soon fade. Fatty marveled, "It seems the dead here might have been an artist in his time." I replied, "Don't feign knowledge." During the Tang and Song dynasties, most noble tombs featured wall paintings to commemorate the significant events of the deceased's life. Let us ascertain who was interred here. There were 8 frescoes in total, and we examined them sequentially. Some illustrated scenes of hunting in the woods, while others depicted banquets with friends, military expeditions, and the escorting of captives. The final painting portrayed the bestowal of a noble title. Each mural featured a man adorned with a fox fur hat, presumably the tomb's occupant. It appeared we were in the presence of a general's tomb, or at the very least, that of a noble with vast lands. In the past, when the Jin soldiers descended southward to annihilate the Song dynasty, they indeed plundered a substantial fortune of gold and silver treasures. It is conceivable that this Jin general may have carried some of his spoils underground, for they are, after all, treasures belonging to us Han people. Thus, we shall not be modest. The 3 of us first meandered through the tomb chamber, where the 2 side rooms contained mere porcelain jars and earthenware basins, while the rear chamber revealed 4 horse bones and some armor and weapons. Beyond these, there was little of significance, leading me to feel somewhat disheartened. as it appeared the gene did not favor lavish burials. In the southeast corner, a candle flickered, and the three of us approached the sarcophagus in the main chamber, eager to discern its contents. The sarcophagus before us was quite substantial, crafted from redwood and adorned with black lacquer, embellished with golden motifs that were both peculiar in color and design, likely connected to the ethnic totems of the Jurchen people. I ran my hand over the coffin board, noting its impressive thickness. Generally, the impoverished could not afford such a sturdy casket. Merely possessing a thin coffin would be considered fortunate, while those who fared even worse might be wrapped in a mat and hastily buried. The epitome of luxury within the coffin was the wood of the rare agarwood, specifically the heartwood, which takes millennia to mature. Such exquisite wood is a rarity, available only to royalty. A body interred within agarwood remains impervious to decay, surpassing even crystal coffins in preservation, more effective than the functionality of a refrigerator. Following agarwood in value are species such as linden wood, red sandalwood, and millennial cypress, with thicker heartwood being more desirable for its dual purpose, to prevent decomposition and to deter insects, effectively warding off maggots and ants. Unlike ordinary wood, which succumbs to insect damage in a short span, no tomb owner desires their remains to be consumed by vermin. The very thought is repugnant. Hence, nobles impose stringent standards on the materials for their coffins. The sarcophagus before us, while not on par with those of royal lineage, was undoubtedly extravagant. I inserted a spade into the crevice of the coffin board and exerted force to pry it open, only to discover it was firmly secured, even after multiple attempts. It would not yield. The corpulent companion joined in to assist, and together we pried the coffin open, its hinges creaking in protest until a significant gap appeared. We then shifted positions, taking turns to remove the coffin nails one by one. The tomb was remarkably dry. The waterproof walls, composed of special materials, held up well against moisture, and the glazed tiles above did not allow for seepage. Moreover, the rainwater from the nearby wilderness was mostly absorbed by the layer of fallen leaves, resulting in a considerable amount of dust accumulating within the coffin. Our movement stirred the dust, causing it to swirl about us. Despite the large masks we wore, we found ourselves coughing uncontrollably, prompting the necessity to procure several gas masks for future ventures. Otherwise, we would inevitably succumb to ailments. As my stout companion attempted to push open the coffin lid, I decided to play a prank, seizing his arm and exclaiming, "My dear friend, what do you suppose lies within this coffin?" To which he responded, "How could I possibly know? Whatever is inside could surely be exchanged for currency or even food rations across the nation." I lowered my voice intentionally and said, "Once, I heard my grandfather recount a tale from the Taiping Guangji, which also featured two grave robbers, one stout and the other slender. They unearthed a grand coffin within an ancient tomb, yet no matter how they wielded their knives or axes, the coffin remained steadfastly closed. One of the plump robbers, who could recite the great compassion mantra, began to chant towards the coffin, and to their astonishment, a seam opened in the lid, revealing an arm covered in green mold. The stout thief remained unfazed, but it terrified Ingzi, who quickly hid behind him. "Hugo, don't jest. Look at where we are. You could scare someone to death." The stout man, undeterred by my attempts to frighten him, had no fear but a mild case of acrophobia. Back in school, he was known for his prowess in brawls. At that moment, he wore an expression of noble defiance, declaring, "Ingzi, don't listen to him. This brat merely wishes to intimidate me. Does he not know who I am? Damn it, what have I ever feared? Let him continue." I continued, "That green mold-covered arm had nails over 3 inches long, and it seized the stout grave robber who had been chanting the great compassion mantra, dragging him into the coffin. The lid promptly slammed shut, and we heard screams echoing from within, sending the other grave robber fleeing in terror. The stout man chuckled awkwardly, a forced laugh that betrayed his own unease, yet he insisted on playing the hero, stepping forward to help me push the coffin lid. However, we exerted too much force, toppling the lid completely, exposing the contents within. Inside lay the remains of a tall male corpse, its moisture long evaporated, leaving only a dried, purplish skin enveloping the skeletal frame. After nearly a millennium, it was remarkably well preserved, unlike the exceedingly rare wet corpses excavated from places like Mwangdui and Hunan. Although the features were sunken and the eyes and nose had become dark cavities, the visage was still vaguely recognizable, appearing to be around 40 or 50 years of age. Adorned with a crown and clad in a red robe edged in blue with golden embroidery, he wore cloud-soled boots, his hands resting on his chest. Ingzi peeked from behind the stout man, gasping in horror, "Oh my goodness, how frightful. She quickly diverted her gaze, unable to bear another look. Her exclamation sent a shiver down my spine, but with the coffin already opened, there was no retreat. Steeling myself, I clasped my hands together and bowed thrice to the ancient corpse. We are impoverished and desperate, compelled to borrow a few items for our sustenance. Please do not take offense. You have long ascended to the heavens or returned to the earth. Your possessions are of little use now. Wealth and treasures are but ephemeral. One cannot take them in life, nor in death. We, too, have our principles, and should we take these belongings, we shall ensure that the majority is used to build roads and improve the lives of the people. Following the example of Lei Feng and remaining true to our roots, before I could finish my solemn words, the stout man could no longer contain himself and reached into the coffin to rummage about. I quickly cautioned him, for heaven's sake, be gentle. Don't damage the remains. The rotund figure was reluctant to listen, having discovered nothing of value since entering the tomb, save for a few dilapidated jars and the skeletal remains of those interred alongside. After much ado, our focus turned to the contents of the coffin. Realizing that urging him was futile, I resolved to join him in examining the items within. Beside the ancient corpse lay a collection of porcelain, of which I had scant knowledge, particularly regarding its worth or historical significance. My exposure to antiques was limited to a few pieces of Northern Song blue and white porcelain. Thus, I was entirely ignorant of the intricacies surrounding ceramics. I was aware, however, that gold holds a price while jade is priceless, and my singular intent was to uncover some ancient jade. Discarding the porcelain to the side, fortune smiled upon us, and I managed to unearth 2 jade discs from the grasp of the corpse, their vibrant green hue and intricate carvings resembling moss, neither holy butterfly nor holy moth. We scrutinized the jade for some time, unable to ascertain its true nature. I surmised it was likely jadeite, dating back to before the Northern Song dynasty, and thus must be of considerable worth. After all, why else would the deceased have clutched it in their final moments? It could potentially fetch tens of thousands, a significant sum in a time when few possessed such wealth. Yet, to ascertain its true value, we would need the expertise of the seasoned appraiser, Big Golden Tooth, and perhaps find a merchant from the port or Taiwan to facilitate its sale. The rotund figure, dissatisfied, expressed a desire to pry open the ancient corpse's mouth in search of gold teeth. I cautioned against such extremes, suggesting we leave some remnants undisturbed. We selected a few appealing pieces of porcelain from the coffin, returning the less decorative ones to their original place. After retrieving our finds, we carefully replaced the coffin lid, securing it once more. Though our haul was not as bountiful as anticipated, we were not empty-handed. I urged my companions to hasten our departure, reminding them to repair the tomb wall before we returned home. Just as I turned to exit, I noticed the candle in the corner had inexplicably extinguished. Both the rotund figure and Ingzi noted this, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat despite their masked faces. I too felt a chill sweep over me, a tinge of regret for having painted such a terrifying picture of tomb raiding while discussing it with them. Glancing back at the coffin, its lid securely fastened and silent, I pondered whether spirits truly inhabited this world. Ingzi, known for her fear of corpses and ghosts, instinctively reached to remove her mask, prompting me to grasp her hand firmly. You mustn't remove your mask. What are you thinking? I inquired. She intended to whistle for the hunting dogs to come forth. I reassured her, fear not. The moment has not yet arrived, and besides, dogs cannot bite ghosts. The rotund figure approached the extinguished candle, turning to inquire, Old who? How much did you pay for these candles? I recalled purchasing them in Beijing, but the cost had escaped my attention, perhaps 2 cents each. The rotund figure grumbled. Could you not have bought the 5-cent variety? Such an essential item should not be skimped on. I scratched my head and remarked, next time, I shall procure imported goods, whichever from America, Japan, or Germany is the most expensive. I shall choose that. However, as the candle has already extinguished, let us refrain from playing the role of hindsight experts. Should we not return everything to its original state? After all the immense effort it took to obtain these few items, neither the stout man nor I are particularly inclined to return them all. Would that not render our endeavors akin to turning a tangyuan into an ordinary white dumpling? The stout man, unperturbed, asserted that even if a ghost were to appear, he would simply bludgeon it into submission, declaring that these few items were his for the taking today. Unless a ghost were to incapacitate him, there was no chance he would relinquish them. Ingzi, on the other hand, believed it wiser to return all the items, for none among us possessed the skills to subdue demons or capture ghosts. Should we inadvertently provoke any supernatural beings, none of us would escape the tomb alive. Before I could voice my thoughts, the two began to bicker. But ultimately, they acquiesced to my compromise. We would relight the candle and return a few pieces of porcelain to observe if the candle would extinguish again. If it did, we would return one more item. If all else failed, we would only take the 2 pieces of jade and leave the remaining porcelain behind. Perhaps the candle had gone out due to the mountain winds infiltrating the tomb. If we left empty-handed, not only would we feel remorse for our efforts, but our pride would also suffer. The stout man slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Agreed. Let it be so. I shall return a small piece of porcelain. Lao Hu, you go relight the candle. If it extinguishes again, we shall simply pretend we did not see it." I mused that perhaps I was the first to engage in such negotiations with the tomb's master. If the tomb raiders of the previous dynasty were aware, they would surely be incensed enough to rise from their graves and chastise me. I felt a pang of guilt toward our ancestors. Yet now is an era of reform and openness. We must align with the tides of history and not cling to rigid traditions. Economic vitality requires a lively mindset. Without a vibrant thought process, how could the economy even flourish? As I sought to justify my actions, I retrieved a match and ignited the candle in the corner. Meanwhile, the stout man had placed a tricolored water-patterned porcelain vase atop the coffin, opting for convenience over opening the coffin lid. He returned to me, saying, "This time, it's all fine. The candle has gone out. Shouldn't we be performing the 6th act of Sha Jiabang now?" Suddenly, I detected some unusual occurrences. Amidst the tension, I momentarily failed to grasp his words, retorting, "What the hell do you mean by the 6th act?" He gave me a playful jab and replied, "What are you thinking? The 6th act of retreat in Sha Jiabang." I was too preoccupied to indulge his banter. Gesturing for silence as I pointed to the candle on the ground and whispered, "Why is the flame of the candle green?" The flame emitted a vibrant green glow, casting an eerie hue upon our faces. Both the stout man and Engzi leaned in closer, and upon witnessing this peculiar sight, exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. The green flicker of the candlelight twinkled ominously before, without any apparent cause, it extinguished suddenly. I am acutely aware of the misfortune that has befallen me. On my inaugural venture into the tomb, I have encountered a formidable adversary. I grasped the arms of the corpulent Engzi and hastily propelled us toward the exit of the burial chamber, determined to escape before becoming an offering to the foreign hounds of the Jin dynasty. As we neared the aperture, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind, and if we did not evade it, we would surely be struck. Instinctively, we ducked down, pressing ourselves against the ground. In an instant, the porcelain vase, which the hefty Engzi had placed upon the coffin lid, soared past our heads, crashing against the edge of the tunnel and shattering into countless fragments. Following this, a tremendous crash resounded as the coffin lid, having been hastily reaffixed, was violently thrust into the wall of the tomb, sealing our exit. The wall was composed of a secret mixture of tamped earth from the northern Song dynasty, as solid as granite. Yet, the coffin lid was immensely heavy, propelled by an unimaginable force, embedding itself deeply into the tomb wall. To breach the coffin lid with a spade would require considerable effort. Far from a task to be accomplished swiftly, the force required to embed the lid into the wall was staggering. Had it been a mere moment slower, it could have easily resulted in a fatal blow to the head. Although the rotund Engzi was audacious, he was now visibly shaken, exclaiming, "Old Hu, you must negotiate with him. Let us leave him a few more items. It would be ill-advised to resort to violence. After all, harmony is paramount." Our venture had met with misfortune from the outset, igniting a blaze of frustration within me. I fell prey to my habitual impulsiveness, positioning myself protectively in front of Engzi. One hand retrieved the black donkey hoof from my pocket while the other wielded the spade, addressing the hefty Engzi. "Negotiate? What nonsense! Our exit has been barred, and it is evident they wish for us to remain as companions in death. Today, I shall lay claim to this ancient jade, regardless of the consequences. To hell with it, let us fight these wretched spirits." At that moment, the coffin in the main chamber had risen upright, revealing the ancient corpse within. Its once deep purple skin had, unbeknownst to us, sprouted a thick coat of crimson hair. I gasped in shock, my earlier resolve to confront the creature now diminished. I had heard tales of corpses sprouting white or black hair, referred to as the white and black fiends, and even legends of toxic undead adorned with green hair. But what could this red-haired abomination signify? We had been overly complacent, initially believing that navigating such a diminutive tomb would be a simple matter of avoiding the traps above. Little did I anticipate the encounter with this fearsome red-haired creature. Our hunting rifles had not been brought along, and the tunnel we had excavated was now firmly blocked, leaving us unable to summon our dogs for assistance. The hunting dogs and rifles were our bastions of defense in the wilderness. Yet now we were left to confront this menace armed only with the German spade and the black donkey hoof. However, for the hoof to be effective, it must be thrust into the maw of the creature, and I could only hope that the tales I had heard were true. The ancient corpse, now adorned with crimson hair even upon its face, had become unrecognizable, resembling a fearsome red ape. With a powerful leap, it sprang from the coffin. Soaring over 2 meters in silence, and in mere moments, it landed before us, extending its 10 razor-like claws in a deadly lunge. Unforeseen and swift was the movement of the colossal figure, leaving me no time to ponder as the situation grew dire. In the confines of the chamber, there was no room for evasion. It was a matter of advancing with aggression, adopting a strategy of offense as defense. The fat man and I shared a common resolve. Whatever that entity was, we would first subdue it. With a unified cry, we swung our entrenching tools, aiming them at the ghastly red-haired corpse. The ancient cadaver moved with astonishing speed, sweeping its arms in a violent arc. We felt a tremendous force collide with our hands, leaving us numb and unable to maintain our grip. Our tools flew like leaves caught in a tempest, striking the glass ceiling of the tomb with a resounding thud. Though shrouded in darkness, the sound alone signified that the ornate glazed top, laden with treasures, was at risk of collapse. Should the fiery essence of the Western dragon oil spill, the chamber would be engulfed in flames, sealing our fate within the tomb. To escape, we had to conclude this battle swiftly. Yet, confronting such a foe with bare hands seemed a daunting task. Though we were armed with the black donkey hooves capable of restraining the undead, we hesitated to employ them, fearing that the ferocious creature would shatter us into fragments before we could even attempt to use our weapons. At this juncture, our only recourse was to evade the creature's assaults, retreating toward the rear chamber where the armor and horsebones were stored. The tomb was devoid of light, relying solely on our flashlights for illumination, making our escape even more perilous. Just a few steps from the rear chamber door, the fat man inadvertently stepped on a jar by the wall, crashing to the ground with a cry. The red-haired corpse, like a shadow, lunged towards him, emitting a chilling wail reminiscent of a night owl's cry. This harrowing sound reverberated through the narrow tomb, invoking an indescribable terror that sent shivers down our spines. Having vowed on numerous occasions to never allow a comrade to perish before me, I could not let the fat man's life hang by a thread. With reckless abandon, I launched a kick, striking the creature squarely in the chest. The impact felt as though I had hit a steel plate, causing me to gasp in pain, fearing I might have fractured my leg. The red-haired monstrosity, momentarily abandoning the fat man, turned its malevolent claws towards me. In a desperate act, I hurled my flashlight at the creature and executed a forward roll beneath its grasp, narrowly avoiding its lethal talons. I found myself in a precarious corner, boxed in by the wall and the creature, forming a triangular trap. Should it manage to pivot and pounce, resistance would be futile. In my life, I had faced countless perilous situations. The more desperate the circumstances, the more imperative it became to remain composed. This formidable giant, though tangible and powerful, was simply a creature of brute strength, impervious to blades and firearms. It was not a specter to be feared. With resolve, I leapt onto the back of the red-haired corpse, the stench overwhelming my senses. Thankfully, I wore a mask, or I would have succumbed to its noxious fumes before even engaging in battle. In the absence of my flashlight, the world around me was shrouded in darkness. The creature's limbs were rigid, rendering it incapable of grasping me, yet it thrashed its body in a futile attempt to dislodge me from its back. I tightly wrapped one arm around the neck of the red-haired corpse monster, while with the other hand, I shoved the black donkey's hoof into its mouth. I fumbled about its face for what felt like an eternity, unable to locate its mouth, and instead found myself dizzy, with stars dancing before my eyes. I thought to myself that the situation was dire. If it shook me off a couple more times, I would surely plummet to the ground. Suddenly, a flicker of light pierced through the darkness, and I initially assumed it was a trick of my vision. Upon focusing, I realized it was the plump man and Z, each holding a flashlight in their mouths while brandishing a large wolf-toothed club they had retrieved from the back room. They intended to confront the creature head-on. Hastily, I jumped down from the back of the red-haired corpse monster. The wolf-toothed club, weighing several dozen pounds, belonged to the category of super-heavy infantry weapons from the cold weapon era. When we first entered the ancient tomb, we had seen it along with other weapons, armor, and horse bones piled on the ground in the back room, likely remnants of the tomb owner's past battles. Although these weapons had developed a greenish patina from age and air erosion, the wolf-toothed club relied not on sharpness, but on sheer force. intending to bludgeon the enemy with its weight. The plump man and Ingzi positioned themselves on either side, lifting the club with their 4 hands and swung it like a hammer striking a temple bell, delivering a fierce blow to the red-haired corpse monster's chest. The formidable weight of the club, combined with their running momentum, generated significant impact, sending the monster crashing to the ground, exhausted from their exertion. Both of them gasped for breath, and I could almost hear the thunderous beating of their hearts. I commended them. Well done. I never imagined you two possessed such strength. I shall make a note of this when we return. No sooner had I spoken than the red-haired corpse monster sprang back to its feet, as if it were equipped with springs. I cursed vehemently. Damn it, it's truly indestructible. Plump man, hit it hard again. This time aim for its head. The plump man, fueled by fervor, lifted the spiked club with sheer brute force, determined to strike the red-haired corpse monster once more. To my dismay, this attempt failed. The monster leaped forward, causing the club to fly into the back room, and the plump man was knocked off his feet, landing painfully, his hands bloodied from the force, crying out in agony. A thought struck me. The engineer's shovel was lodged against the ceiling. If we aimed to open the tomb door sealed by the coffin lid, the wolf-toothed club would serve perfectly as a battering ram. I resolved to retrieve it from the back room, distract the corpse monster, and break through the coffin lid to escape into the vast open space outside, where we could maneuver freely with our hunting rifles and hounds. Unlike the constricted confines of this tomb chamber, I helped the plump man to his feet, and the 3 of us fled into the back room of the ancient tomb. The back room was a lower chamber compared to the main one. After descending, I shone the flashlight around, revealing that the wolf-toothed club had been flung by the monster's immense strength, creating a significant hole in the rear wall. It was no mere pit but a gaping cavity. Could there be another hidden section behind it? I had heard tales of concealed chambers within ancient tombs. Could this be one such secret room? My initial assessment had been entirely misguided. The hole in the tomb wall, created by the wolf-toothed club, was dark and unfathomable, and when illuminated by the flashlight, it seemed to lead into an extensive, deep passageway. I was astonished as the red-haired corpse monster surged into the rear chamber, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. The 3 of us dared not hesitate, turning our wolf fawn clubs in an attempt to repel it, then rushing out to strike the coffin lid. However, the creature's strength far exceeded our expectations. With a mere lift of its arms, it unleashed a force akin to 1,000 pounds. Despite our utmost efforts, the wolf fawn clubs were effortlessly sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing against the tomb wall once more. The hole in the wall expanded significantly, and with no escape route available, we retreated into the secret chamber behind the tomb wall, raising our clubs in preparation for another confrontation. Yet, the red-haired corpse monster ceased its pursuit. Merely circling in the rear chamber, I exhaled deeply, illuminating the faces of Fatty and Ingzi with my flashlight. Aside from Fatty's trembling hands, they appeared unharmed. Reflecting on the fierce struggle that had just unfolded, though it lasted only a few fleeting minutes, it felt as though we had danced on the threshold of death twice. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I grasped Fatty's hand. Why aren't you wearing gloves? When did you take them off? Fatty glanced down at his hands. I took them off when I was opening the coffin. My hands were sweating. I scolded him vehemently. You are utterly disorganized and undisciplined. How many times must I remind you that one must wear gloves when handling ancient corpses in a tomb? It's likely your bare hands that provoked the wrath of the red-haired monster. Fatty, stubborn as ever, refused to admit fault. You're talking nonsense. That ancient corpse isn't a landmine that explodes upon contact. Don't you dare frame the innocent. Ingzi interjected. You two should stop bickering. Look, there are characters on the wall. What do they say? Following the beam of Ingzi's flashlight, we gazed at the wall, where a red signpost bore the inscription, Underground Depot of the Black Wind Pass in Manchuria. Fatty and I exchanged glances. Realization dawning upon us, a secret fortress of the Guangdong army? It was astonishing to discover that the underground passage of the enemy's fortress was merely a wall away from the rear chamber of the ancient tomb. If one were to delve half a meter further inward, the tomb would have been unearthed long ago. Had the Wolf Fawn Club not been violently slammed against the tomb wall by the monster, this deeply concealed military stronghold might have remained undiscovered forever. Before we could examine further, the wall separating the tomb's rear chamber from the fortress suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the red-haired corpse leapt forth through the shattered wall. Fatty cursed. Damn it, it's like a stubborn adhesive. It's stuck now. He grabbed his Wolf Fawn Club, intending to confront it. I hastily stopped him, saying, Don't engage it head-on. Let's find a way to escape first. The 3 of us bolted, racing through the expansive underground passage, which was wide enough for an armored vehicle, all constructed of concrete. However, the passage was long and unprotected, and the red-haired monster approached with alarming speed, swiftly closing the distance behind us. I considered throwing the black donkey hoof to obstruct its advance. Rummaging through my pockets in search of anything useful, suddenly, I discovered a stash of glutinous rice. It is said that ancient treasure seekers would carry glutinous rice when entering tombs, as it could be used to counteract the effects of corpse poison. I wondered if it would have any effect on a zombie, though the red-haired creature hardly resembled one. A chilling breeze swept behind me, accompanied by a foul stench. I hastily grasped a handful of glutinous rice from my pocket and cast it towards the grotesque red-haired corpse creature, which, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, found itself covered in the sticky grains. Unperturbed, it paused only briefly before leaping towards us. We had already reached the end of the underground fortress's passage, where the massive iron door of the granary stood ajar. It seemed the Kanto army had retreated in utter haste, for the door was unlocked. However, after 30 years of disuse, its hinges were nearly rusted shut. The three of us, gritting our teeth and straining every muscle, managed to close the heavy iron door just before the creature could enter. Even if it possessed a head of bronze and arms of iron, it could not breach this barrier. The sound of its attempts to slam the door was inaudible from within. The granary door, designed to withstand explosive shockwaves, was reinforced with 2 layers of cotton between the steel plates to absorb impact. In the aftermath of the Japanese forces being bombed by the American Air Force, even the underground fortifications were constructed to endure large aerial bombs. No matter how formidable the corpse creature was, it could not rival the destructive power of American explosives, granting us a temporary reprieve. However, the challenge of finding a way out remained a perplexing dilemma. I sank to the ground, catching my breath, and illuminated my surroundings with a flashlight. The granary was surprisingly spacious, piled high with various supplies. How could such a vast area leave no trace outside? After calculating the direction and distance we had just run, it dawned on me that the entire hillside to the west of Yaren Valley had been hollowed out to form this underground fortress. The more I contemplated, the more convinced I became. Japan had poured its national resources into the development of Manchuria, establishing a heavy industrial base to sustain the entire war effort. Especially after the American air raids on the Japanese homeland, Manchuria had become a strategic rearguard for Japan, to fortify their defenses, particularly against the Soviets to the north. The Kanto army constructed countless underground fortifications, all permanent defensive structures. Although this location fell within Inner Mongolia, it was once occupied by Japanese forces. Japanese high command believed that defending Manchuria was paramount, akin to protecting a river without safeguarding its banks. Thus, establishing peripheral defenses along the Sino-Mongolian border was entirely rational. Haikuku was a crucial battleground. If the Soviet army advanced from the grasslands, it was an inevitable passage. However, the Soviets ultimately chose to attack from the Manchurian front, rendering this painstakingly crafted underground fortress strategically insignificant. The garrison within likely received the emperor's message of unconditional surrender through the radio, leading to a collapse in morale, resulting in suicides and desertions. Constructing such a grand underground facility required immense manpower. One can only speculate how many Chinese laborers toiled and suffered in its creation. It is likely that, to maintain military secrecy, the laborers were executed upon completion of the fortress. The supplies within the granary, untouched for over 30 years, were relatively well preserved. There might even be large-scale power generation equipment. We would not let the enemy's resources go to waste. If we could devise a means to return, we would have the villagers organize a horse team to haul away the spoils. The rotund man stood up and rubbed his posterior, having taken quite a tumble in the tomb. He tore 2 strips of cloth from his garment and requested Ingzi to assist him in bandaging the wounds on his hands. His entire body ached, and he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the zombies outside. I remarked that they might not be zombies at all. Even the black donkey hooves and glutinous rice were ineffective against them. Furthermore, we had heard plenty about zombies before. They are most prevalent in Shaanxi, where, in customs predating the Ming dynasty, the deceased were exposed to the sun for 16 days to prevent them from turning into zombies before burial. During my military service in Lanzhou, I had even witnessed a long-haired zombie unearthed from the ground, and I had heard tales of those with white hair as well. Additionally, bodies buried with venomous insects could turn green, but I had never encountered one with red hair. Once Ingzi had finished bandaging the rotund man's hands, she interjected, stating that the entity was not a zombie at all. She had thought we already knew it was a corpse malevolence. Corpse malevolence? Both the rotund man and I were unfamiliar with the term and urged Ingzi to elaborate. She recounted tales from the elders of her clan, explaining that long ago, when the Manchu were still known as the Jurchen, they practiced a form of sorcery. Have you heard of striking malevolence? During burial, a burnt talisman was placed in the deceased's mouth, and if a grave robber attempted to steal from them, the corpse would be possessed by malevolence, sprouting stiff hair all over, impervious to weapons, until the robber was strangled to death. The color of the hair varied with the type of malevolence invoked. Having only heard these stories previously, witnessing such a terrifying phenomenon firsthand was a revelation. The rotund man produced 2 jade discs he had pried from the ancient corpse's hand and declared, "I shall not return them. If you wish to reclaim them, bring me 20,000 in cash, or grain tickets will suffice." "Ah, Laohu, what do you make of this jade?" I took the discs and noted that what was once a vibrant green jade had now faded to a pale yellow. I could not explain this transformation. It struck me that my experiences and knowledge were woefully limited. Not long ago, I had harbored a sense of self-importance. But now it was clear that I must continue to learn. However, we had already taken possession of these items, and fear would be of no use. I stood up and beckoned the two to move forward. Let us venture inside and see if there are any firearms or ammunition, ideally. We might even find a tank to crush that corpse malevolence into a pulp. The underground fortress of the Guangdong army presented a labyrinthine complexity. The rotund man inquired, "Do you possess any military knowledge?" "There could not possibly be a tank inside." I replied, "Let us first explore, even if a tank were present. It would likely be inoperable after nearly 40 years. Even with daily maintenance, it should have long been rendered obsolete." The passages within the underground fortress and the storage areas were arched and lofty, designed to prevent water seepage. Illuminating the ceiling with my flashlight, I noticed emergency lights and a network of pipes installed above. If we could locate a generator, we might devise a way to illuminate these lights. Not far along, I came across a detailed map of the fortress affixed to the wall, delineating various essential pathways, trenches, storage facilities, troop shelters, shower rooms, barracks, lounges, granaries, drainage systems, and power stations. However, critical locations such as artillery positions, ventilation shafts, counterattack holes, observation posts, command rooms, and hiding spots were conspicuously absent. Within the hills, the fortress was divided into 3 intricate layers, its complexity and vastness underscoring the significant attention the Guangdong army had devoted to this military base in years gone by. I carefully removed the map from the wall. Having previously served as an engineer and having participated in the construction of military facilities in the Kunlun Mountains, I felt a surge of confidence with the map in hand. I was no longer troubled by the prospect of finding an exit. The magnitude of this clandestine underground fortress exceeded my imagination, extending a staggering 30 kilometers in depth, with a defensive width of over 60 kilometers. It became clear that the hills flanking the Wild Man Gorge had been entirely hollowed out, forming 2 interdependent permanent defensive structures. 3 passages traversed the gorge, seamlessly linking the fortifications nestled beneath the hills on either side. The underground passage through which we entered, emerging from the tomb of the general from the Jin dynasty, was the lowest of these 3 corridors. The fortress tapered in the center, with substantial structures on either side. The limited number of 3 connecting passages may have been a tactical consideration. Should one side be overrun by the enemy, it would still be possible to sever the passage and fortify the opposite end. From our current position, the nearest exit was not particularly distant, though I pondered whether the Guangdong army had intentionally sabotaged the exits during their retreat. Otherwise, we would have to return via the tomb or attempt to escape through the ventilation shafts. Suddenly, I recalled the incident from the previous night on the hillside, where our horse had been mauled by a creature lurking within an underground cavern. Could that cavern be one of the fortress's ventilation shafts? Had that unknown beast enlarged the hole to make it its den? If that were the case, escape through that narrow passage seemed implausible. I shared my thoughts with Ingzi and the fatty, urging them to strategize our next move. The fatty remarked, "Hey, old who? I would have completely forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. The creature that attacked our horse might have made this underground fortress its lair. Wandering aimlessly in here could lead us right into its path. We need to devise a plan to find some weapons for self-defense." I concurred, indeed. It is better to be prepared. Should we find that the exit is destroyed, we would have no choice but to crawl out through the tomb, which would inevitably lead to another confrontation with the corpse demon. The armory should contain a section dedicated to weapons. Let us see if we can procure something useful. It would be ideal to find some Japanese Type 97 hand grenades, as they have a long shelf life and considerable power, making them suitable for dealing with the corpse demon. The armory was filled with an array of military standard overcoats, blankets, dry batteries, mess kits, gas masks, and other supplies. Thanks to the unique structure of the fortress, the air here remained relatively dry, allowing some items to be preserved in remarkably good condition. I casually grabbed several Japanese Type 97 gas masks and stowed them in my pack. Ultimately, I discovered a designated area on the right side of the armory where weapons were stored. Upon a rusted iron rack lay numerous wooden crates containing firearms. Absent were machine guns. Instead, there was a plethora of Arisaka rifles, colloquially referred to as the 38 or Type 38. Along the wall rested several 60mm mortars, though not a single shell was in sight. The stout man pried open a crate filled with rifles and seized one, audibly racking the bolt. Illuminating the chamber with a flashlight, he remarked, "Old Who, this rifle is still functional. They are all brand new and unopened, with the mechanical parts well-oiled and untouched by ammunition." Both Ingzi and I each took a rifle as well. I lifted the Arisaka rifle for a moment to aim, then discarded it back into the crate. This outdated Japanese piece holds a mere 5-round capacity, and its manual action is far too sluggish, with significant recoil. "I cannot adapt to it," Ingzi inquired, "but this rifle is quite powerful. My uncle used one when he first joined the Northeast Democratic United Army. Why do you not appreciate it?" Before I could respond, the stout man interjected, "Do not mind him. He is accustomed to semi-automatic weapons in the army and has grown spoiled. Naturally, he looks down upon this antiquated rifle. Should we encounter any corpses later, we shall observe his empty-handed tactics from a safe distance." As he spoke, he rummaged through the bottom of the crate and unearthed an ammunition box. Opening it revealed bullets wrapped in oilcloth, glinting under the flashlight's beam with a golden sheen. The stout man had been doted on by his father since childhood, given toy guns to play with as soon as he could walk. By the time he reached middle school, he had become quite the marksmanship expert. Although he had never used an Arisaka rifle, the principles of rifles were largely similar, and upon finding ammunition, he adeptly loaded the bullets into the rifle, racked the bolt, and aimed it at me. I swiftly pushed the muzzle away. Do not point a loaded weapon in jest. The muzzle is not meant to be directed at one's comrades. Only a traitor would do such a thing. My aversion to this rifle stemmed from its unsuitability for close combat. Its penetrating power was excessive. Within a distance of 30 meters, a single bullet could pierce through 3 or 4 individuals, unless engaged in a bayonet fight. It was all too easy to harm one's allies. Furthermore, the underground fortifications were laden with steel structures. Should a bullet strike a steel plate, it would ricochet unpredictably, potentially harming our own rather than the enemy. The stout man confidently patted his chest and proclaimed, "With our marksmanship, there is no need for bravado. After all these years, you should know that hitting a target from 100 paces is as effortless as playing a game. How could we possibly miss and hit a steel plate? If you do not believe me, we can balance an egg on your head and test it." I interrupted him, sensing that the conversation was veering into folly. It was no easy task to keep my head intact. My mind is meant for contemplating the intricacies of life, not for serving as a target for your whims. Let us cease this pointless bickering and explore alternative means of confrontation. I have an unsettling feeling about this rifle. After all, it is an antiquated weapon that has long since been rendered obsolete. A rifle, with age, is prone to misfire. I recall a time on the front lines in Vietnam when a laborer assisting with logistical support pilfered an old German rifle from the Vietnamese militia while traversing the mountains. It discharged accidentally, tragically resulting in the grievous injury of one of our battalion's deputy commanders. This is no trivial matter. We pried open boxes one after another, hoping to uncover a few hand grenades, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a dozen submachine guns within a wooden crate adorned with a flag. The design of these firearms was peculiar. Some resembled the British Sten gun, with the magazine inserted horizontally on the left side of the weapon. However, unlike the British version, these magazines were curved, and there was a wooden stock at the rear. Ingzi inquired, "Hugo, what kind of gun is this? What an unusual design. Is it a crooked stock?" I pulled back the bolt of the submachine gun and removed the magazine for inspection. This is likely the Japanese Type 100 submachine gun, introduced later in the war and produced in limited quantities. It was probably intended for use against Soviet forces. It far surpasses the Type 38 in functionality, especially in close combat. Even if it malfunctions, it merely jams, without the risk of accidental discharge. You and Fatty should abandon the rifle and arm yourselves with a submachine gun for self-defense. Ingzi, unfamiliar with submachine guns, struggled to comprehend their operation while illuminating our surroundings with 2 flashlights. Fatty discovered a box of submachine gun ammunition, and together we began loading the bullets into the magazines. I hummed a tune as I pressed each round into the magazine, feeling buoyant. This was a rare opportunity. Since leaving the military, I had not handled a submachine gun, and the memory of using the Type 56 stirred a delightful nostalgia within me. Just as I was reveling in my triumph, Ingzi suddenly tapped my shoulder and whispered, "Hugo, I think I just saw a child dart past you." A child? How could that be? In these remote mountains where human presence is scarce, and with this secret stronghold so deeply concealed, how could a child suddenly appear? Crouched on the ground loading ammunition, I turned my head to shine the flashlight in the direction she indicated. Behind me lay a T-shaped corridor, shrouded in darkness, eerily silent. There was no trace of a child. I asked Ingzi, "What child? Are your eyes deceiving you?" Though bold, Ingzi was still a girl from the mountains, steeped in superstitions, and her face had turned pale with fear. "I am not imagining things. I truly saw a child run past you through the corridor. There is no way I could be mistaken." There was no sound of footsteps, just a fleeting shadow of a child, so swift it vanished in an instant. Could it be a ghost? In the clandestine stronghold of the Guangdong army, when I pressed Ingzi for further details, she could only express her uncertainty. She mentioned that, in a fleeting moment, she had caught a glimpse of a child's silhouette, possibly that of a little girl. Though she could not be certain of the specifics of her attire, the child appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. The direction in which the child ran coincided precisely with the exit marked on the map. The passage was merely 2 meters away from me. In such an eerily silent environment, it was inconceivable that I would not have heard the child's footsteps. It moved so quietly, as if it were a specter. The underground fortress was a world isolated from the rest of society, untouched for decades. Who could tell what lay hidden within its depths? The events of today had already unnerved us sufficiently. It was better to avoid unnecessary troubles, to evade rather than provoke. I suggested we take a longer route to reach the fortress's exit from another side, avoiding the passage where the child had dashed by. Ingzi, who harbored a profound fear of apparitions, nodded in agreement. Climbing an extra 10 miles is preferable to encountering a ghostly wall. However, Fatty dismissed our concerns. "Old Hu, I've noticed a change in you. Ever since you returned from the army, you seem less fearless than before. This hesitance is not in your character. Why? Just because Ingzi saw a child run by, must we take the long way around? Let me tell you, if we're to detour, you two can do so. But I will not be hindered. I shall take the shorter path. Back in the day when we served, what did you ever fear? In those years, aside from Chairman Mao, who did we ever bow to?" I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it seemed as if Fatty's observations were accurate. The old me would have faced any challenge with insouciance. Since enlisting and witnessing the harrowing losses during the Sino-Vietnamese War, I had encountered the stark realities of bloodshed and mortality countless times. To speak frankly, I had become somewhat timid, overly cautious in my actions. Had the passage of time truly stripped me of my courage and audacity? I replied to Fatty, "What age are we now? We can no longer compare to our younger selves. Though we were bold and reckless during our military years, that was an absurd era, one that now seems both laughable and tragic in retrospect." Fatty countered, "Yet, at least in that era, you fought and charged forward. I can't stand seeing you in this fearful state. Do you remember the long poem I inscribed in the notebook I gifted you on your 16th birthday? The notebook, likely long since discarded, had been one of many that Fatty had given me, courtesy of his mother, who worked in logistics and had an abundance of such items. I struggled to recall any lengthy poem. Noticing my blank expression, Fatty said, "Let me recite a few lines for you." His Mandarin was impeccably clear, and his robust voice lent a certain gravitas to his recitation, reminiscent of a broadcaster from the Central People's Broadcasting Station. He proclaimed with fervor, on the eve of burying the imperialist counter-revolution, before marching forth into the world. Beside the radio, we listened intently as the Ministry of Defense proclaimed the declaration of war. As the stout man fervently recited the first line, a wave of recognition washed over me. This was a narrative epic entitled A Tribute to the Warriors of the Third World War, which had once circulated widely among soldiers. We were intimately familiar with this poem, having recited it together countless times during our service. It embodied our cherished rhythms, our most endearing words, and our youthful, grand aspirations. My emotions surged, and in that moment, I lost all sense of my surroundings, clenching my fists as we recited in unison. On that unforgettable night, the yearning for battle coursed through every vein. The fervor of our forebears inspired our hearts. We, the descendants of soldiers, were destined to gallop through the smoke of war. In this Third World War, which aims to obliterate the last vestiges of exploitation, we were woven into the same battalion. Our friendship, rooted in those tumultuous times, was beyond measure, soaring higher than mountains and stretching further than roads. In the trenches, we shared a loaf of bread and savored a pinch of salt, humming the same melody beneath a single military blanket. Line by line, word by word, we absorbed the leader's thoughts and the great truths, repeating them time and again. Under the red flag, with unwavering loyalty to the party, we harbored a fervent desire for dedication. We gripped our rifles, raised our fists, and made a resolute vow. We were willing to sacrifice everything for the realization of communism. Amidst the deafening artillery, we stood shoulder to shoulder, advancing 300 meters into enemy territory, our submachine guns unleashing the vengeful bullets of the proletariat against the exploiters. Do you remember? We quenched our thirst at the waters of the Don River, traversed the plains of Ukraine, scaled the heights of the Urals, and reignited the Red Star over the Kremlin. We followed the footsteps of the Commune, traversing the streets and alleys of Paris, marching to the rhythm of the International, and charging through every town, village, and harbor of Europe. We once stood at the western wall of Jerusalem, thwarting the venomous bullets of Christians, planting the red flag by the banks of the Suez. The shimmering lakes of Switzerland, the lights of Pisa, the twilight of Yemen, the Buddhist temples of Phnom Penh, the cherry blossoms of Mount Fuji, the smoke of Havana, the red wine of Spain, and the crystal springs of Black Africa. All of these did not hold us captive, for we bore steel rifles in hand and heavy responsibilities upon our shoulders. Countless sleepless nights and blood-soaked campaigns lay behind us. Thus, our invincible troops marched resolutely forward, closely following the red sun. Listen, the voices of our brothers across the continents rise like a raging torrent. Behold, the banner of the oppressed waves like a spark igniting a prairie. Ah, the world is awash in red. Only the White House remains untouched. 3 red signal flares illuminated the night sky, and you patted my shoulder. Hey, comrade, do you remember? In the battlefield of China and America, the hearts of the children beat red, echoing the words of a member of the Politburo. Friends of the world rejoice at the prospects of liberation, as the hopeful eyes of the old Red Army and the Soviet Union gaze upon us. Remember, this is the final struggle, the decisive battle for humanity's fate unfolds today. The bugle has sounded, and with hearts intertwined, we surge forward like a tempest. In one hand, there is a green leaf, and in the other, a poisoned arrow. The brass eagle emblem, which has reigned for 2 whole centuries, is cast into the roaring flames amidst the triumphant cheers of the people. Ingzi, observing our endless conversation and unable to comprehend our words, grew impatient and interjected. What are you two talking about? You seem so animated, yet the discussion seems never-ending. It's getting late. We must set off on any road available. Would you two mind waiting until we are outside to continue? The stout man hoisted his Type 100 submachine gun, securing 4 or 5 magazines at his waist, his expression resolute. He gestured forward, declaring, "Comrades, victory lies ahead. Follow me." Thus, he led the way, with Ingzi in the middle and I bringing up the rear. The 3 of us forming a single file as we proceeded toward the passage where Ingzi had seen a child dart by. This path inclined gently upwards. After walking over 100 meters, it transformed into a series of ascending steps, indicating that we had entered the hilly terrain of the Wildman's Gorge. The passage grew increasingly narrow, and the humidity surged compared to below, making it difficult to breathe, instilling a sense of suffocating entrapment akin to being buried alive. The proximity between the 3 of us was close. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the stout man halted. Unprepared, Ingzi, following closely behind, collided with him and stumbled backward down the steps. I quickly supported Ingzi from behind and asked the stout man, "What is going on? Why have you stopped?" Turning around, he shouted, "Run back." It seemed he had encountered something terrifying ahead. His tone had shifted, and the earlier bravado had dissipated. The stout man urged us to flee. And despite the limited illumination from the flashlight, I glimpsed a vast space at the base of the staircase ahead, though I could not ascertain what he had seen. Nevertheless, his alarm warranted caution, and I prepared to retreat. At that moment, I suddenly felt dozens of icy steel needles pierce my back, coldness seeping into my bones as if struck by a chilling electric current. My body trembled, losing control, and I leaped forward, propelled by an inexplicable force that sent both the stout man and Ingzi tumbling ahead. The narrow, dim passage sloped upward, and we all rolled and crawled into the void at the end of the staircase. I was inexplicably jolted, the current seemingly transmitting to the other two, leaving us all shivering uncontrollably. None of us understood what was happening. Attempts to speak were stifled. If we had inadvertently touched a live wire, we would have felt a tingling sensation throughout our bodies, but this was a chilling sensation emanating from our very marrow. Fortunately, the 3 loaded submachine guns did not discharge in the midst of the chaos. As we lay on the ground, our flashlights still illuminating the surroundings, I finally understood why the stout man had turned to flee. We found ourselves in a vast chamber, half natural and half artificial, carpeted with green moss. Its damp stone walls adorned with countless enormous bats hanging overhead. These bats were far larger than the ordinary ones typically encountered, their densely packed wings clinging to the walls. Our intrusion startled them from their slumber, revealing their menacing white fangs, sending shivers down my spine. The faces of these bats were peculiar, with prominent diamond-shaped ears, round heads and snouts, and remarkably elongated forelimbs. I had encountered such large bats during my time as an engineer in the Kunlun Mountains. They are scientifically known as the leaf-nosed bat, also referred to as the pig-faced bat. These creatures are notoriously bloodthirsty and carnivorous, considered one of the most vicious species among bats. They prefer dwelling in subterranean caves on grasslands, emerging at night to prey upon livestock such as cattle and sheep. In the past, particularly in the vast steppes of Outer Mongolia, they had become a scourge, though they had seemingly dwindled in number over the last decade. I had thought them extinct, yet here they were, using the abandoned underground fortress of the Guangdong army as their lair, emerging at night and utilizing the ventilation shafts as their exit. Indeed, there could be no safer and more comfortable nest than this. A few pig-faced bats had already swooped down from the stone walls. As I struggled to rise, my hand slipped on the ground, sending me tumbling. The floor was strewn with bat droppings and remnants of animals, the stench overwhelming, both sticky and slippery. Bat guano, known as night-shining sand, is a precious ingredient in traditional medicine, yet seeing it in such abundance here was utterly repulsive. I abandoned all hope of standing, my finger tightening on the trigger as I unleashed a barrage of fire from my submachine gun at the flying pig-faced bats. As I fired, the other 2 quickly reacted, and our 3 guns synchronized in a crossfire. The flames spewed from the muzzles, and the glimmer of bullets illuminated the cavern in a flickering dance of light and shadow. The cacophony of gunfire, spent cartridges clattering to the ground, melded into a chaotic symphony. Thousands of pig-faced bats were roused from their slumber. These creatures of darkness were particularly averse to fire and light. Aside from those that fell, struck by our bullets, the rest swirled around us like a mass of dark clouds, some soaring above our heads while others fled through the ventilation shafts. The ammunition in our submachine guns quickly depleted, leaving no time to reload. The bats whizzed past us, their sharp claws and fangs tearing at our clothing. Fortunately, our garments were thick enough to protect us. Although I sustained some injuries, they were not grievous. At that moment, the fear gnawed at me more than the physical pain. I was terrified of injuring my eyes and dared not open them, shielding my head and face with one hand. I swung the submachine gun like a club with the other, kicking frantically to fend off the pig-faced bats that lunged at me. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as the cave gradually fell into silence. Presumably, the grotesque pig-faced bats had fled. I stumbled upon a flashlight that had fallen to the ground and was about to inquire whether Fatty and the others had sustained any injuries when, suddenly, darkness enveloped me. A colossal pig-faced bat swooped silently towards the crown of my head. It was likely the leader among the bats, lurking deep within the cave, and now, with a sudden burst, it spread its wings, filling the walls with its imposing presence, armed only with an empty gun and the flashlight. I found myself defenseless against its imminent attack. The grotesque features of its swine-like face, with its deep wrinkles, coarse hairs, and prominent fangs, were alarmingly clear as it drew closer, ready to strike. Just then, a series of gunfire erupted from beside me. A barrage of bullets pierced the pig-faced bat, causing it to crash to the ground, flapping helplessly before expiring. It was Fatty, who, recognizing the urgency of the situation, had swiftly reloaded and fired, thus saving my life. I exhaled a sigh of relief and surveyed my surroundings. Aside from a few wounded bats still gasping for breath on the ground, no other creatures lurked in hiding. I had sustained several deep gashes, blood streaming from my wounds. Both Ingzi and Fatty had also incurred minor injuries, albeit not severe. Ingzi tore strips from her clothing to bandage my wounds. The pain was excruciating, and I cursed vehemently, recalling that during my time on the front lines, I had endured hailstorms of bullets without so much as a scratch. Yet today, I was left marred by these vile creatures. Fatty questioned me, "Old who?" I told you to flee, so why did you instead lead us into this mess? I recounted the events, attributing the incident to my back possibly brushing against exposed wiring, omitting the more incredulous details that I myself found hard to believe. I asked Ingzi to examine my back for any signs of electrical burns. As she pulled back my shirt and illuminated the area with the flashlight, she gasped, "Oh my goodness, brother, what happened to you? It doesn't appear to be from an electric shock." Fatty leaned in to take a look. "Were you electrocuted? There's a black handprint on your back. It's quite small, like that of a child." What an eerie twist of fate. It seemed that the three of us had been herded into this bat cave by that child. I hoped never to lay eyes on it. If I did, I would flay its skin. Just as Fatty was about to speak again, the flashlight in his hand clattered to the ground. "My God, old Ingzi? I didn't believe you when you mentioned it in the bunker, but I just saw a child dart past." Ingzi and I quickly retrieved the flashlight and scanned our surroundings. Aside from the bat droppings and carcasses, there was no sign of any child. Fatty swore. "It ran right past you." Am I lying? It dashed deeper into the cave, an unmistakable sight, a little boy, no more than 5 or 6, dressed in green, with a face so pale it hardly resembled that of a living person. Why was it that, apart from me, they had all seen this child in the underground fortress? Yet I was left in ignorance. The small handprint on my back sent chills down my spine. Fatty claimed to have seen a boy, while Ingzi spoke of a little girl in the bunker. Who had misjudged the situation? Or was this subterranean fortress secretly operating a kindergarten? We tidied up a bit and stood up, equipping our submachine guns with fresh magazines. The stout man pointed to a wall of the stone chamber. "That little rascal ran in here." After saying this, he scraped away the moss and bat droppings from the stone wall with the stock of his gun, revealing a half-closed iron door, rusted and prominently marked with the 4 words, "Entry forbidden." He read the inscription aloud and then turned to us, asking, "Do you know what this means?" "It implies that one cannot simply walk in. If you wish to enter, you must do so lying down. This is undoubtedly a mortuary, or perhaps an incinerator." Upon hearing his explanation, Ingzi exclaimed, "What? Entering lying down? So this is where they store the dead?" She recounted how the older folks in the village had spoken of the Japanese incinerators, suggesting that this iron door likely led to one. I tapped the iron door with my knuckles, noting its substantial weight. "Don't feign knowledge, Fatty. The meaning of these 4 characters is likely no entry, though I do not speak Japanese. I am well versed in military facilities. Observe the large groove at the bottom of the door, with hexagonal patterns inside. This indicates a rotating mechanism. To open this iron door, one must turn the dial. The hole beneath serves as an exhaust vent. This is an airtight door. When closed, the exhaust vent automatically evacuates the air from within, creating a semi-vacuum environment, suitable for storing valuable items. Our military bases also feature similar facilities. The mechanism of the airtight door had long been dismantled, and without the appropriate tools, attempting to open this iron door would be an arduous task. As for what lay beyond, it was uncertain. It could very well be a storage for chemical or biological weapons, which is a significant possibility. To prevent any leaks or accidents involving chemical weapons, they are typically stored in such sealed chambers. The Japanese's chemical and biological weapons, despite their notorious reputation, should not be underestimated. Even after many years, they can still pose lethal threats in a natural environment. I had little interest in what was behind this door. My priority was to examine the map and swiftly locate an exit. Meanwhile, Fatty was consumed with curiosity, especially after I mentioned the possibility of valuable items being stored there. He and Ingzi began to knock and kick the door, determined to investigate, muttering to each other what treasures might be inside. "Oh, it's so frustrating not being able to see." I chose to ignore their antics and focused on the map, searching for the exit in this stone cave, which had once been overrun by the large bats. According to the topography illustrated on the map, there should be a small passage connecting to the summit's exit within this cave. However, after searching thoroughly, I discovered only a large area of collapsed rocks at one end of the chamber. As suspected, the Japanese had detonated the exit during their retreat. At the present location, directly above us lies the very spot where we pitched our tent on the slope of the Wild Man Valley. With the aid of a flashlight, we can discern several large openings in the ceiling of the stone cave. These substantial ventilation shafts do not run vertically. Rather, they are ingeniously designed with curves to thwart any potential assaults from the outside. Bats emerge from these apertures to take flight, yet lamentably, we lack wings, rendered helpless below. And even if we were to ascend, it would be futile. The adult human form is slightly too large for these ventilation holes. The Japanese truly exhibit cunning. Fearing intruders might infiltrate the stronghold through these passages, they deliberately crafted the openings to be neither too large nor too small. I summoned the stout England to inform them that our exit was blocked. We had two options, either to seek another exit or to return to the ancient tomb with our submachine guns and eliminate the undead. We could not afford to languish here, as we had no provisions, nor had we discovered any sustenance within the enemy's fortress. Wandering aimlessly would only lead to starvation, leaving us to await our demise. It was evident that this subterranean stronghold extended deeply, spanning dozens of kilometers. Traveling from this exit to another would require considerable time, and searching for alternate exits seemed futile. The Japanese would not benevolently leave an exit unsealed. Having collapsed one, the others would likely be destroyed as well. England kicked the corpse of a large bat lying on the ground, suggesting, if it comes to that, we could consume this creature. It is all flesh. The stout one quickly shook his head, declaring, "You can eat it if you wish. I would rather perish than partake in such a repulsive meal. I suspect the meat is either putrid or sour, inedible. By the way, Lao Hu, do you think that door might lead to an exit? There is a possibility. Is there not? We should devise a way to open it and investigate." I pondered this and replied, "That possibility does exist. For this secret chamber is not marked on the map. Only a passage connecting to an exit is depicted, yet precise localization is challenging. We cannot be certain that a passage lies behind this door. In truth, opening this door would not pose a significant challenge. I had observed tools in the arsenal, and we could procure an appropriately sized hex wrench." England interjected, "Returning to the arsenal would allow us to find some uniforms to change into. Look at the state we are in. The three of us are filthy beyond measure, unfit for even 15 people over half a month." Her remark prompted us to realize just how soiled we had become, with bat droppings, blood, mud, and a foul stench adorning our clothing, hair, faces, and hands. We made our way back to the lower arsenal, a mere few hundred meters away. There, we first sought out several uniforms and overcoats of the Kanto army, changing into them, and hastily wiped the grime and blood from our faces. Each of us donned a steel helmet. England, already possessing a striking appearance, looked even more alluring in military attire, prompting the stout one to exclaim, "Hey, little sister, in that Japanese uniform, you resemble Kawashima Yoshiko." Unaware of who Kawashima was, England assumed it was a compliment and took it to heart. I clarified for her, "He is suggesting that you resemble a Japanese female spy." Upon hearing this, Ingzi's brows furrowed in discontent, prompting the chubby fellow to quickly clarify, "I misspoke. I meant to say that seeing Ingzi donned in military attire, wielding a firearm, instantly conjured up Chairman Mao's poignant verse, as dawn breaks over the parade ground, a gallant figure with a rifle of 5 feet stands. The sons and daughters of China possess such lofty ambitions. They prefer arms to adornments of red." I chuckled, remarking, "Our portly friend is rapidly turning into a poet, reciting verses at every opportunity. Just look at our current attire. We resemble the Japanese invaders quite closely." This brings to mind a tale recounted by my father's old comrade from the war. I was but a child then. My uncle, who fought alongside my father as part of the 8th Route Army in Shandong, received orders from the Central Committee to sail to northeast China to collect the fruits of victory after the war. Unfortunately, my father suffered from seasickness and could not join, a decision he later regretted profoundly upon hearing tales of the bountiful spoils in the northeast. My uncle recounted that upon their arrival, they stumbled upon a treasure trove of Japanese goods. Their entire regiment, dressed in ragged clothing, resembled a band of beggars. Later, they took control of a Kanto army warehouse from the Russians, and the entire regiment donned new garb, save for their flag, which remained Chinese. Their uniforms, shoes, and weapons were all Japanese, identical to those of the Kanto army. The local populace, upon catching sight of them from a distance, would flee in terror, believing the Japanese had returned. I feel we now share a semblance of that experience, akin to the revolutionary predecessors who salvaged foreign spoils. As I spoke, I discovered a hex wrench on a rack where gasoline barrels were stored. Now we have everything we need. Let us act swiftly. Clad in Kanto army uniforms and armed with Type 100 submachine guns, the three of us retraced our steps. This time, the chubby one and his companions no longer mentioned any sightings of children. Though I refrained from voicing my inquiries, suspicion gnawed at my mind. I pondered. The child ran inside the iron gate. What could he possibly intend? Is he attempting to guide us? Could there be ulterior motives at play? By heaven, I still have a bit of glutinous rice left. I've heard that spirits fear glutinous rice. If that little ghost dares to cause trouble, I shall ensure it retreats in disarray. If not, I must demonstrate my prowess. As I followed them, I found my spirits lifting. The pain in my back seemed to diminish. Before long, we arrived once again at the stone cave with the airtight door. To prepare for any eventuality, we donned steel helmets and gas masks, pulled back the gun bolts, and chambered rounds. Before opening the door, I instructed Ingzi to grasp a handful of glutinous rice to scatter and urged the chubby one to aim his submachine gun. Should anything lurk within, we would not hesitate to eliminate it without delay. I also instructed him to coordinate with me, alternating our fire to avoid any gaps for reloading. Once everything was arranged, I slung the submachine gun over my shoulder and firmly twisted the hex wrench into the door's threads. The secret door had not been opened in decades, and the threads were rusted solid. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I nearly bent the wrench, and at last, I heard a series of creaking noises. The 3 rows of air vents beneath the door emitted a sharp sound as the air was let into the airtight chamber, and the heavy iron door opened with a resounding clatter. I swiftly stepped back a couple of paces, raising my submachine gun and flashlight towards the entrance. Yet the interior remained eerily silent. To my surprise, the darkness within was impenetrable. The beam of my flashlight was swallowed by the inky blackness. I gestured to Ingzi, who understood my cue and scattered a handful of glutinous rice into the chamber like a celestial offering. Still, there was no sign of life. All sounds seemed to vanish, leaving only the heavy rhythm of my own breath through the gas mask. It appeared our fears were unfounded. As the saying goes, suspicion breeds shadows. Before anything had even transpired, I had frightened myself half to death. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Fatty took the lead and ventured into the chamber, with Ingzi and me following closely behind. The chamber spanned approximately 40 square meters, a solitary room devoid of any exits apart from the airtight door. Inside, I discovered that it was neither a repository for biological nor chemical weapons. Before entering, I had contemplated every conceivable possibility. Yet I had not anticipated that the room housed a dozen large coffins, haphazardly arranged within the space. The coffins, aged and decaying, varied in size and craftsmanship, some even being exceptionally large stone sarcophagi. The most opulent among them were 2 grand coffins made of golden silk nanma wood, with shards of pottery scattered across the floor. I glanced back at Fatty and the others, who both shook their heads in bewilderment. Despite their gas masks, I could sense their expressions of confusion. Fatty inquired, "Old who? What on earth is going on? This looks more like a museum. Where did all these coffins come from?" After pondering for a moment, I deduced that the situation was not so difficult to unravel. We had simply been misled by our preconceived notions. The Wildman Valley was originally a burial ground from the Jin and Liao dynasties. The Guandong army had constructed this clandestine underground fortress, and the 3 passageways connecting the 2 fortifications traversed the Valley of Wildman. During the construction, it was inevitable that they unearthed numerous ancient tombs. The funerary artifacts and coffins of the ancient aristocrats from the Jin and Liao dynasties would have been treasures to the Japanese. They had stored the items excavated from the tombs in this semi-vacuum chamber, and in their hasty retreat, they had only taken the accompanying antiques, leaving these coffins behind. Fatty remarked, "The Japanese are quite adept at pilfering. They left us with nothing. Let us see if there is anything of value inside these coffins. It would make our arduous journey worthwhile." With that, he kicked open the lid of a large coffin, which had already been pried open by the Japanese and was not re-nailed. The force of his kick sent the coffin lid tumbling aside. Ingzi, hesitant, said, "I think I'll wait by the door for you too. I'll keep an eye out to ensure no one locks us in here." With that, she positioned herself at the entrance, 1 foot inside and 1 foot outside, guarding the threshold. I remarked to Ingzi at the entrance, "Indeed, my younger sister is astute. I had not even considered this matter. It seems I have wasted years as a soldier. This door can only be opened from the outside. If we were to be trapped in this chamber, we might struggle to find a way to express our despair." The stout man continued rummaging through the coffins, cursing as he searched. "Damn it, all I find are bone remnants. The Japanese truly lack integrity, employing scorched earth tactics everywhere they go. Not a single intact vessel has been left for us." He flipped through 3 or 4 coffins, each yielding the same disappointing results, inciting further expletives as he pushed against a coffin crafted from golden silk nanma wood. My attention, however, remained fixated on a massive stone sarcophagus, an instinct urging me to uncover its secrets. I could not fathom why this notion arose, yet an overwhelming impulse compelled me to open the stone coffin. I beckoned the stout man to assist, and together we endeavored to shift the heavy stone slab atop it. The slab was exceptionally weighty, After considerable exertion, we managed to pry it open only a narrow gap. Out of breath, the stout man waved his hand. I can't go on. Let's take a break. It's too heavy, and my stomach is empty. I can't push it any further. My own stomach grumbled in agreement. Exerting myself had made me lightheaded. We settled down to rest, removing our gas masks and lighting cigarettes. The stout man exhaled a smoke ring and mused, Old who? Do you think ancient people were out of their minds to create such a stone coffin? It's the first time I've ever seen stone used for this purpose. I caressed the stone slab and replied, This is not merely a coffin, it is a stone sarcophagus. Inside this stone enclosure lies a wooden coffin. Only a person of high stature would receive such an honor, perhaps a prince. The stout man scratched his head in realization. Oh, so that's how it is. It's truly complicated. Both are buried in the wilderness, but in comparison to the General S. tomb we excavated, who held a higher rank? I shook my head. I cannot say. That remains uncertain. Our knowledge of history is limited. However, during the centuries of the Jin, Liao, and Yuan dynasties, the northern nomadic tribes grew exceedingly powerful, having claimed their dominion from horseback. I suspect they prioritized martial prowess over culture. Thus, it is conceivable that only the most valorous nobles were interred in such a prime location. The other nobles buried nearby may have even more lavish funerary goods than those found in the General S. tomb. The burial items would certainly vary according to the deceased's personal inclinations. For instance, the ancient tomb we unearthed belonged to a mere warrior, lacking in refined taste and artistic appreciation. Hence the items entombed were predominantly horses and weapons. The stout man remarked, Those horses must have been exceptional steeds. If they were alive, they would be worth a fortune. Yet now, only their bones remain, likely discarded as scrap. Fortunately, he possessed 2 jade discs. Otherwise, our efforts would have been in vain. Those 2 discs could fetch a decent sum if we have the gene to find a buyer. As our cigarettes burned down to the stubs, we donned our gas masks once more, steeling ourselves to push the heavy stone slab again. Ingzi joined us in the effort, and at last, we managed to shift the stone aside, revealing a richly black wooden coffin within the stone sarcophagus. This coffin was nearly twice the size of an ordinary one and stood unusually tall. Excluding the arched lid, it reached a height surpassing that of a man. The craftsmanship of the coffin is exquisite, far from being a mere trinket. At both ends and around the sides, the lid is adorned with gilded, multicolored decorations depicting auspicious mythical creatures such as cranes, cheilants, and turtles, intended to bless the deceased with transcendence into immortality. Moreover, the lid features a celestial chart of the 28 lunar mansions, while a golden pattern of swirling clouds encircles the base, remarkably vibrant even after centuries, evoking sheer awe. It was our first encounter with such a magnificent coffin. Had we not witnessed it firsthand, who could have imagined the existence of such an artistic marvel in the world? The portly man exclaimed with delight, Even if there's nothing inside, we could sell this coffin for a handsome profit. He eagerly rolled up his sleeves and pushed the coffin lid aside. Even Ingzi couldn't resist the urge to see what lay within this grand sarcophagus. The 3 of us huddled together, shining a flashlight into the interior. The brocade lining had long since decayed, likely turning to ash at the slightest touch. Layer upon layer of rotten fabric lay atop a skeletal frame, with clothing and flesh having long since decomposed. Only the skull remained somewhat intact, gaping with a set of blackened, decayed teeth. A substantial portion of the skeletal remains had disintegrated into the air, without the skull. One might not even recognize it as a human form. As Ingzi cast the beam of the flashlight along the edges of the massive coffin, she let out a startled cry. Oh my, it's this child. At both ends of the coffin stood 2 naked, lifelike children, a boy and a girl, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old. The boy sported a top knot, while the girl had her hair styled in 2 buns, reminiscent not of modern times, but of figures from ancient murals. Were they perhaps the child companions sacrificed to accompany the deceased? The primary occupant of the coffin had nearly disintegrated, so how had these children been preserved so remarkably? These 2 little ones are probably mere dummies, crafted to look lifelike. The portly man suggested as he reached out to touch the children in the coffin. Today, I must see if they truly come to life. I swiftly grasped his hand, warning him, do not touch without gloves. These are not mere figures and may be toxic. Look closely at the children's bodies. They are covered with patches of bluish-purple marks. This is mercury poisoning. In the 1950s, my grandfather, Hu Guohua, had spent some time hospitalized at a large hospital in Beijing for medical treatment. During that period, construction of a venue named the Workers' Stadium nearby unearthed an ancient tomb. He sneaked out of the hospital to witness the commotion and explored the tomb. This ancient crypt was said to belong to a prince of the Ming dynasty, surrounded by a moat of black water. The burial chamber was divided into 3 sections, front, middle, and back, with a heavy gate at the entrance. Upon entering, one first encountered a mingling of the earthly and the netherworld, arranged to reflect the deceased's household. Various furnishings, termed Mingqi, spirit goods, were present. Deeper within, the central burial chamber, known as the sleeping hall, housed the coffins. Uniquely, the coffins of the prince and his consort were suspended in midair by heavy iron chains, copper rings, and locks. Subsequently, there exists a side hall, specifically designated for the storage of burial goods. Moreover, only a few days later, an ancient tomb from the Yuan dynasty was unearthed in Haitian. Both tombs contained the remains of child sacrifices, which astonishingly resembled living beings at the time of excavation. However, the garments of the children from the Yuan tomb disintegrated into dust upon contact. My grandfather recounted these tales to me, explaining that these children, while alive, had undergone a gruesome fate. In addition to being administered mercury orally, holes were drilled into their crowns, backs, and skulls, which were then filled with mercury. After death, their bodies were coated with mercury powder, resembling specimens preserved through the ages, their flesh remaining intact for millennia. This technique surpassed the ancient Egyptian methods of mummification in sophistication. Nonetheless, the distinct cultural contexts and differing value systems of the two civilizations must be acknowledged. The method of preserving a corpse's appearance through mercury infusion necessitated the use of living subjects, as the blood of the deceased could not flow, rendering such a process impossible. Therefore, this technique was never applied to any tomb owner. Perhaps the most heinous act in the world involves using the living for burial rites. A corpulent man, wearing gloves, carefully retrieved one of the children's bodies for examination. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered several holes in the skull, back, and skulls. These orifices had been sealed with fire lacquer by skilled artisans. Numerous areas of the body exhibited patches of dark purple spots, likely caused by the chemical reactions with mercury powder, which was frequently applied to burial items made of gold, silver, and jade. Over time, the more recent artifacts displayed a reddish-brown hue, while older ones turned dark purple. These blemishes are colloquially referred to as mercury spots or mercury immersion in some regions. They are known as corpse spots or rottenine. The corpulent man appeared somewhat anxious, feigning calmness as he exhaled and remarked, "I once read a story by Lu Sun that described mercury immersion on antiques. It seems that the old fellow was not fabricating tales after all." Ingzi inquired, "This is truly tragic, Hugo. Why were these children not clothed? I recall seeing the child who ran past dressed in garments. Could they be spirits?" I responded, "Only they can ascertain whether they are spirits. However, it is not that these children were left unclothed. The sacrificial children undoubtedly wore splendid attire. After nearly a millennium. By now, those garments have long since decayed. Given the passage of time, this enormous coffin is likely from the Yuan dynasty. When the Guangdong army unearthed and opened this grand coffin, the clothes, upon exposure to air, would have turned to dust. Initially, I was skeptical about the existence of ghosts. Yet at times, undeniable truths compel one to reconsider. The corpulent man and Ingzi witnessed the figures of children in the corridor, identical to the sacrificial pair within the coffin. Additionally, the handprint on my back suggested that the realities here transcended human comprehension. Perhaps explanations could be sought through the sixth sense or premonitions. In any case, these occurrences belong to the realm of the supernatural. With our limited knowledge, we merely glimpse the elusive shadows of this mysterious, unknown world. However, the spirits of these two children have led us here. What could their intentions be? The circumstances do not appear to suggest malice. Ingzi remarked, "Perhaps they wish for us to bury their bodies. Is it not often said that one finds peace in the earth? Let us extend our assistance to them. How pitiable they are." The portly man nodded in agreement, expressing that he was primarily interested in wealth rather than meddling in trivial affairs. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, he suggested that we should kindly take them out, dig a proper grave for them, and ensure they are not left exposed. Having stood guard over their graves for a millennium, they deserve their rest. The bodies, laden with mercury, could not be burnt and could only be buried. This was the extent of our capabilities, and we could only hope that such tragedies would diminish in the world. Without further delay, the portly man and I shed our military coats, wrapping the young boys and girls within, fastening the garments around our backs. The weight of the mercury-filled bodies was overwhelmingly heavy, but fortunately, they were children. Had they been adults, carrying one would have been quite the challenge. The portly man, disappointed by the absence of valuable treasures, felt somewhat vexed and wished to incinerate the coffins in frustration. I and Ingzi hastily dissuaded him, and he reluctantly acquiesced. We returned to the stone cave to deliberate on our escape. At this moment, everyone was parched and famished. Regrettably, the underground fortress was devoid of food and water. With no ammunition or medicinal supplies, our only route back to the surface lay through the thief's tunnel of the general's tomb. However, the thought of the ghastly supernatural force lurking there was indeed disconcerting. Even fully nourished, we might not stand a chance against it, let alone in our current state of weakness from hunger. Glancing at one another, we shared a mutual understanding. Scattered across the ground were a dozen deceased bats. Given the dire circumstances, these creatures would have to suffice as sustenance. Humans, inherently omnivorous, can consume anything when desperation strikes. Ingzi recounted her childhood experiences with her grandfather in the depths of the forest, where they had dined on bats during a year marked by wildfires and a rare famine. With larger animals having vanished, people resorted to eating ground squirrels, bats, locusts, and even grasshoppers. The tendons and delicate bones of bats were quite palatable and satisfying to chew. The grotesquely large bats in the cave presented a rather sinister appearance, resembling the desiccated remains of bloodthirsty demons, leading both the portly man and me to harbor reservations about their edibility. Yet, in the fight for survival, one must prioritize necessity over preference. To prepare a fire for roasting, we needed to return to the storage area, where an abundance of wooden crates awaited to be used as fuel. Even the coffin boards could serve this purpose. However, the notion of cooking meat over a fire fueled by coffins was somewhat unsettling. Thus, the portly man used the rope he had brought to secure 5 or 6 plump deceased bats by their talons, forming a string to carry them along, which included the remarkably large bat king. Upon our return to the storage area, we set aside the coats that cradled the young boys and girls. Ingzi retrieved a short knife to sever the bats' unsightly heads. Discarding the fleshless claws, she proceeded to gut the creatures, tossing aside the grayish entrails and superfluous organs. Before hastily removing their skins, I gathered a considerable number of wooden crates and kicked them apart to create planks. Using my knife, I whittled some wood shavings and ignited them with a match. The portly man assisted, crouching beside me and blowing gently to encourage the flames. We then procured a few bayonets from rifles to skewer the bats and place them over the fire to roast. The portly man frowned, clearly reluctant to consume such fare. Ingzi urged, "It's not unpalatable. Do not think of it as bad. Just chew a bit more, and it will taste akin to mutton." I, however, was indifferent. After all, aren't bats akin to rodents? During military exercises in Shanxi, I had sampled various rodents, such as field mice, dormice, flying squirrels, and voles, all of which bore a similar flavor, fatty and lean, reminiscent of mutton. Yet, I had never tasted bat meat before. The pig-faced bat, being a warm-blooded creature, possesses minimal fat and is ill-suited for prolonged roasting. Observing the meat change color as it cooked, I took a bite. The flesh from the shoulder was quite tender, interspersed with sinew and cartilage, certainly not as delectable as mutton, yet undeniably chewy. Upon seeing me indulge, the hefty fellow pinched his nose and took a bite. Finding it remarkably satisfying, in a frenzy, he devoured an entire bat, and, still craving more, skewered the largest bat king on his bayonet to roast further. As we had consumed nearly half, a viscous, glistening liquid dripped from the ceiling onto the hefty fellow's face. Engrossed in his meal, he noticed the wetness on his face and wiped it, exclaiming, "Who the hell is drooling so much? It's all over me." The moment the words left his mouth, he sensed the absurdity of his inquiry. In the underground fortress, there were only 3 of us. Ingzi and I sat across from him, and even with our capabilities, it was impossible for us to dribble saliva onto him. We all found it peculiar and simultaneously looked up to discern the source of the dripping fluid. The fire, fueled by shattered ammunition crates, illuminated the vicinity, while the distant corners remained shrouded in oppressive darkness. Above us, at the juncture of firelight and shadow, an enormous face emerged, exceeding the size of an ordinary human S by more than double. Its pallor was reminiscent of flour, devoid of any expression, rendering it impossible to gauge its emotions, be it joy or anger. With a hooked nose and blood-red, monstrous eyes, it fixated intently on the roasted bat meat in the hefty fellow's grasp. Its lips were thick and protruded, framing a cavernous mouth, from which a blood-red tongue dangled, almost forming a river of saliva that dripped incessantly. The owner of that face possessed a lengthy neck, skin dark and tough. The high ceiling of the underground arsenal concealed its body in the shadows, leaving only the face and a portion of the neck visible. It appeared intensely interested in our roasted bat meat, contemplating a leap to snatch it, yet hesitated, fearful of the flames below. However, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat proved too alluring. It seemed unable to resist, poised to pounce from the inverted ceiling at any moment. What was this being, human or monster? As we gazed upward, astonished and intrigued, I may not have known its origins, but it was clear that it yearned for the roasted bat meat. We emerged from the cave with 5 sizable bats. Ingzi and I each consumed half of one, while Fatty devoured an entire bat by himself. This left us with 3 remaining bats, and Fatty decided to divide the largest one, the Bat King, into 3 portions. He skewered one piece with the bayonet of his rifle and set it over the fire to roast. This grotesque, pig-faced Bat King seemed to have lived for centuries. Its size startlingly immense, its body alone was comparable to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, truly hefty. Our modest fire pit could scarcely accommodate the roasting of more than 1 portion at a time. Consequently, only the bat meat in Fatty's possession was cooked to medium rare, while the rest remained as unroasted, lifeless bats. However, amidst the tension of the moment, there was little time for contemplation. I noticed that Fatty was rendered speechless by the expressionless visage above him. In a hurry, I snatched the skewer with the roasting bat meat from his hand, twirled it in front of that grotesque face, and forcefully cast it aside. My exertion was so vigorous that the meat did not fly far. It slipped off the skewer and landed not far behind Ingzi. Before she could turn to see, a colossal beast leaped down from the roof, lunging forward to snatch the roasted Bat King in its jaws, swallowing it whole without so much as a chew. By the light of the fire, we discerned the creature clearly. It was no human. Its face resembled that of a baboon, strikingly human-like, with an exceedingly long neck and a body akin to that of a bear, albeit less clumsy. In comparison, its physique appeared somewhat flattened, with bowed hind limbs that were short and stout, and remarkably long forelimbs. When it moved, it could grip the crevices of the wall, hanging above with ease. Its movements were more graceful on the wall than on flat ground. Ingzi had never encountered such a creature, but Fatty and I had seen its likeness in a museum. The moment it revealed its full form, we immediately recognized it as the prairie giant ground sloth. Indeed, that was the very creature. It dwells in the underground caverns of deep grasslands, primarily found in South America, Africa, and the vast steppes of outer Mongolia. Unlike its jungle-dwelling cousin, the tree sloth, the prairie giant ground sloth bears a closer resemblance to its ancient ancestors, the Ice Age ground sloths, being exceptionally large and primarily carnivorous. It seldom ventures into the sunlight, favoring the hunt of large bats, ground squirrels, pythons, and other subterranean creatures. The hunting technique of the prairie giant ground sloth is one of stillness, rarely initiating an attack. It remains concealed in the shadows, motionless for days on end, abstaining from food and water, waiting for prey to pass by, before suddenly lunging forth with lightning speed to consume its unsuspecting victim. In the early days of the founding of our nation, a brotherly African country gifted the Beijing Zoo a creature, which, however, could not acclimate to the environment of Beijing and soon perished. During a visit to Beijing with my friends, including Fatty and some classmates, we were guided by the victorious Red Guards to various sites. At the zoo, we encountered the enormous cage of a ground sloth, which had long since succumbed to death, leaving behind an empty enclosure. We observed this vast, vacant cage with a sense of curiosity and lingered a moment longer, noting the accompanying description and images. Many years have passed, yet this memory remains vivid, and we could hardly have anticipated encountering such a creature of such considerable size in the underground fortress of the Guangdong army. It seems likely that it had traced the path of the pig-faced bat to this location, as the fortress housed countless bats. We glimpsed a nest within a stone cave, teeming with no fewer than 1,000. The fortress extends deep into the earth, perhaps concealing several more nests in its recesses. The sloth skin is tough and thick, embedded with numerous small bony plates, resembling armor. These become impenetrable upon maturity. The ferocious pig-faced bat possesses sharp claws that can easily rend the hides of cattle and sheep, yet they pose no threat to the ground sloth. Even if it were to claw at the sloth, it would be of little consequence to the creature. Here, devoid of natural enemies and surrounded by an abundance of pig-faced bats to prey upon, it thrives splendidly. However, the method by which such a creature entered the fortress remains a mystery. Perhaps an earthquake or landslide created large fissures in the subterranean stronghold, allowing it to crawl inside in search of sustenance. If we could locate that entrance, it might also serve as our means of escape. The ground sloth, having leapt from the roof, devoured a piece of roasted bat meat, extending its long tongue to savor the remnants, clearly unsatisfied and stirred by a burgeoning appetite. Fixating its gaze upon the three of us as if contemplating its next move. In this underground realm, it reigns supreme, occasionally launching aggressive hunts, and when it does, few things can impede its advance. In that tense moment of confrontation, my mind raced through the topography of the fortress and strategies for countering a wild beast, territory unfamiliar to me. Should I strike first? The submachine gun rested nearby, but the firepower of the Type 100 was limited, insufficient to breach the sloth's formidable defenses. I feared provoking it into a rage, with little hope of escape. The Japanese Yoshiba rifle, known for its penetrating power, could potentially fell the ground sloth, yet we had only a few daggers at hand, and the two rifles, already loaded, lay some 30 meters away. One of us would need to divert the sloth's attention for me to retrieve the firearms, a maneuver requiring precious time. As the creature lingered perilously close. Amidst these thoughts, Fatty stood still and whispered to me, "Old who? I remember this creature only feeds on warm-blooded and cold-blooded animals, not on humans. In my view, we are safe." Gently nudging the lifeless bat with my foot towards the prairie sloth, I intended to convey a message. "Here. Take this and eat it quickly. Do not trouble us." To my astonishment, the sloth paid no heed to the deceased bat, instead drooling incessantly at us. The stout fellow turned to me and inquired, "Why isn't it consuming the bat? It seems to be eyeing us with ill intent." I dared not divert my gaze from the sloth, keenly observing its every movement, prepared to seize the assault rifle on the ground and fire a barrage should it exhibit any signs of aggression. Ingzi remarked, "We have consumed a considerable amount of roasted bat meat. Perhaps it perceives us as bats." Before her words could fully resonate, the prairie sloth, unable to resist the alluring aroma of the roasted bat meat, began to advance towards us. Wild animals typically feast on raw flesh, having never experienced cooked meat. Once they have savored it, the taste becomes an irresistible temptation. Noticing its sluggish movements, I pondered that engaging in combat might be unnecessary. Fleeing seemed prudent. I signaled to the others, and we turned to run. However, just as we took a couple of steps, I tripped over a hard object beneath my feet, causing me to tumble, nearly fracturing my knee. The stout fellow and Dingzi also fell to the ground. I was perplexed by what had caused my stumble. As I glanced at the ground, it appeared smooth, devoid of anything that could trip a person. A thought crossed my mind, in my frantic desire to escape. I had forgotten to carry the bodies of the two young souls. Could it be that a ghost had caused my fall? The prairie sloth, likely never having encountered a bipedal creature before, detected the enticing scent of roasted bat meat emanating from us and mistook us for bats. Yet, it hesitated to approach. Intimidated by the flames, contemplating how to devour this unexpected delicacy. Upon witnessing our fall, it sprang towards us. Its hind limbs were robust and powerful, and it leaped before the stout fellow, perhaps judging him to be the more substantial meal first. The stout fellow, realizing his predicament, struggled desperately, scrambling for a weapon on the ground. Fortunately, he found a bayonet used for roasting bats and seized it, plunging it into the sloth's arm with great force. The blade, having been heated for an extended period, was akin to a glowing iron rod. Upon piercing the sloth, a foul stench of burnt flesh filled the air. The sloth, a formidable creature in its subterranean lair, had never endured such a wound. In pain and rage, it dared not retaliate, slowly retreating a few steps, biding its time. After the searing bayonet struck, its heat diminished rapidly, and the sloth's blood began to emit wisps of steam from the blade. The stout fellow's successful strike had been contingent upon the bayonet's temperature. Otherwise, he would have been unable to penetrate its tough hide. Seizing the opportunity, while the stout fellow had momentarily repelled the sloth, Ingzi and I each took a military overcoat that enveloped the bodies of the young souls and slung them over our backs, hoping that these two little spirits would not cause further trouble. With the lifeless body of the sacrificial child upon my back, I bent down to grasp the submachine gun in my hand. I was acutely aware that the destructive power of this Type 100 submachine gun was woefully insufficient to fell the prairie giant. Yet in this critical moment, I hoped it might afford some measure of defense. Before I could even pull back the bolt, a claw suddenly emerged from the wall behind me, hurtling towards my head with alarming swiftness. The strike was so rapid that I had no time to duck, forcing me to raise the submachine gun as a shield. The claw swept through, knocking the weapon from my grasp and sending it flying into the depths of darkness, far from the flickering light. Unbeknownst to me, for prairie giants had descended from the wall, too large and too small, the smallest nearly the size of an adult. Clearly, they were drawn by the tantalizing aroma of roasted bat meat, lured into a predatory frenzy. The 5 prairie giants encircled us, and should one take the lead to attack, the rest would follow suit, tearing us to shreds in a ravenous assault. Our only bastion was the dwindling fire, the 3 of us huddled back to back. The stout one wielding a bayonet, and Ingzi clutching the submachine gun, while I was left defenseless. The fire, fed by wooden scraps, flickered and dimmed, threatening to extinguish at any moment. I grimly acknowledged our fate. If the flames were to die, we would become the prairie giants' next meal. The situation was dire. One was already a formidable adversary, and now the entire clan had besieged our stronghold, leaving us trapped in a desperate plight. Prolonging our wait was not an option. I seized a burning log from the fire, brandishing it towards the smallest of the prairie giants that blocked our path. Startled, it shrank back from the flame, creating a brief opening in the encirclement. The flame of the log was feeble, nearly extinguished with a mere swing, but we could not afford to hesitate. We surged forth, and a few drooling prairie giants hesitated before lunging at us. Ingzi fired a barrage of bullets from her submachine gun, striking the foremost giant and causing blood to spray. Yet their thick, calloused skin rendered the bullets ineffective, merely inciting their fury as they closed in on us, intent on devouring the 3 of us. Only Ingzi was armed with the submachine gun. Every time she reloaded, the stout one and I wielded our flaming logs to fend off the encroaching giants, preventing them from drawing nearer. We fought and retreated, but our escape route was blind, leading us further from the place where our weapons lay. Ultimately, we found ourselves pressed against the massive iron gate of the arsenal. Beyond that gate lay the stench of death. We had intended to strategize after replenishing ourselves, but the sudden onslaught of the prairie giants had caught us off guard, forcing us into this dire corner. The flames of the log flickered weaker and weaker until only the charred stick remained, with but a few embers glowing and our ammunition running low. The vast expanse of the grassland was dominated by the formidable earth sloths, huddled together like an insurmountable fortress. A mere strike from their claws could result in shattered bones and torn sinews. The encirclement of the earth sloths grew tighter, confining us helplessly before the iron gate, leaving us with no room for retreat or maneuver. At this critical juncture, we resolved to take decisive action. The portly companion and I hurled wooden sticks, ablaze with embers, towards the earth sloths, while Ingzi unleashed a barrage from her submachine gun, forcing the creatures to retreat a few steps. The portly one turned to push open the iron gate, which had previously been secured. I drew out a black mule's hoof to strike outward. To our astonishment, the corpse, possessed by a malevolent spirit, was not at the gate as we had anticipated. Without time to contemplate, we hastily retreated into the passage behind the iron gate. Just as the portly one attempted to close the heavy gate, an immense force struck it with tremendous impact. The earth sloths, weighing several tons, exerted unparalleled strength. And despite our utmost efforts, we found ourselves incapable of closing it. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept toward us. I instinctively dodged, realizing that the spirit-possessed corpse of the ancient general from the Jin dynasty had lingered near the gate, continuously circling around. The corpse, devoid of intellect and cursed by a sorcerer, had become akin to a zombie, relentlessly attacking any living being in sight. The apparition arrived with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Had it not been for my extensive battle experience, I would have surely succumbed to its assault. As I rolled to the ground, preparing to evade, the iron gate was thrust open, and the largest earth sloth surged forth, using its powerful hind limbs. The sloth leaped from the gate like a giant frog, colliding with the corpse and knocking it to the ground. The corpse, unable to bend, immediately sprang up, its 10 steel-like fingers plunging into the sloth's chest. The earth sloth let out a grotesque cry and lunged to bite, while several other sloths of varying sizes rushed out from the hangar. Upon witnessing their companion's injury, they hastened to tear at the corpse. The smallest of the earth sloths had its head violently severed by the corpse, while 2 others clamped onto the corpse, their strengths evenly matched. In an instant, they became entangled, and the walls, floor, and iron gate were splattered with the earth sloth's blood and scattered flesh, even as one of the corpse's arms was bitten off. The sight of this harrowing spectacle filled us with dread. If that corpse were to flank the earth sloths, our trio would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Our inadvertent actions had unwittingly instigated a fierce confrontation between the 2 formidable forces, a stroke of sheer luck on our part. Seizing the moment, we hastily carried the bodies of the 2 young souls towards the gaping hole in the back wall of the ancient tomb. lamenting our lack of agility as we scurried like frightened dogs, desperate as fish slipping through a net. This disheveled state of affairs need not be elaborated further. The gaping hole in the tomb wall remained as it was when we previously made our escape. Having fled through this very passage before, we found ourselves retracing our steps, having traversed an extensive detour without acquiring anything of value. To our dismay, we had incurred numerous troubles and were burdened with 2 corpses of children, filled with mercury. It was a situation that evoked both laughter and tears. Nevertheless, although the underground fortress lacked treasures, it contained a plethora of clothing and equipment, and it was possible that we could locate a few makeshift generators elsewhere. This could be relayed to the villagers, rendering our arduous escapades within the fortress somewhat worthwhile. All that remained was to ascend the vertical shaft beyond the theft passage. At this juncture, everyone's mental and physical faculties had reached their limits. Yet, in desperate times, human instinct often ignites latent potential. Ingzi unleashed a barrage from her submachine gun upon the coffin plank sealing the passage, firing 2 entire magazines, sending splinters flying. The coffin lid, originally embedded in the wall, was shattered at its center. The stout fellow charged forward, using his shoulder to split the plank in 2, revealing the passage once more. I was the first to push Ingzi up the shaft, followed by the stout fellow and myself, hoisting the lifeless children's bodies upward, with Ingzi catching them above and then reaching down to pull me up. At last, only the stout fellow remained, as we needed to assist him in climbing the shaft. Just as he began to ascend, 2 bloodied prairie behemoths burst into the tomb chamber, their frenzy palpable as they roared like thunder. Perhaps their kin had all fallen prey to the ghastly corpses, and despite the formidable nature of those cadavers, they could hardly withstand the onslaught of such colossal beasts, which could rend flesh apart. The 2 remaining injured behemoths, their eyes aflame with rage, relentlessly pursued us into the tomb. The stout fellow glanced back, his face paling, and he hastened to climb the shaft. The more frantic he became, the more difficult it was for him to descend. The prairie behemoths reached the entrance of the passage, but fortunately it was far too narrow for them to squeeze through. They began clawing at the earth with their massive paws, attempting to enlarge the opening to escape. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, I seized Ingzi's submachine gun and tossed it to the stout fellow. He understood immediately, firing several shots to drive back the behemoths crowding the passage, then aimed at the exquisite glazed roof of the tomb and unleashed a hail of bullets. The tile shattered, and bags of flammable oil cascaded down, engulfing the entire tomb, including the 2 prairie behemoths, in a ferocious inferno ignited by the dragon oil. Simultaneously, Ingzi and I exerted our last reserves of strength to pull the stout fellow from the shaft. Despite our efforts, a large portion of his trousers was singed by the flames erupting from the passage, and he yelped in agony as he slapped at the flames licking at his backside. Ingzi quickly doused the fire with her water bottle, though his trousers had already been burned away, leaving him exposed. The hunting dogs loyally sat nearby, observing their 3 masters emerging from the hole. It was midday, and the sunlight was dazzling, a stark contrast to the darkness of the underground fortress, making it feel as if we had transcended realms. The stout fellow, one hand clutching his backside and the other lifting 2 jade discs procured from the tomb to the light, was unable to contain his poetic inclinations. Reciting a few lines from the renowned World War epic, "The flames of war have been extinguished, the smoke has dispersed. Oh, the sun has never been as warm as it is now. The sky has never been as blue as it is at this moment. The smiles upon the children's faces have never been as sweet as they are today." And I could not help but burst into laughter at the antics of the rotund fellow. Have you ever encountered a poet reciting verses while holding their posterior? Yet, an unexpected event transpired, swiftly freezing our smiles. In the forest at the valley's end, a series of muffled thunderclaps echoed, rumbling, booming, resonating, at the zenith of a clear afternoon. The sky was a brilliant wash of blue, devoid of any dark clouds. So what could have caused such thunder? A sense of foreboding settled upon us. Having just emerged from the ancient tomb, what mischief could this be? Listening closely, the sound did not seem to originate from thunder. It grew nearer, resembling the heavy footfalls of a colossal beast racing toward the valley, its massive body crashing against the trees, creating a continuous thunderous noise interspersed with distant barks of dogs. Upon hearing the barking, I realized that 3 of the dogs were missing from the valley. Only 5 large hunting hounds lay on the ground, while 3 giant mastiffs had vanished. Exhausted from our ordeal, we had not taken the time to examine the hunting dogs closely. Perhaps, having waited for our return, the hounds had taken it upon themselves to hunt. What kind of creature could the mastiffs have been pursuing to create such a commotion? After listening intently for a moment, Ung chuckled and assured us it was nothing to worry about. They were merely chasing wild boars. Let us ascend the hillside to witness the spectacle. Soon we shall feast on wild boar meat. As we climbed halfway up the slope, we beheld the great trees of the forest being violently uprooted. The hunting dogs could no longer remain silent. They fanned out in a semicircle, intent on blocking the wild boar's escape route. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, a red pine splintered, and from behind it emerged a massive wild boar. Had it not been for its lack of a long snout, I might have mistaken it for a half-grown elephant. Weighing over 1,000 pounds, its bristly black mane flowed like a dark river, and its tusks curled upwards like daggers, a proud symbol of its masculinity, denoting its status as the king of the forest. Its rotund body and stout legs propelled it into the valley like a whirlwind. Trailing behind the wild boar were 3 giant mastiffs, pursuing it at a leisurely pace, neither pouncing nor straying too far, maintaining a formation of 1 in front and 2 behind as they entered the wild man's gorge. The skin of the wild boar is as tough as that of a rhinoceros. In the forest, it would rub its substantial body against the pine trees, not only to relieve its itch, but also to coat itself in pine resin, rendering it impervious to mosquito bites. In summer, the mosquitoes in these deep woods are as large as birds, and there is a saying in the mountains, 3 mosquitoes make a dish. This is no exaggeration. Even the sturdy old ox cannot withstand the bites of the great mountain mosquitoes. Yet, the wild boar remains unperturbed. Its skin is akin to armor, impervious to any bite. Its formidable tusks and substantial weight are the wild boar's keys to dominance in the forest, providing it with both offense and defense, rendering it safe from the jaws of tigers, bears, and leopards alike. However, the giant mastiffs trained by the hunters possess a remarkable technique specifically designed for tackling wild boars. The size of these mastiffs is comparable to that of a calf, yet they appear diminutive in comparison to the formidable wild boar. The 3 mastiffs aimed to drive the boar deep into the valley for a decisive confrontation, as the dense forest filled with towering trees hindered their movements. While the boar charged like a tank, the leaf layer in the valley of the wild man's gorge was exceedingly deep before the boar had traversed halfway. Its considerable weight caused its limbs to become ensnared in the foliage. The 3 gigantic mastiffs encircled it, taking turns to bite, thus exhausting the boar's strength and spirit. While 5 large hounds maintained a perimeter, refraining from competing with the mastiffs, instead serving as cheerleaders from the sidelines. The wild boar, both enraged and desperate, clumsily struggled within the leaf layer, summoning all its strength to leap upward, managing to extricate its limbs and spring into the air. The mastiffs awaited this precise moment. As the boar reached its zenith, the largest of the 3 mastiffs sprang forth like a cannonball, colliding with the boar at the perfect angle and force, toppling it over onto its back, resting on the soft, deep bed of decaying leaves and branches. The other 2 mastiffs, poised and ready, seized the opportunity, pouncing upon the boar's exposed belly, where its vulnerabilities lay. The underbelly and anus were the only weak points. Once exposed, the outcome was inevitable, especially against the lion-like ferocity and swiftness of the mastiffs. In scarcely 3 to 4 seconds, the boar's innards were laid bare, witnessing the demise of the boar. The 3 of us descended the slope slowly. The stout man and I, taken aback by the harmonious coordination of the mastiffs in their tactical use of the terrain, felt an irresistible urge to pat their heads in commendation, playfully beckoning them closer. To our surprise, the mastiffs and hounds circumvented us, gathering around Igzy, who presented them with jerky, prompting the large dogs to wag their tails in delight at their owner's joy. Left feeling neglected, the stout man and I exchanged glances. I shook my head and sighed. Damn it. Our warm faces pressed against the cold behinds of dogs. The stout man, in a huff, retorted, "Do you remember what Mr. Lusun said?" He remarked, "Bah, these power-hungry dogs. Such is the nature of dogs. They look down on others and fail to recognize their own. To hell with it. We shan't stoop to their level." The stout man retrieved a knife, a pickaxe, and a hunting rifle from the tent and returned to the valley, assisting Yingzi in the butchering of the wild boar. I, armed with the rifle and accompanied by 2 large dogs, ventured down the slope to find a suitable spot to bury the 2 young bodies, to prevent any further complications. Yingzi inquired, "Brother Hu, are you hungry? Let us have a bite to eat before we proceed." I replied, "No need. Good food is worth the wait. I can endure a bit of hunger. It's better to bury the deceased before nightfall, as that would be rather unsettling." I instructed the 2 large dogs to drag the child's body, wrapped in a military coat, to a secluded area facing the vast grassland, where I dug a deep pit. My entrenching tool was left in the ancient tomb, and using the pickaxe proved laborious. As the sun dipped in the west, I had only managed to dig a little over a meter deep, leaving me drenched in sweat and my stomach grumbling incessantly. I gazed into the pit, over a meter deep, pondering that it sufficed. After all, they were mere children. Burying them deeper served little purpose. Their bodies were filled with mercury, rendering them impervious to vermin and insects. Thus, I carefully extracted the 2 children from the military coats that enveloped them and rewrapped them with 2 fresh coats, laying them side by side in the pit. I clasped my hands in reverence and bowed twice. My dear ancient children, it is truly regrettable that you did not live in a civilized society, brimming with democracy and sunlight. You have never experienced the compassion of society. However, this was all preordained. There is no need for you to cling too tightly to your fate. All lives have an end, and what is lost need not be forgotten. The complexities of life are all woven into destiny. After death, one finds solace in the earth. Those who do not find peace are but zombies. Given our limited means, we lack coffins to lay you to rest and offerings to honor you. Upon my return, I shall surely burn more paper money for you, hoping you may swiftly journey to the western paradise and cease to haunt us. Our work is demanding, and this is all we can offer. Insatiable greed and endless desire do not befit good children. With that, I, alongside my 2 large dogs, began to fill the pit with earth. A few shovelfuls of soil buried the 2 unfortunate youths. Turning back to gaze into the distance, I beheld the sunset, crimson and haunting, stirring myriad emotions within me. Time was fleeting. Ingzi called for me from afar, prompting me to lead the hounds back to our campsite on the hillside. The stout man brought a large stone to securely block the ventilation hole where a bat had swooped in to ambush the horses. Over the fire, wild boar meat sizzled, accompanied by a pot of soup made from pig offal, mushrooms, and wood ears, the aroma of pine mingling with the savory scent of meat. I could hardly contain my eagerness as I rushed forward, slicing off a piece of meat to savor. After our meal, we sipped the tea that Ingzi had brewed and deliberated on our return. Without the horses to carry our belongings, traversing back to Gang camp would prove challenging. We could not transport our pots, bowls, or tents, and the loss of the animal pelts we had hunted along the way was substantial. Ultimately, Ingzi devised a plan to send the 2 dogs back to deliver a message, urging the villagers to organize a horse team to excavate the Kanto army stronghold. With so many valuable items left behind, it would be a waste not to retrieve them, and the dogs would serve as excellent guides. We decided to find a secure place to settle nearby until the others arrived, ready to gather the treasures before our return. At this juncture, we had no other choice. The stout man seemed indifferent to these matters, pulling out the 2 jade discs to examine. I scolded him. You truly lack ambition. Poverty waits for no dawn. Do not keep those jade pieces. You examine them 100 times a day, fearing they may vanish. From now on, they shall be stored with me. He lifted the jade discs before my eyes, his face a mask of astonishment and suspicion. Old who? Are these the ones we unearthed from the tomb? Look closely. Is there something amiss? Since acquiring these jade discs from the tomb, I had never taken the time to scrutinize them closely. The stout man handed them to me, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Why has the color changed?" I extended my hand to accept the 2 jade discs for a detailed inspection. 2 jade discs are intricately carved into shapes reminiscent of moths, complete with delicate features that breathe life into their forms. The surfaces are adorned with peculiar animal motifs. Creatures that likely do not exist in reality, plump beings, their bodies echoing the slenderness of a lion and the scaleless nature of a dragon, possessing several claws and a sinuous tail. In essence, these patterns are bizarre, perhaps not depicting animals at all, but rather resembling clouds or waves. The craftsmanship of the disc's designs, while not as refined as the sculptural artistry, consists of simple strokes that, despite their roughness, evoke a sense of authenticity and simplicity. At times, minimalism possesses its own beauty. It is indeed peculiar. I recall that when we first unearthed these jade discs from the ancient tomb, their color was a deep green. However, upon viewing them within the stronghold of the Guangdong army, they appeared a pale yellow. Now, their hue has transformed to a deep amber, shifting several times within a single day. We are utterly perplexed by this phenomenon. Could it be that there exists a type of jade that changes color? Our ignorance regarding antiques is evident, and it seems our only recourse is to return to Beijing and consult the knowledgeable antique dealer, the Golden Tooth. Reflecting on this expedition, it has been anything but smooth. The arduous journey aside, the ancient tomb we explored in Wild Man's Valley turned out to be a general's burial site. And we were disheartened to find the accompanying artifacts woefully scarce. The sole item of potential value was this pair of jade discs, and in our efforts to retrieve them, we nearly lost our lives. Truly, no metaphor could adequately convey the difficulty we faced. If the appraisal reveals them to be of little worth, I might as well find a place to end it all. This experience has imparted a valuable lesson. Noble tombs do not necessarily contain a wealth of precious burial items. It is essential to understand the historical and cultural context of these ancient sites, as well as to acquire knowledge in antique appraisal, so that one can act with purpose and not return empty-handed. The rotund companion appears quite confident, wagering that these jade discs could fetch at least 30 to 50,000, perhaps even qualify as a national treasure. If that were the case, we would not sell them to the merchants from Hong Kong or Taiwan. Instead, we would present them directly to the Palace Museum. The government might reward us generously, perhaps with a sum of 100,000 or more, and even provide us with an apartment in Beijing. We could don red flowers and travel across the nation to give lectures, sharing whatever touching tales we could conjure. After our speeches, we could expect emotional university students to rush forward with flowers and love letters. I cautioned him against dreaming too grandly. Would they really invite us to a model workers' report meeting? It would be a miracle if we were not sent to a mud hut instead. Nevertheless, if what he claims holds true, and we could indeed realize 30 to 50,000, it would be an unexpected windfall. Our year of selling tapes has only yielded a meager 3 to 4,000, and during lean years, after accounting for food and lodging expenses, we barely turn a profit. For 2 days, I had not closed my eyes. After a hearty meal, I exchanged a few idle words with the Plumpingsy before collapsing into sleep. With the hunting dogs on watch, there was no fear of wild beasts attacking. I sank into a profound slumber, only to find myself transported back to a battlefield shrouded in smoke. The faces of my comrades filled the sky above the trenches, each visage youthful, yet devoid of bodies. Blood flowed incessantly from these faces, rising slowly towards the heavens. I wept and cried out, desperately trying to grasp them, but my limbs remained unresponsive, immobilized. That night passed without incident. The giant bats that usually dwelled underground seemed to have vanished, perhaps frightened away by the gunfire, in search of new caves to inhabit. I did not awaken until noon, by which time Ingzi had dispatched 3 hunting dogs to deliver messages. Each dog bore a small leather pouch around its neck, containing notes written by the rotund fellow, instructing the villagers to bring more manpower and tools, and ideally some medicine, to excavate the foreign supplies in Wild Man's Gully. At midday, I feasted on wild boar, then, accompanied by the hunting dogs, relocated our supplies closer to the valley's entrance. We sought a sheltered spot beneath a large boulder, where we pitched our tent at the intersection of forest and prairie, ensuring that the villagers would easily find us upon their arrival. Subsequently, Ingzi ventured into the woods to forage for wild vegetables while I dug into the earth to create a hearth, setting a pot over the flame to boil water. We had brought some flour, which the rotund fellow skillfully transformed into dumplings filled with wild mushroom and boar meat, a celebratory feast for our initial success. Although we had encountered no real danger, we were grateful that at least 3 of us emerged unscathed, and we had gathered some spoils, particularly from the abundant supplies within the stronghold of the Guangdong army, which would greatly aid the villagers' livelihood, enough reason to toast our fortune. Thus, we spent over 10 days hunting with the dogs, and I felt myself transforming into a hunter of the mountains. Finally, the villagers arrived, over 40 in number, led by the secretary and the accountant, as the men had gone to work at Neoshin Mountain. This contingent consisted mostly of women, young girls, and boys. The village horses were few, numbering less than 10. Fearing they would not suffice for the anticipated bounty, they brought along mules and donkeys, along with their own hunting dogs, creating a lively commotion as they entered the Black Wind Pass. Excitement surged among the crowd, eager to commence their efforts. I suggested that, having traversed mountains and rivers, it would be wise to rest for a day, replenishing our strength for the tasks ahead. Furthermore, we could not act recklessly, having served as an engineer. I volunteered to assign roles, advocating for a strategic approach to our endeavors, employing operations research to devise a plan and execute our actions systematically rather than chaotically. The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, their excitement drowning out my voice. No one could hear my words clearly until the secretary intervened, calling out to silence the chatter. Enough of the noise. Listen to my nephew. What he says is what I say, and it reflects the organization's intentions. Thanks to my 2 nephews, and that girl Ingzi, we are able to seize the spoils from the little devils. We shall follow their lead. I reiterated my instructions, urging everyone to pitch tents, prepare meals, and take some rest. Subsequently, I conferred with the secretary and the accountant, and we concluded that lacking medicine, excavating the underground fortress was not an insurmountable task. We could initiate our efforts from the direction of the general's tomb, which lies in close proximity to the fortress's passage. With a team of 5, it would take less than half a day to clear the collapsed burial chamber. However, we must remain vigilant, as there may be wild beasts within the fortress. Thus, it is essential to bring ample torches, for creatures dwelling underground harbor a fear of fire. It is imperative to emphasize that once we enter, no one is permitted to act independently. We should refrain from taking any weaponry and only procure essential supplies, such as military overcoats, Japanese boots, blankets, generators, and electrical cables. We shall transport as much as we can carry, and upon completion, we must seal the fortress once more, ensuring that no information is leaked. Otherwise, all our gathered goods will be forfeited to the authorities. The secretary confidently assured me, "Rest assured, dear nephew. Once these individuals acquire their belongings, their lips will be tightly sealed. They have learned from past misfortunes, especially during the earthquake year when many ventured into the Nyoxian mountain to seek treasures, only to have them confiscated by the Cultural Relics Bureau. This time, they have grown wise. Not even the threat of a gun to the head will make them speak. Furthermore, our village is so secluded that no outsiders ever visit. This time we shall quietly amass our fortunes." That evening, we prepared dinner and set up camp. The following morning, I organized the 40 or so women and young men into 4 groups. The first group consisted of the youngest individuals, led by Ingzi, who ventured into the mountains to hunt. The second group was composed of the oldest women, led by the accountant, who remained at the camp to cook for everyone. Meanwhile, the fatty and I each took a group of young and robust individuals, taking turns to excavate the collapsed general's tomb under the secretary's supervision. The villagers brought an abundance of tools, shovels, pickaxes, and even some completely unnecessary hoes. I divided my group of 10 into 2 teams. One focused on digging through the debris, while the other was responsible for transporting the excavated soil and stones. The operation progressed methodically. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered from an unknown source, and a tempest of thunder and lightning ensued, unleashing a torrential hailstorm. Chaos ensued as everyone fled towards the tents at the valley's entrance to escape the hail. Upon returning to the camp, the accountant took a head count. Aside from the hunting team, 3 individuals were unaccounted for. The weather in the wild can change in an instant. This hailstorm arrived with alarming swiftness, and there have been instances where hail has claimed both human and animal lives. Consequently, upon witnessing the hail, everyone scrambled to shield their heads with anything at hand, leading to some inadvertently running in the wrong direction. Yet, my greatest concern was the legendary Great Smoke Bubble. Since our arrival in the Wild Man's Valley, we have exercised utmost caution, but we had yet to encounter any sign of the Great Smoke Bubble. In recent days, however, we had grown somewhat complacent. Should we inadvertently fall prey to the Great Smoke Bubble, even divine beings would find it impossible to escape. I addressed the secretary. "Let us conduct a roll call to determine precisely which 3 individuals are missing and from which group they belong. This will allow us to deduce their likely whereabouts, and I shall lead a few individuals in search of them." The village chief remarked, "Ah, my dear nephew possesses a clever mind indeed." I was so anxious that my vision blurred. Whenever a crisis arises, my thoughts seem to scatter. Let us hastily instruct the accountant nephew to ascertain which 3 individuals are missing. The crowd, having calmed from the chaos of avoiding the hailstorm, found stillness as the hail ceased. Though the storm had descended with great intensity, it departed just as swiftly, stirring up a fierce wind that scattered the dark clouds above. The mountain winds howled, causing the fallen leaves in the valley to dance wildly, and the weather suddenly turned chilly. The accountant meticulously counted each tent and eventually approached me and the village chief with a report. "Uncle, the 3 missing are the 2 girls, Bailing and Guaelon, as well as the second daughter-in-law of Old Wang's family. What shall we do? We must quickly take the dogs to search for them." These 3 were part of Fatty's group, and since their turn to work had not yet arrived, they had gathered in a cluster, gossiping in the eastern part of the valley. When the weather changed, everyone was focused on returning, and no one noticed their absence. The village chief lamented. "These 3 insisted on coming despite our warnings not to bring them along, and now they've only complicated matters. What do you propose? Shall we venture out to seek them?" I replied, "The sudden hail and heavy rain must have driven them to seek shelter elsewhere. We should not send too many people. An excessive number would be of no use and might lead to more individuals getting lost. I will take 4 or 5 agile companions who are accustomed to traversing mountainous terrain. I've been residing in this valley for half a month and know the landscape well. You need not worry. Remain at the campsite and wait. As the temperature drops, let the women prepare some ginger tea to fend off the chill. The village chief clapped his thigh in agreement. The dust settled then. Fatty and I gathered 5 experienced hunters who were accustomed to navigating through rugged mountains. And we began our search from the center of the valley near the ancient tomb. Most of the hunting dogs had been taken into the mountains by Ingzi and her group, as we required a substantial amount of food to sustain nearly 50 people. The hunting party needed all the dogs available, and we had to leave a few behind to guard the campsite against potential wild animal attacks. We only brought 3 dogs along, of which only one was a hunting dog, while the other 2 were large guard dogs. The valley, stretching north to south, faced the vast grasslands of Outer Mongolia to the north, where our camp was established. To the south lay the undulating mountains and primordial forests. A fierce wind blew through the valley, and we ventured with the wind, though the dog's sense of smell was somewhat dulled in such conditions. Leading the search party, I called out intermittently as we progressed to the southern end of the valley, where the trees grew denser, predominantly white birch and larch. Beyond our voices and the barking of the hunting dogs, only the sound of the howling wind lingered, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere that felt unsettling. As if the forest were devoid of any creatures or birds, even the common squirrels were absent, casting a pall over my mood. Once, 3 giant mastiffs had driven a wild boar from this very spot, and since this forest was so tranquil, we had never hunted here before. Just as I hesitated, the hunting dog suddenly began to bark. I released the hunting dog, and it darted away like an arrow. In fact, the crowd closely followed behind. Beneath a grand pine tree, we discovered 3 missing women. Belan and Guilon were at a loss, clutching the second daughter-in-law of Old Wang's family. Upon seeing us, they hurriedly beckoned for our assistance. They had heard our shouts earlier, but due to the headwind, their voices had eluded our ears. The second daughter-in-law of Old Wang was frothing at the mouth, unconscious. I gently probed her nostrils with my fingers. Fortunately, her breathing was steady, indicating no poisoning. It was likely that she had fainted from fright and would regain consciousness after resting at the camp. I inquired how they had ended up there, wondering if they had encountered a wild beast. Belan recounted their ordeal. While waiting to work, the 3 of them had been idly chatting in the Wild Man Gorge. Their conversation, as is often the case among women, revolved around which young man was particularly dashing and which girl was less appealing in appearance. Just as their banter reached a lively crescendo, the once clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, leaving them no time to glance upwards before a torrential hailstorm descended. None of them had hunters in their families. They were all farmers, inexperienced in the mountains. In their panic to seek shelter, they inadvertently ran in the wrong direction. Heading south, Guilon added that the second daughter-in-law of Old Wang was a few years older than them, and they affectionately referred to her as second sister-in-law. They had always maintained a good relationship in the village, initially as they fled alongside her. They were preoccupied with shielding their heads and did not pay attention to their surroundings. However, as they continued running, an unsettling feeling grew within them. Once the hail ceased, they took a moment to survey their surroundings, only to find themselves surrounded by trees. There was not a single other soul in sight. The dense canopy of trees loomed like an umbrella, obscuring the sky, while leaves swept down like snowflakes in the mountain breeze, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. Guilon asked second sister-in-law if they had indeed gone the wrong way, suggesting they should quickly turn back. Second sister-in-law also found it strange. She recalled that the sky had suddenly darkened and she had seen older men scurrying in this direction, almost exclusively men, though she hadn't taken note of their appearances. The hail had disoriented them, and without giving it much thought, she had followed those figures. Eventually, apart from her 2 younger companions, there was no one else around. And fear began to creep in. Suddenly, they spotted a cluster of individuals squatting beneath an ancient tree, several hundred men, all crouched with their backs facing them. What could they possibly be doing? They had heard tales of ginseng, black fungus, and reishi mushrooms hidden in the mountains, all prized medicinal herbs, with ginseng being particularly revered. Known by many names, divine herb, earth spirit, celestial dog, and club, this plant thrived in the deep mountains. A centuries-old celestial dog could become a plump child or a beautiful maiden. If anyone ventured into the mountains and encountered a rare, aged ginseng, they must refrain from boasting, instead using coded language among companions, referring to it as a 2-horned child. Lantern base, or 3-flower palm. Otherwise, the ginseng spirit would vanish if it sensed they had spotted it. It was imperative to quietly bind a red thread around it. Wait until nightfall when it was asleep to excavate, and perform rituals to honor the mountain deity, cleansing themselves and wrapping the harvested ginseng in red cloth before bringing it home. These men remained motionless. Were they engaged in digging for ginseng? Why were there so many of them? Curiosity piqued, she felt compelled to investigate. Bailing and Guielon, timid in nature, tried to dissuade her, but she paid them no heed. She approached a man squatting on the ground and playfully tapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, what are you up to?" The next moment, a blood-curdling scream escaped her lips, and she collapsed to the ground. Bailing and Guielon rushed to support her, only to find that the men who had been squatting beneath the tree had vanished, as if they had evaporated into the very air of the forest. Bailing turned to me and said, "Hugo, then you all came running." We were terrified, seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Those old men were crouched there, and in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. I called to Fatty, asking him to accompany me to the location Bailing had mentioned. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, autumn already half over and deep autumn approaching. The leaves of the white birch rustled in the wind, and there was no sign of hundreds of people squatting on the ground. As we walked and searched, we resolved to ascertain the truth of the matter swiftly, lest it pose a threat to everyone. After a few steps, Fatty stumbled and fell flat on his face, cursing as he got up. Assuming he had tripped over a tree root, he reached down to touch it, only to find it felt unlike any root. Bringing it closer to his eyes, he immediately tossed it aside with a gasp, exclaiming, "My God, it's a human thigh." Intrigued by his odd statement, I approached to inspect it. To my shock, it was a severed human arm bone. Investigating the spot where Fatty had fallen, we discovered a small portion of bone protruding from the earth, likely broken by Fatty's fall. I dispatched 2 individuals to escort Bailing and her companions back, while I led the remaining few with hunting rifles to excavate the soil. After only a few moments of digging, we uncovered a plethora of human bones. Fatty inquired, "My heavens, so many? Could these be the laborers who were killed by the Guangdong army while constructing their underground fortifications, buried in this mass grave within the forest? Were the apparitions seen by Guielon and the others truly ghosts?" A chilling mountain wind swept through, intensifying the cold, and those digging felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Layer upon layer of skeletons lay entombed in the earth. We had merely scraped the surface of the leaf litter. Yet already it was impossible to count the number of bones. Clear signs of torture marked the remains, with knife wounds visible on the ribs, cervical vertebrae, and skulls, alongside several skulls detached from their bodies, evidently severed by a blade. Numerous legends surround the Black Wind Pass, the most renowned being the famed battle during the late Jin and early Yuan dynasties, when the Mongols decisively defeated the main forces of the Jin army, leaving hundreds of thousands of corpses piled high. When the Mongols later scoured the battlefield, they carelessly tossed the bodies into the Wild Man's Gorge, filling the entire valley. Nearly a millennium has passed since that ancient battlefield, and the remains of those Jin soldiers have long since decayed into soil and air. The countless white bones in the forest are unlikely to be remnants from that era. The Black Wind Pass battle remains the only significant conflict known to have occurred in this region, even after the Guangdong army established a secret garrison there. No further battles were reported. After much contemplation, only one possibility remained, as Lenin once stated, in analyzing any issue. The absolute requirement of a Marxist is to contextualize the problem within a specific historical framework. The stout man believed that the multitude of human bones within the forest were those of Chinese laborers slain by the Guangdong army, a hypothesis that aligns perfectly with the principles espoused by Comrade Lenin. However, there lingered an unsettling question. As he traversed beneath the trees, he stumbled over an arm bone, which led him to discover a vast array of remains buried in the earth. Yet, how could a skeletal arm extend half out of the soil? This was indeed peculiar. If the Guangdong army had carelessly left an arm exposed while burying the corpses, the remains would have long been unearthed and consumed by wild beasts. Could it be that the arm had purposely reached out to trip him, as if beckoning us to uncover their grim fate? This thought sent a chill down my spine, and I dared not delve deeper into such morbid speculation. I summoned the others to refill the disturbed earth, and we hurried back to camp to confer with the secretary regarding our strategy. Upon hastening back to the camp at the opposite end of the valley, I encountered Ingzi and her team, who had also returned from a successful hunt in the mountains. Despite having faced a hailstorm, they had managed to capture several roe deer and bears, ample provisions for both the people and the hunting dogs for 3 or 4 meals. A few elderly women busied themselves preparing the meal, while others rested or gathered in the tent to visit the second daughter-in-law of the Wang family. I entered the tent to find her awake, sipping hot ginger soup. As she recounted her harrowing experience in the woods, as I drew closer, I was taken aback. Can you guess what happened? Can you? Let me tell you, it was quite extraordinary. The secretary, growing impatient, interrupted her. What are you doing, reciting tales and singing operas? Spare us the unnecessary details and get to the point. The second daughter-in-law of the Wong family, a spirited woman, shot him a glare. What is the rush? I was in the midst of my story. Where was I? Oh yes, you won't believe it. I saw a group of people squatting in a circle, each more disheveled than the last. Naturally, I was curious and approached to see what was happening. Initially, I thought they were seasoned ginseng diggers, but upon closer inspection, I realized they were bowing before a large tree. Why on earth would they bow to a tree? Is it a deity? I reached out and tapped one of them on the back, intending to inquire about their actions. And guess what happened next? The secretary, now exasperated, exclaimed, "Oh, you do try my patience. How did Wang's second son end up marrying such a woman? My heart aches for him. You waste so much time with your words. He ought to return home and give you a thorough talking to." Fearing that their bickering would escalate, I exchanged a glance with Ingzi, who immediately grasped the situation and deftly redirected the conversation, grasping the second daughter-in-law's hand. "Sister-in-law, please tell us. What happened next? What did you see?" The second daughter-in-law of old Wang's family said to Ingzi, "Oh dear, wasn't he squatting? When he turned around, my goodness, he had no head. I was so frightened that I fainted. When I came to, I found myself in this tent, with Bai Ling feeding me soup. Then I started to recount the events to you all, what happened in the entire story." The women, fearful of ghosts, began to murmur upon hearing her words. The village secretary quickly stood up and declared, "What nonsense about spirits and phantoms. We are currently basking in the spring breeze of reform and opening up, soaking in the sunlight of the household responsibility system. In broad daylight, with the heavens clear and bright, no one should speak such absurdities." I took the secretary outside the tent to a secluded spot and shared with him everything I had witnessed and heard in the forest. After listening, the secretary shed tears, saying, "Our village suffered greatly at the hands of the Japanese invaders, with many taken as forced laborers, none of whom returned. My second uncle was among those captured, and I have heard that he was sent to Japan's Hokkaido to mine coal, while others say he was sent along with a large group of laborers to the greater Shingon Mountains for construction work. We still have no confirmation of his fate, alive or dead. He is nowhere to be found. My grandmother cried until her eyes were blind, longing for his return. But she passed away without ever seeing him again. Among the bones buried in the forest, perhaps there are villagers from our community. Even if not, they are still our fellow countrymen. Conscience dictates that we cannot ignore them. Furthermore, what if their heavy resentment lingers, their restless spirits emerging to frighten everyone? We would be unable to collect our harvest. My dear nephew, do you think we should excavate their remains and give them a proper burial?" I advised him that, given our limited capabilities, there was little we could do in such a situation. It is nearly impossible to recover and reinter the remains from the mass grave left by the invading Japanese in Pingdingshan, as many bodies are fragmented and scattered, making it disrespectful to piece together a head from one and a body from another. Moreover, we cannot embark on such a grand endeavor only to return empty-handed. I suggested that we should prepare incense, food, and wine to honor them in the forest, and later establish a memorial for them. The secretary wiped his tears and snot with his sleeve, responding, "Yes, that is the way to go. Once we return to the village, we will invite several lamas from the banners to chant prayers and offer blessings for their peaceful rest." I had never believed in ghosts until recently, when I came to understand a fundamental truth. Nothing in this world can be deemed entirely non-existent. A hunter may spend an entire day in the mountains without a single catch, but that does not mean there are no beasts lurking within. In the grand scheme of life, our experiences and perceptions are but trivial, and we should approach the unknown with a sense of reverence. Even if there are no malevolent spirits, the remains of those who perished in the forest deserve our compassion. From every perspective, it is essential that we do something in their memory. After the incident involving the second daughter-in-law of old Wang's family, the villagers began to harbor a sense of suspicion and unease. This place felt ominous, with an array of peculiarities. One could not linger too long in the mouth of the dark wind, lest unforeseen events unfold. After lunch, I instructed Fatty to continue leading two groups to excavate the stronghold of the Guangdong army, aiming to carve out a passage before nightfall. The accountant remained at the camp, accompanied by a few women, to prepare dinner and guard the mules and supplies. Meanwhile, Ingzi, the secretary, and I selected a few daring souls, bringing along several flasks of locally distilled liquor and some dried meats to pay tribute to the souls of the laborers in the woods at the southern end of Wild Man's Gully. By this time, the wind had died down, and the forest was eerily quiet. We laid out the food and drink on the ground, and since we lacked incense, we inserted a few cigarettes. The secretary, with tears streaming down his face, made vows and promises, declaring that the invaders had long been driven away, and upon our return, we would surely invite a lama to perform rites for the departed souls and erect a monument in their honor. I soon realized that among the villagers, the secretary was the most superstitious. Once he began, he could go on indefinitely. As I waited, smoking, I suddenly sensed something amiss in certain areas of the forest. The trees here were not lush and green, starkly contrasting with the towering giants of the primordial forest. Strangely, there were several withered old locust trees. The forests along the Sino-Mongolian border predominantly feature pines and birches, with hardly any locust trees, let alone the common black locust found in northeast China. The locust tree is inherently associated with the een, as its name suggests, combining the characters for wood and ghost. The presence of dead locust trees is an even greater embodiment of this darkness. According to the ancient principles of feng shui, particularly the 16-character doctrine, the vicinity of a grave must not harbor dead locusts or willows. Otherwise, the spirits of the deceased become ensnared by negative energy, trapped within the vicinity of the dead locust trees, unable to escape. In ancient times, some individuals buried their enemies beside withered locust trees, ensuring that their foes could not attain peace in the afterlife. I hastily counted the locust trees around us. All were dead, totaling 7, arranged according to the celestial pattern of the Big Dipper. I could not determine if their demise was a natural occurrence or the result of some knowledgeable practitioner among the Japanese. No wonder old Wang's second daughter-in-law had seen those spectral figures congregating beneath the trees. They must have desired to seize the moment of cosmic shift to escape the forest. Yet they ultimately failed. I explained the situation to the secretary, urging him to gather our people and cut down these withered locust trees. The secretary, with resolute determination, commanded everyone to spring into action. Though we lacked proper tools for felling trees, the withered locusts, already dead, succumbed easily to our efforts. In the span of a single meal, we toppled the 7 ancient locust trees, and the secretary was thoroughly pleased. He poured the liquor we had brought onto the ground, accompanied by offerings of wild fruits, apricots, venison, and rabbit meat, standing in solemn silence. Ingzi and I, along with others, dug several fire breaks and ignited a fire to incinerate the locust trees. The flames soared high, and the dry timber emitted a peculiar cracking sound, from which billowing plumes of black smoke emerged. This noxious smoke was overwhelming, forcing people to cover their noses and retreat to a safe distance. Only when sparks flew from the firebreak did they dare approach to extinguish the flames. Starting a fire in the forest was no trivial matter. A careless act could ignite a conflagration that would ravage the land. Everyone remained on edge, vigilantly waiting until the last ember was extinguished. And then they buried the ashes with soil to prevent any resurgence. This flurry of activity lasted until dusk, and upon our return to the Wild Man's Gulch, the portly members of our group had already unearthed the underground fortress. The rest hurried back to camp, where we found that the second daughter-in-law of old Wang had recovered sufficiently. She was able to eat and walk. Thus, everyone feasted and replenished their strength. At the break of dawn the following day, we ignited pine oil torches. Over 20 of us, leading several mules and horses, entered the underground fortress through a passageway expanded from the wall of the general's tomb. The traces of battle were vividly apparent at the iron gate of the granary. The ancient corpse had been torn apart, and several carcasses of the prairie's large beasts lay nearby, their blood congealed to a dark red. Encountering these remnants once again sent chills down our spines. However, we were reassured that no danger remained, especially with an abundance of torches, long-burning pine oil torches that were resistant to wind. Even if ferocious creatures lurked within the fortress, they would be deterred by the flickering light. The party secretary, upon discovering such an immense cache of Japanese military supplies that far exceeded his most optimistic estimates, was overjoyed. He quickly rallied everyone to collect the spoils, loading bundles of military coats, shoes, rain tarps, dry batteries, and field ration boxes onto the backs of the mules, transporting them out in succession. In the remote mountain village, these industrial goods were in dire need, and everyone hurried forth with renewed vigor, calling out to one another, reminiscent of the fervent days of the Great Leap Forward. Along with Ingzi, I led a few others to search the opposite side of the passage. According to the map, there was an even larger warehouse over there, and it was not difficult to locate by following the indicated path. The warehouse door was tightly shut, and it took a horse to pry it open. Once inside, we were left astounded. Row upon row of artillery greeted our eyes. Mountain guns, field guns, Type 91 howitzers, 6.0 guns, and a myriad of mortars, alongside mountains of ammunition boxes stretching beyond sight. It appeared that these artillery pieces were intended for mobile warfare. The entire Japanese military could be divided into 6 segments, including the homeland army stationed in the 4 islands of Japan and its colonial forces in Taiwan and Korea, collectively known as the Homeland Army. Additionally, there were the Chinese expeditionary forces that invaded the Chinese mainland, Southern troops operating in Southeast Asia and Australia, along with the naval and air forces, and the Guangdong Army stationed in Manchuria, summing up to these 6 major military districts. Among them, the Guangdong Army enjoyed particular favor from the emperor and the high command, regarded as the elite of the elite. The Japanese valued China's 3 northeastern provinces even more than their own territory, considering their strategic depth, abundant resources, and vast forests and minerals to be invaluable assets, which allowed for potential assaults from the top down at any moment. Long ago, Japan was home to the renowned Tanaka Memorial, which indicated a covetous desire for northeast China. Even during the Second World War, the Tanaka concept emerged, advocating the relinquishment of the homeland but clinging to Manchuria, underscoring the Japanese preoccupation with that region. Consequently, the supplies and equipment of the Guangdong Army were unparalleled among the Japanese military divisions, save for the combined fleet of the Navy, which could only rival them. However, these militaristic ambitions have long since become a subject of ridicule in the annals of history. We need not extend any courtesies to the Guangdong Army, for they had shown none to us. They rallied with fervor, clamoring to reclaim their territory. I cautioned them to be wary of the torches, advising against proximity to the ammunition crates. An explosion would leave no one unscathed, entombing us all amidst countless artillery pieces and numerous large wooden crates, marked with the crimson steel seal of Koshima Heavy Industries. Upon prying one open, we discovered small generators, yet they were too heavy to lift. The horses could not bear the load, necessitating a gradual dismantling and distribution for transport. The supplies from the underground fortress took an entire day to move, yielding less than 1/10 of the total. The accountant was busy counting. This haul could yield great wealth, even if we couldn't utilize it all ourselves. During dinner, the secretary approached me, having pondered the situation. He realized that continuing to transport the materials would be an endless endeavor, and our horse teams could not carry such a burden. With autumn nearly upon us, he proposed leaving a contingent to guard the site, while the rest returned to the village with the goods. The mountain paths were treacherous, and the back and forth would take over half a month. By then, heavy snow would seal the mountains. It would be wiser to temporarily bury the entrance of the fortress and return to the village, with plans to return in the spring. I agreed with his reasoning, realizing that we had been in the mountains for over a month, and it was neither practical nor sustainable to remain. Additionally, the artifacts we unearthing needed to be returned to the old gold-toothed dealer. Thus, I endorsed the secretary's suggestion, promising that upon our return in spring, I would burn paper money for the 2 sacrificial children. Moreover, I emphasized the imperative of leaving the munitions in the underground fortress untouched, as they were not for the common folk. The secretary acknowledged my concerns and readily accepted the plan, stating he would seek the Lama to recite prayers upon returning to the village, bringing along the 2 children for their release, to ensure we could depart the following day. Nearly everyone spent the night awake, preparing the supplies, and by the time we finished, dawn had broken. Fortunately, despite the chaos of the night, no further incidents occurred. The journey back to Gangang Camp was uneventful. The village resembled a festive celebration, with families summoning the men working on Yoshin Mountain back home, and every household offered stewed pork with vermicelli. That evening, seated cross-legged on the Kong at Yinzi's home, I accompanied Yinzi's father in drinking. Just after a few cups, we were startled by loud shouts from outside, prompting even the village dogs to bark in response. My instincts warned me once more that trouble was brewing, and it was bound to be significant. As we stepped outside, we witnessed the village secretary vigorously knocking on doors, summoning everyone. This is serious. The landslide at Nyoshin Mountain has trapped the archaeological team inside. We must quickly gather our tools to rescue them. It was only much later that I came to understand the full details of this incident. It turned out that within the ancient tomb complex of Nyoshin Mountain, layers of burial sites had been unearthed, one after another. Unlike tomb raiding, archaeology is not a straightforward or effortless endeavor. The team painstakingly excavated layer by layer, a process that was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. They also had to clear surrounding burial pits, such as those for chariots and sacrifices. It was not until they reached the seventh subterranean layer that the archaeologists uncovered the coffin of the Empress Dowager. China's policy on excavation of ancient tombs is protective. They do not excavate proactively. Only when natural disasters, construction, or tomb raiding threaten the integrity of a site do they dispatch archaeologists for emergency excavations. The ancient tombs of the Liao dynasty at Lama Gully, Kunlun Mountain, fell under this category. An earthquake had caused the mountain to crack, revealing the subterranean chambers within. Over the years, as the archaeological team continued their work, more than 3,000 artifacts were unearthed, and the final layer of the tomb was on the verge of being unveiled. However, just as the seventh chamber was being opened, the villagers, who had returned to Ganganjiangzi, decided to celebrate. They sent someone to invite the families of those working on the archaeological site, requesting a few days off. Typically, due to tight project timelines and insufficient manpower, leave was rarely granted except during holidays. That day, serendipitously, the excavation had reached its last layer, and there was no significant work left, so the supervisor approved the leave for the team, leaving only a dozen archaeologists to clear the seventh chamber. As the workers departed, a landslide occurred almost immediately. During the earthquake year, the mountain cracked from the bottom up. The waterfall at the summit had dried up since then. The fissured portion of the mountain, possibly hollow, could not withstand the pressure and outward tension, perhaps exacerbated by the depth of the excavation. A catastrophic landslide ensued, burying 11 archaeologists who were still inside, meticulously clearing the main coffin. It took half a day for news of the landslide to reach Ganganjiangzi. We only knew that the mountain had collapsed, trapping several individuals. The journey to Lama Gully would take half a day. And although we understood that we could not rush to rescue anyone, we could not afford to delay, as those buried were comrades sent by the organization. The secretary organized a rescue team while also notifying the medical station and the banner. My friend Fatty and I joined in, digging at Kunlun Mountain for 2 days and nights, only to come to the grim realization that hope was fading. The leaders from the banner arrived, and upon assessing the situation, it became evident that there was no chance of survival. The only course of action left was to recover and bury the remains of the deceased. There was something peculiar about this incident. The mountain did not collapse earlier or later, but precisely after the villagers had requested leave. Most had narrowly escaped the disaster, which could be considered a stroke of luck amid misfortune. In the grand scheme of things, perhaps fate had intervened, leaving us to ponder the mysteries of destiny. Thus, more than 50 individuals remained on the mountain, laboriously continuing their excavation, while the rest, comprising the elderly, women, and children, returned to the village. This delay extended for another 3 or 4 days. Reluctant to prolong my stay any further, I bid farewell to the group and, accompanied by my stout companion, returned to the capital, Beijing, from which I had been absent for many days. Upon disembarking from the train, we made no detours and headed straight to Panjiayuan. The notorious Dejinho appeared as unremarkable as ever, embodying an air of pedestrian commercialism, devoid of any allure. Yet, in Panjiayuan, he was recognized as a seasoned and reputable expert. Upon noticing our arrival, he hastily set aside his current dealings and inquired with genuine concern, "Gentlemen, where have you been for such an extended period?" I was nearly driven to despair. My companion, eager to ascertain the worth of the 2 jade discs we possessed, contemplated revealing them to Dejinho, as this matter had long troubled us both. However, Dejinho quickly signaled us to refrain from displaying our items, suggesting instead that we retreat to Dongxi, where the hot pot restaurant we visited previously offered a tranquil atmosphere. This place is rife with chaos, too many eyes are upon us, making it unsuitable for discussion. Allow me a moment to conclude this transaction, and then we shall depart. Dejinho's reference to Mingqi, a term he used in professional circles, referred to burial items, synonymous with Mingqi in this context, which specifically denotes funerary offerings. It is not to be confused with antiques from the Ming dynasty, but rather, it pertains to objects intended for burial. Such terminology is often employed to obscure the true nature of these items, which are, in essence, remnants of bygone eras. As the conversation unfolded, Dejinho swiftly completed a sale involving an early Qing dynasty refrigerator and a small teapot from the Yongjing imperial kiln, transacted with a foreign buyer accompanied by a Chinese translator. These items, while seemingly trivial, were indicative of minor dealings. We did not witness the exact sum exchanged, but I surmised that the foreign buyer was likely overcharged. After finalizing this transaction, Dejina counted his cash, exclaiming, 3 days without sales. And today's earnings will suffice for 3 years. These foolish foreigners, purchasing counterfeit goods as if they struck gold, let them return home in tears. Upon finishing his count, he turned to me and recounted a historical anecdote. During the Boxer Rebellion, the Eight-Nation Alliance plundered many treasures from us. Today, I have balanced the scales, Haven Ti, who, in our current position of soliciting his assistance, my companion and I naturally acquiesced to his narrative, promptly offering our commendations. In ancient times, Hua Yuanjia triumphed over a Russian strongman, and now, we have Master Jean deftly extracting ill-gotten gains from the foreigners, truly a matter of national pride. After gathering our belongings, we once more visited the modest eatery where we had first met. Dejina, likely buoyed by his recent earnings and our flattering remarks, indulged in a few verses of Peking opera while sipping his drink. Oh, foreign slave, I wield my steel whip against you. Why yeah. I surveyed the surroundings. It was an off-peak hour for dining, and the restaurant was desolate, with only our table in the corner occupied. The server slumbered at the counter, while 2 staff members responsible for the hot pot idly chatted at the entrance, oblivious to our presence. I requested the rotund fellow to retrieve the jade disc and present it to the illustrious Golden Tooth, while also recounting the general outline of our journey to the northeast. Emphasizing the key points, Golden Tooth examined it with great scrutiny, occasionally bringing it to his nose for a whiff and delicately licking it with his tongue. Inquiring about the particulars of the ancient tomb, he remarked, I possess a rudimentary understanding of antiquities appraisal, a skill passed down through my family. Today, I shall unveil my rudimentary knowledge for your enlightenment. The evaluation of such artifacts, much like a traditional Chinese physician's diagnosis, involves observation, olfaction, inquiry, and tactile exploration. This is particularly true for Ming Dynasty artifacts. As they differ from ordinary antiquities, family heirlooms are often handled and cherished, resulting in a polished surface over time. Conversely, Ming artifacts are typically unearthed from tombs, which can vary in condition: new digs, old digs, waterlogged digs, and those with accumulated grime. Firstly, one must observe the craftsmanship, style, and hue. Secondly, the olfactory assessment is crucial. There are those in the South who forge replicas by submerging them in excrement to create an aged appearance. While the color may appear antiquated, the odor is unmistakably different, far more pungent than the stench of a mummified corpse's sealed orifice. The outwardly antiqued appearance may deceive the untrained eye, but a seasoned connoisseur cannot be fooled by mere aesthetics. Furthermore, inquiry into the item's provenance is essential. Those who excavate will typically clarify their findings, allowing me to discern the authenticity and value of the object based on their explanations and any inconsistencies therein. Lastly, the tactile experience transcends verbal description. The countless antiques I have held connect my hands to my heart. Genuine artifacts possess an intrinsic spirit and an aura of weightiness accrued over centuries. Even the most meticulously crafted forgery cannot replicate this profound sensation. The rotund fellow interjected, My dear sir, you have spoken extensively, yet I grasp not a word. Pray tell us, how much are these 2 Ming artifacts worth? Golden Tooth chuckled heartily. Dear sir, your eagerness is palpable. I digress, but my intentions are sincere. I hope you both will acquire more knowledge in the realm of antique appraisal. In ancient tombs, the burial items number in the hundreds or thousands, and lacking familiarity with this field may hinder your future endeavors. Now, regarding these 2 artifacts, I cannot articulate their exact names, so let us provisionally designate them as moth-bodied, chi-patterned double discs. As for their value, the pricing of antiques is not fixed. It is not akin to sugar or coal, which have set prices per pound. The worth of an antique is highly subjective. If a buyer deems it valuable, then it holds worth. If not, no matter how exquisite the item, it remains worthless without demand. I shall provide a baseline estimate, based solely on their intrinsic value. These 2 artifacts are worth between 40 and 50,000 yuan domestically. However, overseas, their worth would undoubtedly exceed this valuation. Yet, for now, this reflects the current market within our nation. When we sell, if there are suitable buyers, we can certainly command a higher price. However, that remains uncertain and contingent upon the circumstances at the time. Dejina recounted an acquaintance from the trade, also engaged in business at Panjiayuan, who dealt primarily in items such as roof tiles, arrowheads, ancient coins, seals, ink, and snuff bottles. Eventually, this individual transitioned from his previous pursuits to trading in mummified corpses in Xinjiang, amassing considerable wealth in the process. The plump fellow expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Aren't those mummies just desiccated corpses? How can they possibly be valuable?" Degenia clarified, "Not at all. To us, they may seem like mere curiosities. However, abroad, they are regarded as treasures. In Beijing, for instance, those from the Ming dynasty and earlier can fetch around 20,000, while abroad, they could be worth 100,000. My friend, just consider how foreigners are captivated by such exotic relics. In their eyes, our ancient Eastern land is shrouded in mystery. Imagine an advertisement at the American Museum of Natural History proclaiming the exhibition of a mysterious Eastern beauty mummy. How could that not create a sensation? The current fascination with mummies was ignited by the discovery of the Lulan female corpse from the Lulan cemetery last year, even within our own country. A simple exhibition would draw long lines of eager visitors. This is what we call a business opportunity. Upon hearing this, both the plump fellow and I nodded in understanding, realizing the intricacies involved. It truly is a matter of illuminating the unspoken, as well as the revelation of the 2 jade discs worth of approximately 50,000, which made us feel satisfied, knowing that our efforts were not in vain. I inquired further, Master Jin. You mentioned our Ming dynasty artifacts have a name that is quite intricate. What do you call them? Degenia filled my glass with beer and replied, "Patience, my friend, we have ample time today. This piece is called the eagle body and dragon pattern double disc. In our antiquities trade, there exists a convention. If an object lacks an official name, it is designated based on its characteristics. Take, for example, the renowned national treasure, the Zheng Hui bell. It certainly was not called by that name in antiquity, yet its exact designation has become elusive in modern times. Thus, archaeologists have assigned names based on the tombs from which they emerged and the types of instruments they represent. The name eagle body and dragon pattern double disc encapsulates its defining features. The eagle body suggests a pair of moths, excavated from the tomb of a general from the Jin dynasty. In ancient times, such moths symbolized the valor of self-sacrificing warriors. There is a saying, "The moth flutters towards the flame, knowing it shall not return, embracing the inevitability of death yet gallantly plunging into the fire." Of course, we now understand that moths are drawn to light without comprehension, yet ancient peoples revered this spirit. They crafted adornments in the shape of these grand moths, bestowing them upon those who had achieved military glory, signifying honor. As you observe the patterns above, they bear a name known as Chiwen, resembling the head of a lion and the body of a tiger, although neither is entirely accurate. The Chiwen is a type of dragon, characterized by the absence of the double horns typically found on dragons. Artifacts adorned with Chiwen motifs serve to ward off malevolent forces. Recently, in Yunnan's Muxia Mountain, a Ming dynasty prince's tomb was unearthed. You may have heard tales of the heroic legends of the Ming, which feature a notable general named Muing, a retainer of Zhu Yuanzhang. The excavation revealed the tomb of Prince Muing, where a pair of jade Chiwen bai, similar to the dual Chiwen bai you have unearthed, was discovered. In contemporary terms, these can be likened to medals or military honors. The term dual indicates a pair, and there is significance in this choice of adornment, which is designed to hang on either side of a helmet. Thus, it must be a pair. A solitary piece would lack value. The term bai refers to the craftsmanship involved. Furthermore, the value of this pair of Chiwen bai derives primarily from its historical and aesthetic significance, rather than the intrinsic worth of its materials. The substance in question is a type of yellow-hued, color-changing stone from the Caucasus region, which is not jade. However, if one insists on categorizing it within the jade family, it may be permissible. This yellow stone is indeed valuable. Yet the material of this bai does not rank as top quality, as the finest can transform into 12 distinct colors over the course of 12 hours. There are inscriptions present, bearing the name Guizima, suggesting that he is the owner of this pair. He appears to have been a general in the late Jin dynasty, known for his remarkable valor in defending the city, having slain over 200 Mongolian soldiers with a formidable bow. Ultimately, he met his demise in battle, marking him as a significant figure of his time. Legend has it that the Jin ruler exchanged 100,000 taels of gold to retrieve his body from the Mongols. I found myself feeling as if I were listening to an ancient text, comprehending only fragments of the discourse. The portly companion, overwhelmed, ceased listening altogether, opting instead to toss slices of beef tripe, lamb, chicken, vegetables, and mushrooms into the hot pot. After days of feasting on barbecued meats, he was eager to indulge in the comforting embrace of hot pot, relishing the experience with unrestrained enthusiasm. I inquired of the esteemed Degenia about the current trends in the antique market, seeking insight into valuable items. He replied that foreigners refer to our country simply as ceramics, asserting that porcelain remains perpetually in high demand within the antique market. The porcelain produced during China's most illustrious historical periods is unparalleled, even by modern manufacturing techniques. For instance, have you heard of Chinois porcelain? Particularly, the colored wares from this period are exceptionally coveted. Even a diminutive piece, comparable in size to a child's toy, can fetch a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan at Panjiayuan, without the need for negotiation. You previously mentioned discovering numerous ceramic and pottery pieces in ancient tombs along the border of Inner Mongolia, yet regrettably, none were recovered. These artifacts likely date back to the late Northern Song dynasty, a significant loss indeed. I must say, and I hope you take no offense, that you may have overlooked valuable opportunities this time. Those jars and vessels left behind far exceed the worth of the Chiwen by you have unearthed. Therefore, I suggest you refine your discerning eye. Perhaps on my next venture to the countryside to acquire treasures, you might accompany me to explore the intricacies involved, as such endeavors could yield substantial returns in the future. I repeatedly affirmed to the gold-toothed man, saying, "Indeed, I do have such intentions. I am now contemplating a rather audacious scheme. Next time, we shall endeavor to undertake a significant venture, resolving our issues in one fell swoop." In the realm of tomb raiding, working within the dense mountains and forests is fraught with peril, unlike in the mainland. Even with a multitude of lives, one cannot withstand such tribulations. I intend to target a grand tomb situated in a prime feng shui location. However, this is no trifling matter. I must prepare meticulously beforehand, for otherwise, I fear I shall be unable to cope. The gold-toothed man inquired, "Master Hu, do you truly wish to aim for something grand? Have you chosen your target?" I replied, "Not yet. This notion has only just occurred to me. Such magnificent tombs in remote areas are exceedingly difficult to locate. At present, I resemble a peasant. Aside from discerning feng shui and seeking out veins, I am utterly ignorant regarding historical and archaeological valuation. My target selection is exceedingly blind, and I do not wish to hastily take action in the near future. Our previous endeavor seemed somewhat hasty and short-sighted. Such short-term ventures must not be pursued again. However, I must add that, although our trip to the northeast did not yield any significant artifacts, we did accumulate some experience and funds, which could be considered a rehearsal for tomb raiding." The gold-toothed man remarked, "Upon hearing your words, I suddenly recalled an incident. It so happens that I know a professor from the Beijing Archaeological and Cultural Relics Institute, with whom I maintain regular exchanges. Recently, an event transpired, the details of which are as follows. After a decade-long interruption, archaeological protection and cultural relic activities resumed following the reforms. The past 3 years have marked a peak in archaeology, with numerous ancient tombs and relics emerging. The trade and exchange of antiques have also surged, prompting various tomb raiding groups to spring into action at the site of earth mounds, particularly in provinces like Shaanxi, Henan, and Hunan, with a growing intensity. Since the discovery of the Lulan small river burial group in Xinjiang, it seems people have suddenly awakened to the fact that the vast deserts of Xinjiang once hosted the magnificent Silk Road. With the 36 kingdoms of the western regions along the Peacock River, Huhu, Lulan, Milan, Naya, Luntai, Pulai, Gumo, and Xie, a veritable paradise for adventurers, concealing countless treasures and prosperity beneath the expansive yellow sands. In a flash, numerous expedition teams, archaeological groups, and tomb raiders have rushed into the Taklamakan Desert in search of treasure. This marks the second wave of exploration fervor following the early 19th century desert exploration craze. Yet, for most inexperienced adventurers, this immense desert, as famously described by the renowned Swedish explorer Sven Hedin, is a place of no return, a sea of death, hence its name. The protection of ancient tombs and relics in Xinjiang is urgently needed. However, the authorities lack sufficient manpower and financial resources to excavate and protect the relics within the Taklamakan Desert. A large number of archaeologists are racing against time in Hunan to excavate ancient tombs that have already been looted or damaged by construction. Professor Degenia, who has long immersed himself in the study of the cultures of the western regions, is deeply troubled by the recent destruction of ancient tombs in Xinjiang. He has persistently sought approval from the authorities, hoping to lead an expedition into the desert to conduct an on-site assessment of these relics, after which he would request permission for excavation or conservation efforts. However, His superiors have continually deferred his requests, citing insufficient funding as a pretext. The real concern, however, lies in the alarming number of recent incidents occurring in the desert, leading to apprehensions about the safety of the professor and his team. Recently, a Chinese-American benefactor has come forward to fully fund the professor's archaeological team, making the expedition feasible. Currently, the archaeological expedition is in the preparatory stages. They are in search of a team leader with extensive experience in desert survival, as well as a skilled individual well-versed in feng shui and astrology. Most of the team members are bookish scholars, lacking practical experience, and without a capable leader, they would likely become lost in the desert. Additionally, without an expert in celestial navigation and feng shui, they would struggle to locate the ancient sites they seek. Finding such individuals is no simple task. Many applicants are often charlatans, and during discussions, their lack of knowledge becomes apparent. Consequently, the professor has also asked Degenia to seek out talented individuals within the community. Degenia inquired if I would be interested in joining, noting that the American benefactor's offer was quite lucrative, and the opportunity to explore the desert and potentially uncover significant tombs was enticing, a chance to gather invaluable references for future endeavors. I responded that this opportunity was indeed remarkable. It would be a rare practical experience for us, as we had never collaborated with archaeologists before. If we were able to join, we could learn a great deal from them. I had previously ventured into the desert during military exercises, where we had entered its depths twice under the leadership of experienced guides. To traverse the desert successfully, a knowledgeable local guide is essential. And I possess some understanding of celestial navigation and feng shui. As long as the stars are visible, I could help them locate their desired sites. However, I was perplexed as to why this American was financing our Chinese exploration. What could her motives be? Americans are typically pragmatic, prioritizing tangible benefits. They seldom engage in endeavors without a personal advantage. Degenia mentioned that he was not fully informed about the details but knew that the benefactor was a Chinese-American woman. Her father was a Wall Street magnate who harbored a passion for exploration and archaeology. Last year, he, along with her fiancé and a group of Chinese adventurers, embarked on an expedition to Xinjiang, seemingly drawn by an interest in the mysterious culture of Jingjua. Tragically, none of them returned, and despite aerial searches conducted by local military forces, no trace of them was ever found. Having inherited a substantial fortune from her family, it is likely that she remains hopeful about uncovering the fate of her father. Her financial support for this expedition may be driven by a desire to search for her loved ones one last time. Despite her American nationality, she is of Chinese descent, and according to our traditions, it is customary for the deceased to be laid to rest in their homeland. To leave them in the desert, exposed to the elements, would leave their distant relatives in a state of unrest. The three of us indulged in revelry until the night drew to a close, agreeing that Big Gold Tooth would reach out to potential buyers and introduce us to Professor Chun, the organizer of the forthcoming archaeological expedition. Our inclusion in this endeavor hinged upon a personal discussion with Professor Chen. 2 days later, Big Gold Tooth escorted us to Tianjin, where on Shenyang Road, we encountered a quaint antique shop owned by a woman in her 30s, whom we affectionately referred to as Sister Han. Sister Han was the mistress of a prominent Hong Kong businessman, one of the few esteemed collectors of antiques in the region. He had established this shop in Tianjin to both occupy her time and facilitate the acquisition of rare artifacts, though not particularly loquacious. Sister Han possessed remarkable expertise in artifact appraisal. After inspecting our antiquities, she generously offered us 60,000 yuan, knowing that the current market value was at most 50,000. Her additional 10,000 was an overture of friendship, with the hope that we would bring her any exceptional finds in the future. As I grasped the thick bundle of cash, excitement surged through me, causing my hands to tremble. I silently chastised myself for my lack of composure. Old who? You have seen the world. Were you ever this exhilarated during your initial experiences? Admittedly, I had felt a thrill back then, but not quite like this. Having traversed dense forests and excavated in the Kunlun Mountains, how could I now be so overwhelmed that I struggled to hold on to the money? Alas, the power of wealth is undeniable. One may choose not to respect money, but without it, one cannot provide electricity for the villagers in the mountains or improve the lives of the families of fallen comrades. Money holds immense significance, the sacrifices we make, all for the sake of it. Upon returning, I divided the money into 4 portions, one for Ingzi, one for Fatty, another for the party secretary, and the remainder reserved for purchasing equipment and funding our next operation. Fatty declined his share, stating that while the sum was not insignificant, it was hardly sufficient for the road repairs in Ganganjiangzi. He mentioned that many families of martyrs in our unit were struggling despite government assistance, with some mothers unable to afford a ticket to Yunnan to visit their sons' graves. Hearing this made my eyes well up, stirring a deep discomfort within me. Just send my share to those families of martyrs and injured brothers, he implored. My greatest wish in life was to serve in the military and fight. But my father passed away early, and that opportunity eluded me. Old Hu, help me fulfill this dream, and we can distribute the money to me later when we have more. His words brought tears to my eyes as I patted Fatty on the shoulder. Indeed, your awareness is growing. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn money. This time, let us aim for Xinjiang and profit from the Americans. After a few days of rest, Big Gold Tooth informed us that a meeting with Professor Chen had been arranged, and he took Fatty and me to the professor's office. The professor was of considerable age, and upon our first encounter, I couldn't help but worry for his well-being. Did he truly intend to venture into the world as second-largest shifting sand desert? Accompanying Professor Chen was his assistant, Haoigua, a middle-aged intellectual in his 40s, whose hair was as disheveled as a bird's nest, clearly lacking the experience in social interactions. His thick glasses indicated a diligent and pragmatic scholarly attitude, revealing a person who did not place much importance on his own appearance. Individuals of such a disposition were once quite common. However, following the reforms and the emergence of new knowledge and trends, this old-fashioned type has become increasingly rare. Haoigua scrutinized us earnestly, eschewing pleasantries as he stated plainly, "Comrades, we are already aware of your intentions. I trust you are also cognizant of our archaeological team's requirements. This opportunity is indeed an exception among exceptions. We seek talent. You both possess experience in desert survival and exploration, or perhaps an understanding of astrological geomancy. This is of utmost importance. If you lack these skills, we will not entertain any backdoor dealings." With a glance at Big Gold Tooth, he added, "No one's influence will sway our decision." Professor Chen found Haoigua's forthrightness rather blunt. Being quite familiar with Big Gold Tooth's father, he often sought their counsel on antique appraisal matters, and he preferred not to strain their relationship. Rising from the sofa, he attempted to mediate, inviting us to take a seat and engaging in light banter. After inquiring about me and the plump fellow, he smiled and nodded, acknowledging, "Quite impressive. A former platoon leader of the People's Liberation Army with combat experience and desert travel. Truly commendable. You would make an excellent leader for us bookish scholars." Most relics and ancient tombs in the desert lay buried beneath the shifting sands. The ancient Peacock River route had long since dried up and was nearly impossible to trace. Without knowledge of astrological geomancy, finding them would likely prove futile. I wondered if the two of them had any understanding of this discipline. I recognized that this astrological geomancy, also known as the celestial canopy technique, was one of the most obscure chapters in the secret techniques of yin and yang feng shui. I had never applied it in practice, but at that moment, I had no choice but to bluff. Rubbing my head, I responded, "Sir, I do not mean to boast, but I am well versed in this astrological and lunar geomancy. However, where should I begin? In pursuit of this position, which offered remuneration in U.S. dollars. I poured forth all my knowledge, hoping to impress them with my eloquence. Thankfully, my ancestral tone provided me with the necessary insights. Initially, Haoigua, perceiving my youth, assumed I was a relative of Big Gold Tooth, attempting to leverage connections for an easy meal. However, as I spoke with conviction, he began to regard me with newfound respect, listening intently. As for geomancy, it is regarded as the pinnacle of earth sciences. In essence, it can be summarized as a place that shelters the wind and a source that acquires water. As eloquently articulated in the Book of Burials, the deceased partake of the vital energy. The energy disperses with the wind, yet is contained by water. The ancients mastered its gathering to prevent dispersion and its movement to create stillness, thus coining the term geomancy. In later generations, geomancy was vastly expanded, no longer confined to the location of tombs, but evolving into a discipline that analyzes the relationship between heaven, earth, and humanity. Today, I wish to share with the esteemed professors and teachers present a branch of feng shui known as Tianqing feng shui. In ancient times, emperors and nobles placed great importance on matters concerning the afterlife, believing that the privileges enjoyed in life must continue posthumously. Furthermore, they held the belief that the rise and fall of the world stemmed from the dragon veins, necessitating that tombs be situated in auspicious locales. Emperor Yozheng once provided a profound summary of imperial burial grounds, stating, "A region where the essence of heaven and earth converges, a place where yin and yang unite, where dragon veins and water converge. All beauty is encompassed. The formation and energy are favorable. All auspicious elements are present. The mountains and waters are in harmonious order. Indeed, this is a land of supreme fortune." Though these words are few, they undoubtedly offer the most direct, vivid, and compelling depiction of the criteria for selecting imperial burial sites. Yet, this is only half the truth. The ancients sought a harmonious unity between heaven and humanity, necessitating not only the alignment of mountains and waters, but also the celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars. Since time immemorial, people have frequently observed celestial phenomena and studied the movements of stars to predict fortune and misfortune. When selecting auspicious sites for feng shui, they also infuse their knowledge of astronomy. The distance between heaven and earth is vast, spanning 84,000 miles. While the human heart and kidneys are merely 8 inches and 4/10 apart, the human body embodies the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which resonate with the 5 celestial stars, further complemented by 24 stars corresponding to the geography of the world. The stars possess both beauty and malevolence, and the land holds both fortune and misfortune. A land of supreme fortune must resonate with the celestial bodies above. And the art of determining burial sites through the flow of stars, known as the Qingwu technique, is the most elusive aspect of Tianqing feng shui. There are 24 celestial lodges, 24 solar hours, and 24 solar terms. Thus, feng shui also encompasses 24 orientations and positions. These are Tianwang, Tiangang, Tianguan, Tianyuan, Tianshi, Tianchu, Tianhu, Tianhan, Tianlei, Tianfu, Tiangui, Tianyi, Shaowei, Tianhan, Tianguan, Trendi, Nanji, Tianma, Tianping, Tai, and Taiwei. Understanding the auspicious arrangements of these stars and utilizing a compass for positioning enables us to discover our desired locations. However, this branch of Tianqing feng shui is diverse, each with its own principles, and contradictions abound. Amidst the vast sea of sand, finding relics after a millennium has only a 2 or 3% chance of success. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen joyfully rose and exclaimed, "Comrade Hu, you have articulated this splendidly. Indeed, the heavens have opened their eyes and sent us such a talented individual." In the great deserts of Xinjiang, after the passage of millennia, once verdant oases and cities have transformed into boundless seas of sand, with mountains and rivers now vanished. If we wish to locate those ancient tombs along the Silk Road, relying on the techniques of Tianqing feng shui is the simplest and most effective approach. I hereby announce that the 2 of you are now officially members of our archaeological team. Haoigua also approached us, warmly shaking our hands, and apologized for his previous lack of civility. "I sincerely apologize. We intellectuals are often regarded as stuffy old scholars. For many years, we have been entrenched in our humble abodes, losing our social graces. Please forgive us." I secretly rejoiced, thinking to myself, I know just enough. To delve deeper would surely expose my ignorance. The mysteries of celestial feng shui are beyond my comprehension. However, I can only assume that you scholarly individuals, adorned with spectacles, would not withstand the merciless trials of the desert environment. Within mere days of entering, you would likely find yourselves retreating. Moreover, I exaggerated the odds of uncovering any relics, stating they were exceedingly low. If we fail to find anything, it shall not be my fault for lacking knowledge of celestial feng shui. Yet, our remuneration must remain intact. Without a single penny less. As I basked in my self-satisfaction, a young woman entered the room. Professor Chen promptly introduced her. "This is Miss Yang, the benefactor financing our expedition. She will accompany us as well. Do not let her gender deceive you. She is a renowned photographer for National Geographic." Assuming a gentlemanly demeanor, I extended my hand to greet her, thinking that since she was American, I ought to speak in English. How does one say hello? I believe it goes, ha ha ha. "Hello." Miss Yang smiled gently. "Mr. Hu, I can speak Chinese. Let us converse in our native tongue. You may simply call me Yang." To my surprise, her Mandarin was impeccable, devoid of any American accent. As for what an American accent sounded like, I had no clear conception. Yet I perceived no difference between her and a native Chinese speaker. Yang then shook hands with the stout man and posed a question. "Mr. Wang Kaixin, the stout man, is here with Mr. Hu. I have heard of Mr. Who has considerable skills, having commanded troops and possessing knowledge of celestial feng shui. However, we have yet to witness Mr. Wang's abilities. This expedition into the desert is of great significance, and we require individuals with unique skills. I was taken aback by the American's directness, and everyone turned their gaze towards the stout man. I quickly interjected on his behalf. The desert is perilous. My friend is an excellent marksman. Feeling disrespected by the American woman, the stout man pouted and retorted, "What is so great about Xinjiang? I once quelled bandits in the Xinjiang desert, causing them to flee in terror at the Naya oasis, and I even killed their leader with my own hands. Behold, this is my trophy." With that, he produced a jade pendant, waving it before our eyes. "Have you seen anything like this? It was a gift from my father's comrade during the Red Army era, given to me in my youth. Acquired from a band of bandits I defeated in the Naya oasis." I stood by, grimacing internally, thinking how foolish he was to boast such absurdities. Claiming the heroic deeds of his father as his own, he was barely out of diapers during the bandit suppression, and his claims of having tasted Xinjiang lamb skewers were far more plausible. At this juncture, it seemed I had no choice but to resort to trickery. If the stout man was not included, I would not go either. I suspected they would eventually relent. However, no one countered his assertions. Professor Chen and Yang were captivated by the jade pendant in the stout man's hand. Their eyes followed it wherever he moved, not daring to blink. Initially, Yang was opposed to the stout man joining the archaeological team, but upon seeing the jade pendant, she readily agreed to pay us each 10,000 if we could locate the ancient city of Jingjue in the heart of the desert, and double that amount if we succeeded. However, the funds will only be available for redemption after our return from Xinjiang. De Jin had previously examined the jade pendant owned by the stout man. Yet even with his extensive experience, he could not discern its origin. In this regard, he lacked the discernment of Professor Chen and others. For De Jin specialized in trading curiosities, while Professor Chen had immersed himself in the study of ancient cultures of the western regions for decades. Yang's father was a close friend of his, and having been nurtured in such an environment, Yang had become somewhat of an expert on the history of the western regions. Thus, upon examining the jade, both of them recognized its significance. Professor Chen estimated that the jade was at least 1,500 to 2,000 years old. Inscribed with characters from the Gue Dong script, a language of a now extinct ethnic group from antiquity in the western regions, according to some ancient texts unearthed in Dunhuang. The queen of the kingdom of Jingjue belonged to the Gue Dong people, and the 10 characters inscribed on the jade remain to be further examined for their meaning. Both Professor Chen and Yang's father were deeply enamored with the culture of the western regions, and Jingjue, once a prosperous and magnificent city, could be considered the jewel among the 36 kingdoms of the region. During its zenith, it was unparalleled, yet it seemed that a great calamity befell the kingdom, leading to the queen's demise, after which the ancient city vanished from existence. The glory of yesteryears has been buried beneath the sands, with only fragmented accounts and ancient texts serving as evidence of its past. Legend has it that the queen of Jingjue was the most beautiful woman in the western regions, akin to the sun in the sky, whose presence rendered the stars and moon dim. Yang's father sought the queen's tomb, and a team of 5 scholars from China and America, equipped with top-tier gear, ventured into the depths of the desert, never to return. This expedition aimed to assess and survey the ancient tombs within the desert and, by chance, locate the remains of the 5 explorers for proper burial. Yang wished to purchase the jade pendant from the stout man, while both he and I believed it to be a rare commodity, resolutely refusing to sell it and secretly calculating how much we could profit from it. We joined the expedition team composed of scholars and photographers. I managed to secure the position of team leader, while the stout man became the deputy leader, thus finalizing our journey into the desert. The train heading west sped across the vast expanse of the western lands, and the stout man and I slept soundly in our sleeping compartment. Our first stop was Xi'an, where we were to meet several of Professor Chen's students, followed by Urumqi, where the expedition's equipment would be directly shipped. As Haoigua entered, the stench from the stout man's feet nearly caused him to stumble. He urged me awake. "Comrade Hu, wake up. The professor wishes to discuss something with you. Please come over." I glanced out the window. The sky was still bright, but I had lost track of time, having slept deeply. I donned my clothes and followed Haoigua to the next compartment. Professor Chen and Yang were studying a map, and upon my arrival, they beckoned me to sit. Haoigua poured me a cup of hot water, and I inquired about their discussion. Professor Chen said, "We will arrive in Xi'an tomorrow morning, where I will meet my 3 students. Once they join us, our team will be complete." as you are our leader. I wanted to discuss the route with you in advance. Yang remarked, Indeed, Mr. Hu. After consulting with the professor, we plan to depart from Boston Lake, heading southward in search of the ancient route of the Peacock River. Subsequently, we shall navigate through the riverbed into the depths of the desert, following the Zidu Anha River downwards, in pursuit of the remnants of the ancient city of Jingjue. We would like to seek your opinion on this matter. I found the situation amusing. These intellectuals and affluent individuals were indulging in fanciful discussions, oblivious to the reality that their proposed route would merely lead them in circles across the arid desert. Who would dare traverse a linear path in such desolation? Even if they escaped death by thirst, hunger, or sun exposure, exhaustion would certainly claim them in the end. I have always believed that such individuals were merely squandering their wealth, seeking unnecessary tribulations in the desert, destined to return in tears within a few days. Thus, the specific route was of little consequence. I would simply expect them to return and settle their financial obligations to me. I addressed Yang, Miss Yang. While I serve as the leader, I lack the authority to dictate the route of our journey. Once you have determined the path and objectives, my role will be to escort everyone to the destination. In other words, you, the proprietor, do the planning, while we, the laborers, do the work. Immediately after uttering those words, I felt a twinge of regret. As the saying goes, one must fulfill their duties when compensated. Therefore, I informed them that any decisions regarding the route must wait until we arrived in Xinjiang, at which point we would consult a local guide before finalizing our plans. For now, it was premature to make any declarations, and I would take responsibility for finding a guide. The group engaged in further discussions about various details before retiring to rest. Following our conversation on the train, I sensed a resolute determination among them, suggesting they might not hastily retreat from the desert after just a few days. In Xi'an, I met the remaining members of our archaeological team, all students of Professor Chen, the unassuming Sudi Ping, the tall Chu Jian, and a female student, Yi Sen. With the earlier 5 members, we totaled 8 individuals who had arrived in Xinjiang. I reached out to an old comrade from my military days, Lu Gang, who was a descendant of the 359th Brigade stationed in Xinjiang and had spent his life there. However, he was not well acquainted with the locals, and finding a knowledgeable Uyghur guide familiar with the desert geography proved challenging. Ultimately, through Lu Gang's connections, we located an elderly man engaged in the livestock trade. The elder's name was A.C. Haitai Miki, though nobody called him that anymore. He was known as Anlaman, meaning living map of the desert. With a pipe in his mouth, Anlaman shook his head vigorously, declaring, No, this is the windy season. Entering the desert now. Who? You will surely face dire consequences. We persisted in our negotiations, prompting Professor Chun to present our credentials. I explained that we were officials dispatched by the state and that the local comrades must cooperate. Anlaman, if you refuse to guide us, we will enlist the police to confiscate your camels and donkeys, hindering your business. Yang further persuaded him, stating, If you agree to be our guide, I will purchase all of your livestock at double the price. Upon our return from the desert, they shall remain yours, along with your payment. The old man Anlaman, feeling resigned, reluctantly agreed, but he made a request. Let us refrain from driving a car, as Huda is not fond of machinery. Instead, let us bring along a multitude of camels, for Huda has a particular affinity for them. In this regard, I found common ground with the old man Anlaman, as camels are indeed far more reliable than automobiles in the desert, revered as the ships of the desert. Camels possess not only the ability to carry burdens, but they also inherit numerous skills from their ancient ancestors, enabling them to evade the threats posed by sandstorms and quicksand. They can traverse under the scorching sun without food or water, and their broad, sturdy feet provide a significant surface area, preventing them from sinking easily into the sand. Aged and experienced camels can guide their masters to water sources amidst the vast desolation, and at night, their vigilance serves as a sentinel, alerting their owners to the stealthy approaches of predators, such as wolves. On the day of our departure, the old man Anlaman selected 20 camels to carry our supplies. As we loaded our gear onto their backs, the plump fellow inquired, Old man, are we only eating bean cakes and salt in the desert? Won't that just make us thirstier? Anlaman laughed heartily. My sturdy friend, you may eat if you wish. But Huda believes these provisions should be reserved for the camels. He informed us that this season marked the most perilous time in the desert. The stretch from Boston Lake to the ruins of Shia City encompasses both sand dunes and gravel plains. Fortunately, the ancient riverbed of the Peacock River provides a recognizable path, Yet the deeper journey to discover the Zidu River would depend on who does discretion. Our small team of 9, more akin to an ancient caravan than an archaeological expedition, had provisions that would last less than a month, with fresh water sufficient for merely a fortnight. We could replenish our supplies at several oases and underground rivers along the route. Additionally, we carried large leather pouches of yogurt soup, which could quench our thirst like 10 cups of fresh water when the heat became unbearable. Coupled with various equipment for our expedition, each camel bore a considerable load, necessitating that we alternate between walking on foot and riding. The initial leg of our journey commenced from Boston Lake, heading southwest along the Peacock River until we located the ancient riverbed that veered south. The name Boston translates to standing, derived from 3 hillocks that rise majestically in the lake's midst. In ancient times, this lake was also known as the Fish Sea, recognized as China's largest inland freshwater lake. The Peacock River originates here, flowing into the depths of the Taklamakan Desert. As we passed by the lake, the expansive, azure waters dazzled our eyes, evoking a fleeting illusion as though we had arrived at the edge of the world. In the first 2 days after our departure, the professor's 3 students were brimming with enthusiasm. Young and inexperienced in desert exploration, they found the experience both novel and exhilarating. They mimicked the old man Anlaman's commands to the camels with his whistle, engaging in playful chases and singing merrily along the way. I found myself filled with a restless eagerness, yearning to join them in their merriment. However, as the leader of the archaeological team, I knew I must maintain a semblance of seriousness. With that thought, I straightened my posture atop the camel, striving to project an image of resolute wisdom. According to the elder Anlaman, the initial stretch of our journey hardly qualifies as a desert. This section of the Peacock River's ancient riverbed predated the river's redirection, and in certain areas, the riverbed remained partially submerged. The surrounding sands were shallow, dotted with sporadic small lakes and ponds, where a few red-billed gulls and diving ducks floated gracefully upon the water's surface. Along the bends of the Peacock River lay small patches of oasis, thriving with wild jujube trees, poplars, and various shrubs. Once we navigated past this bend in the river, we would truly enter the desert. The Peacock River veered southeast towards Lulon, the Lop Nur, and Danya, while we advanced southwest into the Black Desert. Anlaman spoke of the Black Desert as a manifestation of divine retribution upon greedy infidels, where countless cities and treasures lay buried, forever unreachable. Even the slightest attempt to extract a single gold coin would lead one astray, lost in the desert's embrace, destined to be entombed by the sands, never to emerge again. This was a desert of great fluidity, where powerful winds sculpted the dunes, altering the landscape daily, rendering it devoid of distinct features. The ancient riverbed had long since vanished from sight. Fortunately, Anlaman's keen eye could discern the remnants of ancient castles, houses, and towers, half buried in the yellow sands, their roofs barely visible. The poplars, bent at a 30-degree angle by relentless gusts, and the few resilient Saxol plants, were not beyond his notice. These elements connected to form a narrative, revealing that the ancient riverbed of the Peacock River once flowed through this very land. At its elusive terminus lay the fabled city of Jinjue, abandoned by the divine. The most striking impression left upon us by the desert was the millennia-old poplars. Who would believe that trees could thrive in such an arid expanse? Each tree resembled a majestic dragon, its branches twisting and reaching eastward, as if the creature were racing through the desert. Enduring over 1,000 years in such harsh conditions, these trees had withered, their trunks, nearly flattened against the earth by the winds, still stood resolute. As the first rays of sunlight ascended from the eastern horizon, they painted the clouds in hues of crimson. The undulating dunes of the great desert were enveloped in a radiant glow, transforming the withered poplars and the rippling yellow sands into a tapestry of golden red. This vivid spectacle formed a magnificent canvas between heaven and earth. To escape the midday sun, the group had traveled through the night, fatigue weighing heavily upon us. Yet, upon witnessing this breathtaking sight, spirits were lifted. Yang exclaimed, "The desert is magnificent. Oh, look at that poplar. It is like a golden dragon amidst the sands." He eagerly retrieved his camera, capturing snapshots in hopes of preserving the beauty before us. Amidst the collective awe, I noticed Anlaman staring intently at the rising sun in the east, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Approaching him, I inquired, "Elder, what troubles you? Is a change in the weather approaching? In the mainland, I have also heard the saying, the morning glow does not leave the house, while the evening glow travels thousands of miles. The fiery red clouds of the morning are not a good omen." Old and Lyman nodded, and, after a moment's pause, spoke. "Indeed, The clouds in the sky seem to bleed. Huda must be quite angry, and it appears that the desert is about to stir up a wind. I chuckled. My surname is Hu. Isn't Huda's name also Hu? The members of the Hu family are known for their good temper and rarely lose their composure. Old Lyman, incensed, puffed up his goat beard and retorted, "How can Huda have the same surname as you?" Such words would surely provoke his ire. This evening, a fierce wind will arise in the black desert. Thus we shall not rest during the day and must hasten forward. This marked the 5th day since our departure and the 3rd day within the black desert. Ahead lay the ruins of the ancient city of Shia, which we initially planned to reach by tomorrow. However, Lyman warned that the impending storm would be severe, and even the sand walls would offer no protection. If we did not reach the ruins of Shia city, we risked being buried alive in the desert. Hearing his serious tone, I understood the gravity of the situation. We still had half a day's journey to the ruins, and any delay could lead to trouble. After a long night of travel, everyone was exhausted, and it was uncertain whether the elderly and frail could endure the journey. I mounted my camel and called for everyone to hurry, but I noticed Lyman leisurely dismounting, retrieving a blanket, and slowly laying it upon the yellow sand. He knelt, eyes half closed, with a look of devotion, extending his hands towards the sky before covering his face and fervently chanting, "O Allah." He was praying to the Almighty, a daily ritual. Observing his calm demeanor, I assumed the threat of the impending storm was not as dire as he suggested, and I relaxed, joining Fatty and Yang to admire the desert's beauty. To my surprise, once Lyman finished his prayer, he transformed, his body seemingly wound like a spring. He swiftly rolled up the blanket, leaped back onto his camel, and whistled a long tune. "Oh, hurry, hurry. If we delay, we shall be buried in the purgatory of black sand." With that, he urged his camel to sprint ahead. I cursed under my breath. That old fool. In such an urgent situation, he had the leisure to pray, and now he was racing ahead. I immediately signaled everyone to set off. The camels, sensing the danger from above, galloped wildly across the desert, their forehooves pounding against the sand. Normally, riding a camel is an amusing sway, but when they run, the jarring motion is intense, forcing us to cling tightly to avoid falling off. The galloping caravan traversed the desert with remarkable speed, raising a swirling cloud of yellow sand that coiled like a colossal dragon. Everyone donned wind goggles, their faces shielded by headscarves covering their noses and mouths. As I glanced around, an unsettling realization dawned upon me. The camels had spiraled out of control, their wide eyes bulging as they panted heavily, trailing behind the large camel ridden by the venerable Lyman, racing like a whirlwind. It became evident that the situation was far more dire than I had anticipated. My greatest concern was that a member of our party might be thrown from a camel. I longed to call out to Lyman to slow down, but I was rendered speechless, my mouth filled with sand as I attempted to cry out. I could only anxiously scan my surroundings, counting the number of people atop the camels, until noon arrived. Despite the camels' agility, they too were drenched in sweat, compelled to slow their pace. Fortunately, no one had fallen behind, and Lyman urged everyone to seize this moment to consume some provisions and hydrate, reassuring us that there was no need to worry about running out of water. Beneath the ruins of Shia city, we could find the underground water veins of the ancient Peacock River, which would replenish our supply. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, we allowed the camels a brief respite. For our destination was not far off, but we needed to resume our pace lest we fall behind. The group hastily pulled out flatbreads and dried meat, devouring a few bites, while the portly fellow and I expressed concern for our intellectual companions, inquiring if they were all right. Professor Chen, though advanced in years, was rendered breathless by the jostling of the camels, unable to utter a single word. The youngest student, Yi Yisin, had retched several times, and they both could only manage a sip of water, unable to eat anything. The gravest issue arose with Hao Aigua, whose deeply myopic glasses had fallen off, leaving him unable to see clearly and in a state of distress. Fortunately, graduate student Sa Dipping, who also wore glasses, had a spare pair that alleviated Hao Aigua's immediate predicament. Yang and another tall student, Chu Jian, appeared relatively unscathed. Yang, perhaps inheriting her adventurous spirit from her thrill-seeking father, or possibly due to her upbringing in the United States, displayed remarkable resilience and vitality. Even after a sleepless night and hours of running in the desert, she seemed unfazed, energetically assisting Lyman in securing the supplies on the camels' backs. A gentle breeze swept over the dunes, stirring fine grains of sand, as the distant horizon gradually transformed into a dark yellow hue. Lyman shouted, "The wind is coming. Do not rest any longer. May Allah protect us. We must flee swiftly." The weary members of the archaeological team climbed back onto the camels, now disregarding the camels' fatigue, urging them to race onward. What had been a clear sky abruptly darkened, as if in an instant, the wind surged with alarming velocity, lifting more and more sand into the air, enveloping us in a suffocating haze. Visibility plummeted, and amidst the chaos, I surreptitiously recounted the members of our party, 8 in total, including myself, who had fallen behind. The wind howled with increasing ferocity, and the raging sands transformed our surroundings into a murky yellow abyss. I could not discern who had strayed from the group, but the caravan had only just ascended the dune. Barely 100 meters away, there was still a chance to return and search for them. The first thought that crossed my mind was of Miss Yang from America. If she were to perish, our fortunes would be lost. However, I quickly dismissed such selfish notions. While the lives of Americans are indeed precious, the lives of us Chinese are not to be traded lightly. We cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Beside me was the portly figure, the only person I could recognize. I yearned to communicate with him, yet the ferocious wind and sand hindered my speech. Instead, I gestured from atop my camel, urging him to halt the elderly enlightenment ahead of us. In that brief moment of delay, the line of camels surged forward, leaving us several dozen meters behind. Without time to ascertain if the portly man understood my intent, I lost my balance and tumbled off the galloping beast. The footprints left by the camels in the desert were rapidly obscured by the swirling sands, soon to vanish entirely. Battling against the wind, I ran in the direction from whence we had come, feeling as though my body were a mere scrap of paper, each step taken against my will, as if the relentless gusts might sweep me away at any moment. The only sound I could hear was that of the wind. After stumbling nearly 200 meters, I finally spotted a figure lying on the sand of the dune where we had previously rested. Half of the person's body was buried beneath the grains, leaving me uncertain of their fate. I rushed over and pulled them from the suffocating embrace of the yellow sand. To my relief, it was Professor Chun, who had not been in the best condition earlier. Perhaps in the chaos of mounting the camels to flee, he had been jostled off. He was alive, albeit too frightened to speak, and upon seeing me, he fainted from the shock. Although the wind and sand were fierce, I understood that this was merely the prelude to a full-blown sandstorm. The true tempest could strike at any moment. There was no time to lose. I hoisted him onto my back and, turning to glance at the footprints I had just made, I prayed that the portly man would manage to stop the fearful enlightenment. I intended to descend the dune with Professor Chin, but the wind proved too powerful. As I took my first step, I lost my footing, and we both tumbled down the sandy slope. In the midst of the yellowish tempest, someone helped me to my feet. It was the portly man, having grasped my meaning. He had stabbed the camel's rear with a knife, catching up to enlightenment and bringing him crashing down from his perch. The lead camel, upon stopping, caused the rest to halt as well, save for one panicked creature, which dashed madly forward, soon disappearing into the vastness of the storm. Thankfully, they had not strayed too far, otherwise, we would have been unable to locate them. At this moment, none of us could speak. We could only communicate through gestures. Those who understood did so, while others simply followed suit. We prepared to remount the camels to escape. However, the camels seemed paralyzed with fear, refusing to run, regardless of enlightenment's frantic attempts to urge them on. They huddled together, burying their heads in the sand. Along our journey, we had encountered many camel skeletons, all maintaining a similar posture in death, as if they were sinners awaiting punishment. Enlightenment explained that these camels were terrified by the impending black winds of the sandstorm, knowing that fleeing would be futile. They chose instead to kneel and await their fate. This sudden predicament left us helpless. Were we to simply await our burial beneath the yellow sands? The prospect was far from pleasant. Just as despair began to envelop us, Yang Yi grasped my arm, gesturing towards the west. Through the swirling sandstorm, a colossal white figure approached us, drawing nearer yet unseen amidst the cacophony of wind. Instinctively, I retrieved the sports rifle from my hunchback, a small caliber weapon we had prepared for confronting wolves. All attention shifted to the enigmatic white shadow, as it bore no resemblance to a human. The spectral figure, akin to a demon, suddenly materialized beside us. It was a wild camel, twice the size of an ordinary one, sporting a single hump and a coat as white as snow, starkly visible against the yellow sands. A few individuals, familiar with this species, simultaneously exclaimed in recognition. The primary distinction between domesticated and wild camels lies not only in their size but also in the number of humps. The former possesses two, while the latter has but one. Through the windscreen, I could almost perceive the glimmer in the eyes of the old man Anliman, radiating a joyful light born from the edge of despair. Anlaman, exhilarated, raised his arms in praise of the Almighty Allah, while the camels kneeling in the sand seemed to respond to an unspoken call, lifting their heads from the dunes. Though I remained unaware of the exact nature of the occurrence, I instinctively grasped their actions. We had a chance for survival by following this snow-white wild camel, a creature of the desert, surely knowledgeable of where to seek refuge from the ferocious sandstorm. I signaled to the others to mount the camels and pursue the leading white figure. The camels, heads lowered, galloped with such fervor that they nearly foamed at the mouth, expending their last reserves of strength to keep pace with the white beast. As we maneuvered around a vast sand dune, the terrain suddenly rose. The white camel's silhouette flickered and vanished in a single bound. I sensed a foreboding. If it lost us, we could be in dire straits. Darkness encroached, blurring the distinction between sky and earth, and in mere moments, the life-devouring black sandstorm would descend upon us. Before we could comprehend our predicament, the camels beneath us began to veer, circumventing the towering sand dune. Casting a glance to either side, I noticed remnants of a crumbled city wall, beneath which lay a fortified earthen bastion. This was the vestige of a small ancient city. Most structures lay half-buried in the sands, some having collapsed entirely, save for the sturdy remnants of the wall, weathered by time to blend seamlessly with the desert hue. From a distance, one might mistake it for merely a large sand dune. Without approaching from the side, the ancient fortress would remain concealed from discovery. The entirely white wild camel had evidently sought refuge within this place, though the remnants of the ancient city obstructed our view of its whereabouts. The wall stood like a towering barrier against the encroaching sands. Whether it could withstand this unprecedented sandstorm, as Anlaman would say, ultimately depended on the will of fate. Nevertheless, in such circumstances, having a place to hide was indeed a blessing from the heavens. The members of the archaeological team emerged from their harrowing ordeal, each face pale and drawn, uncertain whether their pallor stemmed from fear or the pervasive dust. Upon dismounting from their camels, Lyman commanded the beasts to lie against the wall, and then led the group down through the gaping roof of a large, dilapidated structure. Though the ancient city was shielded by walls from the relentless winds and sands, many sections had crumbled over the years, allowing torrents of sand to infiltrate the ruins. Inside the battered buildings, the ground was blanketed with fine sand, accumulating to a depth of over 2 meters. The refuge they sought in the spacious hall resembled a governmental office or town hall, its lofty ceilings necessitating a stooped posture to avoid the low-hanging beams. Those of frail constitution, such as Uisin and Hawaigwa, lay down upon the ground, immediately reaching for their water flasks. The others assisted Professor Chen inside. Although his senses had returned, his legs felt feeble. The stout man exhaled deeply, proclaiming that they had narrowly escaped death. Once inside, Lyman fell to his knees, expressing gratitude for the miraculous white camel sent by Huda, which had spared them from the nightmare of calamity. He spoke of the single-humped white camel as a wondrous spirit of the desert, revered by historical figures such as Genghis Khan and Li Yuanhao of the Western Xia, who possessed 2-humped camels, rare yet not miraculous. He asserted that had there been even one member of the team who disdained Huda, they would not have encountered the white camel, indicating that they were truly favored by the divine. From that moment onward, he vowed they would forge bonds like brothers, pledging never to abandon one another in peril again. Internally, I cursed him, thinking how he had previously disregarded our safety, fleeing like a rabbit at the first sign of trouble. As these thoughts crossed my mind, the tempest outside intensified, winds howling with fury and shaking the very ground beneath us. Anxiety gripped us within the ancient ruins. What if the storm buried the exit under a mountain of sand, leaving us to suffocate? I instructed Suddy Ping, the stout man, and Chu Jian to take turns monitoring the gaping hole in the roof, ready to alert the others if danger approached. Yet we all understood that if the storm engulfed the walls of the city, escaping would merely lead us to a different grave. Outside, the walls were overgrown with sagebrush, a dry herb. I reached out and plucked some, using it as solid fuel to kindle a small fire for warmth. The darkened ancient hall was illuminated by the flickering flames. Suddenly, Yi Yisin sprang up, colliding with a beam and nearly losing consciousness from the blow. Fine sand cascaded down from the beam, and those below, lacking protective goggles, were left blinking in confusion. As everyone rubbed their eyes, they inquired about Yu Yisin's sudden outburst, bewildered by her agitation. My own eyes stung with sand, rendering me nearly blind. Yet I heard her trembling voice exclaim, "There's a corpse lying in the corner by the wall." "A corpse?" Hawaigwa asked, rubbing his eyes. "What's with you, little Yi? Why the fuss? We're archaeologists. Are we afraid of corpses?" Yi Yisin's eyes were also filled with sand as she covered her head, which had struck the beam, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Teacher Hal. I never anticipated there would be a corpse in this room. My mental preparation was insufficient. I am truly sorry. I had heard of a remedy that claimed if one's eyes were dazzled, spitting immediately would alleviate the discomfort. This method had proven effective for me in the past, so I quickly spat a considerable amount, and the blinding sensation lessened immediately. Tears streamed down my face, but I could finally open my eyes. Upon doing so, I was startled to find that my spit had landed right on Yang's head. She was a fastidious person, maintaining impeccable hygiene even while traversing the desert, and was currently rubbing her eyes, oblivious to the fact that someone had spat on her. I decided to feign ignorance and hurriedly retrieved a flashlight from my portable geology bag to inspect the wall. Sure enough, there lay a human skeleton. The desert's exceptionally dry climate made it impossible to discern how long it had been there. Only a white skeleton remained, partially covered by the yellow sand blown in by the wind, the majority still exposed. A cold glance revealed its eerie nature. No wonder Yuisen's heart raced so. At that moment, the others gradually opened their eyes and took out their water bottles to rinse the eyes of those most affected by the sand. I reassured them. "Do not worry, it is merely a human skeleton, its age unknown. Once we've had something to eat and taken a brief rest, we can dig a hole to bury it." Among the archaeological team, apart from the elderly and Lyman, everyone was accustomed to dealing with ancient corpses and felt no fear. However, they were somewhat puzzled by the presence of this skeleton. Corpses in the desert rarely decompose, often mummified by natural processes. Yet this skeleton bore no trace of flesh, perhaps having been consumed by sandwolves. And Lyman found this unsurprising, noting that the white camel had sought refuge from the fierce sandstorm. We were fortunate to have followed it to escape disaster. This desert differed from the semi-desert landscape of the Lulan ruins. Travelers dared to venture into the western Black Desert only along the ancient route of the Peacock River, never straying from it. Alone, we would have never located the ruins of this castle, but the desert-esque creatures were different. This abandoned city was surely a sanctuary gifted by Hudesai to the animals of the desert. Although we could not see them, there might be numerous sandwolves, yellow sheep, and sand leopards hiding behind the crumbling walls. As a fierce sandstorm raged overhead, the animals on the ground were terrified, each preoccupied with their own survival. Once the storm subsided, it was possible that wolves and yellow sheep would be found sheltering together in a building. At that moment, the wolves would bare their teeth, and the sheep would present their horns. Hearing that these dilapidated structures might harbor numerous wild beasts seeking refuge, Yuisen and several others, being faint-hearted, grew anxious. And Lyman too was concerned about the camels hiding behind the crumbling city walls. He intended to brave the storm to tether the camels. It seemed this fierce sandstorm would not abate anytime soon, and we were uncertain how long we would be confined within this large room. Therefore, I instructed the stout man and Chu Jian to accompany him outside, also to bring our food and fuel sleeping bags inside. The three of them donned goggles and wrapped scarves around their mouths, noses, and ears, then clambered through a hole in the rooftop. After a brief interlude, during which they managed to smoke 2 cigarettes, they returned, their bodies coated in dust. The stout man yanked off his scarf and goggles, collapsing onto the ground, exclaiming, "By heavens, if it weren't for us 3 holding on to each other, the wind would have whisked us away into the sky." However, that old gentleman did not deceive us. As we passed a crumbling wall, we spotted 6 or 7 wild goats concealed behind it. Once the wind abates, I shall take my gun and hunt a couple of them, for we have been subsisting on jerky for days, and it has become rather tiresome. Anlaman, upon hearing this, vehemently objected, "No, no. If you fire that gun, the sound will frighten all the beasts hiding in the city, and they will flee, only to be buried alive in the devil's black sandstorm. We are akin to those animals, seeking refuge here thanks to the mercy of the great Hu. You must not do this." The stout man replied, all right. I was merely jesting. You needn't be so verbose. Can I not simply enjoy my jerky in peace? Surely. The venerable who would not deny us even that." With that, he retrieved jerky and canned liquor from his pack, distributing them among the group. Having fled for most of the day through the vast desert, they now found themselves trapped by the sandstorm amidst the ruins of an unnamed ancient city. Apart from the stout man and the elder Anlaman, the others lacked the appetite for food. Concerned for Professor Chen, who was of advanced age and in need of medical attention in such a desolate place, I approached him with a flask of liquor, urging him to take a few sips to alleviate his fatigue. Yang and Haoigwa helped prop him up, while the students, aside from Chu Jian who stood guard by the rooftop hole, gathered anxiously around the professor. Professor Chen appeared to have regained some strength, after taking a sip of liquor. He managed a bitter smile, saying, reflecting on my past in the wild, then being confined in a cattle shed for over 3 years, and later enduring hard labor in a quarry. I have suffered through many tribulations, yet I have persevered. Now, in my old age, I find myself of little use. Alas, I owe my survival today to you, dear Hu. Without your assistance, my frail body would have been buried by the storm. I offered him a few words of comfort, stating that I could not accept the funds from Miss Yang without reciprocation, as it was my duty. If he felt unwell, we should return promptly. Beyond the ancient city of Xi'e lies the heart of the Black Desert, where conditions are far more perilous. Regret would come too late then. Professor Chen shook his head resolutely, insisting they must continue onward, assuring everyone that such rare and fierce sandstorms occur only once in 100 years. Having survived this ordeal, they would surely encounter good fortune ahead. Just as I was about to urge him further, Yang pulled me aside and whispered, "Mr. Hu, I previously thought you too youthful to lead the archaeological team, and I worried about your capacity and experience. Today, I have come to realize that you are indeed the rightful leader of this expedition. I require your assistance. We have witnessed the might of nature, and the morale of our team has taken a considerable hit. I hope you can inspire everyone and help lift their spirits. This indeed presents a challenging predicament. However, as the proprietor has issued a directive, I must comply." As we gathered around the table for a meal, I addressed the assembly. "Comrades, the atmosphere feels rather somber at the moment. It is a cherished tradition of our military to sing as we march. Shall we not lift our spirits with a song?" The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed, pondering when we had transformed into soldiers. What relevance did our military tradition hold for us, the common folk? At such a critical juncture and in this setting, singing seemed incongruous. For a moment, no one responded. I realized I had made an error, mistakenly invoking military customs. So I quickly amended my approach. No. What I meant was, let us engage in conversation. Allow me to share a brief account of my experiences at the front lines. Upon hearing that I was about to recount a story, interest peaked among the listeners, who leaned in closer, munching on their food while I spoke. On one occasion, our unit was assigned a daunting task to forcibly capture Hill 306, which was fortified by several Vietnamese strongholds. Their positions were strategically advantageous, mutually supporting and situated in blind spots, rendering our artillery ineffective against them. Thus, it fell to the infantry to mount an assault. The company I led, the 6th Company, made 3 attempts, all of which ended in failure, resulting in 7 casualties and over 10 injuries. We were renowned as a heroic company within the entire division, yet we had never faced such a demoralizing defeat. The soldiers were deeply disheartened, lacking the will to fight. Just then, I received a call from the regiment commander, who reprimanded me sternly, questioning our capability. He said, "If you cannot hold the position, relinquish it to another company." Upon hearing this, I thought, this cannot be allowed. I hung up the phone and devised a plan. I told the soldiers, "The commander has learned of our exploits at the front lines. He praises the 6th Company for being exemplary and believes we can seize the position." The soldiers, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "The commander knows of us? We cannot let him down." Energized, they charged forward and successfully captured the stronghold. The members of the archaeological team, upon hearing this tale, felt a surge of excitement and began to inquire about the details of my experiences in battle. I responded, "Comrades, the essence of my story is that no obstacle can deter us. Our greatest adversary is ourselves. As long as we conquer our fears and overcome our weaknesses, we shall achieve ultimate victory." Through my words, the previously oppressive atmosphere was significantly alleviated. Despite the fierce sandstorm raging outside, the tension among the group diminished. After our meal, it was time for Sudi Peng to take over the watch from Chu Jian. My companion and I proceeded to gather the remains of the unfortunate individual in the corner. It was best to inter the bones before we settled down for the night, as the discomfort lingered in the room. In such inclement weather, it is impossible to bury the deceased outside. Therefore, I resorted to excavating the sand on the spot. After only a few attempts, my shovel struck a stone, which struck me as peculiar. The house was lofty, and the yellow sand that had blown in over the centuries had accumulated to considerable heights, perhaps 2 or 3 meters thick. How could it be that after only a few digs, I encountered stone, clearing away the sand? I observed that the stone was dark in hue. I dug a little further to either side but found no more stone. Seeing this, Hao Igua and others came over to lend a hand. Together, we excavated over half a meter deep, and amidst the fine yellow sand, a black stone head of a statue emerged. We had unearthed only its head. The statue was entirely sculpted from black stone, devoid of any other colors. Its size was comparable to the combined dimensions of 2 human heads, featuring elongated, almond-shaped eyes that appeared disproportionately large against the other facial features. There was no crown atop its head, merely a simple hairpin, and the expression was remarkably serene, devoid of evident joy or anger. It resembled a deity worshipped in a temple, as well as the stone figures found along the grand pathways of ancient tombs. However, considering the statue's location within this grand chamber, it seemed more likely to belong to the former category. I lit an oil lamp to illuminate the area, and Professor Chin examined the statue, turning to Haoigwa to inquire if he recognized it from somewhere. Haoigwa, donning his glasses, scrutinized it closely and exclaimed, "Indeed. I recall that a similar stone figure was unearthed from a tomb in Xinjiang, known as the Thousand Coffins Tomb. The eyes were remarkably pronounced, unlike those of ordinary people. This must be referred to as a giant-eyed statue. Such statues have been discovered across various regions, including the Tian Shan Mountains, Altai, the Hittian River Basin, and the Mongolian steppes. The origins of these figures have become a matter of speculation. Scholars have suggested that they may represent deities worshipped by the Mongols. Historical records indicate that Kublai Khan possessed a secret palace in the western desert, known as the Fragrant Palace, where the original statue was enshrined. However, as more ancient tombs and relics were uncovered over the years, additional giant-eyed statues were found, casting doubt on that hypothesis. Some have posited that they are remnants of the ancient Turkic people, yet no definitive conclusion has emerged, leaving it one of many enigmas in the annals of archaeology. Several students from the archaeological team, having never encountered a giant-eyed statue before, began to sketch and take notes, deliberating on the need to excavate the remaining sand to reveal the entirety of the statue. Haoigwa imparted some relevant knowledge to them and suggested we take a break. As everyone was weary, tomorrow, once the sandstorm subsides, we shall clear the sand from this grand chamber and see if any further discoveries await us. I shifted to another location and excavated the yellow sand to bury the remains of the unfortunate soul. There were no garments or any items to signify his identity, nor could I provide even a rudimentary gravestone. Alas, why must one venture into the desert when they could remain comfortably at home? Let him find rest here. I glanced at my watch. Evening had fallen, and the dark sandstorm outside showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead, perhaps to rage throughout the night. Apart from the vigilant sapping, the others had settled down, using fine sand to rub their feet before slipping into their sleeping bags for rest. This was a lesson learned from Anlaman. In the desert, water is akin to gold, and one can only wash their feet with fine sand. I found Suddy Pong, who was keeping watch beneath a hole in the rooftop, and encouraged him to rest while I took his place. I nestled in a corner, cradling my air rifle in my arms to guard against any sudden beast that might spring forth to harm us. As I smoked, I listened to the howling winds outside. The thought of Professor Chun and the others continuing deeper into the desert filled me with concern. Who knows what perilous traps lay hidden in the depths of that black desert? The desert presents a facade of tranquility when the winds are still. The entire expanse appears draped in golden satin. Yet beneath this serene surface lies a treacherous landscape, one that has engulfed countless lives of both humans and animals, quicksands, ever-shifting storms, and the myriad flora and fauna of the desert all pose threats to the safety of our expedition. It would be no surprise if we were to encounter unforeseen calamities. The fact that today we faced a fierce sandstorm without casualties among the team is nothing short of miraculous. Lost in thought, I chain-smoked, oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, the sky outside had darkened completely, the wind still howling as if countless demons lamented. Occasionally, sand would trickle through the rooftop's hole, and if the winds persisted, I feared that the crumbling walls ahead would soon be buried beneath the sands. At that moment, I noticed Yang had awakened. Upon seeing me stationed in the corner, she approached, seemingly wanting to converse. Normally, our interactions were sparse, primarily due to the tension between her and the corpulent member of our group. They seldom saw eye to eye, and aside from necessary exchanges, we rarely spoke to her, for she had a tendency to deduct from our shares if we crossed her. Out of politeness, I greeted her, and she inquired, "Mr. Hu, why not take a rest? I can keep watch for 2 hours." I declined, stating that I would soon call the fat man to relieve me, urging her to return to her rest. However, she chose to sit opposite me, engaging in a casual conversation. There was something I had longed to ask her: why the insistence on seeking that ancient city? Perhaps it had vanished long ago, never to be seen again. Her father and the other explorers might not have perished within its walls. The desert harbors countless dangers, and locating the remains of those lost souls would indeed be an arduous task. Moreover, this black desert conceals many unsolved mysteries. I had once read in a tabloid about 3 explorers who ventured here only to vanish. After a considerable time, their bodies were discovered at the desert's edge, all succumbing to dehydration, yet curious was the fact that their water canteens were still half full. Such occurrences are countless, underscoring humanity's scant understanding of the desert. The variety of flora and fauna is vast, with many species yet to be discovered. We shall strive in our search, and even if we do not succeed, we need not bear excessive guilt. Yang nodded and said, Mr. Hu, your words carry significant weight. However, I firmly believe that my father and his companions discovered the ancient city of Jingjue. Ever since his disappearance in the desert, I have dreamt repeatedly of a dark, gaping chasm, at the mouth of which lies an immense coffin, inscribed with the language of ghostly caves and bound with numerous heavy iron chains. Perched atop this coffin is a colossal entity, though I cannot discern its form. Each time I strive to uncover what lies upon the coffin, I awaken just as I reach that moment. For more than half a year now, I have dreamed of this same scene nearly every night. I am convinced that these dreams are a message from my father, and that the coffin undoubtedly belongs to the Queen of Jingjue. I thought to myself how superstitious Americans could be, believing in prophetic dreams, yet seeing the seriousness in her demeanor, I refrained from voicing my skepticism. Instead, I offered her some words of comfort and shifted the topic, inquiring about the nature of this Jingjue kingdom. Yang continued, My father and Professor Chen have been close friends for many years. They were classmates in their youth, both captivated by the ancient cultures of the Western regions. In 1948, my father traveled to America with his family and only returned to China later. While in America, he acquired a collection of artifacts, all precious relics unearthed by European explorers in the deserts of Xinjiang during the early 19th century. These explorers had discovered the ruins of an ancient city near the Naya Oasis, which, upon examination, were found to date back to the Han Dynasty. Based on various clues, it is conjectured that these ruins may indeed be remnants of the once mighty Jingjue kingdom among the 36 states of the western regions. After years of research, my father and Professor Chen deduced that the Naya ruins were merely a satellite city of Jingjue, and that the true main city should lie to the north of Naya, downstream from the Zidu Dark River. My father harbored the hope of locating the remnants of the ancient city of Jingjue during his lifetime, which led him to take the risk of organizing an expedition into the desert. He was deeply captivated by the ghostly cave culture of Jingjue, and scant records remain regarding this once glorious ancient city. Jingjue was the leader of the various small states in the western regions, which, in retrospect, were merely cities of varying sizes that naturally formed along trade routes. Each small city considered itself a nation. Among these small states, Jingjue was the most powerful. Its inhabitants, predominantly of the Ghost Cave tribe, mingled with other ethnic minorities. Following the death of the last queen of Jingjue, the city vanished beneath the sands. Its fate shrouded in mystery. Whether it succumbed to natural disaster or war remains unknown, as if this kingdom had never existed. Yet, on the eve of World War II, a British explorer led an expedition into the Taklamakan Desert, and he was the sole survivor, his sanity intact. Though the photographs and journal entries he carried confirmed the existence of the ancient city of Jingjue, others have since attempted to pursue this lead. Yet the outbreak of World War II hindered their efforts. Only in the past 3 or 4 years have various expeditions resumed their quests into the desert in search of treasures and ruins. Yang presented me with a small pouch, which I took and opened to reveal a yellowed black and white photograph alongside an antiquated diary filled with English script. The image was exceedingly blurred, yet one could faintly discern a city nestled within the desert, dominated by a solitary tower, its details nearly imperceptible. I inquired if this was indeed the case, to which Yang confirmed, yes, this was acquired by my father from England. It contains the diary and photographs of Mr. Walter, the explorer who once ventured to the ancient city of Jingjue. This provides us with some clues. Although the diary only recounts their sighting of a vast ancient city downstream of the Ziduan River, with plans to explore it at dawn. After that, there is nothing more. We are left wondering what transpired within the ruins, with only one deranged survivor remaining. As our conversation continued, I inadvertently noticed in the dimly lit corner of the room a colossal stone figure with large, hollow eyes, seemingly shifting. I had not slept for a day and a night. Could it be that I was merely imagining things? Ever since we encountered a fierce sandstorm at noon, Pursuing a white camel into the ruins of this nameless city amidst the sands, I felt an enigmatic veil shrouding the dilapidated town, obscuring any lurking dangers beneath. Thus, I remained on high alert, even as the others rested, unwilling to let my guard down. Suddenly, I saw the stone figure's eyes move. Though I was somewhat distant and the light within the room was dim, I trusted my sight. Rising, I approached the stone figure for a closer inspection. The gas lamp hanging from the beam swayed erratically in the gusts of wind sweeping through the dilapidated structure, casting flickering shadows that danced across the room. The dark stone figure resembled a corpse entombed in sand, with only its head exposed, the rest buried beneath a layer of yellow dust. Upon closer examination, I discovered that a large ant, about the size of a knuckle, was perched upon the figure's eye. Its body was jet black, with a crimson tail, and as the gas lamp's light caught it, it emitted a faint glimmer, resembling the stone figure's eye sparkling from afar. Believing it to be merely an ant, I flicked it off to the ground and crushed it underfoot, hearing a soft crunch. However, I found it peculiar that this ant's body felt significantly harder than that of an ordinary ant. Surveying the surroundings, I noted the drafty conditions in the ruined house. Pondering where this ant might have entered, Young approached to inquire about the commotion, and I replied nonchalantly that I had simply crushed an ant. I roused the slumbering, portly fellow, assigning him to keep watch, then added some solid fuel to the fire to stoke its flames, extinguished the gas lamp, and crawled into my sleeping bag. Exhausted, I soon drifted into slumber, awakening to find it was already past 9 o'clock the following morning. The sandstorm had raged throughout the night, yet it had finally begun to relent, though the wind remained significantly milder than before. This devilish tempest seemed to be drawing to a close. The ancient ruins have succumbed further to the encroaching sands, with the exposed portions dwindling. If subjected to 2 more such violent sandstorms, this nameless ancient city may vanish into the desert. However, even if it becomes entirely buried by the sands, it does not signify a permanent entombment. A significant portion of the Taklamakan Desert consists of shifting dunes, and after an indeterminate span of years, it may once again emerge into the light of day. Haigwa is currently overseeing the students as they excavate the stone figure at the corner of the wall. Having reached the thighs of the statue, a crowd has gathered to watch, while only Lyman ventures out to tend to the camels sheltered beneath the city walls as the wind subsides. I retrieve some provisions from my bag, munching while observing their work. This expedition into the desert with the archaeological team is not solely to discover any grand tombs. It is also an opportunity to glean insights and expertise in archaeology from these specialists. To avoid damaging the carvings on the stone figure, they employ military shovels to carefully unearth the surrounding sands, subsequently using flat trowels and brushes to meticulously clean the area. They excavate a portion, then clear it, all the while documenting various details. Upon noticing that I have awakened, Professor Chen nods in acknowledgement, indicating that his health has improved. He informs me that this exercise is intended for the students to practice and gain practical experience. While theoretical knowledge is significant, hands-on experience in archaeology is equally vital. Engaging directly with the site facilitates a more intuitive understanding, thereby enhancing theoretical comprehension. Before long, the students have revealed the base of the statue. This is my first encounter with such a giant-eyed stone figure, clad in traditional attire, with arms hanging down and adorned with numerous intricate patterns, resembling some form of esoteric scripture. According to Professor Chen, these inscriptions remain undeciphered. Nevertheless, with the recent advancements in archaeological research, experts believe these may represent symbols or codes, recording information regarding ancient religious practices. The rationale behind the engravings on the stone figure may be linked to ritualistic activities. However, there exists a dearth of relevant literature, murals, or historical records. Thus, these remain mere conjectures. Listening to the professor's elucidation, Sa Tipping raises an inquiry. Professor, the form of this stone figure significantly deviates from that of ordinary humans. I propose the possibility that an ancient cult worshipped extraterrestrial beings. Upon encountering these beings, they perceived them as divine, leading to the creation of such stone figures for veneration. The symbols inscribed on these figures might represent an alien language. Haigwa promptly rebukes him. Young Sa, your diligence in studies is lacking. I have advised you countless times. You are an intelligent child, so do not squander your intellect on fanciful notions. How can you even entertain the idea of extraterrestrials? We must approach history and archaeology with seriousness. Professor Chen, however, does not display anger. Instead, he offers a gentle smile. Having imagination is not a flaw, young man. An active mind is commendable. A balance of unity and intensity. Seriousness and liveliness is not contradictory. However, in archaeology and historical research, we must adhere to a principle. Bold hypotheses must be met with cautious verification. Imagination should be grounded in reality. Baseless imaginings lack stability. Let us take the colossal ice stone statue as an example. In ancient times, people often relied on celestial phenomena to gauge fortune and misfortune. Each night, as they gazed up at the starry sky, did they not wish that their vision could extend even farther? When crafting the statue, might they have infused this desire into its creation? The likelihood of this is quite high. At the Sangsingdui site in Sichuan, similar sculptures have been unearthed, featuring elongated eyes that seem to reach outward. Conservatively speaking, this could very well symbolize the ancient people's yearning for exploration. Upon hearing this, I could not help but admire the professor's depth of understanding. He does not resort to pedantic reasoning. Compared to Professor Chen's insights, how Igua pales in comparison. Professor Chen continued, the extraterrestrials you mentioned are not entirely implausible. The mere mention of aliens does not necessarily evoke the fictional scientific fantasies of foreign novels. In fact, the earliest records of extraterrestrial beings can be traced back to ancient Chinese texts and murals. As far back as 7,500 years ago, cave paintings from the Kunlun Mountain tribes depicted figures resembling astronauts clad in space suits, emerging from a large disk, while animals and locals fled in terror. Such imagery likely transcended mere human imagination. It appears to document significant disasters and events. Similar accounts can also be found in bronze vessels from the Zhou and Xia dynasties, as well as in various ancient texts. At this moment, Lyman dashed back through a hole in the roof, braving the sandstorm to inform everyone that the storm would soon pass. In less than half an hour, the skies will clear by the grace of the Almighty. The sand is nearly engulfing the outer city walls. If it blows for another couple of hours, we may be buried alive today. Initially, there was some concern among the group. Although the wind had diminished, uncertainty lingered regarding when it would cease. However, Lyman's words completely quelled their anxiety. The students listened intently to Professor Chen's lecture while I prepared a kettle of tea over the fire, intending to set out once everyone had finished. Just as the tea reached a boil, a sudden chorus of screams erupted from those gathered around the ice stone statue, causing them to leap back in unison. Some exclaimed, "Why are there so many large ants?" While others shouted, "Oh no, there are more over here." I hurried to investigate, only to witness a mound of sand beneath the statue erupting like a fountain, releasing countless large ants. Some attempted to use shovels to swat them, quickly dispatching hundreds. Yet simultaneously, thousands more emerged from the sand. The sheer density was enough to send chills down one's spine. Initially, we thought the excavation of sand had disturbed an anthill, but soon it became evident that was not the case. Numerous large holes appeared in the ground, and ever more ants crawled forth, each one with a jet-black body and a crimson tail, a relentless tide of red and black. Lyman took one glance and turned to flee, while the others, still intent on using their shovels, found themselves overwhelmed as the ants multiplied to an unmanageable extent. Yang, a photographer for National Geographic, who had traveled extensively and seen much, urgently called out to the group, "Everyone, quickly climb out through the roof. These are desert army ants. If you move slowly, you'll be reduced to mere bones." Tens of thousands of desert army ants have filled half of the room, with more emerging continuously from below. Not only from the ground, but they are also crawling out from the beams and walls, infesting every corner. Professor Chen, Yisen, and the others were so horrified by this terrifying spectacle that their legs turned to jelly, leaving them unable to take a single step. Not just the intellectuals. Even someone like me, alongside the stout fellow, felt a shiver coursing through our bodies. These desert army ants were utterly fearsome. Perhaps the human skeleton that once occupied this space was their handiwork, explaining why not a shred of flesh remained. I struggled to calm myself, and upon glancing at the others, I noticed that the old rascal Lyman had already made his escape. Damn it. This slippery character always runs at the first sign of danger. Just yesterday, he had vowed to share our trials. With no time to curse that old coot, I saw that the spade's attempts to fend off the relentless tide of ants were failing. In a desperate measure, I kicked over the fire pit where tea was brewing, pouring out the solid fuel to create a wall of flames. The ants that encountered this fiery barrier were immediately charred, momentarily halting their advance. Yet, their sheer numbers surged towards the flames, attempting to extinguish the fire through sheer force of will. Thankfully, the solid fuel burned fiercely. but it was only a matter of time before the ants would overwhelm it. Seizing this brief interlude, we gathered what belongings we could carry and hastily fled the dilapidated house. Outside, the sandstorm had diminished, revealing hundreds of yellow sheep, wild camels, sandwolves, and sand rats darting through the ruins of the ancient city. Not only in the large house we had just vacated, but in many places. Swarms of desert army ants emerged, and some animals that lagged behind were quickly engulfed by the relentless hordes. The desert army ants' mandibles contained a significant amount of formic acid, and when thousands bit simultaneously, even an elephant could not withstand it. Several sand wolves and yellow sheep collapsed, leaving nothing but bleached bones in the wake of the army. The number of desert army ants in this city surely exceeded millions. It was as if the entire ancient city had transformed into a colossal anthill. Trapped on the rooftop, we could only wield our spades to sweep the climbing ants away. In the distance, below the city wall, and Lyman was busy untying the ropes securing the camels. I tossed a rifle to the stout fellow and instructed him to aim at Lyman's hat. Without hesitation, he raised the rifle and pulled the trigger. With a crack, Lyman's hat was shot off, causing him to retract his neck in fright and turn to look at us on the roof. I shouted, "Old man, if you dare to flee, the next bullet will find your backside. Who do 1T object?" And Lyman waved his hands repeatedly, signaling that he would not run. However, the ground below was already teeming with desert army ants, making it impossible for us to descend. Remaining on the roof was not a viable solution. And just as we were contemplating our dire predicament, a dilapidated wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a massive ant emerging from the rubble. This was a queen ant, adorned with 6 pairs of translucent wings. Perhaps disturbed by the sandstorm, the queen, hidden deep within the nest, was preparing to migrate. Witnessing the queen's imposing presence, the archaeologist's faces paled, and someone yelled, "Capture the leader first, shoot it down." The corpulent man patted the sports gas gun in his hand, his impatience manifesting as he stomped his feet. "The caliber of this gun is too small. It's utterly useless," he exclaimed. Nevertheless, he fired, expelling the remaining bullets from the magazine towards the queen ant. I removed my scarf, which had served to shield against the wind and sand, wrapping the leftover solid fuel within it. Producing a lighter, I ignited one corner of the scarf, fashioning it into a makeshift incendiary device, and hurled it from the rooftop at the queen ant below. To my astonishment, this tactic proved remarkably effective. The flames, aided by the wind, enveloped the enormous body of the queen ant. In agony, it struggled, rolling on the sand, and with each roll, the fire intensified. This compressed fuel, with just a small amount, could burn for over 10 minutes, and considering I had nearly a full canister weighing around a kilogram, the flames grew ever larger. The surrounding desert army ants, startled, abandoned their encampment and rushed recklessly toward the queen ant, hoping that sheer numbers would extinguish the flames. Seeing an opportunity, I gestured to the others, and, wielding a spade, I leaped down from the derelict building, scattering the scattered desert army ants. The tall man, Chu Jian, carried Professor Chun, while Hao Igua and Yu Yisan supported one another. The corpulent man brought up the rear, and we all surged through the breach. At that moment, Lyman had managed to control the frightened herd of camels. We climbed onto the camels and urged the caravan to flee toward the city's outskirts. Various wild beasts occasionally darted past us. Typically, encounters with them would be a matter of life and death, but at this juncture, no one had the luxury of concern for one another, as we all raced for survival. After the caravan had galloped several hundred meters, I glanced back, and the crumbling ruins of the ancient city had vanished from sight. Countless desert army ants surged forth from the ground like boiling red and black seawater. However, as long as we remained unencircled by this vast horde, we were safe. And Lyman explained that his intention was to exit first and untie the camel's ropes. Otherwise, the ants would reduce them to mere bones, making our escape impossible, and he was not merely seeking to save himself. The corpulent man remained skeptical, pointing at the rifle strapped to his back. "Don't give me that. If you wish to explain later, do so to this gun." And Lyman's reasoning seemed quite sound, and it would be unjust to hastily conclude that he was abandoning us for his own safety. There would be many more places in the desert where we would require his assistance. Reluctant to create discord, I intervened to silence the corpulent man. Turning to Lyman, I said, "We have encountered the auspicious white camel in the desert and escaped the onslaught of the desert army ants. All due to the will of the great Huda. He regards us as brothers and devoted adherents, thus we trust you. Those who betray friends and brothers shall be punished by Huda." And Lyman repeatedly affirmed, "Praise be to Allah. Huda is the one true God." We are indeed the best of friends and brothers. Surely, the Almighty will protect us. This relatively minor, yet thrilling episode drew to a close. But who could anticipate what further troubles awaited us in the depths of the sandy sea beyond the ancient city of Xie? I still needed to devise a way to persuade Professor Chin and the others to return. We are less than half a day's journey from the ruins of the ancient city of Xie. The wind has ceased, and the sun hangs in the sky like a blazing fireball. Traversing the desert, it is paramount to maintain adequate hydration. Traveling during the day is generally ill-advised. However, our water supply remains ample, and we shall replenish ourselves with fresh water upon reaching Xie. Thus, we press on under the scorching sun across the sands. The desert during the day presents a unique panorama. In ancient times, the orogeny of the western Himalayas sculpted the Darim Basin, rendering the topography of Xinjiang akin to a colossal bowl filled with golden sands. Our caravan, comprising 9 individuals and 19 camels, appears insignificantly small. Its scale dwarfed by even a single grain of sand within this vast bowl of gold. The boundless expanse of the desert can render one oblivious to their own progress. Were it not for the long trail of footprints behind, I hold a deep admiration for those intrepid explorers who venture alone into the desolate sands. Perhaps it is only through such solitary journeys amidst the cosmos that they truly grasp the essence of life. Yet, despite my admiration, I have no intention of emulating them. A communal existence suits me far better. Curiosity ignites among my companions, particularly Sataping, as they urge Yang to recount tales of the desert army ants. Yang, having never witnessed them firsthand, only recalls the aftermath of their raids, where villages lay desolate, their inhabitants reduced to mere bones, a sight too harrowing to behold. These ants, aptly named army ants, are distinguished by their remarkable organization and discipline, with soldier ants leading the charge. Compared to human armies, aside from mobility and firepower, the coordination and organizational prowess of these ants are unparalleled. As we walk, the sand dunes rise and fall beneath our feet, presenting an unprecedented undulation. Anliman suggests that beneath these dense dunes lie ancient cities swallowed by the yellow sands. He leads us to the pinnacle of a towering sandhill and gestures to the south, declaring that we have reached our midpoint, the ruins of the ancient city of Xie. Raising my binoculars, I gaze southward to behold an oasis nestled within the heart of the desert. This oasis shines like an emerald upon a golden platter. And in the distance, the remnants of a blackened city rise majestically. The ruins of Xie are remarkably well preserved, dating back to a relatively later period, having succumbed to the ravages of war only at the end of the Tang dynasty. Since then, it has been forsaken. In the early 19th century, German explorers stumbled upon this site, looting much of its artistic treasures, including murals and statues. Now, the desert is left with this empty city, the ancient course of the Peacock River marking the end of its journey. Due to the perennial underground water veins that have flowed through the city, it has become a vital replenishment point for travelers in these arid lands. As our caravan descends from the great sandhill, we proceed cautiously toward the oasis. Anliman and I confer, agreeing that we should rest for a couple of days upon our arrival at Xie before venturing into the Black Desert, for once we enter, the path back will be arduous. The camels, having been startled and laden with heavy supplies, require ample time to regain their strength before we can set out once more. These words resonate with my sentiments perfectly. I find myself yearning for a few more days of respite, to concoct an excuse to persuade the archaeological team to abandon the expedition and return home. Instead of searching for the fabled ancient city of Jingjua, we could simply dig a couple of pits nearby and amble about. Lately, I have increasingly felt overwhelmed, and the deeper we venture into the desert, the more I fear that calamity will inevitably strike. At that juncture, our luck may not prove as fortuitous as it has in previous instances. I slowed the pace of my camel to ride alongside Professor Chin and suggested, "Professor, how about we take a break in the city of Xie for 3 to 5 days before setting off again?" Anliman mentioned that the camels are utterly exhausted. If we don't allow them ample rest, we might need to change our route to number 11. Professor Chun, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by number 11? How do we proceed?" I replied, "Professor, how can you not know about number 11? It simply means to walk on 2 legs. With that, I mimicked the motion of walking with my fingers, exclaiming, "Isn't that number 11? Professor Chun erupted in laughter. "Ah, where do you come up with such novel terms? Truly amusing. Very well, let us rest here for a few days." I too wished to thoroughly investigate the relics of this renowned city. From the sand dunes, the oasis appeared deceptively close. Yet it took us a full 3 hours to reach it. The city walls were constructed from black stones, with certain areas having succumbed to erosion and decay, suffering significant damage. Only the central stronghold remained notably robust, still faintly echoing the grandeur of yesteryears. Workers from oil wells, explorers, and geological survey teams often passed this way, taking refuge within the main city, barricading themselves with stones to fend off wolf packs. Since the mid-1970s, extensive efforts to eradicate wolves in Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet have rendered large wolf packs extinct. Now, only a few solitary wolves or small groups remain, posing little threat. Moreover, with our numbers and firearms, we naturally had no cause for concern. During this windy season, aside from us, no one else ventured here. Thus, we found a spacious room within the central stronghold, ignited a campfire, and prepared our meals and tea. Anlaman and I discovered an ancient well within the city, said to have never run dry for millennia. Anlaman proclaimed it a miracle of who, to which I remained noncommittal. I drew a bucket of water from the well, which was quite deep. After lowering a rope of several dozen meters, I heard the splash of the water below. Upon drawing it up, I took a refreshing sip, the icy coolness penetrating my very soul, instantly alleviating the oppressive heat inflicted by the merciless sun in the desert, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort and relief. We settled the 19 camels by the well, allowing them to drink their fill, and then offered them some salt cakes to eat. Afterward, I carried 2 large buckets of well water back to the quarters where the archaeological team was resting. They were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, some still clutching half-eaten pieces of bread, having dozed off mid-bite. I refrained from disturbing them. They had endured enough over the past few days. I boiled a large pot of water and then roused Professor Chun and the others one by one, insisting they soak their feet in the hot water and tending to their blisters. Once all was attended to, I finally surrendered to sleep, drifting in and out of consciousness for an entire day and night. My weary body gradually recovered, and that evening, we gathered around, listening to the boisterous tales of the plump fellow among us. The portly man spoke eloquently, regaling the audience with tales of the bountiful resources found in the northeastern forests, extolling the exquisite flavors of mountain delicacies and wild game. He contrasted this with the desert, which offered nothing but sand and relentless winds. Even a single bite of a yellow goat would be gritty with sand. Especially in the greater and lesser Shingon Mountains, the abundance of delectable offerings was legendary, with an adage stating, "A stick can fell a roe deer, and a ladle can scoop fish from the river." Can you imagine the hunter's carefree existence? A few students, inexperienced and naive, were captivated by the portly man's tales. Sa Dipe adjusted his glasses and, with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Wang, what does it mean to fell a roe deer with a stick? Do you really hit it with a stick?" The portly man replied, "Ah, young scholar, since you seem eager to learn, I shall enlighten you. It means that while wandering the mountains, one can casually swing a stick and bring down a roe deer, or simply scoop a large fish from the river with a ladle. This signifies the richness of the land." Young scoffed, dismissing the portly man's words. The desert has its own advantages. The diversity of flora and fauna in deserts is not inferior to that of forests. Although the Taklamakan Desert lies at the basin's lowest point, it represents a pinnacle of ancient civilization in a certain sense. Besides deer and bears, what else does the forest offer? Fearing a potential altercation between the two, I quickly interjected, suggesting we step outside for a smoke, citing the presence of ladies inside. As I guided the portly man outside, the moon hung like a painting in the sky, and the stars twinkled like gems, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. I lit a cigarette for the portly man and advised him to be more accommodating towards Yang. He retorted, "Of course, I cannot stoop to her level. Those Americans simply do not understand. We must maintain our composure, especially since she is a woman. Had it been a man, I would have twisted his head off and used it as a ball." I chuckled. "Indeed, you are quite a character. Your very presence could create a sizable dent in the concrete. You must exercise restraint. Do not pull Yang's head off, or who shall we turn to for our wages? $20,000 is no trifling sum." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, I lifted my head and exhaled a smoke ring. I noticed the stars, Jumin, Zhufu, and Yubi, shining brilliantly, arranged in a perfect triangle, with the sun and moon gracing the center, forming a splendid celestial tableau. I had never before scrutinized the stars or feng shui in detail. My prior studies were merely to earn some money with the archaeological team. However, as I gazed upward, the principles of the celestial text came rushing back to my mind. I hurried back inside to retrieve a compass and ascended to the top of the city wall, aligning it with the constellations in the sky. The auspicious stars illuminated the area above the ancient well in the city, marking my first practical application of celestial feng shui. Though uncertain, I felt confident I would not misinterpret this. My family's tome, the 16 characters of Yin-Yang Feng Shui, is no ordinary text. Thus, it suggested that near the underground water veins, an ancient tomb must lie. While there is a saying that graves are often near water, this seemed rather close. Regardless, this was a significant discovery, and I needed to inform the archaeological team. Hopefully, they would uncover something substantial here, which might spare them the necessity of venturing into the Black Desert. Professor Chun was elated, rallying his students to the well's edge, eager to explore. The well's railing and hoisting system were newly installed, as the original had long since met its demise. Anlaman halted the crowd, asserting that this was indeed a sacred well, and that Huda forbade mortals from descending. Hawaiwa pulled Anlaman aside, passionately expounding on archaeological policies, emphasizing that excavating ancient tombs was essential for their preservation, ensuring that this cultural wealth could be bequeathed to the people. Given the rampant tomb raiding incidents in Xinjiang, even foreigners were now surreptitiously digging, and without government intervention, these invaluable artifacts would be lost forever. After conferring with Yang, we devised a plan for a dual-lock safety mechanism to lower someone down and ascertain what lay beneath. It had to be me who descended. Despite the presence of subterranean water veins, I remained cautious, donning a gas mask, flashlight, whistle, entrenching tool, and dagger, discreetly concealing black donkey hooves and a gold-finding talisman. I tested the strength of the rope and established a communication protocol. If I swung the flashlight upward 3 times, those above would halt the descent of the rope. A second swing would signal for them to pull me back up, to mitigate any unforeseen incidents. I also carried a whistle, which would serve as a means of communication should the flashlight's beam become obscured. At this juncture, Anlaman had been convinced by Hawaiwa, and with Chu Jin, the stout fellow, they assisted me in lowering the rope. I gradually descended from the well's mouth. It was nighttime, and aside from the beam of my flashlight, the surroundings were engulfed in complete darkness. I could not discern the well's opening above me. As I descended deeper, the temperature of the desert night plunged, compounded by the well's humidity, which chilled me to the bone. The well walls were slick, making it difficult to find footholds. It was said that this ancient well predated the establishment of Xie City by a considerable margin, as the well existed long before the city itself. Suddenly, a gust of cool air swept past me, prompting me to shine my flashlight around, revealing a stone door embedded in the well wall. Aiming my light upward, I blew my whistle and waved the flashlight. I was still within a reasonable distance from the well's opening, only about 15 to 16 meters deep. A loud voice could easily reach those above, and upon receiving my signal, they promptly ceased lowering the rope, leaving me suspended just below the stone door. The cold air emanated from the crevice of the stone door. Pushing against it, I discovered it was quite thick, lacking any stone locks or fastenings. Despite the sizable gap, it would not budge. A pry bar would be necessary to open it. Seeing that entry was impossible, I signaled for them to pull me back up. I relayed the situation from below in detail, and Professor Chin expressed his astonishment. Curious. This may not be a tomb, but rather a hidden passage. Where in the world would a tomb be constructed beside a well, accompanied by such a mysterious corridor? The stout fellow volunteered. Regardless of what it is, speculation is futile. Let us venture inside to uncover the truth. Lower me down, and I shall pry open the stone door. I countered, forget it. If anyone is to descend, it shall be I with the pry bar. You are too heavy. Should the rope snap, we would need to descend to retrieve you. Thus, we fashioned a rope ladder, enabling anyone who wished to descend to do so once the stone door was opened. Ultimately, we decided that the individuals descending would be Professor Chun, Yang, Suddy Peng, and myself, while the stout fellow and the others would remain above. Once again, I descended first, utilizing a crowbar to pry open the stone door. It appeared that this portal had been frequently opened in the past. Otherwise, such a substantial gap would not have formed. However, it likely had not been accessed for several centuries. Struggling to exert force on the rope ladder, I expended considerable effort to finally open this door. Beyond the stone entrance lay a spacious and orderly corridor constructed of bricks and stones, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. I called for Yang and the others above to descend, one by one assisting the 3 individuals into the corridor. Yang distributed a type of tablet to everyone, claiming it would prevent oxygen deficiency, and instructed them to don gas masks. ensuring our safety as we ventured forth. The four of us proceeded approximately 50 meters inward, passing through two stone doors. The final door was sealed tightly, adorned with unknown mythical creatures in relief, and the crevice was covered with the skins of dead beasts. We meticulously removed the skins with a flat shovel, finally managing to open the door. Upon reaching the end, we entered a spacious and dry stone chamber, measuring roughly 60 to 70 meters in length and width, with a height of 3 meters. The four of us felt no sense of confinement within this expansive space. However, despite its size, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. The ground was littered with countless white bones, leaving no place to set foot. The bones appeared to belong to animals, exceedingly fragile and crumbling at the slightest pressure. Surrounding us were dozens of wooden pillars, each bound with the desiccated remains of human corpses, all of which were of robust adult males. Professor Chun, Yang, and I, seasoned by our experiences, sensed the enigma of this place without succumbing to fear. Only Suddy Ping was so petrified by the sight of the numerous mummies that he could scarcely utter a word, following the professor closely, too frightened to stray far. Yang surveyed the dried corpses and lamented, "How tragic! These must be the remains of slaves or prisoners sacrificed in such a barbaric manner." Professor Chen addressed the group, stating, "It seems this is a site for the veneration of significant deceased individuals, a custom from ancient times. These persons were criminals, tied up in the desert to die of thirst, completely desiccated before being displayed here. Animal blood was then poured over these mummies. Let us search. There should be a burial chamber nearby." We circled around, examining our surroundings. The walls were solid stone, after knocking a few times. It was evident there was no other space behind them. Yet, Yang's keen observation revealed an anomaly in the stone chamber's floor. I cleared away the scattered bones, exposing a large stone slab adorned with reliefs, complete with 2 pull rings at either end. I beckoned Suddy Pung to assist in lifting the slab. But upon seeing him trembling uncontrollably, I couldn't help but laugh. I instructed him to return the way he came to avoid any further fright, and suggested we replace him with Hao Igua, who would surely find this eerie tomb intriguing. Suddy Pung, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated. Professor Chun, amused yet exasperated, remarked, "This child, his courage is too feeble. He is not cut out for archaeology." Yang and I combined our strength to pry open the stone slab. Subsequently, I tossed in a cold firework, illuminating the space below. To our astonishment, the ground beneath revealed a burial chamber of similar dimensions to the one above. At its center resting a square coffin. The disparity between this coffin and those found inland was striking, devoid of any decorative patterns. It was not rectangular but rather a large, box-like structure. This type of tomb and coffin, I must confess, is unfamiliar even to me. And even the erudite Professor Chun cannot discern its true nature. It is likely an ancient burial style of a long-lost minority group, heavily influenced by Han culture, yet rendered in a manner that seems both authentic and deceptive, infused with many of their own unique elements, making it exceedingly rare. At this moment, Hao Igua arrived with Chu Jian, and upon witnessing the scene, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Donning a gas mask, he was the first to leap down, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny, his joy evident as if he were a child. I had always perceived him as a serious and stoic individual, yet at that moment, he resembled a youthful spirit, nearly dancing with glee. We too descended into the tomb chamber, and upon surveying our surroundings, we could not suppress our astonishment. The walls of the tomb were adorned with exquisite and vibrant murals. Professor Chen, upon observing one particular painting, was visibly stirred. This depiction is related to the kingdom of Jingjue. My keen interest lay in the valuable burial offerings. The coffin was sizable, possibly containing treasures within. Although I could not take anything in the presence of the professors, I was eager to behold what lay inside. I felt that this noble tomb surpassed the opulence of the general's tomb at Haifengqiu. However, Professor Chen was engrossed in examining the murals and paid no heed to the coffin in the center, so I patiently waited. I listened as he elaborated on the significance of the murals to Hao Igua and the others. The initial paintings conveyed that the tomb's occupant was a prince of the Gomo, a vassal state of Jingjue, which had suffered oppression, annually offering substantial tributes of treasures, cattle, and slaves. He had made 3 attempts to appeal to the Queen of Jingjue for his people's freedom, yet had never been granted an audience. One mural suggested his defiance. The brave prince, an embodiment of the sun god of war, stealthily infiltrated Jingjue with the intent to assassinate the malevolent queen, only to uncover a great secret. My curiosity piqued as I listened to the professor's narrative, and I wondered what that secret could be. I approached to join Yang and the others in attentively absorbing the professor's insights. Professor Chen moved to the next mural, scrutinizing it for quite some time. This interpretation is rather peculiar. Observe how the prince hides in the corner, spying on the face of the queen, who is veiled in all the murals. In this particular painting, her visage is only partially revealed. One hand lifts the veil, while a figure opposite, seemingly a slave, transforms into a shadow and vanishes. My thoughts swirled in confusion, and I was about to inquire further when Yang interjected. This queen is a monster. A monster? Professor Chen paused momentarily, then responded with intrigue. Fascinating. Do elaborate on your thoughts. Yang gestured towards the mural. The artist who created this piece possesses remarkable skill. The composition is both ornate and expressive, narrating the significant deeds of the Gomo prince's life. Although there are no textual annotations, the characteristics are vividly distinct, allowing us to glean a visceral understanding of the events and figures depicted in the mural. As I listened to her analysis while observing the murals closely, I found her observations accurate. The figures, attire, architecture, and expressions captured in the murals were strikingly lifelike. With some knowledge of Western region culture, one could glean the contextual background of the events chronicled within these paintings. Yang continued, addressing the professor. The mural you just mentioned is undoubtedly the most enigmatic of all. In it, the queen unveils the veil that perpetually shrouds her face, while the figure opposite her dissolves into a mere outline. All other figures in the murals are rendered with realism, yet the visage of the queen of Jingjue is represented only as a faint contour, leaving us unable to discern the identity of this spectral figure. We can only speculate that this silhouette may represent a slave or an assassin, an adversary whom the queen wishes to eliminate. At this point, I could not resist interjecting. Miss Yang, are you suggesting that this individual, upon gazing upon the queen's face, simply vanishes? Yang replied, Mr. Who is close to the mark. If I were to articulate it in my own words, I would say that the moment the queen's eyes meet this person, they cease to exist. I shook my head and chuckled wryly. A living person? To disappear at a glance? This is quite beyond belief. I must admit I find it somewhat challenging to comprehend. Professor Chen seemed to grasp Yang's intent and gestured for her to continue. Yang elaborated, although I am merely conjecturing, my thoughts are not without foundation. My father, during his lifetime, enjoyed a tome titled Records of the Western Regions during the Tang Dynasty, authored by the eminent monk Xuanzang. I have perused it on several occasions. It chronicles numerous legends from ancient Western regions, some of which are mythological, while others recount actual events. Among them is the tale of a desert queen. Deep within the sands lies a city inhabited by a reclusive underground minority who subjugated surrounding nations. After centuries, the throne passed to the last queen, whose gaze was said to be a portal to the underworld. With a mere glance at her foes, they would vanish without a trace, never to return. Where these vanished individuals went remains a mystery only they could unveil. The queen ruled with an iron fist, demanding that all neighboring peoples revere her as a deity. Those who dared to resist faced gruesome fates, flayed alive. Perhaps her tyranny angered the divine, for not long after, she succumbed to a strange ailment and perished. The very slaves she instilled fear in were the first to rejoice at her death. They, alongside nations oppressed by her rule, formed a coalition that bloodily besieged her royal city, planning to destroy her tomb. Just then, the heavens darkened, and a terrible tempest of sand engulfed both the city and the coalition, burying the queen's tomb and her amassed treasures beneath the dunes. Centuries later, the shifting sands revealed the city once more. Travelers passing through found that seizing even a single piece of wealth from the city would unleash a desert storm, obscuring their paths, leaving those who took the queen's treasures eternally ensnared. However, the manuscript offers no definitive details about the mysterious city, the malevolent queen, or the historical context. Yet, upon encountering the murals within the tomb, one cannot help but notice the striking parallels with the ancient legend, leading one to ponder whether these events might not merely be myth, but rather remnants of a bygone reality. Yang invited the assembled crowd to gaze upon the subsequent murals. Our conviction that the queen depicted is indeed the queen of Jingjue stems from the distinctive attire of the Jingjue people, as well as their unique architectural styles and ornaments. These serve as compelling evidence. Professors and Mr. Hu, I urge you to examine the following murals, which further substantiate the reliability of my hypothesis. The narratives conveyed by these murals are quite clear. The prince's assassination attempt was thwarted, and upon returning to his homeland, he continued to devise plans to eliminate the queen. During this time, he encountered a diviner from a distant land, who advised him to conceal a specially crafted slow-acting poison within the meat of a golden lamb, which he would then present as tribute to the queen. Shortly thereafter, news of the queen's sudden demise reached them. Simultaneously, the prince, burdened by excessive toil, succumbed to an early death and was interred alongside his beloved wife. The diviner orchestrated a tomb, placing them beneath the altar of the sacred well. It turns out that the altar was constructed prior to the tomb itself, and the events chronicled in these murals align intricately with the legends found within ancient texts. Professor Chen, while acknowledging that Yang is a photographer, took solace in the fact that he hails from a lineage of archaeologists with profound scholarly roots. It brought him comfort to see such a talented former classmate. At that moment, he was reminded of a long-lost friend who had vanished in the depths of the desert, and tears welled in his eyes. Yang addressed the professor, expressing, "Please take care of your health and do not dwell in sadness. Our findings have yielded considerable insights into the Jingjue relics, marking a significant breakthrough. I firmly believe that we shall soon uncover the ancient city of Jingjue. May my father, in the heavens, find peace in this endeavor." Inwardly, I lamented, as I had initially hoped to discover an ancient tomb that would prompt them to retreat, but the circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Observing the situation, I realized that further persuasion would be futile. Had I known, I would have feigned ignorance from the beginning. Suddenly recalling Yang's assertion that the Queen of Jingjue was a mythical creature, I inquired, "Miss Yang, I remembered during our previous discussions, you mentioned that the Queen was the most beautiful woman in the western regions, rendering all other women as mere stars overshadowed by the sun. How then can she be described as a monster? If she truly is a creature of such nature, would our quest for her tomb not be tantamount to courting death?" Yang replied, "Such tales are merely legends. Coupled with our deductions, they do not necessarily equate to undeniable truths. Archaeology operates in this manner: legends, records, unearthed artifacts, and scholarly conjectures. The more elements we gather, the closer we draw to the truth of history. However, all we can achieve is an infinite approximation of reality. It is impossible to restore any historical narrative to its original state. In ancient times, humanity's understanding of the world was profoundly limited. Phenomena that seem ordinary today were often exaggerated into tales of demons, monsters, or miracles. Even in our scientifically advanced era, there remain phenomena that elude scientific explanation. I believe this does not signify the existence of deities or demons, but rather that the realms of scientific exploration have yet to be fully traversed. In the years to come, we shall undoubtedly uncover answers to all the enigmas through scientific inquiry. I then questioned, how are we to comprehend the notion that the Queen of Jingjue could erase a person from existence with her gaze, especially in an age where science and civilization are so advanced? Yang remarked, "Mr. Hu, I wonder if you have heard of a sensational incident in the United States. At a specialized center for phenomena and pathological studies in Kansas, there was a peculiar patient, a 12-year-old boy who possessed an extraordinary ability. When he gazed intently at an object with a diameter of less than 5 centimeters for an extended period, that object would vanish, as if evaporating into thin air. The neighbors regarded this boy as an anomaly, labeling him a monster. His parents were deeply troubled and sought assistance from governmental authorities to help cure their child. This is indeed strange. I have never encountered such a tale. My knowledge of matters in China is limited, let alone the peculiarities of America. What could this affliction possibly be? It sounds reminiscent of the legendary Queen of Demons. Was the child ultimately cured?" Yang continued, "Through the researchers' investigations, it was discovered that the boy's brain waves were distinct from those of ordinary individuals. His neural and visual pathways produced a form of energy that connected to a hypothetical space, one that eludes our understanding. This extraordinary ability is present in only 1 in 3 billion people. Eventually, a researcher devised a solution. A magnetic helmet was created and placed upon the boy's head. After a year, his remarkable ability vanished. At one point, the American military had planned to secretly transfer the child to a military research facility, but the scheme was exposed, inciting a considerable uproar among the public, compelling the military to abandon the plan. Upon hearing this account, I found myself pondering. That legendary malevolent queen may not be as simple as that American boy. I fear not for my life. But if we were to uncover the Queen's ancient tomb, and she were to transport us to an unknown realm, what then? For now, I shall proceed cautiously. If danger truly arises, I shall employ decisive measures to bring them back. Who would dare defy my orders? I refuse to believe that these intellectuals could outmaneuver me. Who? This lengthy discussion consumed quite a bit of time, and we had thoroughly examined the surrounding murals. I inquired of Professor Chen, "Shall we look inside the coffin?" Professor Chen shook his head vigorously. "We must not. This coffin, containing the remains of Prince Pumo and his consort, is a national treasure. Currently, we lack the necessary conditions and the environment is unsuitable. Opening it would compromise the integrity of the sealed coffin and its contents. Our purpose here is to submit an evaluation report to our superiors, requesting excavation or appropriate protection for these ancient cultural heritages. Let Igwa take Chu Jian and the others to compile the records. I shall personally draft the report. It seems I shall not have the opportunity to glimpse the treasures within the coffin." Despite knowing the professor's reasoning was sound, I could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Thus, I climbed back to the sacrificial chamber with them. The stone door of the sacrificial chamber, once adorned with numerous animal hides, has been meticulously shredded by my spade. Professor Chen remarked that these were the skins of cattle and sheep, used to maintain the dryness of the chamber and to insulate it from the moisture of the sacred well. In ancient times, the Pumo people would bring live livestock into the sacrificial chamber to be slaughtered, immediately applying the freshly flayed hides, still warm with blood, to seal the crevices of the stone door. The flesh and innards of the cattle and sheep were carefully removed, leaving only the bones, and the stone door would remain sealed until the next ritual. This bizarre ceremony of slaughtering livestock, skinning, and defleshing, accompanied by the binding of carcasses to wooden stakes, was intended to preserve the water source of the sacred well, ensuring it would never run dry. The people of the ancient desert believed that the essence of life stemmed from this sacred water, which bears a striking resemblance to Darwin's theory of the origin of life in certain respects. We could no longer use those animal hides to seal the stone door. Apart from camels, there were no larger animals in the vicinity. However, the 19 camels were exceedingly precious to us, and thus we could not resort to skinning them for this purpose, opting instead to use several layers of tape to secure the door. The archaeological team rested for 3 days in Shiye City before embarking southward, finally entering what the locals refer to as the Black Desert. Here, the familiar poplar trees of the desert were nowhere to be seen, nor were there undulating sand dunes. The surrounding dunes were nearly uniform, resembling flattened buns, stretching endlessly. From any vantage point, the desolate landscape presented the same scene, devoid of any signs of life. I inquired whether Lyman had ever ventured into this desert before. With a wry smile, the old man replied, "This is the hell of yellow sand. Even the venerable Hudo would shy away from it. As for me, I have only set foot here once, and that is precisely this time. Were it not for your esteemed cadre, and Huda's beloved white camel, I would rather perish 100 times than return." Despite his complaints, and Lyman, often referred to as the living map of the desert, certainly earned this title. His familiarity with the desert rivaled a woman's deftness in handling pots and pans. Though this was his first foray into the forbidden Black Desert, his keen, fox-like eyes could discern the presence of plants such as reed grass and sand sage nestled in the sandpits. It was through tracking these plants and drawing upon his extensive experience in the desert that he was able to guide the archaeological team forward. The desert houses China's largest inland water system, yet many watercourses, including the Darim River, have seeped beneath the sands. While the surface appears barren, deep underground may flow torrents of concealed rivers. Some plants that thrive in the desert manage to survive, drawing sustenance from the scant moisture that rises from the underground water veins. In truth, alongside the sparse vegetation, numerous animals also inhabit this land, though most emerge only during the chilly nights to forage. In the Han Dynasty and even earlier, the Taklamakan was regarded as an ancient homeland, where the degree of desertification was not as severe and rivers had not yet sunk beneath the surface. The region was dotted with oases and towns, watchtowers, Buddhist temples, and relay stations bustling with caravans transporting silk, spices, and tea. It was not until the Yuan dynasty that the renowned Italian Marco Polo traversed this area with a caravan on his journey to the Central Plains. During the Ming dynasty, the Ottoman Empire, which spanned across Eurasia, rose to prominence, hindering commercial trade between Europe and Asia. This period marked the dawn of an age dominated by the seas, as navigators forged new maritime routes, shifting the primary pathways of trade from land to ocean. This magnificent era is often referred to as the Age of Discovery. Furthermore, the encroaching deserts exacerbated the harsh living conditions, leading to the complete decline of various nations within the desert, their past prosperity and glory seemingly whisked away by divine forces. The Black Desert, the earliest land forsaken by the gods, saw its civilization cease during the Jin dynasty. According to legend, the wrath of Huda swallowed the cities of the infidels, and to this day, the Black Desert remains shrouded in desolation. On our first day of journey, we encountered a slight sandstorm, the sky tinged with a yellow hue. Fortunately, the winds were not fierce, providing enough cover from the sun to allow for travel during daylight. Yang utilized the notebook of a British explorer, discussing the route with Lyman as we walked. The notebook detailed the explorers' departure from Shia City, where they had discovered numerous stone tombs nearby, planning to excavate upon their return, hence the meticulous route outlined within. Although Lyman's experience combined with Yang's notes could not pinpoint our exact location, they offered significant assistance regarding distance and direction. That night, while camping, Lyman found a raised area, where the group constructed a sand barrier on the dune, settling the camels and lighting a fire on the sheltered side to keep warm. The day had been arduous, primarily due to the wind and sand. Though the breeze was mild, it was enough to irritate the spirit. Lyman lamented that it was currently the season of winds, with the Black Desert experiencing such weather every 2 days on average. When the winds ceased, the merciless sun would drain the last drop of moisture from weary travelers. The plump member of our group remarked that sweating under the sun could aid in weight loss. And while the heat was indeed refreshing, the unrelenting wind made it difficult to converse, causing a sense of frustration. Lyman retorted, expressing that we were merely on the periphery of the Black Desert. It would take 5 more days to truly enter its depths. Although he had never ventured far into the desert, he knew several survivors who had returned from its interior. The true terror of the Black Desert lay not in the quicksand, nor in the voracious golden ants that could devour a vehicle whole, nor in the black storms. Legends spoke of an enchanting realm deep within, where those who entered would behold lakes, rivers, beautiful maidens, divine beasts, snow-capped mountains, and oases. Thirsty and weary, travelers would strive desperately towards these alluring sights, only to perish from exhaustion and dehydration, for those visions were mere traps laid by devils to lead men to their doom. Nevertheless, Huda would bless us, Allahu Akbar. Yang speculated that what they might have seen were merely mirages within the desert, as the uninitiated are easily deceived. Just then, Yi Isin approached and pulled Yang aside, whispering a few words. Yang then turned to me and said, "We have a matter to attend to behind that sand dune." I surmised that Yi Isin likely needed to relieve herself, her timid nature prompting her to seek Yang's company for reassurance. He nodded slightly at the two of them, advising, "Take the flashlight and whistle. If anything happens, blow the whistle vigorously. Return promptly." Yang agreed, and, hand in hand with Yi Isin, walked towards a nearby sand dune. The rotund man inquired whether I had any alcohol left. I replied that it was all gone, asserting that even if I brought a barrel of liquor, it wouldn't withstand your drinking habits. Take a few sips of hot water and hurry to bed. If we cannot find a water source in 5 or 6 days, the daily ration of water per person will have to be reduced. This was merely a scare tactic aimed at the rotund man. Even if we failed to locate the hidden river in the desert, I had methods to ensure that everyone had a minimal supply of drinking water. However, that was a last resort, quite cumbersome, yet effective. I had learned desert survival techniques during my military service. Without water, the desert is a dead end. 2/3 of the human body is composed of water, and losing just 5% of that leads to dehydration symptoms. Anlaman was initially adamant about not entering the Black Desert, primarily because it lacked fresh water. Although there were subterranean rivers, they were far too deep to excavate. Digging down from the roots of desert plants like the saxol, one would find only damp sand and salty water a mere 3 to 5 meters down, which would only intensify thirst. Anlaman understood this method. We had thoroughly examined its feasibility together and privately agreed that we would not proceed a step further once we reached an area devoid of saxol, which led to his eventual consent. Those who underwent desert survival training in the military learned that in the shallower areas of the Xinjiang desert, the water often contained high mineral content and salt. By digging at the base of desert plants, one could access damp sand and saline water, which, when subjected to basic solar evaporation and filtration, could yield a small quantity of fresh water. Although meager, it was indeed sufficient to sustain life. At that moment, the wind and sand intensified slightly, and a sharp whistle echoed from behind the dune, startling everyone, grabbing their entrenching tools and rifles. The group rushed toward the source of the commotion. Fortunately, it was quite close, less than 200 steps away. In just a few strides, we arrived. There, we saw Yi Isin with half her body ensnared in the sand, struggling desperately while Yang clutched her arm, pulling her with all his might. Amid the chaos, someone shouted, "Quicksand!" We rushed forward, disregarding everything, intent on rescuing Yu-Isin. A few individuals, unable to find ropes in time, hastily removed their belts, attempting to loop them around her arm. To our surprise, with little effort, they managed to pull Yi-Isin free from the sand. It appeared not to be quicksand. Yi-Isin, frightened, collapsed into Yang's embrace, weeping. The crowd inquired about the situation. Was it quicksand? Yang, comforting Yi-Isin, explained to everyone. We had just reached the back of the dune when Yi-Isin stepped into a void, her entire body sinking halfway. I quickly grabbed her and blew the whistle for help. However, it seems it was not quicksand. Quicksand engulfs with great speed and suction. If it had truly been quicksand, my strength alone would not have been sufficient to hold her back. Moreover, after she sank halfway, she stopped, as if the ground beneath was solid. Otherwise, with the time it took you to arrive, it would have been too late to rescue her from the quicksand. Yi-Isin, coming to her senses, wiped her tears and remarked, "It seems I have stepped upon a stone slab beneath the sand. A section beneath it was hollow, and my weight caused it to collapse." Yang responded, "Could it be those stone tombs? Let us investigate." We took our shovels and began to excavate the area where Yu-Isin had just fallen. Beneath a thin layer of yellow sand, aligned with the slope of the sand dune, an inclined stone wall emerged, revealing a large hole that had been blasted open. The explosion appeared to have occurred recently, perhaps within the last few days, as the wind and sand had only lightly covered the entrance to the breach. Yi-Isin had inadvertently stepped on the loose stones surrounding this opening, causing her to fall in. The group exchanged glances, each of us silently contemplating the situation. This was evidently a stone tomb. Had it already been looted? I meticulously examined the debris at the entrance and the direction of the explosion. The precision of the small-scale directional blast indicated a thorough understanding of the rock's fragility, having served many years as a sapper. I considered my familiarity with explosives to be nearly expert. If I were to undertake the task of breaching this ancient stone tomb, the outcome would likely mirror this level of proficiency. The explosion had merely caused the stone wall to collapse, with the debris dispersing outward, leaving the internal structure of the tomb unscathed. The potency of the explosives used was far beyond that of civilian-grade materials. After leaving the military for several years, could it be that even the current active-duty soldiers have turned to grave robbing? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps the explosives had been stolen. Moreover, in this vast, desolate desert, how could grave robbers discover such ancient tombs? The terrain in this vicinity appeared utterly uniform. Was there truly another expert in the art of celestial navigation and geomancy, aside from my own novice understanding? As we cleared more of the sand dune, it became evident that we were facing a hammer-shaped stone wall, except for the blasted side. The rest remained deeply buried beneath the yellow sand. This structure was a typical stone tomb from the Wei and Jin dynasties, constructed from massive, solid stones forming an arch, with gaps sealed using hempfish glue. Such stone tombs are quite common near the remnants of the Western Night, and an early 19th century European explorer once described them as numerous and varied, with many half buried in the sand, their black pointed tops resembling scaled-down Egyptian pyramids. Traversing through the landscape of these stone tombs in the desert was a breathtaking sight. Now, these tombs had been completely engulfed by the desert, making their discovery exceedingly difficult. Professor Chen speculated that this might be related to the recent sandstorm, which had exposed a portion of the tomb. It was astonishing how quickly the grave robbers had arrived. The archaeological team was already a step behind. The ancient tombs and relics of Xinjiang suffered their most significant looting prior to World War II. In the early 19th century, the artifacts from Lulan in the eastern Taklamakan and the southern edge of Naya were nearly entirely plundered. Nowadays, the grave robbers have extended their reach into the southwestern Black Desert, a region marked by harsh natural conditions and sparse human presence, making it a veritable paradise for thieves. Throughout our journey, we had encountered several ancient tombs that had been ravaged and desecrated. It was no wonder that Professor Chun was so anxious, risking everything to enter the desert. If the looting activities in this area were not curtailed soon, it seemed that nothing would remain in the near future. The opening of the tomb was shrouded in darkness. Armed with flashlights, Professor Chun, Haoigua, and I ventured inside to investigate. The tomb chamber was roughly the size of a small flat, scattered with 4 or 5 wooden coffins, the lids pried open and tossed aside, leaving a scene of utter disarray. Among the coffins, varying in size, it appeared to be a collective burial site. Within, the sole remnant of an ancient corpse was that of a young woman, her long hair braided, with only her head remarkably preserved. while the rest of her body lay in ruins, presumably taken by grave robbers. In the ancient tombs of the Xinjiang desert, the true treasures lie not in gold or jewels, but in the desiccated remains. Professor Chin had once shared that ancient corpses can be categorized into several types: moist mummies, like the Lady of Mwangdui, wax corpses, treated through special methods, frozen bodies, found in glaciers where snow does not melt, and tanned corpses, akin to zombies. There are also various forms of dry corpses, some created using desiccants such as lime or charcoal within coffins, while others, like the mummies of ancient Egypt, are artificially preserved through intricate techniques. The dry corpses of Xinjiang, however, are naturally formed in a high-temperature, arid, sterile environment, making them highly valuable over time, coveted by overseas museums, exhibition halls, and collectors alike. Upon discovering that the remaining dry corpses in the stone tomb had been plundered and the site utterly ravaged, Professor Chin couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. He instructed a few students to organize the shattered remnants in hopes of salvaging something worthwhile. Concerned for the professor's well-being amidst his agitation, I suggested he rest. He then imparted a few more instructions to Haoigua, urging him to meticulously document the conditions of the stone tomb before being escorted back to the campsite by a heavier-set colleague. The following day, the wind continued to blow steadily, unrelenting. As the archaeological team prepared to set off, Professor Chin approached me, expressing his belief that the stone tomb had been robbed no more than 3 to 5 days prior. It was possible that a band of grave robbers had already ventured deep into the Black Desert before us. We could not afford to delay. It would be best to pursue them swiftly. I offered a casual response, inwardly wishing that we would not cross paths with them. After all, misfortune often accompanies those who share the same path. Moreover, the thieves who targeted this stone tomb likely possessed military-grade weaponry and perhaps even other formidable tools. If we encountered them, a violent confrontation would be inevitable. While I personally did not fear such an outcome, the potential for harm to the intellectuals of the archaeological team weighed heavily on my conscience. Yet, contemplating the vastness of the desert, I realized that the likelihood of 2 groups crossing paths was minimal. Had we not camped near the tallest sand dune in the vicinity, we might never have stumbled upon that looted stone tomb. Such fortunate coincidences are rare. Perhaps those thieves had simply returned after their nefarious deeds. In the subsequent days, the archaeological team ventured deeper into the Black Desert, ultimately losing all trace of the Zidu Dark River. They found themselves going in circles for several days. Zidu translates to shadow in ancient way, and this subterranean river was as elusive as a shadow, impossible to capture. The old man in Lyman's eyes had turned bloodshot from strain, and with a final, exasperated shake of his hand, he realized they were at an impasse. Evidently, Huda only permitted them to travel this far. Everyone was exhausted, and their horses were weary. Movement had become a strenuous endeavor. The desert had been devoid of wind for days, with the sun lingering in the sky far longer than usual. To conserve drinking water, the team dug pits in the sandy ground during the day and erected rain canvases above to absorb the coolness from the earth, thereby maintaining their hydration. Travel was only feasible at night and in the early morning, alternating between riding camels and walking. As they pressed on, supplies of food and water dwindled. If they did not turn back within a day or two, they would be forced to slaughter the camels for sustenance on their return journey. Observing the weary, cracked-lipped individuals around me, I sensed that they were nearing their limits. With the sun rising and the temperature climbing, I instructed everyone to dig pits and rest. Once settled, Yang approached Lyman and me to discuss the route. Captain Hu, Mr. Lyman, Yang began, in the British explorer's notes I possess, there is a mention of a similar plight. The explorer also lost track of the Zidu Dark River deep within the Black Desert. In this barren wasteland, 2 colossal black magnetic mountains stand facing each other under the twilight, resembling ancient warriors clad in black armor, silently guarding their ancient secrets. As one traverses the valley that resembles a grand gateway, a legendary city might emerge. Magnetic mountains? I pondered, reflecting on my mechanical watch, which had either stopped or fluctuated erratically in the past days. I initially attributed this to the poor quality of the watch. But could it be that we were near these 2 magnetic mountains? And Lyman recalled hearing tales of 2 sacred mountains, one red and one white, known as the Zagaramas, believed to be the burial sites of ancient sages. Young continued, if such mountains truly exist in the desert, the Zidu Dark River might be trapped underground by the magnetic mountains, lying too deep beneath the surface for us to detect. We ought not to concentrate solely on tracking the river. If the legends and the British explorers' accounts are accurate, The magnetic mountains should be in close proximity. Mr. Hu, tonight we shall once again rely on your celestial geomancy skills. Let us not forget our previous agreement, a doubled reward for locating the ancient city of Jingjue. From the outset, I lacked confidence in finding Jingjue City, yet upon hearing his words, I felt compelled to make an attempt that evening. If I succeeded in locating the Zagaramas, my reward would rise to $20,000. Failure would mean we must return home. To be honest, I could not determine whether I yearned to discover Jingjue City. After hearing tales of the Queen of Jingjue, an enigmatic and alluring image lingered in my mind. Deep within the desert, it felt as though an invisible force was drawing me in. I wondered if Professors Chen Yang and the countless explorers who had vanished were experiencing the same irresistible pull I felt. The daylight on that day stretched endlessly, and I found myself wishing to shoot down the sun from the sky. I endeavored to dig the sandpit deeper, yet not a whisper of coolness could be felt. Despite the thick canvas sheltering us, and our bodies lying in the sandy refuge, it felt as if we were ensconced in an oven. The frail Yi-san, possibly dazed from the heat, mumbled incoherently in her sleep. Concern swept through the group as we feared she might be running a high fever. Her forehead felt as hot as the sand, rendering it impossible to discern whether she was indeed burning up. No matter how we shook her, she remained unresponsive. We had a limited supply of water, sufficient for about 5 days, along with 2 bags of yogurt soup, reserved for dire moments. At this juncture, I felt no hesitation to use them. I retrieved a bag and allowed Yang to feed her a few sips, followed by some medication. After taking the medicine, Yu-Isan gradually quieted, yet remained in a deep stupor. She was likely suffering from acute dehydration, a troubling predicament. I conveyed the archaeological team's plight to Professor Chen and the others. We faced essentially 2 paths. One was to set out for home tonight, where we would subsist on camel meat and brackish water during the last few days of our return journey. And even this course of action could not guarantee Yi-Isan's safety. The other path was to press on in pursuit of the fabled city of Jingjue. Should we locate a water source therein, her life could be salvaged. Professor Chen articulated the significant challenges we confronted. While the pursuit of archaeology demands a spirit of sacrifice, Yi-Isan was so young, and we bore a responsibility for her life. The first option, though safer, would lead us into a daunting return journey without adequate fresh water. The second option, albeit risky, held a glimmer of hope, as we were already in the vicinity of Zagralama, with a 60% chance of discovering Jingjue. These ancient cities should possess subterranean water veins, yet after 2 millennia, it remained uncertain whether these veins had dried up or shifted course. Now, we stood at a crossroads. It was time for everyone to express their views. Fatty spoke first. I've lost 2 whole inches from my waist. If we venture deeper into the desert, you might as well call me skinny from now on. I propose we waste not a moment. Once the sun sets, we should return. Perhaps we might even retain a fraction of our lives. Hao Aigua and Sa Dipong, being more level-headed, concurred with the notion of retracing our steps. In contrast, a greater number believed that the pursuit of Jingjue, despite its perils, was worth the attempt. After all, we had endured immense hardships and made considerable sacrifices to reach this point. The thought of abandoning our efforts was intolerable. We harbored the hope of discovering fresh water amidst the ruins of the ancient city, which could save Yi-Isan's life. For those in good health, surviving on brackish water was a challenge. For someone as gravely ill as she, turning back would be tantamount to signing her death warrant. Yang, Chu Jian, the professor, and I shared this perspective. Aside from Yu-Isan, who lay in a deep unconsciousness, only the old guide, and Lyman, remained silent, with all eyes fixed upon his face. Should he advocate for retreat, we would find ourselves evenly split at 4-4. However, as the guide, his decision carried significant weight in this matter. I addressed the venerable Lyman, saying, "Old man, you must think carefully before speaking, for your words pertain to Yi-Isan's very life. What do you think we should do now?" And Lyman, with a pipe in his mouth, squinted at the sun above and replied, "As for me, I shall, of course, heed the will of Master Hu. There is but one sun in the sky, and only one omnipotent true deity in this world, Master Hu will guide us." I pointed to the heavens. Then why not inquire promptly as to what Master Hu has to say? And Lyman tapped his old pipe and tucked it away at his waist. He removed a tattered blanket and, with a face full of reverence, began to pray, palms inward towards his face, reciting verses from the Quran. His expression was solemn and devout, in stark contrast to his usual shrewd demeanor. As he muttered his incantations, we struggled to comprehend his words. The longer we waited, the more interminable his recitation seemed. The portly man, growing impatient, inquired, "Old man, will you never be done?" And Lyman opened his eyes and smiled. Master who has already bestowed upon us revelation. With that, he produced a 5-cent coin for all to see. One side bore the inscription to continue onward, while the other instructed a return along the same path. He asked the eldest among us, Professor Chun, to toss it into the air, and the outcome would convey Master Hu's will. The group exchanged bemused glances, incredulous that such a method would serve as a divine directive. Professor Chun accepted the coin and lofted it high into the air. Everyone gazed upward at the glimmering coin, the sunlight dazzlingly bright. As it descended, it landed upright in the sand. Such a stroke of fortune seemed improbable, yet Lyman shook his head repeatedly, his face a mask of dismay. Forgetting that we were in the forsaken black desert, how could Master Hu possibly illuminate our path? Just as we were pondering this perplexity, Yang pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "My God, is that the Ragazama mountain?" The vastness of the desert lay before us, stretching for miles. In the direction she indicated, precisely aligned with where Professor Chin's coin had fallen, a faint black line emerged at the horizon's edge, barely discernible from afar. We hastily retrieved our binoculars and adjusted the focus. A dark mountain range appeared, resembling a still, black dragon amidst the endless yellow sands. The range was cleaved in the middle, revealing a mountain pass, and these characteristics matched the descriptions in the journals of English explorers. Last year, Yang's father led an expedition in search of the ancient city of Jingjue, relying on such clues. Had they ever encountered this sacred mountain? What had they experienced here that caused them never to return? Contemplating this, a chill crept upon me under the blazing sun. But this sensation was swiftly eclipsed by the exhilaration of our discovery. After enduring perilous travels, we had finally located the entrance to the ancient kingdom of Jingjue. However, Lyman had once spoken of a fantastical realm within the Black Desert, where mirages frequently appeared, illusions that lured men towards the abyss of death. Were the two sacred mountains we beheld truly real? Upon reflection, it seems unlikely. Primarily, the illusions in the desert are mere refractions of light, creating bizarre landscapes that seldom exist in reality. The Black Mountains, however, have been mentioned on numerous occasions and should be undeniably real. As we draw nearer to the ancient city of Jingjue, we plan to set off once darkness envelopes the land. Yet, our knowledge is painfully limited, mostly comprised of conjectures and scattered legends. The only reliable piece of evidence we possess is a blurry black and white photograph. Whether we can indeed locate the ancient city of Jingjue or even ascertain its existence remains uncertain. Perhaps it is all mere hearsay, as legends often arise. On the battlefield of Korea, MacArthur once remarked, "At first, we thought we knew everything, but later realized we knew nothing." This sentiment resonates with me now. Are the ruins of the royal city truly not buried again beneath the sands? Can we find a source of water within the city? Is the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue situated there, or elsewhere? Do mountains of treasure truly lie within the city? What manner of creature was the Queen? Does she still pose a threat to outsiders even in death? Did Yang's father and others really perish in the ancient city of Jingjue? Can we discover their remains? What encounters did foreign explorers face within the city? For us, all of this remains an enigma. As evening fell, the archaeological team ventured towards Mount Zagramar. There is a saying, a horse runs to its death at the side of a mountain. And so we pressed on, reaching the mountain's mouth in the dead of night. The moonlight bathed the desert, transforming it into a tranquil sea of silence. Within this sandy ocean, the undulating silhouette of Mount Zagramar, composed entirely of black stone, grew ever more prominent as we approached. It is more accurate to describe it as two colossal black boulders than simply a mountain. Each boulder spans several dozen kilometers in diameter, emerging only slightly above the sandy expanse, while the larger portions remain buried beneath the earth. Perhaps these two giants are inherently connected, with the mountain's entrance merely a fissure in the stone. This black rock contains traces of magnetite, not in abundance, but sufficient to influence precise navigational instruments. We felt the weight of our metallic belongings gradually intensifying. The moonlight cast no reflection upon the black stones. And inside the mountain's entrance was a profound darkness. Apart from the unconscious Yu-Isen, the rest of us dismounted from our camels and began to walk. I cautioned everyone to remain vigilant as we traversed this devil's maw. Carelessness could prove fatal. Anlaman and I led the way, followed by the stout Chu Jian, with Yang and others in the middle tending to Yi-Isen. The line formed as we slowly entered the valley. This mountain was revered by ancient peoples as a sacred site, believed to be the resting place of two revered sages. While this may largely be myth, From a geomantic perspective, it certainly occupies a position of significance, exuding an air of omnipotence. The Black Mountain itself resembles two vigilant black dragons guarding the land. If the mountain's rear indeed conceals the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue, it would hardly be surprising. The Taklamakan Desert, the world's second-largest shifting sand desert, has undergone complete desertification, with the entire expanse gradually shifting southward, revealing the sacred mountain that was once buried beneath the yellow sands. Under the moon's zenith, the north-south oriented valley was shrouded in darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand before their face. We trudged forward, our hearts increasingly heavy with trepidation. Would we truly find the ancient city of Jingjue once we emerged from the valley? If we did, would there still be a source of water within its confines? My greatest concern was for Yu Isen's condition. Her acute dehydration required copious amounts of clean, cold saline for treatment. If we failed to locate a water source within 3 days, her life would be forfeited to the desert. Our watches had long ceased to function, leaving us uncertain of how much time had passed. By instinct, I surmised that dawn was approaching. At that moment, the camels began to breathe heavily, their agitation palpable. Anlaman, the old man, hurriedly whistled and called out, employing all his skills to calm the restless herd. His 19 camels were robust males, handpicked for their strength. Yet after days traversing the desert, this behavior was unprecedented. The surrounding darkness, compounded by the camels' unrest, intensified the anxiety among our team. Yang, concerned for Yi Isen, swiftly assisted in lifting her down from the camel's back along with Hao Aigua. I beckoned the portly fellow to come over, urging him to carry Yu Isen for a while. The valley was ominous, not a place for lingering. We needed to exit swiftly. The portly man readily obliged. Yu Isen was light, having lost considerable weight due to the harsh sun and lack of water since entering the desert. Moreover, carrying a beautiful woman was no burden at all. He hoisted her onto his back like a child, repeatedly urging Anlaman to move quickly. However, no matter how Anlaman urged them, the camels refused to budge an inch. The old man began to grow suspicious, murmuring that perhaps Hudo was reluctant to let us proceed further, suggesting a retreat was in order. Just as we were on the verge of exiting the valley, the rest of the group was unwilling to backtrack, resulting in a chaotic scene. Yang turned to me, speculating whether something ahead frightened the camels, proposing that I toss a flare to illuminate the path ahead and ascertain the situation. I agreed, retrieved a flare for illumination, ignited it, and threw it forward, illuminating a small stretch of the valley. The sides were cloaked in darkness, the ground covered in thick yellow sand. The desolate expanse devoid of any vegetation, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. I stepped forward a few paces and launched a second flare, which lit up the scene ahead. In the distance, we spotted a figure seated on the ground. As we approached, we discovered a man clad in a white robe, his head wrapped in a sandproof scarf, a backpack on his back, utterly motionless. It was a corpse. We were all taken aback. Encountering a corpse or a desiccated body in the desert was not unusual. Yet this body was distinct. The deceased was a man, his mouth covered by a scarf, with only his eyes exposed, staring skyward, unblinking, perhaps having died too swiftly to close his eyes. The hour of death is not far off, perhaps merely a few days away. The exposed skin is slightly desiccated. But the most peculiar aspect is that the flesh takes on a bluish hue, emanating a faint azure glow under the flickering lights of fireworks. A few individuals attempted to approach for a closer look, but I deterred them. The manner of this person's demise is too bizarre, and we must not draw near. Suddenly, Chu Jin exclaimed, "Brother Hu, look! There's another corpse." A shiver coursed through me at the thought of encountering yet another lifeless body. Could there be more? I carelessly tossed a few cold fireworks into the air, illuminating the surroundings, and indeed, there were not merely 2 corpses, for male bodies lay sprawled across the ground. Some lying askew, their attire identical, and their expressions frozen in terror. Scattered about were several Soviet-made AK-47s and a number of backpacks. Grasping a spade for self-defense, I approached to inspect one of the rifles and found it loaded. What in the world is going on here? In Xinjiang, poachers typically employ foreign Remingtons or procure Type 56 rifles from the military. How could Soviet arms be present? Could they be the grave robbers from the stone tombs? As I opened one of the backpacks, I discovered a trove of military supplies labeled in Russian. It seemed plausible that these arms had flowed into Xinjiang from Afghanistan, acquired by these grave robbers to blast ancient tombs in the desert. Yet, how had these well-armed individuals met their untimely end in this valley? I used the barrel of my rifle to lift the scarf from the face of the corpse seated on the ground, revealing a man with a gaping mouth, as if he had been desperately shouting before his demise. I had no desire to linger. It was prudent to vacate this valley of graves as swiftly as possible. The supplies might prove useful later, so I hoisted the bag of explosives, preparing to lead the group away. At that moment, however, Hao-Igwa stepped forward from the ranks. Whether these individuals are grave robbers is of little consequence. We cannot leave them to rot here. Let us carry them outside the valley for burial. The sight of those exposed corpses evoked memories of my comrades who had been sent alongside me to the labor camps. Those unfortunate souls who had perished without even a wretched straw mat to wrap their bodies. Alas, I abhor such scenes, and as he rambled on, he moved to lift the seated corpse. I was truly alarmed at this point and rushed over to stop him, cursing, "You insufferable bookworm, utterly clueless. Do not touch the dead." But it was too late. From the mouth of that corpse, a strange serpent suddenly emerged, its scales glimmering. Adorned with a black crest atop its head, measuring about 30 centimeters in length. With a sudden spring, the serpent lunged directly at Hao-Igwa's face. His reflexes were poor, and even with sharper senses, he would not have been able to evade it. In that split second, driven by an instinct to save, I swung my spade and cleaved the serpent in two. Hao-Igwa was so startled that he fell to the ground, trembling all over, and managed to force a smile at me. "Madam, it's dangerous." Thank goodness he had barely finished his sentence when the severed snake head on the ground suddenly sprang to life, darting forward with the swiftness of a released arrow, sinking its fangs deep into Hao-Igwa's neck. I had relaxed, believing the snake to be completely severed. But this unexpected turn of events caught me off guard, leaving me unable to save him in time. Hao-Igwa's face froze, and he let out a few gurgles from his throat, attempting to speak but failing to utter a sound. His skin turned a dark shade of blue as he sat motionless, succumbing to death right there. The crowd was left in shock. Professor Chen fainted from the sight. I had not yet found the time to mourn for Hao-Igwa when I felt a sudden chill at the back of my neck. Turning my head, I found another grotesque snake had somehow slithered onto my shoulder, flicking its forked tongue, its muscles coiling back slightly as it opened its jaws, preparing to bite me. The speed of this creature was astonishing, and at such close range, evasion was impossible. Among the group, only the portly man was skilled with a firearm. Yet he was preoccupied carrying Yi-Sin and had no weapon at hand. This sudden turn of events was utterly unexpected. My heart felt as though it had been doused in icy water. Damn it, I thought. I never imagined I would meet my end here today. Never to see the morning sun again. I recognized the posture of the venomous snake preparing to attack, its body arched back, ready to spring forward and sink its fangs into its prey. My neck and face lay exposed within its striking range, and there was no way to avoid it. No time to defend myself. As I braced for death, a sudden flash of blinding white light illuminated the dark valley, startling the snake that had lunged toward my neck. It was momentarily distracted by the brilliance and slipped from my shoulder. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, before the snake could hit the ground. I swung my entrenching tool down upon it, crushing its head into a pulp. Dark, inky fluid oozed from the remnants of the snake's head. I quickly stepped back, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. The potency of the snake's venom was formidable. Had it bitten me, the poison would have coursed through my veins in an instant, likely leading to my demise. Looking around, I realized that the life-saving flash had emanated from Young's camera. She was always inseparable from her camera, capturing moments wherever she went. Little did I know that my life had been spared by the flash of her camera. I was grateful for her quick reaction, otherwise, I would surely have met my end. However, now was not the time for gratitude. Who knew if there were more of these monstrous snakes lurking in the valley? It was best to discuss matters once we were out of the mountain. I waved my hand, urging everyone to move forward swiftly. At that moment, the camels seemed to sense the absence of venomous snakes ahead and calmed down from their previous agitation. Chu Jian, Sadi, and the others carefully lifted the unconscious Yi-Sin, Professor Chun, and the lifeless body of Hao-Igwa onto the backs of the camels. And Lyman whistled to guide the caravan forward. The group hurriedly made their way out of the pitch-black valley of Zagalama. Aided by the dim light of the cold smoke and flashlights, they walked until they reached a desolate expanse beyond the mountain pass, where they finally halted, laying the lifeless body of Hao-Igwa upon the ground. The dawn had yet to break, the stars and moon offered no illumination, and the moment before daybreak was shrouded in darkness. Hao-Igwa's visage retained the expression of terror from his final moments. His eyes, devoid of life and still unclosed behind his glasses, appeared ghostly against his ashen complexion. The beam of the flashlight cast an even more sorrowful and eerie pallor upon him. Professor Chun, stirred by the cold wind blowing through the mountain pass, regained his senses and, in a fit of despair, collapsed upon Hao Aigua's corpse, weeping uncontrollably. I helped the professor to his feet, grappling with the reality that death is irreversible. I wished to console him, to express my condolences. Yet the words died on my lips. Having spent nearly a month in companionship with Hao Aigua, I often jestingly referred to him as Old Antique, appreciating his forthrightness and candidness. Today, however, the thought of his demise filled my heart with profound sorrow, rendering me incapable of offering solace to others. The rest of the group wept quietly in their own grief. At that moment, a dark crimson fissure appeared on the distant horizon, heralding the sun's imminent rise. We instinctively turned our gaze toward the east. The light gradually transformed into shades of rose and blood red, ultimately culminating in a cascade of golden rays as the sun's arc emerged. In that instant, the boundless expanse of sand seemed to transmute into molten gold from the crucible of divinity. Amidst this desert, akin to molten gold, a colossal city unfolded before us, revealing countless remnants of walls and various structures made of brick, wood, earth, and stone. Within the city, innumerable towers loomed, the most prominent being a black stone tower, already tilting, standing silently amidst the ruins. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the scene captured in Yang's black and white photograph. After 2 millennia, the remnants of the ancient city of Jingjue indeed persisted in the depths of the desert. The scale of this city of Jingjue was sufficient to accommodate 50 to 60,000 inhabitants, far surpassing the populations of renowned cities like Lulan at their zenith, which boasted only 20,000 residents and a military force of over 3,000. The city lay largely in ruins, buried beneath the sands for no less than a millennium, with some sections indistinguishable as dunes or fortifications. Most towers had collapsed and weathered, yet one could still envision its former grandeur. This place possessed a formidable magnetic field, rendering aerial navigation for aircraft nearly impossible. Located deep within the desert, it was likely that few could ever find this site. One could only ponder how many explorers and lost souls had ventured to this legendary ancient city before us, with the grim certainty that 99% of them would never return to their homelands. Professor Chun, trembling, propped Hao Aigua's body upright and pointed toward the ancient city of Jingjue, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Look, have you not always yearned to see this mysterious ancient city? Open your eyes, we have finally discovered it." I sensed a troubling shift in the professor's demeanor. Had his profound sorrow clouded his judgment? I rushed to pull him away from Hao Aigua's side, saying, "Professor, Mr. Hao has departed. Let him rest. It is unfortunate he could not behold this miraculously preserved ancient city. His wishes now rest upon you to fulfill. You must find the strength to carry on." Yang and several students came over to offer comfort, so I entrusted the professor to them. A sense of guilt washed over me for the death of Hao Aigua, coupled with gratitude towards Yang. I expressed to Yang, "I shall refrain from expressing my thanks for the life-saving favor you rendered. Consider it a debt of life I owe you. However, we have arrived at Jingjue, and according to our previous agreement, it is 20,000 American dollars." Upon hearing the mention of money, the plump fellow quickly interjected, "That amounts to 20,000 each, totaling 40,000 American dollars, to be settled in cash." Yang shot us both an incredulous glance, biting her lip as she reassured us, "Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you a single cent. I will ensure you receive it upon our return." I reflected that bringing up money at that moment was rather inappropriate. My thoughts were a tumultuous blend of emotions, and I had spoken without thinking. It would be prudent to divert the conversation, yet I found myself at a loss for words. Fumbling to change the subject, "That city is quite sizable." Yang, gazing intently at my face, remarked, "Through our interactions over these days, it is evident that both of you possess extraordinary skills and remarkable experiences. I had not anticipated that you would be so preoccupied with money. It seems my initial impression of you was indeed accurate. Allow me to advise you. Life encompasses far more than mere wealth." I found myself speechless, and the plump fellow interjected, "Miss Yang, you reside under the stars and stripes in the United States, while your father is a titan of Wall Street. I presume you have never had to rely on food stamps for your meals, nor have you ever faced the hardships of rationing during lean times. Thus, you cannot comprehend the environment in which we exist and are not in a position to judge our values. Furthermore, spare us your lectures on life. For the impoverished, mere existence is a struggle. These truths, when articulated to the affluent, often fall on deaf ears. Today, I can no longer hold my tongue. If you find my words unpalatable, consider them unspoken. Now that we have found the city of Jingjue, what are your orders?" Initially, the plump fellow spoke with conviction. But as he recalled that Yang was in charge, he shifted his tone, wary of upsetting her and jeopardizing their payment. I turned to her and said, "I have done all I could regarding Professor Hao. I apologize." Yang nodded at me, dismissing the plump fellow. She then took out a water flask to offer some to Professor Chen and Yi-sen. The news of Hao Aigua's death had deeply affected Professor Chen. After drinking some water, he gradually began to recover. After a brief discussion among the group, we resolved to bury Hao Aigua in the desert at the mountain pass. His lifelong pursuit had been to study the culture of the western regions, and it was fitting that he be laid to rest here, eternally accompanying this enigmatic ancient city. Surely, he would have desired this. We dug a deep pit in the yellow sands, wrapped his body in a blanket, and buried him on the spot. Finally, I planted a spade upright at his grave, a makeshift headstone for Hao Aigua. The remaining 8 of us stood solemnly before his grave, observing a moment of silence before departing. The deceased was gone, but we had the living to save. We must promptly enter the city in search of water, lest the next to be buried in the desert be Yi-sen, who was severely dehydrated. Thus, we gathered our equipment and prepared to venture into the city. Having finally reached our destination, we hoped that no further mishaps would occur if another unforeseen circumstance arose, even if I earned that money. What good would it do if I could not spend it? Seeing that everyone was nearly prepared, I inquired of Yang whether we could commence our journey. As we were on the brink of departure, Yang exhibited a palpable excitement, her body trembling slightly, yet it was indiscernible whether her agitation stemmed from fear, nervousness, or exhilaration. She produced a cross and whispered a prayer. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen." She then calmly addressed us. Let us proceed. However, to our surprise, the old man in Lyman suddenly changed his stance, shaking his head vigorously like a drum, adamantly refusing to venture into the ruins of the ancient city. He claimed that the death of a companion in the desert was an ominous sign, particularly since Hao Aigua had perished from the bite of a serpent sent by the devil, the appearance of a venomous snake with a black tumor on its head. He insisted, confirmed the legend that Huda had abandoned this desert to the devil, and Lyman possessed a strong religious conviction. Without Huda's protection, he would rather perish than enter. Left with no other choice, we rearranged our plans, allowing him to establish a camp at the mountain pass to oversee the camels and supplies. I initially considered leaving the rotund man behind to keep an eye on him, fearing that the old man might flee at the last moment, leaving us stranded. If he were to escape, it would be inconsequential. Without the camels, we would have to navigate our way back in vehicle number 11, and the extent to which it could traverse the desert remained uncertain. Yet, I reasoned that Lyman was unlikely to abscond alone, having journeyed with us thus far, especially since his payment for guiding us had yet to be received, a substantial sum that would ensure his comfort for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, due to my previous oversights, I resolved to be more vigilant. Thus I grasped Lyman's hand and asked, "Old man, how does Huda punish those who lie and betray?" And Lyman replied, well, their wealth shall turn to sand, even their salt will become dust, ultimately leading to starvation, akin to dying in the black desert. After death, they must descend into the hell of hot sands, enduring 1,800 kinds of torment. His solemnity eased my concerns. Those with firm religious beliefs possess the virtue of fearing the afterlife as retribution, thus refraining from grievous sins against conscience. With this, only 7 individuals would enter the ancient city, including the unconscious Yi-sen, who was being carried by Chu Jian. The remaining 5 were tasked with carrying equipment and weapons. In addition to provisions and water canteens, each person's burden was considerable. There exists a saying in the military, a soldier is not a soldier unless he bears 40 pounds. This implies that both officers and soldiers must carry a minimum of 40 pounds of gear during marches. Some are burdened with machine guns, flamethrowers, or anti-tank weapons, making their loads even heavier. I have spent a decade amidst the tumult of the wild military, burdened by a multitude of equipment, yet I find it hardly bothersome. However, Professor Chun and his companions seem unable to endure it, ultimately compelled to lighten their loads as they venture into our final destination, the ancient city of Jingjue. The distance from the mountain pass to the city is negligible. We arrived at the city gates in no more than the time it takes to enjoy a meal. The gates, long since collapsed beyond recognition, stand before us, while the moat that once protected the city has been filled with yellow sand. We entered the city through the crumbling walls, only to find ourselves surrounded by a profound silence amidst the ruins. The stark contrast to my earlier imaginings left me utterly disheartened. The streets and buildings within the city were either in ruins or dilapidated from a distance. They appeared somewhat grand, yet upon closer inspection, all that lay before us was a wasteland of sand, decayed wood, and shattered stones. There were no treasures of gold or silver to be found, only several enormous wooden pillars and beams, their vermilion paint long since peeled away. Hinting at the former opulence of the city, we ventured into a few of the dilapidated structures at the city gates, only to discover that while most of the buildings were partially exposed to the desert, the interiors were entirely filled with sand, reaching up to the rooftops. Legend has it that this city was once destroyed by war. The Allied forces invaded the royal palace, and just as the battle neared its conclusion, a black sandstorm buried the kingdom of Jingjue and its inhabitants indiscriminately beneath the yellow sands. It was not until the 19th century that the shifting desert allowed it to resurface. Observing the scene, the account aligns closely with the legend. Except for the absence of skeletal remains, which must surely be entombed beneath the sands, I found the exploration rather tedious. Yet Professor Chun and his colleagues appeared captivated by every detail of the ancient city, even lingering over a crumbling wall for an extended period. I felt compelled to remind them that the young lady, Yi-san, was unwell, and that rescuing her was of utmost importance. It seemed evident that the residential areas of the city were entirely filled with yellow sand, leaving us unable to locate even a single well. We decided it would be more prudent to seek the royal palace, where we might find a source of water. Professor Chin slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, how forgetful I've become. Saving little Yi is paramount. Let us hasten to the palace." In this desert kingdom, structures often rest near underground rivers, and some subterranean chambers even harbor flowing waters, with the royal palace typically situated at the heart of the city. As we navigated through the ruins, the rotund fellow beside me remarked, "Old Hu, do you know what I most crave at this moment? I yearn for honeydew melons and Mares milk grapes. A slice of watermelon would suffice as well. Alas, I should refrain from speaking further, for the more I talk, the thirstier I become. My throat feels as if it's on fire. Once we find the underground river, I must leap in for a refreshing bath." I replied to him. In her lifetime, the Queen of Jingjue must have lived in sumptuous luxury, frequently enjoying the cool waters of the underground river, perhaps savoring chilled watermelon. However, even if any of those watermelons were preserved until now, they have likely turned to stone, and the grapes may well have become raisins. The rotund fellow lamented, "This desolate, forsaken place is beyond my imagination as a former residence. Don't even mention a reward of $20,000. Even a mountain of gold and silver would not entice me back into this desert. The most miserable way to perish in this world must surely be to die of thirst." Upon the mention of death, I am reminded of how Aigua, who met his demise at the fangs of a peculiar serpent. Although his end came swiftly, one can only ponder the agony he must have endured in his final moments. This serpent bore an odd appearance, with a black, fleshy tumor upon its head, filled with dark liquid. Even when severed in two, it could still soar and inflict harm. Such a creature is unknown even to Yang, leaving us uncertain as to whether it lurks within this city. We, a group of 7, navigated the ruins, circumventing areas of collapse as we pressed onward. After a lengthy trek, we arrived at the heart of the ancient city, where the streets were remarkably wide. Despite the pervasive yellow sands, the layout of the streets remained discernible. However, aside from a leaning black tower, no other significant structures were present, not even a palace, nor a decent dwelling, only crumbling earthen walls. Professor Chin suggested that the royal palace might be situated underground, as the abundance of sand within the city posed a challenge. He proposed that we ascend the black tower to survey the surroundings for an entrance to the subterranean chambers. The base of the tower and much of a grand archway lay buried beneath the sands. This imposing black tower, hewn from the great stones of Mount Zaglama, stood 6 stories tall, slightly tilted yet remarkably sturdy. At its apex rested an olive-shaped black stone orb. Adjusting his reading glasses, Professor Chin gazed upward for an extended period before employing a telescope, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this before?" I was about to inquire what he had missed when he suddenly crouched and entered through the tower's door, seemingly eager to confirm something. We hastily followed in his wake. The walls within the tower were inscribed with a myriad of peculiar ghostly symbols, and each level featured a black stone statue. The first level showcased a stone ram, which held no particular significance. The second level featured a stone figure of a man of average height, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, kneeling within the tower. Astonishingly, the third level revealed the giant-eyed statue we had encountered while seeking refuge from a sandstorm in the nameless town. Professor Chen paused on the third level and addressed us, stating, "It appears my hypothesis was correct. The origins of those giant-eyed statues unearthed in various locales can be traced back to the kingdom of Jingjue, crafted from the black stones of Ziglama." Suddy Ping inquired, "Professor, what purpose does this tower serve? Why does each level feature a statue?" Professor Chen replied, "I surmise that this black tower was constructed to signify the status of the ghostly whole tribe, with each statue representing a different rank. The first level denotes livestock. If I am not mistaken, there should be an additional level below, housing the famished spirits of the underworld. The second level represents common folk, encompassing all the barbarians from the western regions, whose status is but a notch above cattle, akin to that of slaves. The third level features these giant-eyed figures. I observed that the stone orb atop the tower resembles an eye. The giant-eyed statues and the eye-shaped totems signify this tribe's reverence for vision. We must ascend to discover what holds greater significance in the kingdom of Jingjue." The rotund fellow remarked, "Even someone of my limited intellect could deduce this. I wager that the statue above is undoubtedly that of the queen." With that, he hastily ascended to the fourth level. I followed closely behind, and upon ascending, I was met with an unexpected sight. In this chamber stood a statue, featuring a serpent's body and a human head, robust limbs, with hind legs resembling those of a beast and forelimbs shaped like human arms, clutching a sharp sword and shield. The head bore a male visage, fierce and glaring, reminiscent of the wrathful deities often depicted in temples of the mainland. On the back of the statue's head was a black orb, akin to the monstrous serpent found in Mount Zagrolama. At that moment, Professor Chen and the others arrived one after another. Upon witnessing this peculiar statue, they expressed their astonishment, exclaiming that it seemed to represent the guardian deity of the kingdom. The presence of an eye-shaped black orb atop its head suggested that the inhabitants of the ghostly caves truly believed that the eye was the source of all power. It appeared that the guardian deity ranked below the queen, indicating that the queen of Jingjue had indeed been deified. "Let us proceed to the fifth chamber and see if it holds the queen's statue," they urged. Just as we were about to ascend, a morning breeze from the tower revived Yisun, who had been languid. Yang retrieved a water flask and offered her some fresh water, though still quite weak. Her condition was far more reassuring compared to her previous state of unconsciousness. Her dehydration was evidently severe. However, there was no immediate cause for alarm regarding her life. With her awakening, a thorough treatment with copious amounts of saline water over the next couple of days would suffice. Eager to uncover the peculiarities within the tower and simultaneously seek the entrance to the ancient city's underground palace, we assisted her as we made our way to the fifth level of the Black Tower. During the brief ascent, I envisioned various possibilities. Yet I was utterly unprepared for the stark emptiness that awaited us on the fifth level, devoid even of the statue's pedestal. The only feature was an increase in the cryptic inscriptions adorning the walls. I inquired of Professor Chen, "Has this level been damaged or perhaps looted?" After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "It is difficult to ascertain. We must examine the level above to discern what truly lies here." The statues within the Black Tower piqued the curiosity of the group, who ascended the stairs with great anticipation to reach the pinnacle. There, in the highest chamber, stood a black throne, upon which sat a statue of a woman, adorned in splendid attire, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features invisible. Yet, it was evident that this statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the depiction of the Queen of Jingjue, found in the frescoes of Prince Pumo's tomb, representing the queen in her entirety. The group buzzed with speculation, each pondering the true appearance of the queen. Perplexed, I queried, "What secrets does this queen harbor? Why does even her statue remain shrouded in mystery?" The rotund individual among us responded, "In my view, it is merely a ploy to create intrigue. The so-called most beautiful woman from the western regions is likely an unsightly creature. Otherwise, why conceal her from view? Nevertheless, her form is indeed commendable. While her features may not be extraordinary, her proportions are quite pleasing." I admonished him, "Show some decorum. This figure has been deceased for 2 millennia. Why concern ourselves with her physique? The artifacts within this city bear an uncanny resemblance to those of legend." Should the queen indeed be a creature of ill repute, one cannot discount the possibility of her emerging to take a bite out of you. Let us refrain from idle speculation and instead heed the professor's insights. Since Professor Chen ascended to the 6th level of the Black Tower, he has remained silent, meticulously weaving the clues together in his mind. After contemplating for a while, he responded to our inquiries, stating, I previously mentioned that this stone tower likely serves as a symbolic representation of the mind, exhibiting distinct hierarchical characteristics from high to low. It signifies the transition from nobility to commonality. The populace of the kingdom of Jingjue primarily comprises the Ghost Hole tribe, a civilization long extinct, with no skeletal remains unearthed thus far, rendering us unable to deduce the origins and background of this race. To date, our most significant discovery is that this tribe revered the eye as their totem, a groundbreaking revelation for the study of ancient Western region civilizations. With this evidence, many puzzles that have perplexed scholars for years will soon find resolution. The rotund figure then inquired, but why is the 5th level empty? Suddenly, I recalled the words spoken by Yang in the ancient tomb of Prince Pumo and could not help but exclaim, a virtual space. Professor Chen nodded slightly and remarked, precisely. Above the guardian deity lies an indescribable virtual space, with the queen presiding over it, as though she entirely controls this unknown realm. At the tower's apex, a totem shaped like an eye signifies that the queen's power emanates from her eyes. Upon hearing this, a shiver ran through the crowd. Could it be that such a space, beyond human comprehension, truly exists? And could that queen manipulate another world through her gaze, making her, indeed, a monster? Fortunately, she is no longer alive. Noticing the unease among us, Professor Chen continued, there is no need for alarm. Ancient rulers often employed such myths to deceive the populace, thereby solidifying their reign, much like the emperors of the Central Plains, each claiming to be the true dragon son of heaven, ordained by fate. In reality, it was merely a means of subjugating the masses. It is not surprising that this queen shrouded herself in mystery and superstition. However, these relics hold immense value for the study of ancient historical cultures. The significance of this stone tower is profound. As we observe the Black Tower, devoid of any other artifacts aside from the stone statues, we gaze down upon the entire city. The city of Jingjue merged seamlessly with the golden sands of the desert, the contours of the ancient ruins resembling a colossal eye. Professor Chun, after surveying the scene, turned to me and asked, Brother Hu, your insights into feng shui are quite astute. What do you make of the city's feng shui? I pondered that our immediate priority was to locate the water source within the palace. Did the professor suspect that the queen's ancient tomb lay beneath the palace? I scrutinized the surrounding geographical features. I pointed towards the twin peaks of the Zaglamar Mountains to the north and said, Professor, observe that black mountain range. It resembles a black dragon in the desert, though it is cleaved in two, transforming a singular dragon into two serpents. In my humble opinion, the valley between them appears to be artificially carved, with the stone extracted from the mountain likely utilized as materials for the Black Tower and the stone figures within the city. In ancient times, emperors would, upon ascending the throne, immediately begin preparations for their burial sites, ensuring their legacies would endure for centuries. If this ancient city indeed harbors subterranean water veins, resonating harmoniously with the Zaglamar, it would create a dynamic interplay of stillness and movement. It is reasonable to surmise that the Queen of Jingjue was a figure of remarkable intellect, aware of the ominous nature of the Black Dragon. She mustered her strength to sever and immobilize this dragon, compelling it to eternally guard her tomb. Consequently, the city became an exceptional treasure trove. Should the Queen's mausoleum truly lie within the city, its grandeur would undoubtedly be substantial. However, one aspect perplexes me. Professor, you mentioned that her palace is underground. Yet I believe the tomb also resides below ground, which seems rather cramped. Professor Chen commended my insight, asserting that indeed both the palace and the tomb are situated beneath the city, though not in close quarters. It is plausible that they are organized in 3 distinct levels, the uppermost layer serving as a fortress, the next level housing the palace, and the deepest layer containing the resting place of the Queen of Jingjue. The might of Jingjue was formidable, commanding the labor of 100,000 slaves from neighboring nations, even carving a valley through the Zaglamar Mountains. Although the construction of such an underground palace and tomb would be monumental, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Legends tell of numerous explorers who ventured into this ancient city, yet the relentless winds of shifting sands obscured any trace of their presence. Among them, some may have entered the underground palace, but such claims remain unverified, leaving us unaware of their entry points. Standing amidst the ancient city of Jingjue, fully aware that the royal city lies beneath our feet, yet unable to locate the entrance, is indeed a source of great frustration. We scoured the streets, inspecting dilapidated structures, and at last discovered a stone edifice that towered above the ordinary houses, shrouded in a veil of yellow sand, making it surprisingly elusive to the unobservant eye. This appeared to be our sole lead. We hastened toward it, finding that the structure resembled a temple, constructed from the black stones of Zaglamar. The stone door was fashioned to resemble the gaping maw of a colossal beast, with heaps of sand accumulated at its entrance. Together with my companion, we excavated a passage, while the others donned gas masks and advanced with cold smoke torches illuminating our way. The stone hall was immensely grand, supported by 16 colossal pillars, though the entrance was obstructed by sand, leaving the interior untouched by it. At the farthest end of the hall, we beheld a jade eye resting upon the floor, adorned with naturally occurring red veins and a blue iris, strikingly lifelike. I was taken aback by its beauty. Such an object must be worth a fortune. Even merely gazing upon it or touching it would justify the perilous journey through the desert, truly a divine artifact. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe such a treasure existed in the world. My companion, unable to contain his eagerness, attempted to lift the jade eye to stow it in his backpack. However, despite several efforts, the eye remained steadfastly rooted to the floor, refusing to budge. Professor Chen, concerned that my companion's strength might damage this ancient relic, quickly intervened, cautioning against further attempts to disturb it. Yang then noticed a peculiar groove on the jade eye, which bore a striking resemblance to my companion's ancestral jade pendant. He suggested, "Why not place your pendant in that groove? It appears to be a mechanism." The portly man, filled with delight, withdrew his jade pendant from his bosom, shoving aside those around him. He took it upon himself to insert the pendant into the groove of the jade eye. "If this matches, then this grand eye belongs to me. Anyone who dares to snatch it shall face my wrath. By heavens, this is truly a remarkable treasure. Old Hu, we are destined for fortune this time." The others, apart from myself, exchanged bewildered glances at his proclamation. What was he thinking, claiming the jade eye as his own? I mused inwardly. If these archaeologists were to discover that we were practitioners of the clandestine art of tomb raiding, it would spell disaster. I swiftly gestured to the portly man to silence his chatter. "Enough with the nonsense. If you speak less, no one will mistake you for a mute." Realizing his faux pas, the portly man fell silent. Fortunately, with the double filter gas masks obscuring our faces in the dimness of the temple, no one could discern each other's expressions, alleviating some of the awkwardness. Professor Chun and his 3 students, all bookish types, made me particularly anxious. I feared that Yang might see through our ruse. Her intellect far surpassed mine, and her quick wit could unravel any hint of our true profession. Perhaps she had already deduced that the portly man and I were indeed skilled in the art of tomb raiding, though she had chosen to remain silent. At this juncture, I resolved to free myself from further burdensome thoughts and instead assisted the portly man in affixing his jade pendant to the jade eye. With the pupil of the jade eye facing upward toward the ceiling, the groove above appeared to align perfectly with the pendant. After adjusting the jade several times, it finally clicked into place. The jade eye shifted, rolling away from its previously fixed position on the bare ground, leaving us to wonder what mechanism had secured it there moments before. I lifted the jade eye and handed it to Professor Chen for his examination. Yang illuminated it with a fluorescent tube, allowing him to scrutinize it more closely. Professor Chen produced a magnifying glass and examined the object from various angles for 2 or 3 minutes, shaking his head in confusion. "I cannot ascertain its purpose. However, this jade eye, the size of a human head, appears entirely natural, devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship. It is even conceivable that such a creation was beyond the technological capabilities of 2 millennia ago." The enigmatic civilization of Jingjue was shrouded in mystery. Despite Professor Chun and his colleagues dedicating decades of research, they had amassed scant information. They had only formed a rudimentary understanding of certain symbols and historical aspects of the ghostly caves, speculating that this was a culture that revered the eye as a totem for spiritual worship, a conclusion drawn only after arriving at the Black Tower. In this moment, the nature of the jade eye remained inexplicably elusive. What could be established was that this grand hall, adorned with 16 colossal stone pillars, served as a temple. Given that the Jingjue people regarded the eye as the supreme source of energy, it was only fitting that a jade eye would be enshrined within the temple. However, the reasons behind the groove on the jade eye which perfectly accommodated the portly man's pendant, and its subsequent detachment from the ground upon insertion remained a profound mystery. Professor Chen instructed the portly man to recount the origins of his jade pendant in its entirety, mandating complete honesty without exaggeration, insisting on a commitment to the truth. The corpulent man had been a sole proprietor for several years, often indulging in boastful tales with little thought behind them. Before arriving in Xinjiang, he had regaled professors and others with the story of how he acquired a particular piece of jade during his escapades of combating bandits in Xinjiang. At the time, everyone had laughed it off, not taking him seriously, but they were intrigued by the jade's enigmatic carvings, leading them to permit him to join the archaeological team on their expedition to Xinjiang. Now, facing inquiries, the corpulent man felt the gravity of the situation and refrained from fabricating stories. His knowledge of the jade's origins was quite limited, so he recounted the tale candidly. His father had participated in the revolution at the tender age of 15 during the Huangma uprising. A comrade of his father, during the later stages of the Liberation War, found themselves separated by fate, one serving in the 1st Field Army and the other in the 3rd Field Army, both having risen to the esteemed rank of division commanders. This comrade, while leading troops through the southwestern edge of the Taklamakan Desert near Nayaz, encountered a band of over 100 bandits. The situation in Xinjiang was perilous, rife with disparate armed factions and an abundance of bandits and horse thieves, leading to frequent skirmishes between the People's Liberation Army and these marauders. In a brief yet fierce confrontation, the Chief's Guard unit managed to decimate the bandits, ultimately discovering the jade pendant atop the corpse of a black-bearded bandit leader. The origins and purpose of this jade pendant remained a mystery. Apart from its unusual color and texture and the bizarre symbols etched upon it, it bore no extraordinary significance, and thus was not given much thought. Later, upon hearing that his old comrade had fathered a plump child, the chief entrusted the serendipitously acquired jade as a gift. Upon hearing this narrative, Professor Chen sighed, lamenting the loss of those involved, noting the jade's journey through many hands rendered its provenance untraceable. He expressed profound regret over the inability to unravel the mysteries surrounding the jade's eye. Yang took the jade eye from the professor, examining it with rapt attention. I observed that since entering the ancient city of Jingjue, she had spoken little, perhaps burdened by the absence of her father, one of the explorers who had been missing for over a year. The uncertainty of whether they had ever reached this place weighed heavily on her, especially given the city's location in a mountain pass, prone to fierce winds and sandstorms, with the sands continuously burying and revealing the ruins. Our discovery was indeed fortuitous, for locating a small expedition in such an expansive desert was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. She clung to a flicker of hope, believing that only upon finding a body would she find solace. The deeper we delved into the ancient city, the more profound her sense of loss appeared to grow. In the valley, she had once saved my life, and I wished for the opportunity to reciprocate. Seeing her so captivated by the jade eye, I lamented that it belonged to the corpulent man. Had it been mine, I would have gladly gifted it to her. Before Yang could finish reading, the stout fellow, reluctant to part with the precious object, reached out for it. Yang, cradling the jade eye, instinctively withdrew her hand and said to him, "Why the haste? I shall return it to you once I am done." The stout man retorted, "Enough of your chatter. This jade belongs to our family. What business do you have? A foreigner, lingering over it? I fear you shall gaze upon it so long that you cannot relinquish it." With that, he grabbed at the jade eye, attempting to snatch it back. Observing their tussle, I quickly intervened. "Hold on, you two. Let us not bicker. As the team leader, I request a moment of decorum. Allow Miss Yang 5 minutes to admire it." Concerned that their squabble might lead to the jade eye being damaged, I reached out to steady their hands. Unexpectedly, my involvement caused them both to relent, and they released their grip. I extended just one hand, still pressing down from above, but the jade eye, round and slippery, eluded my grasp and fell heavily to the ground with a sharp crack, shattering into 8 pieces. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances, while Professor Chen trembled with indignation, pointing at me, utterly speechless from the shock. I was at a loss for words, shaking my head in protest. It was not my intention. I merely acted with goodwill. Yet who would have thought it so fragile? As I knelt to gather the scattered fragments, I silently prayed for a miraculous restoration, fearing the consequences of having to compensate for such an invaluable treasure. Even if I were to be sold off piece by piece, I could never afford it. In my moment of distress, I found my thoughts muddled, forgetting whom I should pray to, whether it was to the Almighty, Chairman Mao, or the Buddha. Perhaps my lack of a steadfast belief resulted in my prayers bearing little fruit. The jade eye, heavy in its own right, met the unforgiving hardness of the stone floor, shattering into a fine dust in places. I rummaged on the ground for what felt like an eternity, yet failed to recover all the pieces. The stout fellow sighed, "Enough. Old who? It's shattered. Let it be. No need to gather it." He then tugged at my arm, attempting to help me rise. Having squatted for too long, combined with my growing anxiety and the weight of the equipment strapped to my back, I lost my balance and fell back to the ground. Struggling to get up, I inadvertently glanced up and noticed, in the dim light, a massive eye the size of a basin on the ceiling of the temple, shimmering with an uncanny glow, fixated upon us. Upon entering, we had only given a cursory glance at our surroundings, and none of us had noticed when such a formidable, animated eye had appeared. I quickly shone my flashlight upwards. Although the temple was lofty, the ceiling should have been within the range of my beam. To my dismay, as the light hit the ceiling, it seemed to be swallowed by darkness. Aside from the enormous eye streaked with red veins, the rest of the ceiling was an impenetrable black, revealing nothing. The other 6 individuals also beheld the enormous, grotesque eye above, and unease spread among them, fearing that it might fall and cause them harm, prompting them to retreat hastily. The enormous eye rotated in midair before descending to the ground, revealing itself to us. Though it resembled an eyeball, it was, in fact, a semi-transparent fleshy sphere, encased in a pale blue-white substance, with a dark mass ensconced within. At first glance, one could easily mistake it for an eye. The stout man, upon encountering this bizarre orb, felt a surge of panic and raised his assault rifle, poised to fire. I quickly grasped his arm, imploring him to refrain from rash actions. Before we could ascertain the true nature of this entity, the colossal eye-like flesh abruptly burst open, releasing hundreds of intertwined serpentine creatures. These serpents, akin to those we had encountered on Mount Zagramar, were adorned with black scales, measuring merely a few dozen centimeters in length, each crowned with a black fleshy growth. The writhing mass of serpents was coated in a viscous, transparent liquid, as though they had just emerged from their eggs, evoking an indescribable sense of revulsion. The sight sent shivers down our spines, compelling us to retreat a few steps involuntarily. Previously, within the Black Tower, we had come across a statue of a guardian deity, depicted with a serpent's body and a human head, similarly crowned with a black orb. At that time, Professor Chen had theorized that this orb was an eye. It was no wonder that, in a moment of dire urgency in the valley, a flash of light had saved my life. It appeared that this fleshy growth atop the serpent's heads, if not an eye, was indeed highly sensitive to light sources. The scene in the valley had left a profound impression on us. These enigmatic serpents, with their robust physiques, could leap several meters into the air, possessing a venom so potent that a single bite would prove fatal, leaving no time for rescue. With no time to lose, I positioned myself in front of the others alongside the stout man, seizing the moment while the serpents remained entangled to fire upon them. Their vitality was formidable. Even a severed head could still inflict harm. As I fired, I called out to Chu Jian to pour solid fuel onto them and ignite it to ensure their complete destruction. The flames illuminated the temple, filled with massive stone columns, as hundreds of serpents, unable to reveal their venomous fangs, were incinerated into charred remains. I exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for our preemptive strike. Could the emergence of these serpents be linked to my shattering of the jade-like eyeball? Perhaps that jade I served as a sacrificial vessel, and encasing the ancient jade within it completed a ritual that summoned these serpents from some so-called imaginary space. Regardless of the truth, I vowed to never underestimate such jade orbs again. I urged everyone to scan the surroundings, wary of any potential survivors, and meticulously scrutinize the ceiling. The surface was composed of smooth stone tiles, leaving me perplexed as to how the eye-like serpent eggs had originated. Upon further inspection, however, I indeed discovered some peculiarities. The 16 colossal stone columns within the temple each bore 6 eye patterns upon their shafts. The bases of these columns were hexagonal, with 5 sides intricately carved with distinct symbols: an emaciated spirit, a ram's head, a barbarian, a giant-eyed figure, a guardian beast, and one side left blank. The stone columns captivated our attention. Professor Chen meticulously recorded the orientation and types of these symbols by hand. He instructed us to rotate the hexagonal stone base beneath the columns. To our surprise, we discovered a stone groove beneath, disconnected from the column itself, easily rotatable with some force. The professor remarked that this was undoubtedly a structure of grand stone pillars, serving as a temple for rituals, and moreover, a multifunctional site for worship. The hexagonal symbols at the base indicated its purpose. Each set of 4 columns was arranged in a manner where the symbols of guardian deities were interspersed. The jade orb we had seen earlier served as a ceremonial artifact, while the chunk of ancient jade belonging to Fatty was likely a ritual implement, with the possibility of other such implements remaining. As for how this artifact ended up outside, it may forever remain a mystery. Perhaps tomb raiders once ventured into this ancient kingdom's temple, or maybe 2 millennia ago. Slaves resisting the reign of the Queen of Jingjiu stole it away. This remains unknown. It can be inferred that once the artifact is activated, it would summon the serpent regarded as a guardian spirit to partake in the offerings. The temple's multifunctionality arises from the presence of not only exalted guardian deities, but also the lowest of slaves, livestock, and malevolent spirits, suggesting that the temple may have conducted rituals to suppress evil spirits and punish slaves. The arrangement of symbols beneath the columns determined the subjects of various rituals. Yang inquired, "Professor, this temple must be as significant as the royal palace. Could there be a secret passage connecting it to the underground palace? Shall we search around?" Given Xiao Ye's poor health, it was imperative to locate the water vein in the tomb swiftly. Professor Chen replied, "I assure you, such a secret passage certainly exists. However, with the vastness of this temple, it would be quite a challenge to locate it in a short time." Fatty interjected, "Gentlemen, as the saying goes, one should resolve the troubles of those who have paid them. You may not yet comprehend the extent of my and Old Who's capabilities. We have ample Soviet explosives at our disposal. Allow me to blast a passage for you, so you can witness our prowess." Professor Chen hastily waved his hand. "This is not to be trifled with. These are relics of ancient civilization, and damaging even a single brick constitutes a crime." I pondered the opportunity that had arisen after I had shattered the jade orb. It was a chance for me to atone for my misdeed. With a profound understanding of the geography, elements, and feng shui of the world, finding a secret passage would pose no difficulty. I then proposed, "I believe the arrangement of the 16 stone columns in this temple mirrors the configuration of the 16 dragons beneath the earth. This layout corresponds to the number of the Great Gate. Such mechanisms have been utilized in Han Dynasty tombs." Earlier, while observing the surrounding terrain from the Black Tower, it was evident that the Queen of Jingjiu was a master of the esoteric. Allow me to attempt locating the passage within the temple using the art of geomancy. Perhaps we can uncover the secret passage. However, I must admit I am still a novice in this technique. If I fail to find it, we will devise alternative strategies. Upon hearing this, the assembly expressed their agreement, and I approached the center of the temple, surveying the surrounding stone pillars. The arrangement of the 16 dragon pillars, though intricate, was not particularly challenging. It merely involved the variations of the 5 elements across 24 directions, with slight modifications due to the unique setting. I walked back and forth between the pillars, mentally calculating as I went. These 16 dragons, in truth, were akin to serpents. The ancient text The 16 Characters of Yin Yang Feng Shui states, "The serpents weave and drift, suddenly shifting north and south. Among these 16, only one that traverses the earth's veins can be deemed a true dragon." While this concept may seem straightforward, its practical application required considerable contemplation. Ultimately, I focused my attention on 4 tiles deep within the temple. Using a small geological hammer, I knocked on the tiles. 3 were solid, while 1 produced a hollow echo. This particular tile, measuring 2 meters on each side, bore no signs of wear from frequent use, suggesting that this passage had seldom been traversed, except perhaps for medicinal purposes. It would be virtually impossible to pry it open. The nearest stone pillar served as a mechanism. I was uncertain whether it was still operational. I signaled for my companion to assist, placing my hand upon the hexagonal stone groove beneath the pillar. I understood that should I miscalculate the rotation and inadvertently trigger a mechanism, the consequences could be dire. I instructed Professor Chen and the others to step outside the temple. Wiping the beads of sweat from my brow as I informed my companion to align the hollow side with the tile that might conceal the secret passage. We then prepared to rotate it 5 steps clockwise, 1 step counterclockwise, 11 steps clockwise again, and finally 2 steps counterclockwise. Precision was crucial. One misstep could lead to unpredictable outcomes. My companion retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Who? My academic performance was far superior to yours back in school. Enough of the chatter. Let's proceed." I silently recited the incantation from the secret technique, in search of the dragon across 1,000 miles, seek it left and right. 5 steps with the sun, 1 from its shadow, open and rotate. Together, we exerted our strength, turning the hexagonal stone groove, counting aloud with each rotation. Upon completing the final turn, a series of resounding clicks echoed, and the stone tile beneath us sank, revealing an unfathomable passageway. With the secret passage now unveiled, I exhaled in relief and illuminated the darkness with my flashlight, revealing a staircase of black stone that sloped downward. The beam of light had limited reach, obscuring the depths beyond. My companion gestured for the 5 individuals waiting at the temple entrance to enter. Upon witnessing the opening of the passage, they praised my method of determining the auspicious site. By this time, the sun had passed its zenith. Modestly, I exchanged a few words of humility and urged everyone to pack lightly, preparing to venture outside the temple for a brief respite and some provisions, as the passage's length remained uncertain. While we munched on our rations, Suddy Ping inquired curiously about how I had discerned the existence of the secret passage with such accuracy. I replied, it was evident from the arrangement of those 16 grand stone pillars that the design of this passage is rooted in the ancient giant gate formation. It is called the giant gate because such mechanisms are typically employed at the entrances of passageways. These numerical techniques derive from the Luo numbers and the configurations of celestial bodies. The mysteries contained within are profound. I doubt you would comprehend them. After a brief respite, the group descended the dark passage beneath the temple, guided by my hand. At the entrance, we uncovered a stone lever capable of lifting a slab from below. The mechanisms were exquisitely designed, still functional after nearly 2 millennia, and their principles of construction were remarkably unique. Although they employed numerous concepts from numerology, they formed a coherent system of their own. If these were indeed inventions of the illustrious queen of the Jingjue, she must have been an unparalleled genius. Initially, we harbored concerns about potential traps within the passage, proceeding with utmost caution and maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Upon reaching the end of the stone steps, we were greeted by an expansive sight, a corridor measuring 5 meters in width and approximately 3 meters in height. The corridor's surroundings were no longer comprised of the dark stone. Instead, it was constructed from the yellowish clay bricks of the western regions, meticulously arranged to form a vaulted ceiling, adorned with bizarre and vibrant murals. The predominant motif in these murals was the eye, in various sizes, some open and others closed. Some depicted merely the eyeball, while others included eyelids and eyelashes. The Jingjue people revered the eye as a totem. Given the multitude of eyes depicted in this corridor leading to the temple, it seemed that only clergy and rulers like the queen were deemed worthy to enter, suggesting that this passage had seen little use since its construction. The environment within this corridor was remarkably enclosed, with stagnant air and murals that appeared as vivid as if newly painted, devoid of any peeling. This left Professor Chen and the others utterly exhilarated. Professor Chen remarked that, as early as the first half of the 19th century, foreign explorers had discovered numerous ancient city ruins in Xinjiang, which also featured a wealth of murals, predominantly of religious themes. Regrettably, those artworks had suffered extensive looting due to a lack of governmental protection at the time, leading to their dispersal abroad. It was astonishing to find such well-preserved murals here, particularly those from the ancient and enigmatic Jingjue civilization, which would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. Upon hearing the professor's words, I recalled the legends of the queen as a supernatural being. This ancient city was shrouded in mystery, and if there truly were otherworldly creatures, perhaps the murals could yield some clues. Should we encounter such entities, knowledge would be our greatest ally. Thus, I shone my flashlight upon the murals, examining them one by one. However, none of the murals depicted the Jingjue queen. Instead, they illustrated various rituals, some showcasing a jade eye radiating light, from which a black hole emerged, descending upon a grotesque, eye-like orb. Others portrayed countless black serpents slithering from the orb, feasting upon bound slaves who writhed in agony. Additional scenes depicted dark peaks teeming with serpents, while surrounding beasts knelt in submission, bowing before the serpents atop the mountain. Certain scenes bore resemblance to those we had previously encountered, further corroborating Professor Chen's assessments. The serpents, adorned with black orbs upon their heads, were long regarded by the Jingjue as guardian deities. They possessed knowledge of how to summon and command these serpents and frequently offered living sacrifices to them. It was unfathomable that, buried beneath the sands for a millennium, these bizarre creatures still existed in the world. As we strolled along, we halted before the final mural, which depicted a vast cavern with a slender staircase spiraling down its wall. Yang addressed Professor Chen, inquiring whether there might be a connection between this cavern and the origins of the Ghost Cave tribe. Professor Chen responded, suggesting it was quite plausible. He observed the spiral staircase on the cavern wall, so diminutive it resembled a fine thread, utterly disproportionate to the immense chasm. Such a profound pit could not have been excavated by human hands. Could this indeed be the ghost cave? I recalled tales I had once heard, legends claiming that the ghost cave tribe hailed from beneath the earth. At the time, I dismissed them as mere fabrications of ancient lore, yet now, confronted with the mural, doubt crept into my mind. Some of the depicted phenomena we had witnessed firsthand, indicating they were not simply fanciful illustrations meant to deceive. Perhaps deep within the ancient city of Jingjue, such a chasm truly existed. The rotund companion interjected with a chuckle, pondering that if such a cavern were to exist, it would connect to the opposite side of the earth, allowing one to skip the hassle of air travel, simply leap into the chasm and soon arrive in America. Yang, disregarding his nonsensical ramblings, turned once more to Professor Chen, postulating that the colossal stone figures with giant eyes might indeed represent the true form of the tribe. If they originated from a dark subterranean realm, their reverence for eyes could be elucidated. Professor Chen acknowledged the merit in this reasoning, adding another possibility. This vast cavern might represent an alternate dimension recurrently depicted in ghost cave civilization, akin to what you describe as a virtual space. It could very well be a tangible entity in ancient times. The ghost cave people discovered this immense chasm and were unable to fathom the existence of such a vast underground cavity. Despite their efforts, they could not descend to the bottom and unveil its mysteries. Ancient peoples revered the forces of nature, and perhaps they regarded this cavern as a miraculous phenomenon worthy of worship. They aspired for their vision to become more acute, enabling them to discern the depths below. A select few claimed to possess the ability to see the world at the cavern's base, earning them veneration and elevating them to positions of tribal leadership or priesthood. Their power derived from their vision, which they consequently regarded as the source of strength. The rotund fellow, thoroughly impressed by the professor's insights, raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Bravo, old chap. With just a painting, you've discerned so many nuances and articulated them so persuasively. If you were to set up a stall, you'd surely mesmerize a crowd, selling whatever was in demand." Professor Chen, however, was in no mood for jest, replying curtly that his musings were merely subjective conjectures and should not be taken as certainties. We needed to emerge from the dark passage to ascertain whether such a cavern truly existed. Seeing is believing, for reasons unbeknownst to me. The mention of underground caverns evoked memories of my experiences beneath the Kunlun Mountains, where I encountered the 9-layered demon tower. During that ordeal, I lost several comrades, and since then, I have harbored a profound trepidation regarding subterranean caves. I was genuinely concerned about the potential for further misfortunes among the archaeological team. Were it not imperative to venture into the tomb in search of water, I would have preferred to lead them back. Given that this desert excavation had already yielded significant results, the existence of that cavern seemed inconsequential. I addressed the professor, stating, "A precious life should not be risked in a perilous haul. You are all individuals of standing in society, and there is no need to take such chances. Once we locate the water source within the ancient tomb, we should return. Having already discovered the ancient city of Jingjue, we have accomplished our mission. Kindly draft an evaluation report to submit to the relevant authorities, allowing the government to address the remaining matters." Professor Chen shook his head, remaining silent. His lifelong ambition to uncover the mysteries of the ghostly civilization had brought him to this juncture, and he was eager to proceed. He could hardly acquiesce. Furthermore, Yang firmly believed her father's expedition had previously reached the ancient city of Jingjue, and she would not rest until they found it. They were resolute in their decision to continue onward. Reluctantly, I followed their lead, thinking to myself that I had done my utmost, expressed all that needed to be said. And should anything untoward occur, I would be free of guilt. The passageway was not particularly lengthy, and at its end, there were no steps, only a solitary stone pillar, devoid of any doorway. Was it possible that the passage beneath this temple was a dead end, merely intended for the murals depicting sacrificial rites? The portly fellow glanced around before turning to me, saying, "Old Hu, do you have any tricks left? If not, we might as well resort to force." I replied, "Is there nothing besides brute force in your arsenal? Use your brain. Let us assess the situation first. I suspect this hidden door is likely connected to that solitary stone pillar." This lonely pillar, standing amidst the brick passageway, was several times smaller than the 16 grand pillars within the temple, yet its design was identical. The base of the pillar was adorned with hexagonal carvings, and one side faced the narrow wall at the end of the passage. This simplified matters. It seemed the tale of the 16 dragons lay here. I enlisted the help of the portly fellow to rotate the hexagonal stone plate beneath the pillar. employing the method of the shaking dragon technique as outlined in the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret art, which is the inverse of the dragon-seeking order. The essence of the dragon entered the cavity. Once the yang was gathered, the yin would only unfold to 5 parts. The calculation of the shaking dragon technique merely required us to reverse the sequence of movements we had executed earlier with the stone plate in the temple. Having completed the final rotation of the stone plate, the brick wall before us responded with a resounding opening. The portly fellow seized his assault rifle and led the charge out of the passage, followed closely by the others. Upon emerging, we illuminated our surroundings with flashlights. Although we were underground, the vast space around us was impressive. Despite the peeling carvings and pillars, remnants of former grandeur could still be discerned. Indeed, we had entered the underground palace. We found ourselves in what appeared to be the main hall of the underground palace. The exit concealed behind a jade throne was ingeniously crafted, making it impossible to discern the hidden door from within the hall. At long last, we had arrived at the fabled Jingjue Palace, which had only existed in legend. To examine this place thoroughly, we utilized every lighting device we had on hand. The throne and the floor of the grand hall were both made of jade, while the lanterns hanging from the ceiling had decayed and fallen to the ground. In the corners, a few sand rats scurried about, indicating that the air circulated here. Aside from some jade artifacts, pottery, wooden items, iron tools, copper vessels, and silks were severely damaged by the ravages of time and air. For us, this situation is a blend of joy and sorrow. The joy lies in the fact that the presence of circulating air within the tomb indicates a connection to the underground water veins, suggesting that Yi Isen's life has been salvaged. The sorrow, however, stems from the severe deterioration of the ancient artifacts within the tomb. Many pottery jars have decayed beyond recognition, crumbling into dust upon contact. Scattered around are countless rusted and battered armors and weapons, including antenna-like curved swords, giant picks, and arc-backed knives adorned with peculiar ethnic symbols and buckles. The owners of these round shields and curved blades have long since perished, with perhaps only a few fragmented skulls remaining if one were to search closely. The passage of time has wrought its toll, with their erosion contributing to the decay, alongside the intrusion of sand rats over an unknown period. These creatures, typically feeding on the roots of desert plants and subterranean insects, have a penchant for gnawing on hard objects, resulting in significant damage to many items in the tomb. The best preserved artifact in the main hall is undoubtedly the jade throne. Atop the throne sits a red jade eye, while the body of the seat is intricately adorned with gold and silver, featuring carvings of celestial mountains, mist, flowers, birds, and beasts. The base is a large piece of pure white jade, resembling sheep's milk, which stands out prominently against the predominantly dark tones of the hall. Upon witnessing the state of disrepair, the rotund man, visibly disheartened, plopped down onto the jade throne, patting the armrest as he exclaimed, "This is the only thing of value left. The rest should be sent to the scrapyard." I thought to myself that this fellow's carefree demeanor was unchangeable, lacking any semblance of organization or discipline. To prevent Yang and the others from mocking him, I decided to admonish him, saying, "Comrade Wang Kaishan, do not forget that this throne belonged to the exploiting class of the feudal dynasty. You hail from a revolutionary cadre family. Sitting there, what of your principles and stance?" The rotund man chuckled heartily. "Come on, Lao Hu, spare me the pretense of being a political commissar. What era are we in that we still need to uphold a stance? Do you really think this jade throne could be worth $1 million? Oh, it's a bit too cumbersome. It would be quite the challenge to transport it back intact." I continued, "Do not concern yourself with how it will be moved back. Believe me when I say that this jade throne was once occupied by the queen of the Jingjue. Perhaps her spirit still wanders within this tomb, lonely and desolate for millennia. Just imagine, as you sit there, she might catch a glimpse of you and think, what a splendid rotund figure, with so much ample flesh. I shall keep him as my son-in-law, perhaps nibble on him a bit to sharpen my teeth." Strangely, my words failed to frighten him. Yuisen, who had just regained consciousness and was able to walk with Yang's support, fainted again at the mention of the Jingjue queen's ghost lingering in the tomb. Yang, exasperated, stomped her foot and exclaimed, "Can you two cease this nonsense? Look at the situation. We need to help." Realizing we had stirred up trouble once more, the rotund man and I ceased our banter and hurried to lift Yuisen, placing her on the rotund man's back. He muttered under his breath, still dissatisfied, "A son-in-law? I've never encountered someone so uncultured. Do you think the queen is just some village widow? What should the title of her husband be? It certainly shouldn't be concubine, should it?" Yang, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter of the overweight companion, retorted sharply, calling him a eunuch. Had it not been for the somber atmosphere following the death of Hal from the archaeological team, laughter would have felt utterly out of place. I stifled my amusement and joined the others in searching the expansive underground palace for a source of water. The royal palace of the ancient kingdom of Jeju was not as grand as I had initially envisioned. Only the main hall was somewhat substantial, while the side chambers were rather rudimentary. The grand entrance and stone steps of the front hall were completely sealed by sand, and a black stone slab near the entrance bore signs of damage from ancient tools, indicating that others had once ventured into this subterranean palace. The extent of the wear and tear suggested it was not a recent occurrence, likely dating back several decades, possibly the work of the owner of that black and white photograph. Now, that opening was long buried under the shifting sands. After examining the side chambers, we proceeded to the rear hall, the resting quarters of the royal family. Here, several once ornate fountains surrounded by jade enclosures stood dry and desolate. As we walked, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Do you hear that? It sounds like running water." I perked up my ears and, indeed, faint sounds of water could be discerned nearby, emanating from behind the sleeping quarters. We hastened our steps and followed the sound to a cave at the back of the hall. The cave was remarkably low, descending deeply until we arrived at a natural stone cavern the size of a sports arena. Though naturally formed, it had evidently been modified by human hands, as the ground was remarkably flat. Within the cave lay a small underground lake, with a raised area resembling a tiny island at its center, measuring about 10 square meters. The water lay still like a mirror, surrounded by the cavern's walls. For an entire week, we had subsisted on the bare minimum of water, barely sufficient even in ordinary circumstances, let alone in the desert. Upon discovering the cool underground water, we were eager to plunge our heads in and drink deeply. Yang halted us, cautioning, "This water source has been abandoned for many years. We cannot ascertain whether it is stagnant or fresh. Moreover, underground rivers frequently change course. The water we find now may not resemble that of 2 millennia ago. Given the high levels of saltpeter in the region, what if the water is toxic? We should observe before indulging." Upon closer inspection, I noticed several colorful fish darting through the lake, and I remarked with a smile, "Rest assured. The presence of fish indicates that there is a spring. This must be fresh water, not toxic." With my words, the others could no longer contain themselves. They rushed to the lake's edge, gulping down the water voraciously until their bellies were round and full. Still, they felt unsatisfied, continuing to drink until water flowed from their mouths with every movement. Yi, suffering from dehydration, was unable to drink large quantities of water all at once. So Yang mixed salt with a flask of water, administering it to her in small sips. Having consumed so much water ourselves, we could scarcely move and had to rest where we were. I had never relished water as much as I did at that moment. Sprawled on the ground with my belly distended, closing my eyes to recuperate, the surroundings fell silent, and I fancied I could hear the distant sound of flowing water, suggesting that the aquifer in this palace extended beyond this single location. The tranquil lake where we drank was peaceful, while the water flow we had heard from the rear hall must have originated from a more substantial source, a large underground river. Perhaps the Zeta Dark River that winds around the Zaglamar Mountains. As I was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, I suddenly heard Yang exclaim in astonishment. I quickly propped myself up on my hands and inquired about the matter. Yang pointed towards a raised area in the center of the lake, indicating that I should look in that direction. Professor Chin and the others also sat up, and we all gazed in the direction Yang indicated, only to be met with an astonishing sight. The raised area in the lake was inexplicably covered with a dense layer of blue-green phosphorescent worms, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their bodies gradually transformed into a pale gray, each one writhing out of its shell. The newly emerged bodies seemed to shimmer with a multitude of bioluminescent hues, sparkling brilliantly like a sky full of stars. The worms stretched their newly acquired wings, readying themselves to soar into the heavens shortly. Just then, countless large rats scurried into the cave from all directions. These rats showed no fear of humans, completely ignoring our presence as they leapt into the lake without hesitation, scrambling onto the raised area to greedily seize the freshly molted worms, devouring them with insatiable fervor until nothing remained. Witnessing this horde of rats swimming in the lake, it became evident that they must regularly gather here for feasting, otherwise they could not display such familiarity. The thought filled me with indescribable revulsion, and I opened my mouth to retch, expelling the lake water I had just consumed. Having feasted to their heart's content, the rats swam back to the shore and dispersed, Chu Jin picked up a stone from the ground, intending to throw it to scare away the slower rats, but I stopped him. Our family has a long-standing tradition passed down from my grandfather that prohibits harming rats, as they pose no threat to humans. The rotund fellow cursed. Old who? This is what you call coddling the enemy. This water is where the rats bathe and feast. It's utterly disgusting. I can't even imagine how much rat droppings and fur I've ingested. I replied, let us not dwell on it. The more I think about it, the more revolting it becomes. We should leave this place and find another. The water here was no longer fit for consumption. So we had no choice but to continue deeper into the cave in search of the underground river. There was no other path. Only a single passage from which the sound of flowing water echoed. As we proceeded, the humidity increased and the walls became progressively damp. On either side of the passage, there were numerous artificially carved stone chambers, all secured with iron bars and heavy locks, housing various implements of torture, seemingly intended for imprisoning captives. Now, they had become nests for rats, the ground littered with their dark droppings. Venturing deeper into the passage for several hundred meters, we finally encountered a turbulent underground river blocking the entrance to the cave. This was the Zidu River, which had flowed beneath the sandy sea for thousands of years without ever drying up. The river not only had a substantial flow, but was also quite deep, merging with the Darim River at its end. However, a characteristic of the inland rivers in the Xinjiang desert is that regardless of their flow rate, they cannot exit the desert and reach the ocean. These desert inland rivers and underground streams are ultimately destined to be gradually consumed by the encroaching sands. On the opposite bank lies another grand cavern, connected by a bridge of black stone, constructed from the obsidian of Mount Zagralama, arching over the tumultuous waters of the Zidu River. At the entrance of the cavern on the other side of the bridge stands a massive gate, suspended by an iron chain as thick as a human arm, with a large stone propping it up. Peering beneath the gate into the cavern reveals a depth that is unfathomable, concealing its mysteries. Professor Chin was taken aback. The stone door leading to the subterranean palace had been blasted open, suggesting that someone had ventured within. The gate's formidable weight, located at the deepest point of the third layer of the palace, strongly indicates that this may indeed be the resting place of the Queen of Jingjue. In ancient Western regions, royal tombs were often situated within cities, unlike the Han people of the Central Plains who typically constructed mausoleums in mountains or along ridges. This was previously illustrated when we visited the ancient city of Xia, where the tomb of Prince Pumo was built within the sacred well of the old city. Thus, it is not surprising that Professor Chen surmised the ancient tomb of the Queen of Jingjue lies beneath the palace. However, the group felt that their progress seemed too fortuitous. Previous expeditions had ventured into this palace, and given the cave's lack of concealment, it must have been discovered before. Could it be that all who entered the queen's tomb met their demise inside? What could possibly lie within? Might the colossal cavern depicted in the murals be hidden there as well? I sought Professor Chen's guidance on whether we should proceed inside or not. Without hesitation, he declared, "Let us enter. I must ascertain whether the tomb of the Queen of Jingjue has been plundered or desecrated. If I do not witness it with my own eyes, I shall find no peace in death. If my old bones are to rest within, then so be it. At my age, I care for little. But you young ones should refrain from entering. I shall go alone." Yang, engrossed in loading a new film into her camera, did not lift her head and stated, naturally, "I shall go as well." Her words were uttered with nonchalance, as if she had not even considered the gravity of entering the queen's tomb, merely pondering whether she would be the first or second to step inside. Seeing this, I felt compelled to follow. If anything were to happen to either of them, I would be tormented by guilt. I instructed Fatty to remain behind and look after the three students. Fatty, upon hearing this, protested. "Why is it that all the responsibility falls on me? If you three are going in, I cannot allow it. If you go, I shall accompany you, or else none of us shall enter. Rest assured, if there are treasures within, I shall not take a single coin." Upon hearing that they were not being allowed to enter, Chu, Jian, Sa, and Deepeng quickly pleaded to be included, expressing their desire to see this rare opportunity. After traversing the vast black desert and enduring countless hardships to reach the ancient city of Jingjue, how could they not behold the most significant tomb of the queen? Moreover, should any dangers arise, they could offer assistance. With this, everyone insisted on entering, leaving only the frail Yi Yisen, who oscillated between consciousness and delirium. After replenishing herself with some saline solution, she regained some strength and implored the group, "Please, do not leave me behind. I am fit enough to join you all." Upon discerning the predicament, I realized the challenge at hand. Despite the capabilities of my companion, the corpulent fellow, it would be impossible for us to adequately safeguard 5 individuals, particularly as they comprised the frail and elderly, along with women and children. Only the towering figure of Chu Jian could offer us any assistance. I proposed to the group. How about this? I shall venture inside alone to assess the situation. If I find no peril, we shall proceed together. However, should I remain inside for more than 4 or 5 hours without emerging, do not wait for me. It is imperative that you vacate this ancient tomb post-haste. The corpulent fellow interjected, that will not do. If we are to go, we should go together for mutual support. I patted his shoulder reassuringly. I can manage on my own. I possess a robust constitution. There is no cause for concern. Should anything befall me, you must ensure the safety of the others. Yang then stated, enough with the theatrics. I shall accompany you. I was taken aback. You intend to join me? Surely you jest. If danger arises, I can extricate myself more easily alone. I fear I may not be able to protect you. Yang countered, it is uncertain who will safeguard whom. Regardless, I cannot permit you to enter the queen's tomb alone. As she spoke, she seized the sport rifle from Chu Jian's grasp, chambering around with a swift motion. Witnessing her adeptness with the firearm left me momentarily astonished. It appeared she was quite the marksman, a fact I had previously overlooked. We busied ourselves gathering our necessary equipment. And the corpulent fellow leaned in to whisper, Hey, Lao Hu, I sense something amiss in the way she looks at you. Could it be that she harbors feelings for you? Is this the beginning of something? I laughed, chiding, it seems your perception is rather flawed. I have not noticed any such thing. I hold no interest in her. We dare not pursue such a domineering woman. Furthermore, my family expects me to bring home an American sweetheart, lest I face dire consequences. The corpulent fellow replied, as long as you are aware. I am genuinely concerned that you might choose a partner like her. Such individuals, with their modest fortunes, often become insufferably arrogant, looking down upon others. What was that saying? The sound of little shoes clattering, the stench of bourgeois ideology. You must withstand the onslaught of sugary enticements. I proceeded to load the assault rifle I had salvaged from the grave robbers, securing my supplies of medicine and entrenching tool upon my back. I replaced the batteries in my flashlight and held the talisman crafted from pangolin claws, whispering a prayer for protection. Just then, Yang completed her preparations and inquired if I could discern the internal structure of the tomb. I replied, this type of subterranean tomb is unfamiliar to me. To ascertain the internal layout from the exterior, I would need to employ various geomantic techniques, tracing the ley lines, assessing the terrain, seeking the star peaks, discerning water sources, measuring orientations, and determining burial sites and depths. However, given that this tomb lies beneath the city, it is a novel experience for me. The presence of a bridge and water at the entrance contradicts traditional geomantic principles. What mysteries lie within, I cannot ascertain. We must exercise utmost caution upon entry, particularly to avoid triggering any traps. Moreover, we must remain vigilant against the serpents with black eyes, known for their swift movements, making them difficult to evade. Yang nodded and led the way across the stone bridge, while I closely followed behind, under the watchful eyes of the other 5. We traversed the black stone bridge and slipped beneath the heavy gate. Beyond the gate lay a steep, narrow descent, the incline exceedingly steep. Yang tossed a cold firework down the slope, which rolled for quite some time before coming to a stop. By the time it settled, its glow was too faint to discern. I inhaled sharply. If this truly were a tomb passage, it was excessively long. There were no corpses in sight. And if this slope harbored any hidden mechanisms, those who had ventured here before must have left some trace behind. Nevertheless, we dared not let our guard down. A single misstep could spell disaster. As I walked, I meticulously observed my surroundings, sensing an unsettling oddity, though I could not quite pinpoint its source. Young remarked, Have you noticed? There is not a trace of mice here. I nodded, replying, Indeed, I felt something was amiss earlier. But your comment brought it to the forefront of my mind. With the gate ajar and the bridge connecting us, how could there be no sign of the multitude of mice that typically inhabit such sepulchres? Not only are there no mice, but the ground is devoid of droppings or fur. Could it be that these creatures, guided by instinct, perceive this place as a perilous forbidden zone? Yang remained silent for a moment, then took a few steps downward before turning back to me, asking, Can you speak honestly? Have you engaged in tomb raiding? I was taken aback by her unexpected inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. The companions accompanying us were all engaged in archaeological pursuits. While archaeology and tomb raiding share certain similarities, they are fundamentally distinct, akin to oil and water. This was an exceedingly confidential matter. How had she come to suspect it? Observing my silence, Yang continued, I was merely speculating. It suddenly occurred to me to ask you. You seem well-versed in these long-lost geomantic secrets and are quite familiar with ancient tombs, perhaps even more so than your own backyard. Which does lend an air of a tomb raider. Internally, I cursed her. This wretched woman was merely guessing and had nearly sent my heart into a frenzy. Maintaining a facade of calm, I replied, this is a family tradition. My grandfather was a renowned geomancer before the liberation, specializing in guiding people regarding their ancestral graves. My father spent his life as a soldier and never learned these skills. I merely have a casual interest. You know me. I enjoy delving into things. The spirit of diligent inquiry, like that of Comrade Lei Feng, ultimately embodies a fervor for research. I deftly diverted the conversation away from geomancy and tomb raiding. After a considerable time traversing the slope, we finally reached its end, only to find ourselves at an impasse. The surrounding space was vast, yet the ground beneath us offered no path forward. Below the slope lay a platform adorned with hundreds of enormous stone statues with wide, staring eyes. The edges of the platform were flanked by steep cliffs, and looking upwards, we could see nothing but impenetrable darkness. Before us loomed an enormous subterranean void. Its true dimensions indiscernible, even a powerful flashlight could not illuminate its depths. Had we truly reached the end? Upon closer inspection of the surroundings of this platform, it bore no resemblance to the underground cavern depicted in the murals of the heavenly brick figurines. Yang remarked, it is possible that the queen's coffin lies beneath. After she was interred, the people of Jingjue may have destroyed the connecting passages, ensuring that no one could disturb the queen's eternal repose. I chuckled, that suits us well. We shall return. Before I could finish my sentence, Yang produced 3 cold smoke bombs and tossed them from the platform, eager to ascertain the depth below. We both leaned over the edge to gaze downwards, and to our surprise, the smoke bombs landed not far from the platform, revealing that the drop was merely around 30 meters. Illuminated by the glow of the smoke, we beheld a vast expanse below, strewn with a veritable mountain of gold and silver vessels, pearls, gemstones, and jade. I exclaimed, goodness! So these treasures have been here all along. It seems the queen's coffin must also lie below. Yet, there is no way down. At that moment, Yang discovered a rope ladder at one end of the platform, suspended from a large stone that was part of the platform itself, dangling down the side with both ends secured by old-fashioned safety locks. Yang commented, this may have been left by previous explorers. Though the ladder appears sturdy, it has aged considerably. Let us return to the stone bridge to retrieve our own ladder. I replied, while that seems straightforward, have you considered why those earlier adventurers did not carry away these magnificent treasures? Those foreigners are not to be trusted, to speak kindly. They are explorers, but to speak candidly, they are thieves who come to our China to pilfer. One must understand that thieves do not leave empty-handed. Yang acknowledged, I understand your point. You imply that they would never leave the treasure mountain without spoils. The reason these riches remain untouched is likely due to traps or fierce beasts below. I concurred precisely. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The more straightforward a situation appears, the more intricate it often turns out to be. Do you recall Lyman mentioning an ancient curse in the Black Desert? Whoever claims the treasures there will be buried alongside them for eternity. Yang added. This legend is also recorded in the records of the western regions of the Great Tang. The city buried in the Black Desert is called Geologia. I believe the curse is not a concern. Professor Chen and the others are archaeologists and would not recklessly disturb these items. My chief worry is your rotund companion. You must keep a close eye on him. I retorted, what do you mean by that? Are you implying we resemble thieves? Let me assure you, we may be poor, but our aspirations are lofty. I can guarantee with my life that as long as I declare these treasures off limits, my friend will not take a single piece. Perhaps you should focus on your own conduct. Remember the Boxer Rebellion when the 8-Nation Alliance invaded China, killing and looting countless treasures from us? Among those 8 nations was yours, America. What right do you have to deem us akin to thieves? Yang's face turned pale with anger. So now you believe I resemble a thief? Realizing she had saved me, I recognized my words had been overly harsh. I swallowed my pride and offered a conciliatory remark. And we retraced our steps in silence, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling tension. Professor Chen and his companions had long grown impatient. Upon our return, they eagerly inquired about the details. As I drank from a flask of water I had fetched from the underground river, I recounted our experiences, with Yang adding her insights. Upon hearing of the treasures that lay below, the portly fellow was overwhelmed with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, He rushed toward the ancient tomb's gate. I brought up the rear, and as I passed through the massive gate, I couldn't help but touch its heavy frame. Pondering the dire consequences should it fall shut, no one would escape. However, with ample supplies of medicine at hand, I felt a sense of reassurance. Lowering my head, I stepped into the tomb's passageway. The others busied themselves on the platform, preparing a rope ladder. At this point, I realized that my advice would be of little use. So I cautioned the portly fellow to refrain from taking anything from below, though I dismissed the notion of curses. I knew we must not allow Yang to seize any leverage against us. We had to uphold our dignity. The portly fellow replied, "Old who, fret not. We are men of honor. We cannot tarnish our reputation. Regardless of what treasures await, I won't take so much as a single hair from a rat. Perhaps we shall wait until our next visit to claim them." Once the rope ladder was secured, I took the lead as the first to descend. Initially, I believed the absence of rats indicated the presence of some monstrous black serpents below, scaring them away. However, upon my descent, I encountered an eerie silence. Not even a single insect could be found. The nearby rock walls were adorned with numerous bronze lampstands, crafted in the shape of kneeling lamp bearers, their hands cradling empty oil lamps. The oil within had long since been consumed, and the bronze lamps, countless in number, were impossible to tally. Any single lamp, if brought to market, would fetch a handsome price, given its exquisite craftsmanship, age, provenance, and historical significance. Standing atop this mountain of treasure, my heart raced with excitement. And it took considerable effort to maintain my composure. It was imperative to avert my gaze from the alluring riches and distract myself. I blew a whistle, signaling those above to descend the rope ladder one by one. Each individual who arrived below was left awestruck by the vast array of treasures, plundered from various lands by the ancient kingdom of Jingjue. Even Professor Chen struggled to name each precious item, yet one thing was certain: each piece was of considerable value. The portly fellow's eyes widened in wonder, and he swiftly forgot his earlier promises made on the platform, reaching for a nearby jade wine vessel. I quickly grasped his arm, whispering urgently, "You can't be serious. Didn't we agree not to disturb the items here?" He paused, bewildered, before exclaiming, "It's truly bizarre." My hand seemed to have a mind of its own. Though I told myself to refrain, I couldn't control it. I replied, "Stop making excuses. It's clear you are tempted by the riches. Don't linger here, move forward." Turning, I glanced at Yang, who was assisting Professor Chen down the rope ladder alongside Chu Jian. Oblivious to the portly fellow's actions, I questioned Chu Jian, "Why are you down here? Weren't you supposed to watch over Yi Sin on the platform?" Chu Jian said, "Elder brother, I long to behold the ancient tomb below, just a fleeting glance, and I shall return." Not only he, but everyone present, without exception, was consumed by an insatiable curiosity to glimpse the coffin of the Queen of Jingjue. Legends surrounding it are awe-inspiring. Though peril may lurk, once arrived at this juncture, no one could suppress their intrigue, particularly those engaged in archaeology. Professor Chen, who had just ascended the rope ladder, panting with fatigue, advised me, "Let them have a look. This is a rare opportunity for learning. It is beneficial to broaden one's horizons. Regardless of how formidable that queen may have been, she has been dead for 2 millennia. The realm she once ruled was overthrown by slaves after her passing. There should be no danger. We must simply adhere to the principles of archaeology and ensure that no artifacts here are damaged." Upon reflection, I concurred. After all, the queen is deceased. Even if she possessed some arcane powers, they could not be wielded now. Those who previously encountered danger within this tomb were likely mesmerized by the treasures, leading them to eternal entrapment. It appears these burial goods are the greatest traps. Only by averting our gaze can we restrain our avarice. The life of the Queen of Jingjue is rife with legends, wielding unparalleled power in the western regions, yet ultimately, she could not escape death. This underscores the transient nature of existence, subject to the whims of fate. No matter her prowess, she could not elude the immutable laws of nature. At that moment, Yi Sin, with the assistance of Sa Dipping, descended the rope ladder as well. The group cautiously advanced, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Had we truly entered the core of Mount Zagram? The vastness of this cavern obscured our perception of the surrounding terrain. In such circumstances, the powerful illumination equipment we had hesitated to employ could now prove invaluable. This was a portable searchlight weighing 8 kilograms, featuring a super high-pressure xenon bulb and a pure platinum nickel reflector, capable of illuminating a range of up to 25 kilometers in a vacuum. Its high energy consumption precluded prolonged use, thus we had refrained from activating it until now. I assembled the searchlight, while the stout fellow placed the belt battery into the light's rear compartment. The myopic Sa Diprung, curious, leaned toward the light's opening, but Yang pulled him back, cautioning, "Be careful, the brightness is intense. Within 100 meters, it can cause temporary blindness. Do not gaze directly at it." With swift efficiency, I completed the assembly of the powerful spotlight and instructed everyone to stand behind it. Upon switching it on, a solid beam of light surged forth, illuminating our surroundings with clarity. Indeed, we had reached the base of Mount Zagram. Above and around us loomed dark rocky formations. The area piled high with burial jewels formed a precipice, beyond which lay countless towering statues with enormous eyes, and beneath the cliff, a circular abyss awaited. Identical to the murals depicted in the temple passage, its diameter spanned approximately 1,000 meters, far beyond the capabilities of human excavation. Encircling this unfathomable pit was a spiral staircase, meticulously constructed to descend further into its depths. As the powerful spotlight illuminated the scene, the staircase spiraled into the cave wall, ultimately terminating, suggesting that human endeavor had reached its utmost limits. The descent could only go so far. Beyond that point, the abyss remained unfathomable. With a chilling breeze rising from the depths, an overwhelming and dark sense of oppression preventing any further gaze downward, the thought of looking deeper stirred an unsettling fear. As one might lose their composure and inadvertently leap into the void. Yang remarked, "This must be the sacred site of the kingdom of Jingjue. The name Ghost Cave Tribe likely originates from here. Where does this ghostly abyss lead? The sight of such a vast cavern sent a shiver through me. Perhaps this ghostly cave was a passage to hell." It was a disorienting sight, indeed. Professor Chun interjected, "Ah, who? You two have served in the military. How can you still believe in ghosts and deities?" "I believe this grand chasm is a marvel of nature, truly a work of divine craftsmanship. The ancients from 2 millennia ago must have regarded it as a miraculous phenomenon." I was poised to explain to the professor that certain matters in this world cannot be viewed through the lens of absolute materialism, and that I had experienced phenomena that defied scientific explanation. However, before I could voice my thoughts, I was interrupted by the portly figure. He directed the spotlight to a specific spot, exclaiming for us to take a look. The beam of light settled upon an aerial stone beam, slender and elongated, jutting from the cliff and perfectly extending to hover above the cavern's entrance. Most remarkably, at the end of this stone beam lay a colossal piece of timber, over 2 meters in diameter, resembling a segment of a massive tree, severed directly without any processing. The branches remained intact, and even a number of green leaves flourished upon it. The log was secured to the stone beam by several thick iron chains, anchoring it firmly to the ground. Strangely, a gigantic green flower had taken root upon this timber, its size akin to a large water barrel, with a narrow opening and a stout abdomen. Its petals curled together in a vibrant emerald hue, surrounded by a profusion of blood-red leaves, which also took root in the wood, intertwining with the iron chains that bound the timber. I was taken aback. This timber was indeed the legendary Kunlun divine tree. My grandfather had once spoken of the finest materials for coffins, noting that the best was the shade of Chin wood, along with a rare and exquisite kind known only in ancient texts, the Kunlun divine tree. It was said that even a fragment of this divine timber, removed from soil, water, and sunlight, would not wither. It would cease to grow but retain its original form indefinitely. If a corpse were to be enclosed within the Kunlun divine tree, it could remain uncorrupted for millennia. Could it be that the body of the Queen of Jingjue rested within this very wood? Yang's voice trembled slightly as he concurred. It cannot be mistaken. This is indeed a coffin crafted from the Kunlun divine tree. Ancient texts describe this tree as being as old as Mount Kunlun itself. Qin Shi Huang sought the Kunlun divine tree for his coffin, yet it appears that the Queen of Jingjue surpassed all in the grandeur of her resting place. The group struggled to contain their excitement and prepared to approach for a closer inspection. Professor Chen attempted to restrain them, seemingly eager to convey something of great importance. In a moment of urgency, however, he stepped on a loose stone and twisted his ankle. We had no choice but to assist the professor back to his feet. His ankle had sustained a serious injury, rendering him unable to walk. He could only sit on the ground and speak, cautioning us not to recklessly approach and disturb those objects. "Did you not notice the extraordinary flower atop the coffin?" the stout fellow remarked, "Old Chun. Do you truly consider that a flower? It appears so bizarre that I mistook it for an enormous taro. How could a plant possibly grow upon a coffin? Are we to believe that the queen was buried as a seed in the divine tree, and thus it sprouted and bloomed?" Professor Chen, massaging his injured ankle, affirmed, "Indeed. It resembles one. Do you know the scientific name of this flower? It is called the corpse flower, Amorphophallus titanum, an exceedingly rare plant. Perhaps this is the last of its kind in existence, and it is incredibly perilous. Upon hearing the name corpse flower, our hearts skipped a beat, including Yang's. As it was the first time any of us had encountered such a remarkable bloom, we implored Professor Chin to elaborate further. He shared, "During my studies of ancient civilizations in the western regions, I encountered references to the corpse flower in some surviving ancient murals and historical texts. It originally flourished in the kingdom of the later moon and once traversed the Silk Road into the Central Plains, but due to unsuitable climatic conditions, it became extinct. This flower can thrive within ancient tombs, reputedly preserving corpses from decay while emitting a fragrant aroma, making it exceedingly valuable. The ancient Western civilization is steeped in mystery, with a complex tapestry of religion, myth, and history interwoven, making it difficult to discern the truth. I had assumed this was merely an ancient legend, unworthy of belief." Young glanced at the peculiar flower on the distant stone bridge and inquired, "If this flower is so extraordinary, why do you warn us of its danger?" Professor Chin replied, "What I just described is merely a portion of its attributes. Legend suggests that malevolent spirits dwell within the corpse flower once it matures. The living are advised to keep their distance. It is rare for a coffin crafted from the divine Kunlun tree to allow the corpse flower to flourish in this manner. Having encountered numerous strange phenomena throughout my life, I had never before encountered a coffin so wondrous and enigmatic, nor a flower of malevolent spirits." I remarked to Professor Chun, "This is truly remarkable. Within the heart of Mount Zaglamar, devoid of light and life, a plant can thrive. These mysterious elements align perfectly with the identity of that queen. They are all anomalies that defy the laws of nature." A delicate fragrance wafted towards us. Could this magical flower be toxic? Typically, poisonous plants and animals possess vibrant colors. The corpse flower, with its crimson leaves and verdant petals, appeared almost as if drenched in water. It might indeed be toxic, and with this thought, I hastily urged everyone to don their gas masks. The stout fellow interjected, "I do not believe this flower is poisonous. Toxic entities tend to be diminutive. Yet this one is immense, as large as a barrel. I suspect it is a man-eating flower." Yang countered, "It cannot be a man-eater. There are no ants in the vicinity. If this flower relied on consuming animals for sustenance, it would have perished long ago. The coffin made from the Kunlun divine tree must be providing it with ample nourishment." The stout fellow scoffed, "Whatever it is, I'll take a few shots at it. If I shatter it, we'll have nothing to fear. Then we can approach and see what the most beautiful woman from the western regions truly looks like." Professor Chin admonished, "Absolutely not. We would be better off not approaching than to destroy this rare corpse flower." I rotated the searchlight to illuminate the area surrounding the coffin, allowing the professor and others to observe more clearly. However, in the beam of light, I discovered numerous inscriptions etched along the edges of the stone beam. Densely packed with ghostly script, characters numbering in the hundreds. This revelation was of profound significance. Throughout the ancient city, including the temple and the underground palace, inscriptions were scarce, with most historical accounts conveyed through murals. Only the jade eyes within the temple bore some ghostly script, which regrettably shattered before I could examine it closely. It was unexpected to find such an abundance of ghostly writing on this stone beam. Written language serves as humanity's most fundamental means of communication. Ancient murals provide a visceral representation of information, while the nuances embedded in written text offer greater precision. Deciphering these ghostly inscriptions could significantly streamline our understanding of this extraordinary civilization. Professor Chen promptly instructed the students to document the inscriptions, meticulously transcribing each section of the ghostly script from the stone beam. Fortunately, the characters were carved large enough that they could be recorded with the searchlight without needing to approach closely, while Yang busied himself capturing photographs. Only Fatty and I found ourselves with little to do, as Professor Chin forbade us from smoking in this location. Thus, we settled on the ground, waiting for them to finish their work. It seemed that this archaeological endeavor was drawing to a close, yielding considerable findings. The well-preserved murals within the sky brick figurine path alone would astonish the global archaeological community for years to come. Moreover, there was the unfathomable pit and the coffin of the Kunlun divine tree, each element ripe for scholarly exploration, lacking any protective measures. We could not hope to open the coffin and glimpse the fabled beauty of the West. Just days prior, upon witnessing Prince Pumo's coffin in the sacred well, Professor Chin had explicitly forbidden us from opening any coffins. Such actions would require formal approval from higher authorities, leaving me with no opportunity for a closer look. Regrettably, how Igwa perished in the valley, Had he been here to witness this, I could only imagine his excitement. Reflecting on this brought a sense of sorrow, mingled with self-reproach. If only I had acted more swiftly back then. Yet, one must ponder how many if-onlys exist in this world. Damn it. Had I not ordered my subordinates to eliminate those Vietnamese agents, perhaps I would now be a captain. The memories flooded back, and the more I reflected, the more tumultuous my spirit became. Noticing my distraction, Fatty patted my shoulder. Old Hu, what are those two boys up to? I snapped back to reality and, scanning the scene, saw Chu Jian and saw Dipping ascending the stone beam. Hadn't the professor instructed us not to disturb the queen's coffin? I hurriedly inquired about the situation. Professor Chen reassured me, it's fine. They are not approaching the coffin. There's a significant accumulation of dust on the stone beam that obscures the characters. They are merely going to clear the dust and will return shortly. They're wearing gas masks, so there is no danger. I considered calling the two young students back, offering to replace them. However, Professor Chen remarked, no need for that. The ghostly script on this stone beam is of great importance. You are not specialists in this field. If anything were to be damaged, it would be problematic. Chu Jian and the others will carefully brush away the dust and debris. They are adept and will complete the task in just a couple of minutes. A sense of unease enveloped me, a restless anxiety gnawing at my instincts, which have always proven to be remarkably accurate. I couldn't shake the feeling that something dire was about to unfold. Why had the previous British explorers left behind such a precious sarcophagus? Aside from a deranged survivor, where had the others vanished? The cavern within the mountain appeared deceptively tranquil. Bereft of immediate danger, yet what perils awaited near the queen's casket? I could no longer afford to wait. I had to summon Chu Jian and his companion back immediately. Just as I was about to call out to them, it was too late. I witnessed two students traversing the stone bridge, one behind the other. Suddenly, the student trailing saw Dipping, bent down to seize a rock and, with malicious intent, advanced a few paces to strike Chu Jian on the head. Chu Jian fell silent, swaying slightly before plummeting into the abyss below the bridge. The entire incident unfolded with alarming suddenness, leaving no time for intervention. Before we could comprehend the gravity of what had transpired, Saw Dipping turned, yanked off his gas mask, and grinned malevolently at us, a smile that was unervingly sinister. He then pivoted and hastened towards the sarcophagus, bringing the rock down upon his own temple with brutal force. Blood gushed from his head like a torrent. And after staggering for a moment, he collapsed atop the queen's casket, his fate uncertain. The remaining onlookers were paralyzed by this macabre spectacle. What had come over Saw Dipping? The usually mild-mannered student had transformed into a murderer, slaying his closest friend before taking his own life beside the casket. I cried out, this is disastrous. That little bespectacled boy must have been possessed by a malevolent spirit. Quickly, Fatty, grab the black donkey's hoof. He seems still alive, and we may yet save him. Professor Chen, witnessing one student dead and another grievously injured, one lost to the depths, the other bleeding profusely at the edge of the bridge, was overwhelmed by the reality of the situation. The shock was unbearable, and he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Yuisen rushed to support the professor, equally frightened, rendered helpless but for her tears. I resolved that saving a life was paramount. Even if there were ghosts on the bridge, I had to steel myself to confront them. While instructing Fatty and Yang to tend to the professor, I grasped my weapon and donned a gas mask, reflecting that any formidable spirit would surely fear the power of the black donkey's hoof and glutinous rice. If the corpse-reeking plant were toxic, I would not be deterred with the mask in place. Without further hesitation, I stepped onto the bridge, which spanned 3 meters. Suspended over the unfathomable chasm below, peering down sent chills racing through my body. As I reached the midpoint, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to find Fatty and Young had followed. I questioned them, why are you not attending to the professor? Why pursue me? Fatty replied, we cannot know what malevolent forces lurk upon this bridge. I cannot bear to let you venture alone. Besides, you will struggle to carry Saw Dipping by yourself. Let us lift him together and retreat swiftly to avoid further calamity. Realizing the urgency of the situation and that any further delay could cost Saw Dipping his life due to excessive blood loss, I gestured for them to follow. The 3 of us made our way toward the sarcophagus at the bridge's end. As I drew nearer, I became acutely aware of the grotesque allure of the corpse flower. Its vivid colors both stunning and horrifying. I recalled Professor Chen's words about the malevolent souls hidden within the sinister bloom. At that moment, any thoughts of its rarity were cast aside, and I uttered a curse. Damn it, perhaps this accursed flower is the source of our troubles. Swinging my entrenching tool, I struck the corpse flower with reckless abandon, reducing it to a pulpy mess that oozed dark liquid before I finally ceased my assault. Yang, witnessing my swift action, could only sigh in resignation, having arrived too late to intervene. Well, it's done now. We must prioritize saving the others, he urged. I nodded in agreement, hastily searching for a first aid bandage, intent on applying a hasty dressing before we carried our comrade back for medical assistance. The portly fellow felt for Suddy Peng's carotid artery. Lamenting, "It's no use, he's gone. We arrived too late." Frustration surged within me as I struck the coffin with my palm. What will we tell their parents? This will surely break their hearts. To my astonishment, my hand upon the coffin seemed to awaken Suddy Peng, who abruptly sat up, eyes ablaze, pointing at the sarcophagus of the Queen of Jingjue. She is alive," he exclaimed. Yang, the portly fellow, and I were taken aback, moments ago. He had no pulse. Was it possible he had returned from the brink of death? Instinctively, I reached into my pocket for a black donkey's hoof to strike him. But as Suddy Peng uttered his words, he collapsed once more, this time appearing genuinely lifeless. His cryptic reference to the queen within the coffin unnerved me. Could the Queen of Jingjue have been resurrected? I instinctively glanced upward, noting that the lid of the Kunlun Divine Wood coffin had inexplicably opened a crack. My heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on our brows. The ominous presence of the queen's sarcophagus was unmistakable. It was clearly directed at us. The portly fellow raised his weapon, aiming at the coffin, while I gripped my entrenching tool in the donkey's hoof, bracing for whatever might emerge. In that fleeting moment, my mind raced through various scenarios. Was the queen a ghost or a zombie? How would we confront either? The stone bridge was too narrow for any evasive maneuvers. I weighed our options: retreat from the stone bridge, disregarding the queen's potential emergence, or advance and pry open the coffin, confronting whatever menace lay within with our makeshift weapons. I swiftly concluded that the first option, though seemingly prudent, was impractical. The stone bridge undoubtedly harbored some malevolent force, as evidenced by Suddy Peng and Chu Jian's inexplicable deaths. This devilish and enigmatic power lies in wait, seeking an opportune moment to eliminate those of us who disturb the queen's repose. Should we be ambushed on this narrow stone bridge during our hasty retreat, we would find no refuge. At that moment, we could only press onward, hoping that this abyssal bridge would not become our final path. I glanced at the stout fellow and Yang. The three of us shared a mutual understanding, exchanging nods that conveyed our awareness of the precarious situation. Although nothing had yet transpired, we found ourselves in a dire circumstance, akin to a fight to the death. Only by unveiling the coffin could we ascertain the identity of our adversary and devise a strategy to confront them. The stout fellow handed his assault rifle to Yang, instructing her to be prepared to fire at a moment's notice. He then spat into his palm, signaling for me to assist him in pushing open the coffin lid. The coffin was bound by several iron chains, thick as a man's arm, preventing us from shifting the lid sideways. We could only push it from the front, where a gap had already formed. Suppressing my inner turmoil, I joined the stout fellow in counting to 3, exerting our strength to shift the coffin lid. The coffin, crafted from the trunk of the Kunlun Divine Tree, bore minimal signs of human alteration, retaining much of its original state, with bark still appearing fresh. If not for the narrow slit that had opened, it would have been difficult to discern the lid's location. The lid was not particularly heavy. With a mere 7/10 of our strength, we managed to push it open a considerable distance. Both of us wore gas masks, rendering us unable to detect any odor emanating from within. Inside lay a female corpse clad in a jade garment, lying flat in the coffin. Apart from her, the interior was utterly devoid of any burial items. This corpse was presumably that of the legendary Queen of Jingjue, her face obscured by a black mask, rendering her features indiscernible, and her body was not exposed, leaving the condition of her remains unclear. Was this truly the Queen of Jingjue, rumored to be a monster with a savage nature? I inwardly cursed. How dare she still play tricks even in death, concealing her face? The stout fellow inquired, "Old who? Do you think the deaths of Chu Jian and the others were the doing of this queen in the coffin? Damn it. Let us remove her mask and see whether she is the fairest beauty of the western regions or merely a monster." I replied, "Very well. I too am eager to see. You unveil her mask while I prepare to stuff a black donkey's hoof into her mouth. If she is indeed a monster, let her first taste our warding charm." With that, I grasped the black hoof, ready to insert it into the corpse's mouth. The stout fellow rolled up his sleeves, extended a hand, and swiftly tore away the mask from the corpse of the Queen of Jingjue. Her features were revealed, dark hair cascading like clouds, elegantly arched brows, a visage of remarkable beauty, with her eyes firmly closed and skin pallid to the point of fright. Aside from that, she appeared indistinguishable from a living person. In the past, I had envisioned countless times what this queen might look like, whether plump or slender, golden-haired or blue-eyed, with a high nose or deep-set eyes. Yet, even after a million imaginings, I could never have conceived that the queen would resemble Yang so closely, as if she were carved from the same mold. I found myself at a loss, my mind a tumultuous mess, and as I turned to gauge Yang's reaction behind me, I was met with an unsettling realization that Yang, who had previously stood guard with his weapon, was nowhere to be found. Could it be that the corpse within the coffin was not the queen, but Yang himself? A shiver coursed through me, as despair clawed at the very fabric of my thoughts. Sadness, fear, anxiety, helplessness, confusion, an intricate tapestry of emotions surged within, rendering my mind momentarily blank. Our adversary was elusive, and we felt as though we were mere prey on a butcher's block, subject to the whims of fate. Entirely at the mercy of an unseen hand, oblivious to the identity of our foe. In my state of bewilderment, a chilling breeze swept by, as if a malevolent presence was swiftly approaching. Instinctively, I grasped my entrenching tool and swung it with fervor, feeling the blade connect with flesh. Upon closer inspection, I realized I had severed half of the rotund man's head from his body. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Stunned, I stood frozen, grappling with the enormity of my actions. How had I acted so rashly? Had the spectral queen truly instilled such terror in me that I had unwittingly slain my dearest companion? In that moment, my heart turned to ash. Our archaeological team of 9 had suffered the loss of 5 members in less than a day. Including the stout man with whom I had shared countless perils and decades of camaraderie, his life extinguished by my own hand. Alone, I questioned the very meaning of survival. Perhaps my life should have been forfeited amidst the trials of Kunlun Mountain and the front line in Yunnan, thus sparing me the anguish of inadvertently taking the life of my most vital ally. Even in death, how could I face the stout man in the afterlife? Overcome with despair, my head throbbed as if it might split apart, and I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. The only escape seemed to lie in death itself. Drawing a dagger from my waist, I aimed it at my heart, and, with a grim determination, plunged it downward. In that fleeting moment, as the blade grazed my flesh, the sharp report of gunfire echoed in my ears. One bullet struck the edge of my dagger, causing it to clatter to the ground. Suddenly, the surroundings became shrouded in a mist, obscuring my vision. Who had fired the shot? My mind swirled in confusion, and as I pondered the situation, all logic unraveled. I faintly heard a voice calling out my name. Lao Hu, come back. Hurry. This voice struck me like a flash of lightning in the darkness. Though I had yet to grasp the full extent of what transpired, instinctively, I sensed I had fallen into a trap. Was I ensnared by some malevolent sorcery? With this thought, I bit down on my tongue. And as a jolt coursed through me, I realized I was not standing before the queen's coffin, but rather in the midst of a stone bridge. The coffin at its end miraculously intact, with the corpse flower's fragrance blooming forth, revealing petals that had unfurled to expose the central stamen, resembling a radar aimed directly at me. At the opposite end of the bridge stood 2 figures, Yang and the stout man, jumping in desperation, calling out to me. Were they truly alive? The stout man brandished a firearm, exclaiming, Lao Hu, have you lost your mind? Come back. I was too overwhelmed to contemplate, hastily retracing my steps. I ripped off the gas mask that clung to my face and expelled the blood that filled my mouth. At that moment, my mind began to regain its clarity. I inquired of my companions what had transpired. The hefty one exclaimed, Damn it, you nearly frightened me to death. Weren't you trying to rescue Satapang? You had just reached the middle of the stone bridge when you suddenly turned back, as if in a trance, swinging the spade wildly. We called out to you, but you were oblivious to our cries. Then you brandished a dagger as if to take your own life. I attempted to intervene, but I was too late. I had no choice but to fire a couple of shots to disarm you. He continued, Have you lost your mind? Or have you been possessed by a spirit? I glanced back at the narrow stone bridge, piecing together the events that had unfolded. I soon realized that everything I had experienced was an illusion conjured by the corpse flower, a sinister entity that sought to lure me to my demise. The corpse flower, I surmised, not only disrupted the mind with its intoxicating scent, but also ensnared one with its mesmerizing hue, inducing hallucinations upon mere sight. It was no wonder that there were no defensive mechanisms near the coffin of the Queen of the Lost. This malevolent blossom served as the most formidable guardian of the tomb. Anyone who dared approach the Queen's coffin would find their senses stripped away, succumbing to an internal demise wrought by their own memories. It appeared that the stone bridge suspended above the abyss was within the flower's domain. Stepping upon it would surely trigger an illusion. I could only imagine the fate of previous explorers and tomb raiders who had ventured here, meeting their untimely ends like Chu Jian and Sataping, likely unaware of the forces at play until their last moments. Fortunately, Yang had been prudent enough to prevent the hefty one from approaching me. Otherwise, I would have already met my demise upon the bridge. My anger swelled as I cursed the Queen of the Lost. Seizing my weapon, I fired several shots at the corpse flower perched upon the distant coffin. The bullet struck the plant's branches, as if piercing rotten wood, leaving no mark nor eliciting any response. In exasperation, I was left with no alternative but to cease my efforts. Sataping lay at the end of the stone bridge beside the coffin, blood pooling around him. It seemed he was beyond salvation. Yet, I could not simply abandon his body. I needed to devise a strategy to retrieve him. After a brief discussion with the hefty one, we found ourselves at an impasse. Professor Chun, though spared from immediate peril, remained unconscious, while Yi Yisan wept beside him, gasping for breath. The predicament we faced was indeed a tangled mess, leaving us at a loss for how to proceed. The hefty one then proposed, "Old Hu, I have a brilliant plan that could vanquish the flower." I asked him, "Given the flower's formidable nature, what could you possibly do?" He replied, "Although it is powerful, it is not insurmountable. It merely disrupts perception, luring those who approach towards death. When you all ventured near, you were gas masks but still fell victim to its tricks. This indicates that its lethality does not solely stem from its noxious fumes. A mere glance at it can enthrall the observer, blurring the line between reality and illusion, thus complicating our approach. My ingenious plan is to blindfold ourselves and crawl on the ground, thereby uprooting that flower." I suggested this approach, urging my companion to swiftly cover their eyes and crawl forward while we provide support from behind. Yang interjected, stating that apart from Professor Chun, who possesses some knowledge about the corpse flower, we are all utterly ignorant of it. How can we be certain that the corpse flower hypnotizes through the five senses? This sinister flower is exceedingly treacherous. A miscalculation could lead to our demise upon the stone bridge. The rotund companion remarked, "If we were to heed your words, should we abandon Suddy Ping's body and make a hasty retreat?" I replied, "Even if we were to flee, we cannot allow the corpse flower to benefit from our departure. We have enough resources. I shall destroy the stone bridge, sending that devilish bloom plunging into the abyss." As the three of us engaged in heated debate, we suddenly noticed Suddy Ping's body in the distance, seemingly convulsing violently. We promptly ceased our argument and focused intently on the situation across the bridge. The powerful searchlight had maintained a low angle to avoid blinding anyone returning from the bridge, but I slightly elevated its angle to illuminate Suddy Ping in the distance. His body rolled, as if being dragged by an unseen force, continuously pulled toward the dark chasm beneath the bridge. Just as I leaned in for a closer look, the searchlight flickered twice and extinguished, leaving the entire cavern enveloped in darkness. At this critical moment, I vigorously tapped the searchlight, but it failed to illuminate. Urgently, I instructed my stout companion to retrieve the spare batteries. He replied, "We have no spare batteries. Both sets were left with the camel caravan. When we entered the city, you insisted we travel light, so we left behind all unnecessary items." Yang ignited a cold sparkler, casting a dim light around us. In the darkness, even the faintest glimmer brings a sense of reassurance. However, we still could not discern what had dragged Suddy Ping away. Were there other creatures lurking in this vast cavern? Amidst the shadows, a rustling sound emanated from the stone walls of the abyss, resembling the movement of some creature slithering and crawling, its numbers beyond estimation. I recalled those spine-chilling serpents and hastily urged my stout companion to carry Professor Chen. Regardless of what emerged from the chasm, it was undoubtedly hostile. We resolved to adopt the prudent course of action. The illumination from the sparkler was fleeting, so we all retrieved our wolf-eye flashlights. My rotund companion hoisted Professor Chen, while Yang assisted the weakened Yuisen. As we oriented ourselves, we began our retreat. At that moment, the cacophony around us intensified. Yang raised his camera, repeatedly pressing the shutter button, the flash illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant white light. In that instant, a multitude of black-scaled serpents emerged, varying in size, the smallest barely measuring a few centimeters, while the largest approached a meter in length, each adorned with a dark fleshy bulge atop their heads. Some appeared to be fully developed, with the large bulge having transformed into a massive black eyeball. The serpents, with their black eyes glistening atop their heads, exhibit an extraordinary sensitivity to light. When illuminated by the flash of a camera, they recoil in unison. However, their Their numbers are overwhelming. Thousands surge forth from the ground, intertwining and obstructing our path, rendering escape impossible. Although the camera's flash and the beam of a flashlight temporarily fend off the serpentine horde, it is but a futile measure. Once the camera's power wanes, we are inevitably left vulnerable to their venomous bites. As the black snakes multiply, our supply of solidified fuel, which we had brought into the city, has been entirely consumed within the temple. Left with no alternatives, our only recourse is to retreat step by step. Surrounded by a writhing mass of black serpents, the urgency of our situation escalates. Suddenly, the portly companion points to a small crevice in the mountainside a few meters behind us, exclaiming, "There's a cave. Let us take refuge there." Upon turning, I realize it is not a cave but merely a fissure in the ancient rock, just wide enough for a single person and of uncertain depth. In this dire moment, we have no choice but to seek solace within it, hoping to devise a new plan. Dragging the incapacitated Professor Chun and Yi-Sen, we swiftly retreat into the crevice, which narrows at the top and widens below, leading into deeper darkness. The ground is also fissured, but the cracks are merely an inch wide, allowing us to traverse without the fear of falling through. Yang, possessing remarkable composure even in dire straits, assesses the situation and notes a significant horizontal crack a few meters behind us. He then suggests, could we collapse the entrance to thwart the snake's advance? At that moment, several black serpents have already slithered into our refuge, poised to strike. Yang presses the camera's shutter, and the brilliance of the flash sends the snakes retreating in alarm. The portly companion, swift as lightning, wields a spade, targeting the serpents' heads, subsequently using it to sweep the lifeless bodies outside the crevice. As I recall the fate of Haligua, I think to myself that being buried alive by an explosion is preferable to succumbing to a venomous bite. I hurriedly retrieve several packets of explosives, knowing there is no time to calculate the dosage accurately. I rely on my experience as a former sapper, hastily attaching the detonators and urging my companions to flee deeper into the horizontal fissure. I activate the explosives, retreating while firing at the encroaching black snakes, eventually finding myself wedged with Yang and the others at a bend. Just as I am about to instruct them to cover their ears to avoid deafness from the impending blast, a deafening explosion reverberates through the cave, echoing like thunder. Debris and the shockwaves surge inward. Though we are sheltered at the bend, avoiding the brunt of the impact, we are still buffeted by the force, feeling as if struck by a heavy blow to the chest. My ears ring, drowned in a cacophony of noise, rendering me unable to hear anything clearly. The portly companion mouths something to me, but I cannot discern his words. I shout back, "It seems I may have overdone the explosives. Are you all right?" Whether my voice penetrated the chaos remains uncertain. The proximity to the blast and the reverberating confines of the fissure have left my eardrums in disarray, and I can barely hear my own voice amidst the tumult. The air was thick with smoke and dust, the ground littered with black debris from the explosion. I leaned forward, illuminating the crevice with my flashlight, only to find it completely blocked. The dark serpent outside could not penetrate, and retracing our steps was no simple task. Among the four of us, the stout fellow fared relatively well, suffering only a few scrapes on his hands. Professor Chen remained unconscious, while Yi-Sen, caught in the blast shockwave, had held her breath and fainted. I reached out to check for Yi-Sen's breath. Disastrously, there was none. Alarmed, I realized her frail body had succumbed to the explosion's force, and immediate resuscitation was imperative. At that moment, the three of us who were still conscious, myself, the stout fellow, and Yang, found our ears temporarily deafened, rendering verbal communication impossible. I gestured for Yang to administer artificial respiration to Yi-Sen, only to notice blood flowing from Yang's nose. I quickly urged her to staunch the bleeding. Yang hastily tore a piece of cloth to plug her nose and, with blood smeared on her palm, scrawled a few words before indicating Yi-Sen. I shone my flashlight on Yang's palm, puzzled by the message. Was she saying Yi-Sen was beyond saving? I shook my head in denial. Seeing my confusion, Yang, despite her own persistent bleeding, leaned down and pressed her hands firmly on Yi-Sen's chest, applying pressure. It dawned on me that she intended for me to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, just as I was about to take over. Yi-Sen emitted a soft groan and drew a breath, followed by a series of violent coughs. I quickly urged the stout fellow to fetch the water bottle for her. As Yang noticed Yi-Sen's improvement, she lifted her head, pressing her ear to stop the flow of blood from her nose. Just as the situation seemed to stabilize, a new crisis emerged. The so-called ghost cave lay within the belly of Mount Zagalama, its dark form resembling an empty shell. We were likely situated within this shell. For millennia, the void within the mountain had created immense internal pressure, resulting in numerous fissures of varying sizes. The recent explosion had impacted the mountain, compressing these previously minor cracks. The pressure escalated, triggering a domino effect. Though I could not hear, I sensed the tremors of the earth. The once narrow crevice above began to widen, and countless fragments of stone began to fall, intensifying in severity. I shielded myself from the cascade of small rocks raining down while urging the others to flee quickly. The fissures within the mountain expanded, and the debris descended in greater quantities. We could only ascend through the crevice, scrambling upward at an angle. With each segment we climbed, the space behind us filled with rubble. Any moment of pause risked being crushed or buried alive. Gritting our teeth, we pulled each other onward, striving for a relatively safer haven. With each uncertain step, I found myself unaware of how far I had crawled. My hands were bloodied and raw from the sharp stones, breaths coming in gasps, my heart threatening to leap from my chest. Thirsty and weary, I carried the unconscious Professor Chun and the fatigued Yi Eason on my back. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me, and I could no longer move my legs. I simply closed my eyes, resigning myself to being buried alive, no longer willing to flee. Unexpectedly, the fissures within the mountain ceased to expand, and a distance of over a meter behind us was entirely covered. We collapsed on the ground, panting, yearning for water yet reluctant to waste what little we had. After a lengthy silence, the portly man broke the stillness. Old who? Are we dead or alive? I gazed at the surrounding darkness of the mountain rocks and replied, it seems rather indistinguishable. Even if we are still alive for now, death is likely imminent. The portly man, perhaps drained of strength and clarity, turned to Yang beside him and said, Miss Yang, I bid you farewell in advance. Soon, we'll be reporting to King Yama, and you will meet your god. You have a long journey ahead. Take care. Yang retorted, for the sake of God. Can you two cease this nonsensical chatter? I can hear you. I opened my mouth, moving my jaw as the ringing in my ears subsided enough for me to comprehend. The group checked their water bottles and equipment. Amidst the chaos, my water bottle had gone missing, and Yi Eason, still unconscious upon our arrival in the city, had not brought one. Together, we had barely 2 bottles of water left. I said, while the reality is difficult to accept, I must inform you that we are currently ensconced within the Zagalama mountain. There are no escape routes, and the air here may not be circulating. If it is stagnant, we will suffocate within half an hour. We have lost the remaining supplies, and it seems unlikely we can find a way out on our own. Our team has sustained casualties, and outside there remains only that slippery old man, and Lyman. He may very well slip away at the first sign of trouble. We can no longer count on external rescue. The portly man replied, if that's the case, overthinking is futile. My throat is parched, and we have 2 bottles left. Let us divide and drink before discussing anything further. I split the water in half, giving 1 portion to Yi Eason and Professor Chun, while the other half was shared among the 3 of us. Yang took only a couple of sips before she found it hard to swallow. After a moment of contemplation, she said, if we truly die here, I believe it is my fault. Had I not insisted on seeking the legendary city of Jueju, none of this chaos would have ensued, nor would so many be affected. I interjected, you mustn't speak this way. There is an old Chinese saying, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The portly man and I are to blame for our own folly. Had we not coveted your $40,000, we would not be in such a dire predicament. Moreover, Professor Chin and his team are seasoned in this field. Even without your financial backing, they would have sought the ruins of Jueju by any means necessary. As I pondered this, I suddenly recalled something Yang had once mentioned. She had persistently dreamt of that ghostly pit, even envisioning the iron chains on the queen's coffin. She also spoke of a vague silhouette of a colossal entity hovering over the coffin, yet she could never discern its true nature. Could it not be the corpse flower of hell, the corpse flower of the grave? At the time, she expressed her belief that these dreams were bestowed upon her by her missing explorer father. In retrospect, this matter seems exceedingly peculiar. Could Yang possess the gift of foresight? Thus, I inquired further. Yang shook her head, recounting that there had once been a voice incessantly beckoning her to the ghostly pit within Mount Zagalama. However, upon witnessing the unfathomable depths of the pit with her own eyes, she realized that the expedition team her father belonged to had never ventured to the ghostly pit. They might have perished somewhere in the desert. Yet, why would she dream of a place she had never visited? This conundrum eluded her understanding. The corpulent one remarked in astonishment, is such a thing possible? Perhaps in your past life, you were the queen of the kingdom of Jinjue, now returning to familiar grounds. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of cracking sounds reverberated through the mountain, suggesting that the earlier tremors had not yet subsided and were about to strike once more. We took a brief respite, faced with imminent death. We were reluctant to meet our end passively. A gaping fissure appeared ahead, and when the beam of our flashlight swept across it, we discerned the presence of a figure seated within. At that moment, debris from the mountain's fracture began to rain down like a deluge. Without time for careful examination, we rushed forward, with Yang illuminating the path, the corpulent one hoisting Professor Chen, and I dragging Yi Eason along as we slipped into the recently split stone crevice. Before we could ascertain our surroundings, we found it difficult to breathe. The air was thick with dust, and the space had been sealed for years without ventilation. We hastily donned our gas masks. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed behind us as massive black boulders tumbled down, sealing off our escape route. Realizing we were trapped, I turned to assess our new environment, discovering we were within a square stone chamber measuring merely a dozen square meters. In the center lay an ancient stone box, markedly different from the black stones found throughout the city of Jinjua. This box was a dusty gray, exuding an air of antiquity, with an unusual shape that was both unfamiliar and intriguing. The stone box stood over half a meter tall and more than a meter in length, crafted with exquisite precision, adorned with several intricate stone carvings of unknown purpose. While we were absorbed in examining this peculiar stone box, we failed to notice two figures seated cross-legged on either side of it. As we approached and directed our flashlight beams towards them, we were taken aback, dropping our flashlights, plunging the chamber into darkness. I heard the corpulent one exclaim, "Tu Zongzi." In the obscurity, Yang retrieved a spare flashlight, and upon illuminating the two figures, we discovered they were, in fact, two desiccated corpses. One was elderly, while the other appeared to be a child, both having turned a deep brown with age. The elder's beard was still faintly discernible, and he was clad in sheepskin. The other, seemingly a young child, sat in a meditative posture, as if guarding the enigmatic stone box. After gaining clarity, I exhaled deeply and said to the rotund fellow, "In the future, refrain from bringing up the Zongzi so casually. It's utterly terrifying. These two are evidently on the verge of becoming fossils, having been deceased for several millennia. Alas, it appears this was once a tomb." Yang shot me a glare and retorted, "Well, old who, do you think you can deceive me? You two are clearly grave robbers." A jolt of alarm surged through me. Did we inadvertently let something slip? Could it be that she, an American, comprehended the term Zongzi? Fortunately, Professor Chin remained in a deep coma and was oblivious to our exchange, while Yu Eason seemed to be in a semi-conscious state as well, rendering her incapable of overhearing us. I hastily clarified. "Did I not mention that I am merely an amateur enthusiast of feng shui and astrology? I am not a grave robber. Please do not unjustly tarnish our reputations. Both the rotund fellow and I have impeccable standing, well known for our integrity in our hometown. I am a veteran." And the rotund fellow was consistently recognized as a model worker and a banner holder in his unit. Upon realizing that I had mistakenly misphrased my last statement in my haste, the rotund fellow quickly corrected me, attempting to divert the conversation. "Don't listen to him. He is the one who is a banner holder. I was part of the youth assault team. Embarrassing, truly. We both owe our success to the party and the people. By the way, this stone box seems rather peculiar. What might it contain?" Yang disregarded our remarks and suddenly declared, "Setting the plate, hanging a fortune, the hexagram resonates. Hooking and kicking the staff, drilling the great top of Yuan Yang. The moon's invitation is distant, and the colorful wrap cannot be secured." Although others were baffled by her words, I understood them perfectly. These were the coded phrases of tomb raiders. In our line of work, shrouded in secrecy, we possessed our own lexicon akin to the underworld's lingo. For instance, in the criminal world, trafficking women is referred to as opening a line, smuggling is termed carrying green, trafficking children is moving stones, and thieves are called Buddha masters. In our domain, we refer to grave robbing as turning the tomb. Each profession has its own tacit rules and jargon for communication amongst peers. During the Republic period, my grandfather was renowned for locating ancestral tombs and treasure sites, one of the few esteemed feng shui masters in the nation. And he had acquainted himself with a familiar tomb raider, well versed in the nuances of our trade. When Yang spoke her coded phrases, it was evident she was implying, "Your intentions are nefarious, yet you feign honesty. I can see you are a deft practitioner of grave robbing." Such matters cannot escape my discerning gaze. Caught off guard by her sudden inquiry, I did not ponder deeply. Typically, those regarded as experts in our field are expected to exhibit humility, so I instinctively replied, There exists no Yuan Liang. One gathers firewood from the mountains and burns it below. Might I inquire where this esteemed Yuan Liang has divided the pangolin and dismantled the hill gates? Yang responded, a river has two banks, both gathering firewood from the mountains and burning it below. The partridge divides the pangolin, and the hawk unveils the hill gates. Many have ascended the treasure hall, yet none can find the dragon tower. In a moment of astonishment and regret, I found myself grappling with the realization that I had inadvertently acknowledged the presence of this American woman, effectively confessing to being a grave robber myself. Yet, it was curious indeed. These extensive phrases of jargon related to tomb raiding were scarcely understood before the liberation and had largely faded from memory thereafter. Even individuals like Big Gold Tooth's father, who had spent years as semi-professional grave robbers, were only familiar with a handful of terms. I simply could not fathom how such intricate expressions could emanate from the lips of a young American woman, if I had not heard it with my own ears. How could I possibly believe it? Had I truly encountered a fellow practitioner? Moreover, from her discourse, it appeared that she too had inherited these skills, yet lacked the ability to discern feng shui, identify burial spots, or trace veins of energy. This matter was one I could not concede. I resolved to continue feigning ignorance. Thus, I remarked, these lines of poetry are part of our elementary school curriculum. It is astonishing that American primary education shares such similarities. Seeing my obstinate denial, Yang conceded. Let us not discuss this further here. If we manage to return alive, I hope to have a serious conversation with you. I felt a surge of relief, swiftly rising to scan our surroundings for an escape route, secretly contemplating. If I could return, I would ensure she could never find me again. At worst, I would return to my hometown and cease my endeavors in Beijing. Yet, I quickly reconsidered. No, she had yet to pay us, and this predicament was indeed complex. What could her true intentions be? Could it be, as the rotund man suggested, that she had taken a liking to me? Or perhaps she intended to expose us? Surely not. Could it be that her ancestors were indeed tomb raiders as well? In that case, we would be well matched. As I pondered these thoughts, the rotund man and Yang had already circled the small tomb chamber several times, surrounded by dark, rocky walls with only a few narrow fissures providing no means of escape. At that moment, Professor Chen suddenly called out, awakening from his stupor, his mind clouded as he oscillated between laughter and tears, failing to recognize anyone. We were without medical aid, helpless to assist him as he flailed about in his madness. Ultimately, our gaze settled upon a large stone chest situated between two mummified corpses. However, even if there were burial treasures within, they would be of no use to us, mere mortals facing death. The rotund man patted the stone chest and remarked, "This small tomb must belong to two unfortunate souls. Apart from their sheepskin, there isn't a single respectable burial item. I doubt there is anything of worth inside." Yang scrutinized the engravings on the stone chest and suddenly looked up at me, saying, "Do you remember the records of the western regions of the Tang dynasty I mentioned? It referenced Mount Zaglamar." I replied, "Yes, I recall. It is described as a sacred mountain housing two revered sages, but surely it cannot refer to these two. An old and a young one. This tomb is far too simplistic to align with the stature of sages." I intended to continue by mentioning that I had seen numerous ancient grand tombs, and that the burial chamber within this rocky mountain contradicted the principles of feng shui, as there existed a malevolent site below, making it impossible to bury anyone above. However, uttering such words would inevitably expose my identity, so I only conveyed half my thoughts. Swallowing the latter part, Yang stated, "The individual interred within this tomb is not the revered sage. Rather, this child is a disciple or possibly the offspring of the sage, referred to as a prophet, while this elderly man is his servant." I inquired, "How do you know this? Is it inscribed in the carvings of this stone sarcophagus? Does it contain any further information?" Yang beckoned for me and the rotund fellow to examine the stone box. The carvings on this stone sarcophagus depict dozens of images, representing an ancient prophecy characterized by a simplistic composition and distinctly recognizable symbols. I believe I can comprehend part of it. My curiosity deepened. What does the prophecy foretell? Does it indicate the location of the secret passage within this chamber? Yang shook his head, responding, "No, it appears that this prophecy is not entirely accurate. The prophet claimed that after his death, no one entered this tomb until one day, for individuals inadvertently opened this stone box." The rotund fellow counted aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 of us in total. Does that mean Professor Chen, in his madness, does not count as a person? This suggests that the prophet's foresight was flawed, likely a charlatan of sorts. I gazed at the remaining 4 individuals and remarked, if the prophet is not a fraud, this prophecy may not be referring to us. However, there exists another possibility. One among us may not be human.